In the line of duty, they swear to protect, to serve, and to uphold the law. But what happens when the protector becomes the predator? This is the chilling saga of Rosemary Ndlovu, a former South African police officer turned cold-blooded serial killer. Armed with a badge and a nefarious network, she orchestrated a series of murders so sinister they unravel the very fabric of trust that we place in those meant to keep us safe. From the shadows of authority, she spun a web of greed and deceit, casting herself as the beneficiary of her own orchestrated tragedies. Join me today as we dive into the dark chronicles of a cop who traded her oath for blood money. Most of you might be familiar with South African cities like Cape Town, been there, Bloemfontein, Pretoria, and Johannesburg. But it's less likely that you've heard of places like Khayelitsha, Mangaung, Tembisa, Mamelodi, Alexandria, and Soweto. These townships started out as shanty towns, but they now form an integral part of the cities they're located in. I feel like I've heard of Soweto for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it came up in a video at some point that I've done previously. But anyway, there are various reasons for why these places exist. Historically, South Africans of all races flocked to the Witwatersrand after gold was discovered there in 1886, and they all made their homes in the fledgling city that would later become known as Johannesburg. In 1923, the Urban Areas Act was passed, and it declared that towns and cities had to be segregated according to race for the sake of sanitation. This was 25 years before the apartheid laws were implemented. Yeah, it's like South Africa. I don't imagine it was like, apartheid, obviously super racist, but look, I don't know much about South African history, but I'm going to assume that before apartheid, it was also super racist, just like less, like everywhere else in the 1920s, although maybe more because it is South Africa, a little bit famous for it. And I'm just going to assume that before it was also super racist. Then it was just codified, I'm guessing.
You're a football player. It's in your blood.
That's racist.
Your soul.
That's racist.
Your eyes.
That's gay.
That's homophobic.
That's black.
That's racist.
Damn.
As a result, almost every town in South Africa was declared a white-only area, and on the outskirts of the established towns and cities, separate townships were created for the various races. Coloureds, or people descended from Malaysian slaves who were brought here by the Dutch in the 17th century, the descendants of Indian slaves who were brought here by the British in the 18th and 19th centuries, and black South Africans who left their villages hoping for better opportunities in the cities. These days, people from all races are allowed to live wherever they like, but some still prefer to keep to their townships, preferring the communities that they'd created there. But for others, the townships, and especially the black townships, are poverty-stricken hellholes that they can't escape. Our black cultures share a lot of similarities with other native cultures all over the world. By referring obviously I'm not South African, I'm British, although my grandma was. She lived in Johannesburg, she recently died. RIP. But yeah, she lived in Johannesburg. But Emma, who wrote today's episode, is there. So is from South Africa, or lives in South Africa. I'm assuming is from there. I'm not sure. But that's why how that works. Our black cultures share a lot of similarities with other native cultures all over the world. Their communities are mostly spearheaded by a chief, although some still have reigning kings and queens. Really? The tribal authority helps to govern these communities, and members of the community are encouraged to practice Ubuntu, which involves respecting others, helping out where needed, sharing what you have, caring for those around you, and generally just being a good human being. See, for me, I thought Ubuntu was a form of Linux. Like that operating system for nerds that I've used in the past. I did use Ubuntu. Ubuntu? Matters of spirituality and health are handled by a Sangoma, or a spiritual/traditional healer, aka a shaman, and they also act as advisors to the chief and members of the community, and they're responsible for communicating with the ancestors and often lead ceremonial rituals. Weddings and funerals are particularly big events in the black community, and it's common practice for the entire community to attend these events and the various cultural and spiritual rituals that take place. Gogo Dineo, a spiritual leader, explained in Showmax's documentary Rosemary's Hit List that, quote, "When there is a funeral, when there is a wedding, the community comes together and we contribute different things towards that ceremony. Because irrespective of the family's circumstances, one hand washes the other." Oh, I should just mention that Emma left me a note at the beginning, which I didn't read, but I'll read it now because I was like, I'll manage. And now I read the notes. Please note, this episode is filled, all caps, with African names. So, Mzansi, forgive our fact boy, okay? He's doing his best. I am doing my best, and I appreciate all of the phonetic spellings, Emma, because otherwise it would be a nightmare. Because I tried looking up a couple of these in like my favorite pronunciation dictionary, and shockingly, not there. Funerals are also an event that is attended by the entire community. Various mourning rituals have to be performed. A wake is held that can last for up to a week and consists of various cleansing rituals, and usually the family is expected to feed the mourners and pay for the funeral, which becomes quite costly if 200 people show up to mourn the deceased. As Daneo explains, quote, "When the person passes on, we're actually obligated to all give a bit of a contribution in most families. That whoever has, with whatever that they have. You don't always have to contribute financially, but others contribute by being the ones who organize certain elements of the burial. Others will be the ones who are always making tea for the people or who are coming to mourn with us. Others will be responsible for the chopping of the vegetables or for the shopping." According to the book Killer Cop, the Rosemary Nlovo story by journalist Naledi Shanj, funerals can cost between 6,000 and 50,000 rand. It all depends on how extravagant you want to be. And in South Africa, it is... Hey Siri, how much is 50,000 South African rand in American dollars?
I don't understand Beavis.
Neither do I sometimes. Yeah, neither do I.
$2,600. That's a lot of dollars. But I'm sure, like, in America, funerals cost that much, but this is South Africa. It doesn't have that American money. And in South Africa, it has become a common practice for black families to include multiple members of their extended family in their funeral policies, since they're so inexpensive, with prices starting at just 45 rand per person. That's the equivalent of 1.7 litres of petrol or 2 loaves of bread. Furthermore, all you need to do to sign up for a funeral policy is to call the insurer and provide them with your personal information, unlike life policies that require several health checks to ensure that a person is eligible to apply for life cover. Yeah, I remember I don't have a life insurance policy because it's a complete nightmare here. Like, we have a sponsor. It'd be amazing if they actually sponsor this video, called Policy Genius. And they make getting life insurance. This isn't paid. But there's just like, I looked into this as well. I'm like, oh my God, it's so easy, Americans. Here it's a total nightmare. It's so expensive for crap cover. And Policy Genius, it's like, I swear it was like $30 a month. I put my details in just to be like, let's see what I could get. I obviously can't because I'm not American. And it was like, wait, that much coverage for this little money? I was like, that's amazing. But I did have one, not a life insurance policy, but when I bought an apartment and I took a mortgage on it, and they were like, the bank was like, well, we need to have insurance on this in case you like pop your clogs or something. And I'm like, right, I'm like 20 something years old. What are you? Yeah, but they're like, yeah, but when you finally pay this off, you'll be like 60, won't you? Or later, I'll be like, oh yeah, fair, good point. And so, but I had to go for a medical, and they're testing me and make sure that I'm not going to die and stuff. And I have to say, I was quite like, oh, that's nice that they're confident that I'm not going to die anytime soon, which was good. And they were like, yeah, there was a questionnaire asking me all these questions, like what drugs I take, legal and illegal, and like whether I drink and smoke and all of this stuff. And I was like, yes, yes, yes. No, I wasn't really. I was like, no, for the most part. Yes, a little bit. No, you know what it is. And then they gave me a super expensive insurance policy, which I had to have, and I wasn't very happy about. Anyway, let's carry on. As Daneo explains, when a funeral happens in our families, we all have a meeting to organize the burial, and we say, who have you included in your policy? What does your policy pay out? There's no secrecy in that. Wait, is this serial killer killing people for their like funeral expenses? Really? Oh my God, I know, I don't want to sound out of touch, but it's not that much money. Is it really worth murdering someone over? But when Rosemary started adding several of her family members to her funeral policies, she kept it secret from everyone, and instead of contributing to their funerals, she pocketed the cash, leaving the family to shoulder the burden of the funeral costs on their own. Well, that is mega sketchy. You know what's more mega sketchy? If it ends up that she's killing them. Also, really? I always say this. It's like, yo, if I was to take out an insurance policy or on my wife, or my wife was to take it out on me, you gotta be like, for the next few years, being like, don't die, don't die, don't die. Because if that I'm like that anyway, but if that happens, they'll be like, you just took out a very expensive insurance policy on that person and now they're dead, fact boy? Right? This seems very obvious. How do you serial kill on this? Because surely the insurance company is like, hello, what's going on over here then? death comes to the village. New Forest is a small rural village 30 minutes north of Bushbuckridge, a large township in Mpumalanga. The Ndlovu family moved there in the late 1970s, and Joyce still lives there with her 5 children. Like many of the other residents in New Forest, Joyce and her children live in extreme poverty. They own a 3-room house that the government had built for them in 2014 to replace the mud hut that they'd been living in before. It consists of a bedroom and a kitchen with a sitting area, as well as a tiny bathroom, and is sparsely furnished, with plastic crates being used in place of tables and chairs. Joyce wanted to become a teacher when she was younger, but never got the opportunity to study, and since work in the area is scarce, she had been unemployed for most of her adult life. Joyce mostly relies on social grants to support her 5 children, but she keeps a vegetable garden to supplement their diet, gathers firewood for heat and to prepare some of their meals, and does odd jobs around the village whenever she can. If it hadn't been for the events that took place on the 7th of March 2018, she would have lived a tragically unremarkable life. But at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Joyce was preparing to cook dinner with her 5-month-old baby strapped to her back when she saw 3 cars stop outside the gate to her yard. Several men got out of the cars and were busy taking pictures of her house, so Joyce went outside to greet them and invite them in. If people were outside my house taking pictures, I'd be like, what the fuck? What are you doing out there? You want to come in for some tea? I'd be like, why are you taking photos of my house, you weirdos? Go away. When she was told that they were police officers, she asked them if she'd done anything wrong. They reassured her that she hadn't, and then another police officer entered her house, followed by her older sister, Rosemary. If any time police come to your door, or the gas man or whatever, I'm always like, ID please. Unless they're got it pinned to their, the gas man often has it pinned to his jacket. But there's times they haven't, and I've always been like, can I see some ID? It's just good practice. They asked me if I knew her. I said, I did. I started getting anxious, wondering what was going on or what had happened. They asked me if I knew what brought them to my house. I told them I didn't know anything, was surprised because I never wronged anyone. Oh, okay. Initially, I was thinking, wait, is this some sort of elaborate thing to kill her? And I'm like, oh no, I see. The police are there with Rosemary because they're like, Rosemary's done something, right? They're looking into it, and these are actually police officers. The detectives then told Joyce that she was supposed to die that night. Her sister Rosemary had hired hitmen to murder Joyce and her 5 children. She had wanted the hitmen to drug them, strangle them, and then burn their house down. 3 years later, Joyce would stand up in court and tearfully relay the events of that afternoon, doing her part to ensure that her sister would spend the rest of her life in prison. Oh my lord. But if it hadn't been for a very dedicated police detective, it's more than possible that Joyce wouldn't be alive today to tell her side of the story. Oh, I love these ones. As soon as I saw those words, dedicated police detective, I'm like, yes, let's go. The ones I get so frustrated, casual criminalists, where it's just and then the police ignored all of the evidence. And then the police decided that this guy was guilty and did nothing else. It's come on, police. And in this one, I'm like, yes, let's go. Dedicated police. I like it. It's very satisfying. The Sangoma's daughter. The Balu-Bidu people live in Mojadgieskluwe in Limpopo, South Africa, and they are traditionally ruled over by the Mojadi, also known as the Rain Queen. As was the practice in most of Europe and Asia, African kings would marry the daughters of their allies to strengthen the bonds between their tribes. When the Rain Queen established herself in southern Africa, she kept up the tradition by marrying the daughters of her allies instead of taking a husband. As a result, same-sex marriages have become common in the area since at least the 18th century. Whenever the Rain Queen needs an heir, the Royal Council selects a suitable man to father her children. Once they're grown, her sons will sit on the Royal Council, and her daughters are trained to take over the role of Rain Queen. I've always found the story of the Rain Queen to be quite fascinating, but why is it relevant? Yeah, it's very interesting. Because Rosemary's birth was of a similar arrangement. Lucy Mushawana, Rosemary's maternal aunt, told local journalist Naledi Shanga that back in the 1970s, her brother Noel had been complaining of chest pains for some time when he went to meet with a local Sangoma named Maria Mbowini. She told Noel that she'd been bewitched, and if he wanted to be cured, he had to pay her 60 rands, which would be worth approximately 5,500 rand or $290 today. Jesus Christ. I know it's healing or whatever, but it's also not. And $290? That's an extraordinary amount of money. How much do you... I pay less to go to the doctor. But Noel told her that he wasn't able to afford it. Quote, "The Sangoma agreed to treat my brother in exchange for our sister, Maria Sophie. Maria Sophie didn't mind. Our brother Noel got healed, and the two of them seemed to be living well for a while. Whoa, bro, did you just sell your sister into a marriage? Bro, a while later, you gotta be careful because it's like, yeah, other cultures, I don't want to judge, but let's not do that, okay? A while later, a local farmer named Wilson Ricozzo was approached to father their children, and he agreed. He fathered two daughters by Maria Sophie, and they were named Audrey and Rosemary. However, shortly after Rosemary's birth, the Sangoma started neglecting her wife. According to Lucy, I will never forget how one time I went to visit my sister there, and I found little Rosemary sitting on some thorns outside the house crying. It was bad. My sister was sick and had no food. She would often go to my brother and bother him for something to eat. When I saw the situation there, I took Rosemary to come and stay with me. The quote ends. Maria Sophie eventually left her wife and moved to New Forest, which is 2.5 hours drive from Sarnia. I keep wanting to say the New Forest because there's a place in the UK called the New Forest. It's not just called New Forest, right? It is the New Forest. Weirdly enough, my parents just got back from a holiday in the New Forest. The community of New Forest took her and her daughters in, and Maria would eventually marry a much older man named Sandras Ndlovu. Together, they would have 5 more children, including 2 more daughters and a son named Director. Okay then. What's your son's name? Director. And this is his brother, Manager, and his sister, Boss. According to Joyce, nothing about Rosemary's childhood indicated that she would one day turn into a killer. She was funny and caring, had an interest in poetry, and was considered by everyone to be a good, honest village girl. But they didn't have the easiest of childhoods. Joyce would later explain that as soon as we got home after school, we would change out of our uniforms and wash them. We would then have lunch. After eating, wow, school finishes early. It's like, school's over, going home for lunch. We used to finish school. I used to get home from school at 6 o'clock. And I used to leave for school at 10 to 8. School was really long. After eating, we would go and join our mother in the fields. We had a huge family field, so there was no time to waste. We had to go and help our mother. End quote. In 1994, the 18-year-old Rosemary met the 28-year-old Hand Kozer. At the time, he was working as a security guard for the local tribunal authority and earns a good salary. She fell pregnant and gave birth to a son, Jaunty, in March 1995. Shortly after, the couple got married, and when Jaunty was 5 years old, Rosemary told her husband that she had been offered an opportunity to join the South African Police Service. Hand agreed, and Rosemary left her son to be raised by the Kozer family. She signed up at the police college and trained to become a police officer, but according to the Kozer family, moving to Johannesburg had changed her. Hand's brother Rogers explains that, "My brother would tell me that she would not want him to visit her in Gauteng. She always had excuses not to see him, and that broke my brother's heart badly. He was my elder brother, but he would confide in me and complain and say that she was becoming someone else, someone he could not understand." Hand received a piece of his family's land and built a house on it for Rosemary, hoping that it would tempt her to move back to their village. But Rosemary was enjoying her life in the city, and she had no plans to return to the hardships of life in the village. Hand fell ill in 2004 and was diagnosed with tuberculosis. He was admitted, Jesus, have we not got rid of that yet? It's 2004. Tuberculosis? That's like a disease of my grandparents. He was admitted to the hospital, and the Kozer family called Rosemary to let her know that her husband was in hospital and she was expected to come and visit him. To quote, "Rosemary never bothered to come home and see him. It was painful for my brother. Imagine falling ill while you have a wife and she makes no effort to be close to you at all. It was painful, but there was nothing we could do." 2 days before his death, Rosemary went to visit Hand in the hospital. After she left for Johannesburg again, his family grew worried when they didn't hear back from him, and his sister Josephine went to visit him. The family had given Hand a radio to listen to and a cell phone in case he needed anything, but both of these items had been removed from his room. According to the hospital staff, his wife had taken them. He's on death's door, and she nicks his radio. What the fuck? Hand passed away on the 18th of December 2004, and one of his brothers went to fetch Rosemary in Johannesburg so that she could attend her husband's funeral. 2 days after he was buried, she went back to Johannesburg, even though there were several burial rituals that she was supposed to be a part of as the wife of the deceased and the chief mourner. Rosemary sold the house that Hand had built for her, put in claims against his life policy, and moved back to Johannesburg, leaving her 9-year-old son behind. Just with that other family. Oh my god, this is so strange. She seemed to be everyone thought she was normal, and now she's moved to the city and just abandoned her family. Like, what's up? By then, Rosemary had fallen in love with life in the city. She enjoyed dressing up, going out drinking with her friends, and spending most of her free time at Caesar's Palace, a casino and hotel that is now known as Emperor's Palace. She was earning a decent salary at the time, approximately 18,000 Rand or $950, but Rosemary had become addicted to gambling and living the high life, and she was soon struggling to keep up financially. In an effort to bolster her finances, Rosemary got involved with the wrong crowd. She started borrowing from loan sharks, made friends with illegal firearms dealers, and started stealing weapons from police stations where she was stationed. According to Colonel Nathepa Bolokar, station commander at Tembisa South Police Station, quote, in 2014, when they opened Tembisa South as a station, she was transferred here to this station. Rosemary was not close to me, but I knew she was not trusted by the colleagues, especially with the firearms. There was an incident where she stole an R5 assault rifle. The R5 was nowhere to be found. One sergeant said, "No, I saw you carrying a rifle. Where is it?" She went where she hid it and came back with it. Then another incident. She stole a pistol. She was seen taking the pistol. That's why I'm saying they didn't trust her when it came to firearms. But an investigation was conducted. They couldn't prove who stole the firearm. It wasn't good for me, especially to my station. It wasn't good to the other police officers at this police station. End quote. Because of her behavior, Rosemary was never promoted further than a sergeant, and she was assigned to the Tembisa Police Station's branch of CIC, which stands for Community Intervention Center, which helps victims of trauma and abuse. According to Everson Luhanga, an investigative journalist with Scroller.Africa, quote, many people would come to her. She would comfort gender-based kind of violence victims and would welcome them, make them feel at ease, speak to them. According to Colonel Baloka, Rosemary was a nice person when we met, but as time went by, she started to book off sick, especially a month end. Rosemary wouldn't come to work. Every month end, there'd be people coming to my office to say, "Where is Rosemary?" I said to them, "I don't know where is Rosemary. I'm the station commander, and I don't know where she is." It seems quite incredible that she's managed to hold on to her job because everyone thinks she's stealing stuff and she just kind of skives off work on the regular. Which, oh no, she says she's not going to get promoted more. It's like, wait, if someone doesn't come to work, don't they get fired? It's like, yo, one thing about a job, you got to come to the job. Otherwise, you don't have a job anymore, do you? Then one morning in 2017, a group of more than 15 men showed up at the Tembisa South Police Station and demanded to speak to Rosemary. Initially, the police officers on duty held them off until Colonel Baloka allowed them to come inside and speak to him. They told him that they were all loan sharks and Rosemary owed them money. They told Colonel Baloka that if they got their hands on Rosemary, they were going to knock her around a bit until she paid what she owed them. Colonel Baloka promised to speak to Rosemary instead, and he and a representative from the Employee Health and Wellness Program would visit her shortly after to devise a plan for her to settle her debts. The crying Rosemary told Colonel Baloka that she owed the loan sharks an amount of 200,000 Rand, which was equal to her annual salary. Oh my lord, if you owe someone your annual salary, you are so far in the hole. Unless that someone is a bank and it's a mortgage. Then you're okay. Right? Right? That's a different kind of debt. That's good debt, I tell myself. But she reassured her boss. She was expecting a big payout for her insurance company. Once she received the money, she'd pay off the loan sharks, and they would no longer be a problem to anybody. The disappearance of witness Homu. Rosemary's first known victim was her cousin, the 37-year-old witness Madala Homu. Oh, when I read the title for this, I was like, she's a witness. Nope, she's a victim. Her name is Witness. According to his family, he was a devout Christian and had helped his mother to raise his younger sister, Eva, ensuring that she lacked for nothing. As children, Rosemary and Witness had been close since they were the same age, but they kept in contact when he moved to Johannesburg to look for a better job opportunity. In January 2012, Rosemary called Witness's mother, Lucy Mshawana, and told her that she'd heard that Lucy had recently celebrated her birthday. Lucy was surprised to hear from Rosemary and confirmed her date of birth, unknowingly providing the information that Rosemary had been fishing for. Rosemary offered to send her aunt 200 Rand so that she could buy herself a birthday cake, and then asked Lucy whether she had included Witness in her funeral policy. When Lucy asked her why she wanted to know, Rosemary told Lucy that your son is traveling a lot at night, and this is Joburg. He can be killed anytime. Despite only earning a meager 600 Rand or $31 a month. In when? 2012? Wow, okay. Lucy added Witness to her policy, then called her son and asked him if it was true that he was in danger. Witness laughed it off and told his mother that Rosemary was being paranoid, but Rosemary would call Lucy numerous times over the next 2 months, ensuring that her aunt was keeping up with the payments for Witness's funeral cover. On March the 30th, 2012, Witness's sister, Eva, was unable to reach him. She'd later tell journalist Naledi Shanga that, quote, "We were meant to have met at Boulders Mall in Midrand that Saturday because he had promised to buy me clothes. I needed clothes so I could go job hunting. I was working as a nanny at that time, and I hoped that I could get another job in retail, but on the day we were supposed to meet, his phone was off." End quote. Her cousin Godfrey called her on the 31st of March and asked her if she'd heard from Witness. When she said she hadn't, Godfrey explained that Rosemary had called him and told him that Witness's landlord was looking for him because he hadn't paid his rent that month. Rosemary called Godfrey back the next day and insisted that they had to go look for Witness. Godfrey wanted to go and see if Witness had returned home yet, but instead Rosemary took him to Olafantsfontein police station and told the officers on duty that she'd heard they'd found a body that morning and that they were there to identify him. Oh my lord, can you imagine? It's like, yeah, no, we're going to go look for him. And it's like, actually, we're going to the police station to ID a body. Sorry, I didn't mention that. You psycho. According to Eva, Rosemary then sent a message to let her know that they'd found Witness, but later that day, a friend of hers, David, called her to convey his sympathies. He said to me they'd found Witness at the mortuary. I was relieved that he was found, but in my absent-mindedness, it didn't occur to me that he was dead. I asked him, "Is Witness now working at the mortuary?" He was healthy. He was a churchgoer. I'd never seen him drinking or fighting, so I couldn't imagine him being killed either. I thought perhaps if he could die in any way, it'd be him being hit by a car or something accidental. His autopsy revealed that Witness had suffered a brutal death. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and his head had been bashed in with a heavy stone that was found next to his body. His bloody body was left in an empty field, where passers-by found him the next day. This is so psycho, and also so obvious. It's like, who do you think it could be? Could it be that Rosemary woman who randomly called up out of the blue, asked whether he had an insurance policy for his funeral or life or whatever it was, and then kept calling all the time to make sure that you were keeping up with the payments? Could it be her? Maybe. It's super suspicious. When Eva went to sort out his belongings and arrange for a death certificate, Rosemary met up with her and handed her all the necessary documents that they'd need to claim from the mother's funeral policy. When the family met to arrange Witness's funeral, Lucy used the money she had received from her own funeral policy to pay for refreshments, food for the mourners, and a casket, but it wasn't necessarily enough to cover everything. Rosemary contributed just $200 or $10 to Witness's funeral. Eva would later explain after Witness's funeral that the family is split apart and unfortunately no one can fix it. I even dropped out of the studies I was pursuing because I had no way to pay my fees anymore and someone needed to take care of my mother financially. I have to endure a lot of suffering at the hands of men simply because my brother was not around to protect me and fight for me. And his mother Lucy would bitterly explain after her son's funeral that Rosemary hasn't set foot here ever since. The murder of Audrey Ndlovu. Out of the 7 Ndlovu children, Rosemary seemed to be the most successful financially. She had a good job, great benefits, and was able to send money to and help take care of her mother, Maria Sophie. Her eldest sister, Audrey, wasn't as successful. She'd also gotten pregnant at a young age and also had a son named Brilliant Mashegogo. Her boyfriend left the village at one point and moved to Johannesburg, finding a job at OR Tambo International Airport. Hoping that it meant they could have a better future together, Audrey packed up her life and she and Brilliant headed to Johannesburg to meet up with his father. Things between them didn't work out, however, and Audrey showed up at Mashegogo's family doorstep and told them that she could no longer take care of the 4-year-old Brilliant on her own. Audrey headed back to Johannesburg and then she found a nice corporate job. Oh, okay, so wait, she goes there, it doesn't work out, she goes back, drops her kid off, and then goes back to the city. Okay. It enabled her to care for Brilliant and live a comfortable life, but then she lost her job. She had to give up the house that she had been living in and move into a single room in someone's backyard. She started selling Tupperware and relied on her unemployment benefits to get by, but she barely made enough money to send the Mashigos in order to help support Brilliant, who was now in high school. Because the whole family knew that Rosemary had a good job, Audrey would often contact her younger sister during the month and ask her if she could send her money. Her neighbors all knew that Audrey's sister was a police officer, but until the afternoon of the 25th of June 2013, they'd never even met her. It was a Tuesday, and Audrey was getting ready for church when Rosemary called and said that she'd like to see her. Audrey left to fetch Rosemary from the street corner where the local taxi had dropped her off, and on their way to her house, proudly introduced Rosemary to her neighbors, including a traditional healer named Mrs. Nagupa. Audrey told her neighbors that they were going to have sandwiches and tea, and the two left for her room. A few minutes later, Audrey returned saying that she was quickly heading out to buy some more bread and that Rosemary was making tea. The sisters drank their tea, and not long after, Rosemary left and didn't bother to say goodbye to her sister's neighbors, impressing upon them the idea that she was rude and unfriendly. Audrey never showed up for church, and later that night, Mrs. Ngumpa saw Rosemary return. She didn't stay long, didn't pause to greet the old woman, and left again. The next day, Rosemary was back. This time she walked over to where Mrs. Ngumpa was cleaning her yard. Mrs. Ngumpa would later tell the court that Rosemary asked me when I had spoken to Audrey. She said she was worried because she had been trying to call Audrey but couldn't reach her on her phone. I told her that the last time I'd seen Audrey was when she was with you. I told her maybe Audrey's phone was dead. Then Rosemary started crying, saying that she was worried for her sister and asked Mrs. Ngumpa to go with her to make sure that Audrey was okay. At first, the old woman refused, but when Rosemary wouldn't stop crying, she relented and walked with her towards Audrey's room. Then Rosemary started wailing and falling to the ground in grief, which startled Mrs. Ngumpa since there was no reason for Rosemary to act this way. Rosemary pulled out her phone, called her mother, and cried, "Mum, my sister Audrey is dead." Wait, there's a woman right there. She'd be like, wait, why do you think that? What's going on? Could you be more suspicious? Like what? Mrs. Ngumpa chastised Rosemary, asking how she could claim something so terrible before they'd even gone inside. Yeah, why not just... I'm assuming that she's murdered her and there's going to be a body. Why on earth wouldn't you wait to see the body before being like... calling? There's someone standing right next to you. You're that dumb? Some of Audrey's other neighbors heard her crying and came to see what was happening, and then went and knocked on Audrey's door. When no one answered, someone peered in through a window and said that there was something on the bed hidden under a pile of blankets. After prodding the pile with a long stick and not getting any response, they called Audrey's landlord and asked him if they could break down the door so that they could check on her. He agreed, and they started cutting at the burglar bars. Rosemary called one of her friends, Sergeant Pindila Shilubana, to tell her that there was something wrong with her sister. Sergeant Shilubana and another colleague, Sergeant Wisane Mabala, rushed to the scene and found Rosemary sitting outside Audrey's room, still wailing and pretending to feel faint. The police officers were on the scene when Audrey's neighbors finally managed to break into her room, and inside they found Audrey's body hidden underneath the blankets. She had been strangled, and despite being dead only for a few hours, her body had already started to decompose. According to Mrs. Ngumpa, quote, Rosemary came into the room. She seemed okay. She was no longer crying. Mrs. Ngumpa pointed out the 2 teacups to the police officers, knowing that Rosemary had been drinking tea with Audrey the previous night, and told the 2 officers to inspect the cups. Before they could, though, Rosemary took the cups and walked out of the room, and despite Sergeant Shilubana's protests, she rinsed them out in a bucket of water, claiming that she was doing it out of respect for her sister so that strangers didn't come to her house and find it to be a mess. Yeah, that's a crime scene. The sergeant would be like, do not touch anything. Seal it off. Like, what are you doing? But she didn't touch any of the other dirty dishes. Could you be more suspicious, Rosemary? During the autopsy on Audrey's body, the pathologist noted that Audrey had first been poisoned and then strangled. Whatever poison she had ingested had hastened the decomposition process and made it impossible to determine a time of death or identify whatever poison had been used. Mrs. Ngumpa wasn't asked to make a statement. None of the other neighbors were interviewed, and it would be years before a police officer would show up at her door and ask her if she remembered a lady by the name of Audrey Nudlovu. The death of Maurice Mabasa. Rosemary met Maurice Mabasa at a roadblock. He worked as a chauffeur for the US Embassy in Pretoria, and the 2 exchanged numbers. Maurice later introduced her to his family, and according to his brother, Justice, they felt reassured knowing that she was a police officer. If any of them got into any sort of trouble, they figured they'd be able to call on her for help. But they soon learned that Rosemary wasn't the kind of person that you would want at your side when you're in trouble. According to Maurice's sister Luceth, quote, when you don't know her, Rose has a sense of humor. When you don't know her, Rose is sweet. But Rose is also full of rage. She used to carry a black David Jones handbag. It was a glossy kind of black. She always kept a gun in that handbag. Yeah, sounds like Rose is like a psycho. And we know she's a psycho because she's murdering people. Rosemary and Maurice were together for 5 years. According to Luceth, the 2 of them used to fight a lot over money, and Rosemary told Luceth that she planned to fall pregnant to encourage Maurice to stay with her. Good way to get someone to stay with you. That's going to work out well.
I said no because I was committed to our relationship.
Well, I hope you're still committed because I'm pregnant.
Rosemary underwent IVF treatments, and a daughter, Makhanani, was born. Maurice was overjoyed, but it didn't blind him to Rosemary's faults, and rumors had already started circulating that Rosemary had been involved in the deaths of several of her family members. Oh my god. Be like, yeah, no, she's got her faults. Many of her family members keep dying, and we think that she's got something to do with it. So, it's not a perfect marriage. She's just doing a little bit of murdering. According to Justice, Maurice said to me, she cannot kill me like she did other people. This must have meant that he knew about some of the people killed by Rosemary. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, no, she just kills other people. She wouldn't kill her husband. That would be crazy. According to his family, there were at least 2 attempts on Maurice's life. The first attempt took place after Makhanani fell ill and had to spend some time in hospital. Rosemary was staying with her, and that night she'd sent Maurice home to collect more diapers for her. Maurice realized that someone was following him when he neared his house, and he ran into a neighbor's brightly lit yard for help. They both watched as the man who'd been following him ran away. In September 2015, Maurice had the day off and was spending it at home with little Makhanani and her nanny. He told Justice that he'd taken a sleeping Makhanani to the bedroom and fell asleep next to her on the bed. When he woke up, Makhanani was gone and the room was filled with smoke. When he rushed outside, their neighbors were helping to put out a fire that had started inside their house, and Rosemary and the nanny were standing outside. Oh my lord, did you go in there, take the kid, and then set fire to the place so your husband will burn to death while he's having a nap, while he's looking after your kid together? That is fucking psycho, Rosemary. What the fuck? You're straight psycho, like no question. Rosemary had returned home, packed a bag containing clothes and diapers for the baby, as well as a stack of documents including Makhanani's birth certificate, and left the house, leaving Maurice there. I don't understand how you're still walking free. You go in there and it's like, well, yeah, I'm going to burn the house down, so I need all my important documents, don't I? And then you burn the house down? Could you look more suspicious? It's madness. She later claimed that there must have been an electrical fault, but once the fire was put out, Maurice and their landlord found 4 2-liter bottles filled with petrol underneath the bed. Bro. And the suspicion was that if Maurice hadn't woken up, he would have been burnt to a crisp. Yet, Maurice didn't open a case of attempted murder against Rosemary, probably thinking that because Rosemary was a police officer, the case would have been swept under the rug. Bro, that is terrible. And also, the victims don't choose to open a case. Like, sometimes a victim can choose not to prosecute, but if the police want to be like, oh, well, that person attempted murder, and it's like, no, I don't want to prosecute. Don't give a shit. We're going to court. We don't need you as a witness. We've got the gasoline, the petrol bottles underneath the bed. What are you thinking? You're going to prison, surely. Maurice broke up with Rosemary shortly after and moved out of the house, determined to keep his distance from her. Quote, at the time of his death, he was no longer sleeping at the home he shared with Rosemary in Clayville. He told me that he was leaving her. He said, I no longer want to be part of this woman's life. She thinks she can kill me, but she cannot kill me. Wait, did we just say at the time of his death? Uh-oh. On the morning of the 15th of October 2015, a call was made to the Oulefonte police station saying that a body had been dumped in an empty lot. The person that called in had noticed the body when he left for work that morning, since the body was just lying a short distance from his front gate. He told the police that a vehicle had been driving past his gate repeatedly the previous night and had finally come to a stop late at night, after which it drove off and didn't come back. Blood had pooled where the vehicle had stood, and the body was found just a few meters away. The victim had been brutally beaten and stabbed 76 times in the head, neck, chest, arms, and legs. His eyes were black and swollen, some of his teeth were missing, and the only items that were found on his person were a tie, 2 bank cards, and 257 rand in cash. The scene was processed, all the relevant evidence was collected and tagged, and the items found with it were taken back to the Oulefonte police station while the body was taken to the Germiston mortuary. That same morning, Rosemary walked into Oulefonte police station with the 6-month-old Makhanani strapped to her back. She told the officer on duty that her husband, Maurice Mabasa, had been missing for 2 days. The officer on duty started opening a missing persons docket, aka a case file for him, but Rosemary didn't have the necessary documents required to lodge a missing persons report, so she was told to go and collect the documents and then come back. When Rosemary left the station, she noticed the forensics van and saw one of the technicians carrying a sealed, opaque evidence bag with him containing items that were found on their murder victim. She turned around, stormed back into the police station, and started wailing, "They killed my husband." The officers on duty tried to calm her down and asked how she knew that her husband was dead, but she didn't answer them. Instead, she started hitting herself and falling to the ground in a display of grief, prompting bystanders to remove her crying baby from her back in fear that she'd hurt her. At one point, Rosemary even fainted and collapsed onto the floor of the police station. This is all just a show, right? She's going to say like, oh, they killed him because of my gambling debts. And it's like, really, you killed him for the money so you can pay off the gambling debts or whatever. Right? Allegedly. The officers on duty called Rosemary's brother-in-law, Justice Mabasa, to the police station, telling him to come to the Olafontefontaine police station immediately. When he arrived and asked what had happened, the police officers told him that a body had been found and Rosemary was claiming that it belonged to Maurice. They were both taken to the Germiston mortuary to identify the body, and Justice would later tell journalist Naledi Shanga that, quote, I haven't seen anybody in that state before. Even if he had survived, I don't think we would have loved to see him with multiple scars like that. If it were me, I would not want to live after getting hurt so much. Oh my God, that's depressing. It's like, yeah, okay, some people get badly beaten up, but it's like, I don't want to die just because I've got scars. Oh my Lord. He had left a bruise on his left eye. When I was told how many holes were in his body, more than 80, some being repeatedly in the same spot, it was evident that the person had wanted to kill him. Yeah, when you put 80 holes in someone's body, that's what do they call it? Like, not evidence, but intent. Yeah, you intended to kill them. Justice was shown the clothes that the murder victim had been wearing at the time of his death, and after studying the clothes and looking at photos of the bank cards that had been found on the body, Justice was able to identify the body as belonging to his brother, Maurice Mabasa. Afterwards, Rosemary was taken to a trauma center to be treated for shock, and Justice took the 6-month-old Makanani to his sister Luceth, who would care for her until Maurice's funeral took place. Eventually, the Mabasa family would take Makanani back to their home village of Malamelele in Nipobo, where they would raise her for the next year. The accidental death of Zanele Motha. Technically, Rosemary and Zanela weren't related. Zanela's father was Rosemary's stepbrother. Zanela's father was Rosemary's stepbrother. Okay? It's like whenever you say that, it's like, yeah, my brother's sister's cousin's aunt. And you're like, oh, your brother's sister. Okay, gotcha. But Zanila had considered Rosemary to be her aunt. Not that they were particularly close or anything. In fact, up to 2015, the two of them never had much contact, and it was Zanela who approached her aunt first. According to her partner of 9 years, Jabu, Zanela had inherited a house when her father had passed away, but Rosemary's brother, Director, was now living in it. Jabu told Naledi Shaga that, quote, now that our family has grown and we needed our own place, Zanela had started communicating with her aunt with the hopes that she could assist in getting the house back. In 2016, 27-year-old Zanela enrolled as a college at Ekurhuleni West College, hoping to further education so that she could earn a better income. She applied for a study loan and then approached Rosemary and asked her if she'd be willing to co-sign the loan for her. According to Jabu, quote, I remember Zanili saying that she has to go meet with Rosemary. She then had another meeting with her to sign off on that study loan. So on the day that she came back, she said they went for medical exams because she needed a medical certificate for her health. Zanili told me Rosemary had opened an insurance policy for her. She said Rosemary had told her not to tell me about this insurance policy, but we shared everything, so obviously she told me. I told her it didn't sit well with me. I couldn't understand why Rosemary had done this. Jabu and Zanela argued around this time, and Zanela left to visit Rosemary for a while, explaining to Jabu that she wanted to get to know Rosemary better. Jabu and Zelena kept in contact and called each other often, but one evening she stopped responding to his messages. Jabu was later told Zanela had been run over by a car. Witnesses had called an ambulance and she was admitted to the Tembesa hospital on the 13th of June 2016. She had complained of pain and had cuts and bruises all over her body, but x-rays revealed that she hadn't suffered any broken bones or internal injuries. Zanela was released from hospital the next day, and Rosemary and her brother, Director, went to pick her up. The doctors gave Zanela her hospital file and told her to report to the pharmacy. There she was supposed to collect a prescription for painkillers and then hand her file back in. She never did. According to Jabu, quote, what disturbed me was that after she was discharged from the hospital, I tried calling her, but Rosemary answered her cell phone. Rosemary told me that she was at work and had left Zanela at home. I was confused about why she would take Zanela's phone, knowing she was injured, and leave her without a phone, end quote. On the morning of the 16th of June, 2 days after Zanela was discharged from the Tembisa hospital, Rosemary took her to Arwip Hospital, which is located in Kempton Park, half an hour's drive south of Tembisa. Within minutes of her arrival, however, the doctors declared Zanela had passed away. A post-mortem would reveal that she'd been brutally assaulted. She had suffered multiple bone fractures and her liver had been severely damaged. Rosemary would later explain in court that Zanela had complained of chest pains shortly after she was released from the hospital, and on the morning of the 16th of June, she'd be lying on the floor, crying and begging her aunt to take her to the hospital. But Dr. Ipanlengnaku, the doctor who treated her at Tembisa Hospital, would later tell the court that the injuries that Zelena had sustained had been inflicted on her after she'd been discharged on the 14th of June. According to Jabu, quote, "We never got an explanation of what happened, and it always bothered me. At the mortuary, when we went to see Zanela's body, we could not really do so because Rosemary was there. We saw her through the glass at the mortuary, and afterwards Rosemary took all the forms and documents. Life became difficult without Zanela. It was a struggle because everything in the house reminded me of her, especially with the kids. I have to comfort the older one a lot. She has good memories of Zanela, so she'd often cry and say that she misses her mother." The assassination of Willie Mashaba. Shortly after Zanela's funeral, rumors began to spread among Rosemary's extended family that there was a possibility that she'd had Zanela killed. Really? I wonder what makes you think that. It's like there's so... Your crimes are so obvious, and there's a financial incentive as well. They might have been poor, but they weren't stupid, and they weren't buying Rosemary's version of events. So it was particularly alarming to the family that Zanela's older brother, the 40-year-old Willie, had kept in contact with his step-aunt after Zanela's funeral. Willie's body was found next to a busy road in Pretoria East on the 10th of April 2017. He'd suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the head and his cell phone and money were still in his pocket. Constable Prince Matt Shakiri was one of the first police officers on the scene, and he followed police procedure by unlocking the phone and calling the last number that the victim had dialed. The person on the other end identified herself as Rosemary Nalovu, and Constable Matt Shakiri explained to her that they'd found a body. According to his testimony in court, when he told Rosemary where to find them, she said she was familiar with the area and would be there soon. She arrived on the scene within 30 minutes. His old calls you up, it's like, yeah, we found these bodies here. He's like, yeah, I know that place. I go there all the time. Be like, you should be like, what place? Give me directions. Maybe give me a lawyer. No one saw her arrive in a taxi or her own vehicle. She simply walked onto the scene, ready to identify the body of her nephew. Later, the state's prosecutor, advocate Rihanna Williams, would argue that Rosemary had kept close to the scene in case they called her, since the area where Willie was found was a good half an hour to an hour's drive away from her home in Tembisa. When the police started investigating his death, they tracked down two of Willie's friends who had been with him the night that he was killed. They were Mishak Ndlovu and Bafana Halumuka, and they told the investigators that they'd been at a tavern just hanging out when Willie received a call from his aunt. He answered the phone but put it on loudspeaker to overhear their conversation. Rosemary asked Willie where he was and then told him to step outside so that they could talk. Willie came back and told his friends that his Aunt Rosemary had asked him to meet up with her at a popular hangout nearby, but that they had to go alone. He left, and they never saw him again. The torture of Brilliance Mashego. Brilliant Mashego was just 24 years old when he was murdered just a few weeks after the birth of his firstborn son. Brilliant's mother might have been a Ndlovu, but she'd been raised by the Mashegos and was a beloved member of their family. After his mother Audrey's funeral, the Ndlovus had made him several promises, including telling him that if he wanted to go and study after school, he could, since his mother had provided for his education. He also acted on a desire to get to know his maternal family and was in constant contact with several of them. Quote, after matric, when he expressed his wish to go study, his Aunt Rosemary said that he shouldn't worry, that she would look for a job for him in Johannesburg instead. Brilliant had heard rumors that Rosemary had received a large amount of money after his mother had passed away. It had been speculated that he was in contact with her to find out what had happened to that money, possibly believing, as Audrey's only child, that he was entitled to some of it, especially now that he had a son to care for. In the months before he died, Rosemary would call Brilliant several times. According to his grandmother, Shurash Mashego, he had stepped out of the house whenever Rosemary called him so that he couldn't overhear their conversations. One morning, she called him just before 4 a.m. and asked him to come outside and meet her. Brilliant would later tell his grandmother that there had been several men with her, and Rosemary had claimed that they were simply on their way to church. At 4 a.m. Emma writes, nothing suspicious about that. Not at all. He's definitely not going to get murdered. He's going to get murdered. According to Mrs. Mashego, Brilliance had even applied for his driver's license on Rosemary's say-so because she'd promised to find him a job at O.R. Thambo International Airport, the same place where his father had worked. She bitterly explained that, quote, that woman and her family had never done anything for him, did not even buy him a vest, but he seemed to be confident in her promises that she would help him find a better life. On the morning of the 22nd of January 2018, Brilliant told his grandmother that he was going to meet up with Rosemary in Nelsborough because she had some documents for him to sign. When he still hadn't returned that evening, they called his maternal grandmother, Maria Sophie, and asked if she'd seen him. She said that she hadn't. Then Brilliant sent several text messages to his cousin's phone, informing the family that he'd left to find a job in Kumatiport, a small town less than 2 hours east of their home in Bushbuckridge. Yeah. The text messages sent afterwards, it's, this is what, we've seen this many times on Casual Criminalist, it's what like an amateur criminal does to make it seem like the person's still alive. It's like, yes, run away with the circus, everything's fine. If I ever sent a message saying, yeah, just left for the circus to my family, I'd like to think they'd be like, it seems a bit out of character that he'd just run off with the circus. Maybe he's been murdered. That was when his grandmother knew something was wrong. On the afternoon of the 24th of January, there was a knock at her door. Quote, when the police came here and told me to sit down, I immediately knew the Nalovos had killed my child. I'm bothered by his death. I wonder whether he cried, begged his aunt to spare his life, and how many other people were there when he was killed. Where are they now? The Nalovos didn't make any contribution to the funeral. They didn't even come to see his body. I wanted them to see how ruined he was. Instead, when I called his grandmother and asked her what we could put together for his funeral, she asked me not to involve her in things that had nothing to do with her family. A House of Cards. Now, here at the Casual Criminalist, we're no strangers to police incompetence. I'm guessing that by this point, Simon has pointed out on numerous occasions that Rosemary was so fucking obviously the killer. Yes, Emma, many times! The woman had obviously no shame and didn't even attempt to hide the fact that she'd somehow been involved in the deaths of several of her family members. Even her husband was like, yeah, no, she's killed people. She has. Everyone knows it. Come on, it's Rosemary. We call her Rosemary the murderer. But in the days and weeks following Brilliant's murder, Rosemary would find herself under immense pressure, and she was becoming desperate. You see, Rosemary knew that someone was on her tail. And I just cut out a huge section from the beginning of the script so that I wouldn't spoil the reveal. Okay. His name is Sergeant Keshi Benneth Mabunda, and he deserves the title of Certified Legend. Okay, so bestowed. According to an interview he did with a local radio station, 94.7, Sergeant Mabunda had quite an orthodox career path. 19 years ago, he became a police officer because it was just another job, but he quickly realized that it enabled him to do a lot of good in his community, and he became passionate about finding justice for victims of his crime. Unlike another certain police officer we know, he was like, ooh, I'm a cop now. You know what I could do? Steal guns and sell them to criminals. Oh dear, some people are just pieces of shit, aren't they? And what I do? I'll also kill my family for their funeral money. You piece of shit, Rosemary. Do they have death penalty in South Africa? It'd be kind of nice, because these people have been killed and tortured by you for a small amount of money. Like, what the fuck? I don't think they have death penalty in South Africa, though. I really don't. I don't know why I know that, but I don't think they do. Barely a year out of police college, he was handpicked to become a detective and was mentored by a much older and more experienced detective who taught him that the tiniest piece of evidence can make or break your case. He was taught to question everything, and when he overheard an unusual conversation at work one day, his interest was piqued. So let's take it back a step. It's now October 2015, and the body of Maurice Mabasa, Rosemary's boyfriend, had been discovered the previous day. That morning, Rosemary went back to the Oulefontein police station and went to see the investigating officer in charge of investigating Maurice's murder, Officer Paulson, not his real name. Paulson's office was located right next to Mabunda's, and Mabunda noticed that Rosemary was carrying a stack of papers with her. Mabunda listened as the two police officers casually discussed Maurice's murder and Rosemary's need to submit the insurance claims as soon as possible, and alarm bells went off in his head. Mabunda would later tell the radio station, 94.7, that, quote, so I left his office. I said, Chief, what are you signing? Then he said, no, it's just policies. So I said, no, call her back on your office, make copies of those documents and file them in the docket. He called her back, she came to his office, he filed everything, and I went to inform him, today I'm taking over this case. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost. Ah, okay. So he's mega suspicious. He's like, what's up with those insurance policies? So he's onto it from like early on, which is nice. Like we were, when it's like, wait, she took out policies and now she's getting them filled like immediately after his death? Suspicious. Sergeant Mabunda paged through the various documents and saw that 16 funeral policies had been taken out on behalf of Maurice Mabasa. Oh my god. Could you... It's insane. Like, I made that joke earlier about if you take out a life insurance policy on them, you better hope they don't die anytime in the near future or it's going to look mad suspicious, especially if they die of something suspicious. And it's like, you know what's worse? When you've taken out 16 policies on them. On each and every policy, Rosemary was listed as the only beneficiary and stood to receive an amount of 416,000 rand, or about $22,000, if Maurice suffered an unnatural death, more than double her annual salary. Mabunda then called the insurance companies to do a check on Rosemary's ID and found out that she had already claimed from several insurance companies on 2 separate occasions, first in 2012 and then in 2013. How is this not raising red flags in some sort of computer system? It's 2013! We had computers back then, it was only 10 years ago. Following the death of her cousin, Witness, she had received an amount of 101,000 rand, or about $5,300. After her sister had been murdered, Rosemary pocketed an amount of 700,000 rand, or about $37,000. And when I checked those cases, the ways people were dying were mysterious ones. You can't believe a person is fine today, tomorrow he's dead. How is this not being discovered? This is an extraordinary amount of money. We're talking what? She's making 10 grand a year, American, and she's then made 2 years' salary, 6 months' salary, 4 years' salary? What's going on? In each instance, a policy had been taken out, and just 6 months later, the insured person has passed away due to unnatural causes. Mabunda managed to track down the dockets related to the murder investigations of both Witness Homu and Audrey Ndlovu, and found barely any work had been done to investigate their murders. Witnesses hadn't been interviewed, reports hadn't been filed properly, the case files had been gathering dust, and he essentially had to start investigating their deaths from scratch. Working on the theory that Rosemary had had a cousin and sister murdered, he obtained copies of the policies that she'd taken out in their names. She'd taken out 5 different policies in Witness's name, 2 of which had paid out, and had listed him as her spouse because she was very much aware that the payout from one of the policies would double if her spouse had passed away. Oh my god. This is just so... I keep saying this, but it's so blatant. Mabunda also discovered that when she'd taken out the policies on Audrey, Rosemary had impersonated her sister during the call, and Mabunda added fraud charges to the already growing list of offences. Now that Rosemary was a suspect in multiple murder investigations, Mabunda applied for access to her bank accounts and cell phone records and discovered that Rosemary was still paying for at least 28 funeral policies, which meant that there was a possibility that more people would die before he had enough evidence to arrest her. For the next 3 years, Mabunda quietly worked behind the scenes to ensure that Rosemary wouldn't discover that he was onto her. The two of them weren't based at the same police station, but he did his very best to avoid her as much as possible and assigned all of the case files to a fictitious name so that she wouldn't discover that he had taken over the investigations. Yes, I can see why this guy got his legend certification, because this is some good shit.
God damn it, do I respect you.
And when Zanela died just 8 months after Maurice had been murdered, Mabunda took over a murder investigation as well. He called the insurance companies that Rosemary had bought policies with and had Rosemary flagged as a fraudster, but not before she had received an amount of about 120,000 rand, or about $6,300 from the life insurance policy that she'd taken out if Zanele died an accidental death. In total, Rosemary had received just over 1.39 million rand for murdering her family members. The puzzle pieces were already falling neatly into place when Mabunda heard of the death of Willie Mashaba. Because they already had access to Rosemary's cell phone records, they could prove that she'd been with Willie at the time of his murder and hung around in the area until the police called her the next day. When Brilliant died 9 months later, Rosemary's cell phone records showed that she'd met up with Brilliant in Nelspruit, travelled with him to Johannesburg that same night, and then back to Bush Buckridge early the next morning before dumping his body there. At the time of his murder, Rosemary's cell phone was in the exact same location as Brilliant's, a silent witness to the events that took place that night. Again, this is so sloppy. I can't believe you got away with so many crimes. The noose was slowly tightening. Slowly is the operative word here, Emma. So slowly. And it wouldn't be long before her actions caught up with her. But 2 more deaths had taken place, and they were proof of just how far Rosemary would go to satisfy her greed. The death of Jaunty and little Makanani. In the documentary Rosemary's Hit List, Mabunda explains that he hadn't been able to prove that Rosemary had murdered her children, but the facts suggest that she might have had a hand in hastening their deaths. After the death of her first husband, Hand Koza, Rosemary didn't bother to go and visit Jaunty, but in 2008 she called Hand's younger brother, Rogers, and asked him whether Jaunty could come and visit her in Johannesburg during the winter school holidays, which are from mid-June until mid-July. Quote, schools were still closed at the time, and she would bring him back when the schools reopened. I said it was okay. I didn't mind it. Then she suggested taking Jaunty to a multiracial school. She told me that she would need me to sign some forms, so we agreed on that. Shortly after Jaunty arrived in Johannesburg, the family was told that the 13-year-old Jaunty had ingested an unidentified slow poison and had ended up in hospital. Once he recovered, Rosemary went to fetch him and took him back to her house. He passed away a day later, on the 14th of July 2008, and as his only beneficiary, Rosemary received an amount of 12,000 rand that had been put into a trust for him in accordance with Hand's will. After Maurice's murder, his mother, Mary Mabasa, took Makanani in after Rosemary complained that her baby wouldn't stop crying. Oh my lord, it's like Rosemary the murderer, and she's complaining about someone. Save them, for God's sake. Quote, when Rosemary would come to visit, Makanani would peek around the corner at her. Rosemary said Makanani was looking at her like a stranger. I told her that she couldn't possibly forget her own mother, but she had grown very fond of us. But Rosemary wasn't satisfied. And shortly before Makani's second birthday, Rosemary came to collect her daughter and take her back to Tembisa with her. It's not clear what happened to the little girl. In April 2017, just days before Willie was murdered, Rosemary had taken Makanani to a hospital. According to the nurses who admitted them, Makanani wasn't breathing when her mother carried her into the emergency room, and there was nothing that the doctors could do for her. According to Justice, he had insisted that a trust fund had to be created for Makanani after her father was murdered. When Makanani died, Rosemary inherited all of the money that had been intended for her daughter. Quote, I was the one who had suggested that the trust fund be opened. I feel I shouldn't have suggested the trust. I should have told Rosemary to take everything because maybe the child's life would have been saved. Maybe she would not have died. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe Rosemary would be like, oh, she doesn't have any money, so let's just take out 17 death policies on her and then cause her death. Because it's not your fault. Rosemary's a psycho. Change of heart. Towards the middle of 2017, Rosemary was becoming more and more desperate. None of the insurance companies she'd claimed from after Willie's murder were processing her claims. What a surprise! Then she had Brilliant murdered in January 2018, and again the insurance companies refused to pay out, claiming that there were too many inconsistencies in her documentation. The loan sharks had been circling, oh yeah, she owes all this money, I forgot about that, had been circling her for more than a year at this point. Her informants were telling her that Mabunda was onto her, and Rosemary was feeling the pressure. A man named Lakiwa Mkeza would later testify that Rosemary had approached him in 2017 and asked him to murder her mother, Maria Sophie. She'd paid Mkeza 2,900 rand as a deposit and promised to give him another 15,000 rand if the hit was successful. Mkeza agreed, and Rosemary travelled to Bushbuckridge, where Rosemary pointed out her mother's house. Then Rosemary got into a minibus taxi and went back to Johannesburg. Wait, this guy later came forward and was like, yeah, she wanted me to kill her mum. And I said I'd do it. The police are going to be looking into you, mate. Mkeza later explains how he'd been supposed to murder the old woman that night, but instead he approached her during the day. She was sitting outside her house with one of her granddaughters when Mkeza caught her watchful eye. He decided not to murder her. Instead, he politely greeted the old woman, asked her for a glass of water and left, returning to Johannesburg later that day. Rosemary also met with another man called Najabolo Kunena and ordered a hit on her younger sister Joyce and her 5 children. Rosemary explained that she didn't have the money to pay Kunene at that moment, but she'd pay him once she received the payout from the insurance policies that she'd taken out in Joyce's name. Rosemary also threatened his sister's business and told Kunene that if he did as she asked, she'd ensure that his sister received a portion of the money. But what horrified Kunene about the order was that Joyce had just given birth to her 5th child, and here Rosemary was ordering him to strangle the newborn baby and set its body on fire. Yes, like, assassins are assassins. Like, we're not like, oh yeah, no, they're redeemable. They're assassins. They kill people for money. But there's a difference, right? There's the assassin who kills bad people on probably the good assassin side of the scale, and then there's the assassin that murders a woman and her 5 children, which is the biggest pieces of shit of humanity. During a murder trial, both of these men insisted that they were simply small-time criminals and not killers. So when they were faced with pure evil, the two would-be hitmen walked into the Tembisha South Police Station and reported Rosemary's actions to her station commander, Colonel Baloka. According to an article by Everson Luhanga, the informant said Rosemary had first asked him to kill her mother. Then she had asked him to kill her sister and nephews and nieces in Mpumalanga. The hitman felt sorry for Rosemary's family, and so he didn't carry out her requests. Colonel Baloka immediately contacted the Hawks, South Africa's version of the FBI. That's a sick name, by the way. They're we have Scotland Yard. Is that British FBI? I'm not sure. It's a different system, but Scotland Yard, I always imagine with big police. But South Africa have Hawks. Sick. And together with the two hitmen, they planned a sting operation. Colonel Baloka was put in contact with Sergeant Mabunda, and Mabunda caught him up on his investigation into the deaths of various members of Rosemary's family. And as the two investigators merged, Sergeant Mabunda and the Anti-Corruption and Crime Intelligence Unit of the Hawks realized that they now had everything they needed to prove that Rosemary was a killer. So they set a trap for her, and in her desperation, Rosemary walked right into it. I feel do they really need a trap? The amount of evidence is overwhelming, boys. Catching a killer. The plan was simple. Mkeza and Kunena, the two hitmen, got back into contact with Rosemary and told her that they knew someone who was willing to carry out the hit. His name was Rasta, like Rastafarian. Oh, that's a pronunciation guide, my bad. Like Rastafarian, an experienced hitman from KwaZulu-Natal. And if you hadn't guessed it already, he was also an undercover police officer. Rosemary told her new hitman that she'd meet up with him on the morning of the 7th of March 2018. The day before, Rosemary booked herself into the psychiatric ward of the Leif Kastenhof Hospital in Midrand to be treated for work-related stress and notified her family that she was going to spend a week there. She got a day pass from the hospital for the next day and had to be back by 5 p.m. on the afternoon of the 7th of March. Rosemary then called her sister, Joyce, and told her that she was coming to see her, ensuring that Joyce would be home the next day. On the morning of the 7th of March, the two would-be hitmen and their new friend Rasta showed up at the Karstenhof Hospital at 7 a.m., where Rosemary was waiting on them. As they drove the 4 hours to Bushbuckridge, 2 more vehicles containing several police officers followed them. Rosemary sat in the passenger seat of the car and told Rasta exactly how she wanted him to murder Joyce and her children, and their entire conversation was recorded via hidden cameras placed inside the car. How can you fall for this? I know you're an idiot, and it's but... It's wow, your incompetence is extraordinary. How did you get away with this for so long? Rosemary proposed several scenarios, one of which involved giving Joyce and her children flu medication to drink so that they would be fast asleep when Rasta entered their home. He then had to strangle Joyce and her children, ensuring that no witnesses were left behind before he set the house on fire. Quote, "But please don't use guns and knives. Using those things will result in the money not being paid out. That is a village. Those kinds of deaths aren't common. When a house burns, it can even be an ex-boyfriend who sets it alight. A fire can be caused by anything, even an electrical fault. Not much attention is given to fire cases, but when it comes to guns and knives, those deaths, they investigate. So when a house burns down, everyone burns with it." They stopped along the way, and Rosemary was caught on camera filling up a 2-litre bottle with petrol that Rasta would then use to burn Joyce's house down. When they reached Bushbuckridge, Rosemary directed them toward her sister's house and then ordered them to take her back to the taxi rank so that she could catch a taxi back to Johannesburg. That way, she would be spending the night in hospital while Joyce and her family burned. Quote, "Once I get the news, I will get discharged, rush back home, and start preparing for the funeral, and then I claim." What makes you think they're going to allow you to claim? They've already been refusing all of your claims because you're suspicious and the dude marked you as a fraudster. As soon as Rosemary sat down in the minibus taxi, it was surrounded by police officers. They charged her with 6 counts of murder, 8 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, 4 counts of fraud, 3 counts of defeating the ends of justice, and the attempted murder of her mother before taking Rosemary back to Joyce's house. According to Joyce, quote, "I was shocked when the police arrived here and told me that by that evening, 9 p.m., my children and I were meant to have been killed so she could claim insurance policies. Rosemary stood here and she didn't say a word to me. She didn't deny it. She didn't say a thing." Yeah, because Rosemary's a psycho. According to Sergeant Mabunda, Rosemary had taken out 7 funeral policies in Joyce's name, but none for her children. If they'd died that day, Rosemary would only have received 25,000 rand for taking Joyce's life. Her children were simply collateral. Rosemary the celebrity. The day after her arrest, Sergeant Mabunda visited Rosemary in the cells at Tembisa South Police Station and read the charges to her. He started questioning her about the murders, but she was arrogant and rude and denied everything, and Mabunda outright told her, "With your attitude, you'll never get bail." Oh, you're never getting bail anyway. Also, how can you deny it? You were just filmed for hours sitting in a car talking about how that hitman, who's a police officer, should murder your family. Like, what get a lawyer and get whatever deal you can. Because otherwise, you're going to prison forever. Like, there's no question about it, right? You might as well just admit it. Maybe she's like, oh, fuck it, I'll just deny it because I'm going to prison either way. I'm not getting bail. It's many, many murders that I'm here for. Shortly after, one of their informants called Mabunda and warned him that Rosemary had put out a hit on both him and Colonel Baloka, and it was discovered that Rosemary's friends and informants were smuggling cell phones into the prison for her. She was moved to the Kosi Mampuru prison, a high-security C-Max prison, where she could be monitored 24/7, but up to the day she was sentenced, Mabunda and Colonel Bukloha lived with the fear that they and their families might be in danger. In the 3 years following her arrest, Rosemary applied for bail on multiple occasions, but Mabunda was there during every hearing telling the court that Rosemary was an extremely dangerous individual and that if she got out of prison, more people will die. And the colonel is the detective or whatever, Mabunda, is absolutely right. Why would you even have a bail hearing for someone who's got multiple murders? The fact that 2 more cases of conspiracy to commit murder had been lodged against her only strengthened his argument, which I feel shouldn't need any strengthening. She's a terrible murderer. And Rosemary was denied bail again and again and again. Rosemary's murder trial started on the 21st of January 2022, and from the get-go, it was clear that Rosemary was a character. According to journalist Naledi Shanga, Rosemary started putting up a show for them almost from the moment she set foot in court. According to Linda Mnisi, a reporter for Newsroom Africa, she told them that she'd known the media would be there, so she'd gotten up at 4 a.m. to get ready for her day in court. According to Mnisi, quote, "People come into court and they hide their faces for the smallest crime. People who were looting would come into court with their faces covered. But not Rosemary. She posed for photos, sarcastically telling the journalists that she only wanted to make their jobs easier, offered to turn so that they could get better views of her, and made jokes with the journalists who snapped photos and shook their heads at her arrogance. One of the first clips I saw of her was of her facing the cameras, dancing and proudly saying, breaking news, ex-police officer Nomia Rosemary Nlodovo appeared at Palm Ridge Court. What? Thug, thug, thug." Afterwards, she angrily explained to journalists that they're all liars, that they love to make up stories, and they'd even take photos of her private parts because they have no shame. But despite her obvious disdain of the media, Rosemary would continue this show throughout her trial and did her best to dress up as the trial progressed, having her hair and nails done and wearing elaborate makeup, making the photos of her seem like photo shoots instead of trial footage. Journalist Naledi Shanga recounts in her book, Killer Clop, the Rosemary Nlodovo story. But at the end of that first day in the dock, she turned like a flash of lightning. She seemed to have had enough of the paparazzi, and in an instant her darker side emerged. This was a serious, frowning, no-nonsense Rosemary. It petrified me. She gestured at the photographers to stop taking her pictures. She pulled up her face mask and waved her finger, warning them to stop. She went as far as throwing toilet paper at one photographer, who kept snapping images of her. End quote. Rosemary kept on her display of anger when she left the court and even threw a tin of Pringles at a journalist. For the rest of her trial, Rosemary was forced to wear shackles, and she played up the drama even more, walking around like an old infirm woman who now needed others to support her. With the court in session, Rosemary's entire demeanor changed again. She quietly sat and listened and made notes as the state made their case, calling on 54 different witnesses to testify against her. These included Joyce, Rosemary's Aunt Lucy, Aubrey's neighbors, Zanela's boyfriend and mother, Justice Mabesa, police officers who worked with her, various forensic specialists, and the 2 hitmen that Rosemary had hired to murder her mother, Joyce, and her family. When it was her turn to testify, Rosemary denied everything and insisted that all the evidence against her was circumstantial and hearsay. They didn't find her DNA on the bodies. They didn't have her fingerprints. They didn't find any murder weapons that they could link to her, and her lawyer reasoned that the state couldn't prove that Rosemary had been the person to commit the crimes she was accused of. Rosemary's face was almost expressionless, and when she was shown photos of her victims, she tried to hide her smile when she was presented with her bank statements, phone records, and copies of her fraudulent claims, and the only time when she seemed to break on the stand was when Maurice's murder was discussed and she burst into tears. At the end of her trial, forensic criminologist Colonel Elmari Mayberg told the court that Rosemary was a dangerous individual and that she wasn't a suitable candidate for rehabilitation, explaining that, quote, "The accused has never shown any remorse for her crimes. As a result, she has shown no empathy towards her victims or their families and has no remorse for her actions." On the 22nd of October 2022, Judge Manama read his judgment of the case. During their closing arguments, the defense had once again argued that all the evidence against Rosemary was circumstantial and told the court that the state has not proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. Therefore, it is respectfully submitted that this honorable court should find the accused not guilty on all charges. Because of this, Judge Manama explained that because the evidence against Rosemary was circumstantial, both the state and the defense had based their case on the conclusions that could be drawn from the evidence that was presented to them. He further goes on to explain that for the circumstantial evidence to be accepted as fact, they have to agree with the theory as presented to the court. The facts were that all of the victims had died violent deaths. In most of the cases, she was the last person to be seen with her victims. She was the last person they'd contacted. Rosemary was the only beneficiary of the policy she'd taken out in their name, fully aware that if they died violent deaths, it would be of greater benefit to her. She ensured that their bodies would be discovered. She submitted claims against their policies within hours of their identities being confirmed. When it came to conspiring to murder her sister, she was captured on video issuing instructions on how they should be killed, and on the same tape explaining that the hitman would also benefit from the murder since she intended to use the insurance money to pay them. Yeah, that's not circumstantial. That's basically a confession in video. And there's also a point where it's like there is so much circumstantial evidence that that's enough, right? On the weight of things, it's beyond all reasonable doubt. Quote, "On the basis of this analysis, I'm satisfied that the facts disclose the need for the admission of factual evidence, and they disclose that the accused is one of many people who, like Charles Dickens's Madame Defarge during the French Revolution, was always present at the guillotine knitting. The crimes are brazen and calculative. She has threatened the investigating officers and also the employees of the insurance companies. The accused is cruel, hellish, bullish, brazen. The accused was manipulative and always deceitful, tricking her victims into believing that she loved them so that they always refer to her as their auntie. Once she seduced them into a sense of security, she struck like a vulture." End quote. Rosemary was found guilty on almost all of the charges against her and received 6 life sentences for the murders of her family members, 5 years for defeating the ends of justice by tampering with evidence, 30 years for 3 counts of fraud, 10 years for incitement to commit murder, as well as an additional 10 years for the attempted murder of her mother, tallying up to a total of 55 years. All of her sentences are to run concurrently. Wait, concurrently? That means at the same time, not consecutively? Wait, so the most she got was a life sentence, right? Or 30 years for 3 counts of fraud. So that's pretty long. Or is that 30 years? So is that 10-10-10? Because if that's 10-10-10, then that's only 10 years if it's concurrent. So let's say she's looking at 30 years. Effective period of imprisonment, therefore, is life. Rosemary just watched the judge as her sentence was read out, her face covered by a mask. Once the formalities regarding her imprisonment were finalized, Rosemary pointed towards the people at the back of the courtroom and threatened them by saying, "I will spend this Christmas in jail, but next year I will be out. I will be back, and you will see." No, you won't. You're going to prison forever. You're going to that C-Max or whatever it was called. You're never leaving. However, at the time of writing, Rosemary is still on trial for conspiring to murder Sergeant Mabunda and Colonel Baloka and has a heavy police contingent that follows her every movement outside of court. Wait. Heavy police contingent follows their movement outside of court. Why is she not in prison? Or is she... Oh, okay, so outside of court and outside of prison? Surely she's just moving between prison and court. In an interview with Newsroom Africa, Mabunda reassured them for his safety and Colonel Baloga's families, Rosemary is going to spend the rest of her days at Kosi Mapumru prison, locked away under heavy guard like the monster she is. In his own words, "As long as she's there, I'm safe." Yeah, and she's going to be there forever. Like that, it's like a whole life order or whatever. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Following Rosemary's arrest, the finance regulator started implementing new measures to detect fraud and murder-for-gain schemes when it comes to funeral policies in an effort to prevent anyone from abusing the system in the same way that Rosemary had. It's insane to me that the system could be abused that way in the first place, to be honest. You gotta sort that kid out. Number 2. When she was arrested, Rosemary had nothing to show for all the money she pocketed. It had gone to pay off her debt and feed her gambling addiction. Number 3. A month before Rosemary's arrest, a man named Justice Madaho walked into Tembisa police station and told them that his wife, Nomsa, and her friend Rosemary Nalovu had ordered a hit on his life so that they could pocket the insurance money. His wife was arrested alongside Rosemary, and another case of conspiracy to commit murder was opened against her. Their trial started in April 2023 and is still ongoing. Number 4. One of Rosemary's other sisters, Runny, had passed away from natural causes after Rosemary's arrest. Runny was also on her hit list, so Rosemary started the process of claiming the insurance companies from inside prison. Luckily, Mabunda was notified since it flagged her, and he was able to stop the claims from being processed. Holy shit, you insane? I guess it's like, I'm in prison anyway, might as well try, get some commissary money, buy some noodles. One of Rosemary's cousins, another police officer named Gladys, was warned in 2008 that Rosemary had put a hit out on her, and she immediately went into hiding. Even after Rosemary was sent to prison, Gladys chose to remain in hiding for her safety. Number 6. Several of the people we've discussed during this episode were also on Rosemary's hit list. Her aunt Lucy, her cousin Eva, her sisters Non Santo and Runny, as well as her brother Director. And yet Director and other members of her family all proclaim her innocence and have shunned Joyce for standing up in court and doing her part to ensure that Rosemary will spend the rest of her life in prison. Are you kidding? She's your sister, but she is as guilty as sin, my dudes. Number 7. As part of his judgment, Judge Manama made a point of congratulating Mabunda on a job well done and reiterated the fact that if he hadn't followed up on Rosemary's suspicious behavior, all of those case files would still be gathering dust at police stations all over the country, and several more people would now be dead. Number 8. On the 28th of January 2023, Sergeant Mabunda received an award for Detective and Forensic Services Employee of the Year for his work on Rosemary's case and starred in the documentary Rosemary's Hit List. According to Mabunda, whenever people stop him on the street now to ask him if he's the Mabunda, he simply replies, "No, I just have one of those faces." And that is where we end today's video. That was a long one and super interesting. I can't believe how long she got away with those crimes for. If you like this show, please do leave it a review wherever you get, or rating on Spotify or whatever. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
In the quaint town of Granby, Colorado, a simmering feud boiled over into an explosive display of rage and machinery. Today, the tale of Marvin Heemeyer, known as the Killdozer, Heemeyer's armored bulldozer tore through walls and wires, a man-made juggernaut on a mission against what he perceived as grave injustice. But beneath the wreckage lay a web of deception, and a man who claimed to fight for the little guy while harboring secrets that could shatter his underdog image. Today we're digging into the story that shocked a nation, unearthing the motivations and the myths that propelled one man to take his battle to the streets in the most literal and destructive way imaginable. Stay tuned as we uncover the truth and the tall tales of the Killdozer and the wrath of Marvin Heemeyer. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Decoding the Unknown.
He means casual criminalist. Really should be better at his job. He has one job.
As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here. What am I right? In this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt. There is to be a script. Killdozer, the wrath of Marvin Heemeyer. I vaguely know this story because I'm pretty sure I've made a video about it before. When a guy, he gets like a steamroller or something like that. He turns it into a tank and goes in like on a rampage. I know it's horrible. And like he ends up dead or something at the end, I think. But like, it is quite amusing. Like the last episode I recorded was about a guy who killed like 150 children. So this is better, isn't it? Let's jump in. Get your bags and your pot, my friends, because we're going to Colorado. Oh, is Colorado one of those states where it's like, it's all legal? Isn't it strange? Like America, of all the countries in the world, America, who were like, just say no, 30 years ago or whatever, and now like, yeah, there's whole states where there's just like, it's just totally legal. Oh, that's amazing. Or like legal on a state basis. Apparently it's not legal federally, which I don't understand America. Like, what's that about? It should be, I don't understand, just make it legal. Why? It doesn't hurt anyone. It probably will help because it'll be less people like drinking, which is obvious, like seems to definitely be worse for you. And all that stuff, just like go green. Known for its vast and beautiful plains, wide open grasslands, and its large and gorgeous mountain ranges, it's perhaps one of the most lovely places in all of the United States' Midwest. It's known for its ski resorts with hundreds, even thousands, flocking to the mountains to have the time of their lives, flying down the slopes across that fresh white powder. I don't know how I feel. Like, skiing can be fun, but then it's also really dangerous. I'm not very good at it. So I'm always like, there's lots of people just like swishing down a mountain and all that stuff and like getting injured. And I'm like, nah, I don't need that in my life. Like, it's not, it's one of those things that I don't enjoy enough to take the risk. Like, like my wife's really into skiing. She's much more into skiing. And she's like, can we go skiing this year? And I'm like, I don't really like skiing. So we don't go skiing. And of course, as that first sentence indicates, it's quite known for being one of the first and most well-known states to legalize the devil's lettuce. Yes! For medicinal purposes, of course. Puff, puff, pass. Wait, is it only for medicinal purposes? Because, like, I thought there's also, like, plenty of places where it's legal for recreational purposes as well. Mostly California, right? You can just go into a shop and be like, I'll take some of your finest herb, which sounds amazing. Yes, it's a wonderful place, and today we set our sights on the town of Granby within the Grand County of Colorado. Founded in 1904 with a population of 2,079, as of 2020, it's a quaint and sleepy town. Very Midwest, if you ask me. I'm not sure what's up with being Midwest. I've got a couple of American friends, and we'll always go out. And one of my friends, he's from Montana. And my other mate's always like, yeah, Montana in the Midwest. He's like, it's not in the Midwest. And I'm like, wait, what's wrong with the Midwest? But now I can already hear the questions coming. Well, Matt, this is lovely and all, but why are we here? Are you getting those kickbacks from the tourist board again? Well, no, not quite, at least not yet. I don't think Granby, with a population of 2,000 people, has much of a tourist board. Visit Granby! Well, no, not quite, at least not yet. No, for today we want to discuss the event that truly put Granby on the map and one of the most outlandish and bizarre crimes of the last 20 years. Now, picture this if you will. The date is June the 4th, 2004, and most folks in town were just going about their business. However, that day would be disrupted, and in the most disruptive of fashions. Soon enough, the alarm of evacuation was sounded. Wait, they have evacuation alarms? This was something I discovered when I moved to Prague. It's like, you're just like hanging out is it the first Friday or first Thursday of every month at midday? They test the emergency broadcast system or whatever it's called. And this siren, like there's speakers everywhere. And they'll just be like, whatever the sound is. And then some guy will come on the radio and be like, this is a test of the earth, or whatever it is, and it's like, okay. But we don't have that in the UK. As far as I'm aware, the authorities would do their best to get everyone out of harm's way, and thankfully they did. It was then, at 4:23 p.m., that the rumbling started. The rumbling of a large machine designed and fortified for devastation. A makeshift tank, a war machine, bent on causing as much mayhem as possible, and all because a man was at his wit's end, a man who had seen his life and livelihood torn to shreds before his very eyes. Wait, if I remember this correctly, wasn't he just upset about some bullshit zoning issue, and he just got really mad about it? Maybe there's more to this. There's probably more to this story. Because the guy just doesn't build a tank because someone was like, oh, you can't build your garage there. Not that I'm speaking from personal experience. Definitely not an argument. It's not an argument, but like a conversation with my neighbor. We just demolished a garage on my property and we want to build a new, bigger garage. Which, honestly, the last garage was such a piece of shit. But it's like, we're just, everything's good. And they're like, oh, we want it further away from the fence than the last one. I'm like, well, I don't. Oh, it's fine. Everything will be fine. I don't really mind. Like, I just don't want it to be that far away because then it takes up too much of my garden. And I'm a selfish bastard. I just want garden space. What's wrong with that? And I also don't have to chop down this really nice tree. There's a walnut tree in the garden, which makes all these walnuts. And my builder's like, well, if you move it that far, it's going to we're going to have to lay a foundation. It's going to ruin all the roots and the tree will die. And I'm like, oh, I don't want the tree to die. I like the tree. I like walnuts. No one's interested, Simon. Move on. This is a story of revenge, a story of desperation, a story interspersed with boring stories from Simon's personal life. That's not in the script. I made that up, but it will be. And it's still please keep watching. And it's still debated, or listening if you're listening as a podcast. Oh my God, Simon, get on with it. Debated whether he was right or wrong to this day. This is the story of the infamous Killdozer. How can you not like a story that's called Killdozer? The man inside the machine. Let's first talk about the man at the center of this whole situation. Marvin John Heemeyer, known as Marv to his friends, was born on October the 28th, 1951, on a dairy farm in South Dakota. Not much is known about Marvin's early years, but at the age of 23, he joined the U.S. Air Force. Now, there's someone, my cousin's in the U.S. Air Force. He's American. He's not flying planes or something. I think he works in the post office of the U.S. Air Force. I don't think he does anymore. Actually, he probably doesn't anymore. But I haven't spoken to him in a while. But he was in the Air Force for like whatever an Air Force stint is. Now, as someone whose best friend used to be in the Air Force, I can tell you it's no picnic. Military training is hard and rigorous, and you have to be tough to undergo the strain of it and come out on the other side. Marvin did just that and was stationed at the Lowry Air Force Base in Denver, Colorado. Oddly enough, my American cousin was stationed at an Air Force base in the UK. He got to hang out with that side of the family a bit more. He spent several years in the armed forces, and he discovered that he had a talent for welding. To say this would serve him greatly later on is a massive understatement. In 1989, after getting out of the Air Force, Marvin moved to Grand Lake, Colorado, about 16 miles or 26 kilometers away from Granby. It isn't clear why he decided on that specific location, as he had no friends or family there at the time, but we can speculate that it was because the property he bought was on the cheaper side. He picked out a small tree-filled lot in a nice quiet area of the woods with 2 log cabins and a beautiful view. That sounds awesome. Like, I don't know, living in the city. Oh my God, Simon, do you have to go on? This is the problem when I record these on Monday morning. It's like I come back from a weekend of not recording anything, and it's like, let's tell some stories. Let's bore everyone with my personal life. But living in the woods would be, I live in a city, and it's just like, I have a little house in the woods. And it's like, oh my God, you just go out there, and it's just like, there's woods, there's a river. It's so peaceful. I'd live out there, except I got kids who need to go to school, and a wife who's like, Simon, I don't want to live in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, oh, but why not? I'll go skiing. All we have to do is move to the countryside. It'll be a compromise. But I am going to retire out there. That's definitely the plan. Got to get my wife on board with that plan, I guess. It seemed like the perfect place to just relax and get away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Initially, Marvin took up work at a local muffler shop in the area to make money, then later he'd open his own shop. Starting your own business is admirable, but always a risk, yet Marvin seemed to know what he was doing. He opened up several muffler shops in Denver, Boulder, and Granby, and since he was so good at his craft, they all thrived, earning him that sweet, sweet ka-ching. He sounds pretty good at business, to be honest, doesn't he? In the days before the incident, Marvin had started tape recording his thoughts. On the topic of his businesses, he didn't mince words. Quote, you know, if you've got champagne income with a beer keg, you're going to do well. And that's what I've always had. Always believed that that's the way it should be. That's the only way I could get ahead. Yeah, sounds like a very smart and financially prudent man. Like, I always believe this. Like, you should always live below your means. Like, living beyond your means is something I see all the time. And it's really weird. It's like, oh no, I bought this. And it's like, yeah, I got a big lease and a big payment and a big debt. And it's like, why? Why? Just buy something that you can afford. I say that, and now I realize the hypocrisy because I have a fat mortgage. But I don't buy cars on lease. I don't do anything like crazy. With his business flourishing, Marvin built himself a good reputation. He was considered by the other townsfolk of Granby to be the best welder around, someone who could weld or fix just about anything brought to him. And on top of that, managers saw him as an overall great guy. His brother, Ken Heemeyer, once said that Martin was the kind of guy who would bend over backwards for anyone. He did have a bit of a temper and he once berated a man for being late for paying for a job, but outside of that, he was seen as a fine, upstanding citizen, a pillar of the community. Marvin sounds awesome. Marvin sounds like the sort of friend that you want. And like, having a temper's okay. No one's perfect. I've definitely got a little bit of a temper myself. I've got to rein it in, especially with kids. And I realize I get it from my dad because as a kid, I'd be like, my dad's like the super chill guy, but it like as a kid, it'd sometimes be like, what the like, yeah, wonder where I got that from. But I rein it in. I think I'm pretty good at reining it in. I definitely hide it from my kids quite well because I don't want them to see me getting angry. In Marvin's own words in the Netflix documentary Tread, I call it successful. I think I was a very poor person most of my life, but for who I was and for what I was, I think I was a very rich man, and I'm thankful to God for giving me that life. Yeah, that's nice. It sounds like he's successful and he appreciates it. I like that. So yeah, Marvin truly seems like an upstanding man. He had his own successful business, he was well known and liked around town, and he had a large group of friends who thought the world of him, and who would go on weekly snowmobiling trips with. Oh my God, I was just going to go snowmobiling. Well, I was planned, like, because it's winter, but it's apparently not winter, or it's like autumn. It's supposed to be like snow, like cold now, but it's like 20 degrees outside. I'm supposed to be going to Iceland in a couple of weeks to go snowmobiling. And the company's like, yeah, there's no snow and the snow ain't coming. So now I've got to find something else to do in Iceland for a weekend. And like Iceland's really beautiful, but I was going there to go snowmobiling for 2 days. With a mate, not to like go sightseeing, and now we're going sightseeing, which is fine. But it's like, I wanted to go snowmobiling. He even had a loving girlfriend named Trisha who loved him unconditionally, and the couple would go on frequent road trips all over the country. He had it all. That's how it always starts, right? No, Matt, that's not how it always starts. Normally these shows start with, well, he was sexually abused by his entire family and friends and teachers and religious people, and then he turned out to be a psycho serial killer. It doesn't start with, everything's brilliant and he had a wonderful life. This is how it's just starting today, Matt. Old Marvin was on top of the mountain, but he would soon face a series of hardships that would push him over the edge. The cracks start to form. It all started back in 1992. That year, Marvin was in attendance at a local land auction held by the Resolution Trust Corporation. After spending $42,000, he was able to purchase 2 acres of land on which he planned to build another muffler shop. The catch? The land had been eyed by the Dochev family, and the resulting conflict was the first of many to come. Now I know what you must be wondering. Well, who in the hell is the Dochev family? Indeed I was. Well, imagine one of those big bucks, influential local families you always see as the villains in TV shows and movies, and you've got the basic gist of it. This was a family who was well known in the area and had a lot of money, mostly because of their concrete business known as Mountain Park Concrete. They'd wanted the property because they wanted to expand, and they wished to build a new concrete plant on those 2 acres. Well, guess what, Dochev family? If you've got so much money, spend $43,000 or whatever the auction is. It's an auction. That's how it's fair. That's how it works. At the auction was Cody Dochev, and with him was Gus Harris, who was the man sponsoring the whole deal. Gus had stated that he was not willing to fund any more than $50,000 for the property, so Cody had put in a bid for $35,000. Then as the price went higher and higher, in came Marvin with his bid of $42,000. And in the end, it was this bid that won the property for him. After the auction was over and the deal was signed, Marvin was confronted in the auction hall by Cody, who, according to Marvin, yelled at him and insulted him for 10 minutes straight for winning the property that he'd wanted so badly. Talk about a sore loser. Yeah, also, Gus, how about what you do, or Cody or whoever the fuck it was, just bid up to $50,000. You lost an auction. Chill, my dude. It's not like he cheated. He won fair and square. In Marvin's own words, this guy came back there, introduced himself to me, and was, in fact, the rudest, most arrogant person. I mean, this guy's just a f***ing arsehole. And this is Marvin. He's such a nice guy. And he's like, dick. Come back and just introduced himself by giving me a tongue lashing for about 10 minutes. I mean, this is the only guy of all the properties that sold before his that was doing any screaming at anybody during the auction. It's an auction. I can't hammer this home enough. Have you not been to one of these before? It's where you bid on stuff, and then the person who bids the most wins. And if you're not, you have to be like, oh, I didn't bid enough, did I? Clown. Now, the Dochevs were an influential family, and they had close ties to many within the small town. It's a very tight-knit community, and here's this guy Marvin, perhaps looked at as some sort of outsider to the area, coming in and swiping a bit of land from the well-known Cody Dochev. So when things started to break down, and Cody started making his moves, that's when things started to get nasty. Cody sounds like a douchebag, in my opinion, allegedly. It was an old boys' club, and sadly, Marvin wasn't in it, and that was a problem. There wasn't much on the property initially, but Marvin did his best to build his business from the ground up, but he had problems with the property's sewage system. Now, I understand that sometimes places don't have the best plumbing, but this place had no plumbing. It had a buried concrete truck barrel where all the nastiness was sent and nothing else, and how something like that was even allowed before Marvin bought the property is beyond me, dude. It's just like you take a shit and it goes into like an old truck that's buried underground. What? Now, from what I can tell, Marvin did the right thing after he found this out, in that he contacted the sewer district, set up a meeting with the board, and asked if he could get a sewage line put into the property to annex the waste into the proper sewer system. Yes, Marvin, like the good, rational, sensible human being he is. The sewer district agreed to it, but Marvin would have to finance the installation himself. The distance between Marvin's property and the nearest main sewer line was several hundred feet, and to have that built, Marvin would have to pay out of pocket up to $70,000. Good lord. I had this with that property with the garage. We had that with the gas, and the builder was like, yo, if we dig this up and there's no line there, we're going to have to get the city in. And I'm like, well, that sounds okay. Isn't that who I pay my taxes to? Aren't they going to be like doing that for me? And they're like, no. You have to pay for that to get the connection sorted. And I'm like, oh God. And so they dig up the concrete or whatever, and they're like, it's there. I'm like, yes, thank you, Lord. I don't think it would have been 70 grand though. It was, I don't know, maybe 3 meters of gas lines or something. But it was going to be expensive, just not that much. Now, even though paying for the line from the property to the main line is standard in the US, Marvin was understandably miffed at the whole situation. Most people would kill for that amount of money, and now he had to spend that much on something he hadn't expected to have to spend money on. It was almost twice the amount of money he'd purchased the property for, and he was livid. The board offered to set up a septic tank instead, but Marvin rejected that as well. He thought the board and Ron Thompson, the vice president of the board, was out to get him. Sounds like Ron Thompson has been leaned on by our old douchey friend, in my opinion, allegedly Cody. Now, who is Ron Thompson? Or even a better question, who is the Thompson family? Well, they just happen to be a long-standing, well-known, very well-off family in the town of Granby. They owned a lot of land within the town of Granby and made much of their money off the excavation business. In other words, it's just some more of them good old boys trying to stack the deck against old Marv. To quote, "I never had anybody sit there and plan to cut me out of an opportunity like the Thompsons did when they denied me access to their sanitation district. It doesn't make any sense other than it was a good old boys patting each other on the back. Had they not done that, I can assure you the outcome, the whole thing, would have been completely different. Gus Harris and Cody Dochev and the powers that be, the Thompsons, if they would have left me alone, I wouldn't have had this righteous anger that I have towards the Thompsons, their hierarchy, their attitude that they have left in that community for so many years. And so many people think like they do. Screw your neighbor." Yeah, this would be extremely frustrating. Just imagine me in that position where it's like you can't do that and you know it's corrupt and you know it's just like these big old boy families controlling things and you're like, for fuck's sake, I'm not even asking for that much. It was just because you didn't want to spend $7,000 at an auction. Like, what the hell? The lawsuits. So yes, not off to the best start. Marvin was just trying to live his life, trying to create and run his own business and be his own boss. And he simply pissed off the wrong people. Wealthy people who viewed him as someone going against them, and to at least Marv, it seemed like they would do anything to see him fail, all because he took what one of them wanted. Well, in 1998, it didn't get any better. The Dochevs weren't done with Marvin, not by a long shot. Quote, "And in 98, the town went and spot zoned the 2 acres directly south of me, which is illegal in Colorado. And because no one protested it within 30 days, it became the law that they could do that. And this Dochev guy is going to sign and buy the property next door to the west of me and has a contract on it to purchase it. And they were going to be able to put this concrete plant right there next to all those houses downwind of the town. And Cody's motivation was to get back at Marv. Well, I find this out too late, and I was right there in the dust pail of this whole operation, and that wasn't going to work because I didn't want no freaking concrete plant next to me." Quote ends. Now, spot zoning refers to when a piece of property or groups of property have special zone laws applied to them that differ from the zoning laws surrounding them. I'm glad I'm actually explaining that because I was like, spot zones, sure, yeah, I know what that is. Let's pretend and continue. Much of the town was initially against it as well, bringing up concerns about the dust that would be blown through the town, the noise it would create, the excess traffic it would generate, and the giant eyesore that the plant would be. The Dochevs weren't worried, though, and they set about convincing the citizens that the plant was a good thing, that measures would be taken against dust and noise, and they presented miniatures of the plant to concerned citizens during the preceding town meetings. The meetings continued until 1999, and that year, with a ton of conditions, the town greenlit the construction of the plant, much to Marvin's consternation. This sounds so corrupt. Marvin's such a... I know he's the subject of a Casual Criminalist episode. He goes on a rampage with a bulldozer, but like... I like Marvin. Marvin seems like he's been fucking screwed by a shitty corrupt system. Marvin was prepared to fight the whole process, but there was another problem. His water and sewage issue had started to raise the ire of the rest of the town, and it got so bad that not only did the concrete truck barrel used for sewage on his property eventually overflow, but the town took him to court over it. He was found in violation at the Granby Municipal Court, and he was given a deferred judgment under the condition that Marvin couldn't use the property for anything, let alone his business, until it was hooked up to the water and sewer system. Dudes, he tried to fix it. He's trying to. So basically, Marvin's livelihood was shut down until he could connect to the sewer line. The problem was, to connect the sewage line, Marvin had to get permission to run a line from his immediate neighbor whose property was located between Marvin's store and the sewage line, Cody Dochev. Do you see the problem here? Of course you do. Cody denied him, and on top of that, the town was giving Marvin a daily fine of $100 until he hooked up his business to the sewer. What the fuck, town? This is so wrong. And $100, like in the 90s, it's got to be what? At least a couple $100 today. $100 is a lot of money. Come on. That's a lot of money, even if it's just for one day, but it quickly escalated into the thousands. It got to the point where Marvin had to cut a check to the town of Granby for $3,351 and purely out of anger and spite, wrote on the memo line, "Cowards and Liars Department." They sent it back, not because of the clearly malicious intent, but because the amount was wrong. So yes, Marvin was pissed to high heaven. Between the construction of the plant moving forward to the constant fines regarding the sewer line, it just didn't seem like anyone was listening to him. Nobody cared about what he was going through, and he didn't think it was fair. He saw this as the town treating him as an outsider, as an out-of-towner, someone who came into their space and was trying to make a name for himself, and this was their way of putting him down, putting him in his place. Yeah, I completely agree. I like Marv. I feel bad. This should never have happened. Corruption is just, it just ruins everything. There's isn't there that economic argument to be made? That in countries that with higher corruption, it's one of the biggest factors that affects their growth and keeps them poor. It's just the people in charge stealing the money. And it's that's pretty crazy. Wasn't Gaddafi, General Gaddafi or whatever his name was, Muammar Gaddafi, the guy who was in charge of Libya for ages, wasn't he regarded as one of the richest people in the world because he'd just been stealing money and siphoning it off into his own bank account for decades? And Libya isn't doing brilliantly. So regardless of Marv's problems, everything was moving forward as the town and the Dochefs had planned until Marvin showed up with a lawyer. Just now? Bro, you've been going to court all this time. We're talking thousands of dollars here. You should have had a lawyer way earlier, no? The lawyer went through everything with a fine-tooth comb, making sure everything was legal and above board. The construction of the concrete plant was put on hold until it was clear that everything was legally correct, and Marvin even filed a motion in the district court to try and shut everything down. The Dochefs didn't care, though. They wanted their plant built, and they wanted it built now. So despite all the legal matters going on, they simply moved forward as if nothing was wrong, continuing to build the plant while Marvin watched on helplessly. I don't feel like he's helpless. He's got that lawyer. This lawyer should be on it. Get more expensive lawyers. And in the end, it was all for naught. Every single lawsuit that Marvin filed, every single motion he fought for, they were all dismissed. And even when Marvin asked his lawyer to file claims in a higher court, his lawyer refused, knowing that the result would most likely be the same. Thousands of dollars were lost, months upon months were wasted, and at the end of the day, Marvin was left with nothing. He had lost at every turn. He was out a ton of money and had pretty much lost his business, and the town had all but rejected him, and Marvin was convinced that the town council was laughing at him behind his back. You know what I'm remembering about my earlier video? I remember making this previously and thinking Marvin was just a bit mad. That he just thought there was this conspiracy and stuff. But I don't remember if that's what it was like. That's my vague memory of it. But in this one, I'm totally on Marvin's side. He was dejected, he was humiliated, he was lost, and he was going to make all those who wronged him paid for it, to quote him again. The town had a hard-on for Marv Hemar. They didn't stop and think Marv didn't have any malice towards us. This is a sign to not do this. Though they kept it in their hardened hearts and said, we'll get him. They started getting me in 1992 when they kept me off the sanitation district. They started getting me when Gus Harris sold the property to Cody Dochef. I have to say, this quote was quite confusing because he refers to himself in the third person occasionally. I'm like, wait, isn't this him quoting it? And then he's like, they said this about me, but then he also refers to me as Marv Hemar, which is odd. The quote continues, they got to me when they issued the building permit to Cody Dochef for the concrete plant and denied that it was for the concrete plants. Are we all stupid? Come on, they knew. And when I would ask them these questions, which you won't find in the minutes, they would just shut right up. They'd stonewall you. They didn't have an answer. I'd shoot the truth in their face, and they just couldn't deal with it. And I'm sorry, they're going to have to deal with it. I guarantee you, I am going to make them deal with it. The other side of the coin. Now, so far, we've spoken pretty much exclusively from Marvin's point of view, but there are some other people involved in this tale, and much of what they say counter what Marvin had said before and what's recorded on his tapes. For starters, Marvin had stated that when he bought his property at auction, Cody Dochef got in his face and screamed and yelled at him for 10 minutes straight. Not only does Cody deny that this ever took place and that he left as soon as the auction was over, but Gus Harris backs him up. Well, Gus is his man, isn't he? Stating they had no altercation with Marvin whatsoever. They simply lost out on that bit of land during the auction, got up and went about the rest of their day. When Gus discussed the whole thing in the documentary movie Tread, he stuck to his guns saying, Cody has been a good friend for many, many years. We have gone to auctions together before on time, so Cody went with me, but he had no party in the auction. Cody and I sat and listened to another bid or two. There really wasn't much of anything happened. I don't know what Marv did. I wasn't paying any attention to him, really, and then we just got up and left. Yeah, Cody would maybe be interested in the property at a future time, but there was no agreement or talk between us of him owning that property. End quote. So what do we have here? We have Marvin's story, and we have Gus and Cody's story. Glad I got in those allegedlys earlier. One says they helped ruin his life, the others say that they had nothing to do with him, and anything and everything that happened wasn't personal, and hell, everything said about Cody from those who knew him says that he's a good guy. He built his concrete company from the ground up, he was a hard worker, and he sure had a bit of a temper, but he was seen as a friend to many who simply told it like it is. Is this the truth? Perhaps it is, especially since many folks in town, those who weren't emotionally attached to Marvin, like his family and friends, seem to back it up entirely. Okay, I take it all back, Cody. This is... Matt did something very clever. He just told me Marvin's story, and I get all on Marvin's side, completely blind to the fact that this is obviously just Marvin's story, because apparently I'm an idiot. He seemed to lash out at everyone and anyone he thought was a problem or crossed him, and it certainly doesn't help his case. Casey Farrell, whom Marv called a barbarian, is a good example. From all reports, you could ask anyone in the town of Granby, and they'd tell you that Casey and his wife were the nicest people around, the kind of people you'd want to live around and be friends with. And yet Marv hated them. Why? Because Casey was part of the city council that he despised, the group he believed had it out for him, calling him part of the problem. Nothing Casey decided on was out of malice towards Marv. He looked at the plant as an opportunity to grow the community and create jobs. It had nothing to do with screwing over Marv. Someone else Marv had an issue with was Patrick Brower, a local reporter. Patrick had approached Marvin multiple times trying to get his side of the story in the paper, or at the very least run an ad in the paper for his business. Not only was Marv seldom around when he came calling, regardless of the work hours, but Marvin got upset with him for not running his story after he seemed to be avoiding him. Pretty suspicious, and in the end, Patrick still ran an ad for him in his shop, and Marvin still tore into him, calling him a liar. The Thompsons are another prime example. We spoke briefly about them earlier, particularly how Ron Thompson was on the committee that wanted Marvin to hook up his property to the sewer line. Ron passed away in 2002, but his brothers Larry and Gary were still alive as of 2020. In Granby, they had a great reputation and were seen as hard-working men who earned every dollar of their millions. The grudge Marvin had against the whole Thompson family, particularly Ron and their father Dick, was well documented, and even after the deaths of Dick and Ron, he held on to that, aiming it towards Gary and Larry. In his tapes, Marvin recalled in the spring of 2003 that he confronted Larry at one of his job sites, calling him out and saying that his family had affected his way of life. Marv told him that he owed him and demanded from Larry $300,000. Now, even for a millionaire like Larry, that's still a heavy chunk of change, and Larry rightfully said it wasn't going to happen. I say rightfully because Larry had no quarrel with Marvin. Nothing until that point had ever pointed to the fact that there was any animosity towards Marvin on Larry's part, or from Gary for that matter. To Marvin, though, they were Thompsons, so that instantly made them guilty. It made it right for him to hold his hatred over them. Upon being denied the money he thought was rightfully his, Marvin simply said that he had come to collect, and he promised them that. They recalled that the last time they spoke with Marvin, he was in his truck. When he saw them, he simply rolled his window, called out, "I'm going to get you guys," rolled the window back up, and drove away. So no, not threatening at all. I take it all back. And I know I'm getting just the entirely other side of the story now, but this does feel a bit more objective. And it kind of riffs in my head more with what I remember from the previous one about Marv being just a little bit much. So do we see the cracks starting to form in the story here? From everything we were told from Marvin's side, it's a story about a hard-working man who was destroyed by the town he lived in, that it was the evil rich families and corrupt political leaders that had it out for him. But then we have the other side, and it starts to shed a new light on the whole scenario. It shows that if anything bad ever happened to Marvin, there was nothing personal about any of it. It was simply politics and business, and he blew it out of proportion. The price to correct the property to the sewer line? Yeah, it was expensive. But it was a price that everyone, not just Marvin, had to pay to install. Even Cody had to pay for it when he built his concrete plant. It was standard procedure. And hell, things could have been resolved fairly easily had Marv just cooperated. The Dochefs reached out to him, saying they would give him the easements that he needed to get his sewer and water hooked up. Everything would be resolved, and all he had to do was drop the insane lawsuits that he had over them and the town as a whole. And what did Marvin do? Well, he hung up on them. Wait, so the Dochefs actually seemed like they were being super reasonable about all this. Marvin, why? And even then, Cody and his family seemed to just want to settle things and give everyone a happy ending. It's been reported that Cody approached Marvin with an offer to buy him out completely just to settle the issue about the property so that he could build his indoor concrete plant across the road. Marvin agreed, and he set the price at $250,000, 6 times what he first paid for the property. Cody agreed to the terms, and things looked to be going smoothly. Oh my god, Marvin, he's just offered you exactly what you asked for, and you're going to deny it, aren't you? It's amazing that he agreed. But then Marvin raised the price. He instantly backed out and said he wanted $375,000, and then when they agreed to pay that, he backed out and demanded $1 million. Well, this is going to never end then, isn't it? Despite claiming that the Dochefs and the town were at large milking him for money, all the evidence now tells us that that's not what they were doing. It sounds like old Marv here is milking them for money. $250,000. Yes, we'll take it. $375,000. Oh, Yes, we'll take it. 1 million. F off, Marv. The more the layers are stripped away, the more the righteous image of Marv Hemar starts to crumble at the edges. His anger at the imagined slights had simply skewed his view of how the world was, and it was getting worse and worse. Unfortunate incidents became full-blown nightmares. Businesses and job opportunities became imaginary vendettas and grudges against the people around him and the town they lived in, and it only grew worse out of a burning hatred and a poisoned jealousy. The people around him were becoming successful or continuing to be, despite Marvin, and he hated it. It's weird that he's like this way because he's obviously successful in business. He's done a lot of stuff. He's opened many different muffler shops in many different places. He's obviously a clever businessman, and this just seems mental. Like, what are you up to? Why are you doing this? The preparation. Quoting again. When I was sitting in the hot tub, and I mean I was weeping, and a peace came over me where I knew God wanted me to do it. And I didn't understand. I said, why did you ask me to do this? Is that why I've never been married, so I didn't have a family? Is that why I've always been successful, so that I would realize my rewards for doing this task? But it has to be done. And the world will write stories about how wrong I am, and without a doubt I wish it could be done a different way, but there is no way to make this right. You picked on the wrong man, end quote. Sounds like he's lost his mind a little. Wait, are you saying God literally told you to do this? And that's the reason you've never had a family? Because God's been preparing you for this task to build a killdozer? Marvin, what's going on in your brain? It does sound like he lost it at some point, because I don't think someone who thinks like this can be super successful, because he's incredibly vindictive and petty and all of these things. It sounds like something just went wrong in his brain at some point. Those are Marvin Hemar's words, recounting how the inspiration struck him while at home in his hot tub, the inspiration for all the destruction to come. Now I ask you, Simon, and our dear audience, does that sound like a sound-minded man to you? Already answered that question, Matt. The answer's no. If the answer is no, then we agree. Marvin believed that he had been pushed to the brink and he was truly at wit's end, and he made a dark decision, in his perceived desperation for fairness and justice. Wait. Why did you ask me to do this? God's asking him questions. What's that quote? If you talk to God, that's fine. If God talks to you, less fine. If the town wanted to screw up his life, then there would be consequences. In 2002, Marvin traveled to California for an auction and bought a Komatsu D355A bulldozer. After loading it onto a flatbed, he had it transported back to Granby, where it sat for about a year or so with a for sale sign attached to the front. Did he actually intend to sell it at first? Maybe, but he never did. And some people who were close to Marvin believe that he simply bought it for the intimidation factor. In 2003, Marvin put his muffler shop and all it had inside up for auction. Yep, that's right. After all the headaches and heartbreaks to fight for it, Marvin simply sold the property off. Not to the dough chefs, oh heavens no, but to the Trash Co. for $425,000, which was 10 times the original purchase price. A good chunk of change, and enough to sustain him for a while at least. Perhaps this was a way for him to finally get out and just move on. But no, of course not. Things would only escalate from there. It sounds like, didn't he just buy this a few years ago and he already sold it for a ton more money? Just take the money and run. What's the problem? Just leave Granby with your fat check and be like, turns out that business move was quite good. Everything that he had was sold off, all beside the bulldozer and the property. Had those been sold, Marv would have simply called it a day and everything that was about to come wouldn't have happened. In fact, Marv said so in his tapes. You know, God had his timing, his plans made out, and it looks like it's going to be, because the one thing that I have wanted to do is get caught. I had hoped that somebody would catch me and that this whole thing would stop. And that would be a good sign for me not to do it. And yet, he still had the property, and he still had the bulldozer. With that, he took it as a sign that God simply wanted him to go through with his insane plan. With his mind made up, he got to work. Referring to the bulldozer as the MK tank, or Marv Komatsu tank, Marvin started outfitting his machine. He covered the cabin, engine, and parts of the tracks with 1-inch thick, 5,000 psi quick concrete mix sandwiched between sheets of 1/2 inch or 1.3 centimeter tool steel, making it impervious to almost anything the police or locals could conjure up. Several video cameras were installed on the outside of the machine, and they were protected by 3-inch shields of bulletproof Lexan. This was so that Marvin could see what was going on outside the bulldozer, since each camera was connected to several monitors situated on the dashboard inside the vehicle. With fans and air conditioning installed to keep him cool inside, Marvin loaded the dozer with enough food and water to last him a week, along with 3 handguns that he owned, and he fashioned 3 gun ports, outfitting them with a 50 caliber rifle, a .308 semi-automatic, and a .22 long rifle. The final feature of note, the hatch by which Marvin would enter his bulldozer was modified so that once he got settled and closed shut, it would never open again. That's right, once closed, he was sealed inside his monster machine forever. He had decided that this would be his last stand. He knew he wasn't getting out of this unscathed, and it seemed he was accepting of this fact. According to Grand County Commissioner Dwayne Daly, once he tipped that lid shut, he knew he wasn't getting out. In his anger, his embarrassment, his desperation, and perhaps his delusion, Marvin Heemeyer created a war machine, his killdozer, and he was going to go on the warpath. To quote again, God built me for this job. I think God will bless me to get the machine done, to drive it, to do the stuff that I have to do. God bless me in advance for the task I'm about to undertake. It is my duty. God has asked me to do this. It is a cross that I'm going to carry, and I'm carrying it in God's name. The Rampage. And just like that, we've returned to 4:23 p.m. on June the 4th, 2004, where we started our story. Sealed inside his makeshift tank, Marvin went on his path of destruction. His first target, well, that was going to be the concrete plant, Mountain Park Concrete, that had given him so much grief. At the time, Cody Dochev was the only person present, and he was doing some menial work and screening topsoil at the gravel pit. Marvin wasted no time plowing into the precast shop, causing it to explode. Of course, Marvin and the killdozer itself were unscathed by the explosion, but the police took notice and came as swiftly as possible. Cody was notified over the radio of the attack. Shots were fired by the police, but the bullets simply bounced off the impenetrable hull of the machine. Cody loaded himself into a front-end loader, a machine used for construction and demolition, and went head-to-head with a behemoth tank. Legend, what are you up to? Some Robot Wars shit. But it was no match for the beast of a machine, prompting Cody to flee while Marvin took shots at him with his .50 caliber rifle. Cody was unharmed, but the plant was destroyed in no time at all, and Marvin was far from done. By this time, word had gotten out, and a local radio announcer went onto the street and broadcast the event live to his listeners. Everyone in Granby knew that Martin Heemeyer had gone cuckoo. He was out to destroy all who had wronged him with his infernal machine. And here I must bring up a point that many use to defend Marvin. Some point out that many places of the targeted were swiftly evacuated and say that if they weren't guilty, how would they know they were in danger and they were on Marv's list? And to that I counter this. Marvin wasn't exactly subtle about who he despised and who he believed had wronged him. He was very public about it. He would shout it from the rooftops about how much the town hated him and certain people or businesses within it. So, what do these people who know Marv hates them do when it's made known that he's created a war machine and is driving into town? Well, you run away, don't you? Yes, exactly. It's not like you have to be guilty to be afraid. It's like, well, I know he hates me. I don't know why, but he does. Making his way down Agate Avenue, Marvin went to his rifle port of the killdozer and started shooting, targeting nearby power transformers and, more worryingly, propane tanks. Now, remind me what happens when someone fires a gun at a propane tank and it's punctured. Oh, well, yes, it explodes. Thankfully, none of the tanks were punctured, but that just goes to show Marvin's state of mind. Had those tanks erupted, those whom he hated weren't the only people who would have been hurt. The collateral damage would have been immense. Hell, several police officers and residents of a senior citizen complex were in the immediate blast radius. Now tell me, Marvin, what had they done to deserve that? The answer is absolutely nothing. Cody Dochev wasn't finished, though. Determined to help stop Marvin's rampage, he got inside a scraper that he had on his property. What is a scraper? And he made his way down into town after him. Confronting Marvin, he began bashing into the side of the killdozer, trying to tip it over and stop the insanity. I take everything back I said about Cody. He sounds like a ledge. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The dozer stood fast, and Marvin simply started taking shots at Cody as well as taking shots at the police before they could get off shots of their own against the machine. The destruction continued, and it should be noted that several buildings that were destroyed in the carnage were occupied only moments before Marvin Heemeyer had his way with them. This included the town hall, under which was the town library, where a group of kids had gathered together for a children's program. He even targeted the local Liberty Savings Bank, or more specifically, the corner office where a woman who was part of the zoning board worked. Plowing through without care, building after building was either destroyed outright or damaged beyond repair, needing to be demolished afterward. The police were at a total loss. They had nothing that could penetrate the armor of the killdozer. Local and state police did all they could, but to no avail. And even when SWAT was called in, they were utterly useless against the monster machine. Yeah, he's built a tank. They're not equipped with this. Civilians, they just got little guns. It's like, pew, pew, boom. You need like a RPG or something. It was almost comical, to the point where the undersheriff by the name of Glenn Trainer climbed atop the killdozer and rode the damn thing like a bucking bronco at the rodeo, looking for an entry point until he was forced off by falling wreckage. Fearing that the killdozer might start outright going after innocents of the town, and with more than 200 rounds of ammo wasted, it said that Governor Bill Owens considered bringing in the National Guard armed with an Apache attack helicopter with a Hellfire missile, or a two-man fire team equipped with a Javelin anti-tank missile to stop Marvin and his monster machine. Yes, that seems very sensible, given that nothing else is working. You need a tank to take out a tank, or an attack helicopter. That will also work. The man denies this to this day, but if it's true, it just goes to show how desperate the situation was and how far they'd go to stop this onslaught of insanity. Why would he deny it? That sounds like a really sensible idea. The rampage had been going on for 2 hours straight. The police and their weapons were almost useless, and it looked like nothing would be able to stop it. The Killdozer was in many ways like the Juggernaut from the X-Men comics, unstoppable once it gets going and near impenetrable on all fronts. Well, at some point it's going to run out of petrol, isn't it? It looked like nothing was going to be able to stop Marvin and his machine of destruction. Nothing except bad luck. Marvin was ready to keep going. He was ready to continue the mayhem and level the whole town if he had to. However, the war machine had actually taken more damage than it appeared. By this time, the engine was leaking a variety of essential fluids and the radiator had been damaged. Either Marvin didn't know that there were problems with his monster or he simply didn't care. He went right up to his next target, the Gamble's hardware store. A simple tools and appliance store. It was owned by one of the town board members, which made it a prime target for Marvin's vengeance. Turning the Killdozer, he slammed into the corner of the store, intent to see it come crumbling down. And then it happened. You see, there was one thing that Marvin Haymar hadn't planned for, and that was that one of these buildings had a basement. Well, Gamble's sure did, and as Marvin blasted into the store, the ground underneath the Killdozer gave way and the front treads fell into the basement, trapping the machine. Try as he might, he couldn't move forward, and he couldn't move back. He was stuck tight, and that was that. The machine's momentum finally halted, and the police and SWAT team quickly rushed to try and enter the behemoth. Only a minute later, however, it all truly came to an end. As they closed in at 6:30 p.m. that day, one of the SWAT members thought he heard a loud bang from inside the Killdozer. They first attempted to use explosives to get the hatch open, but to no avail. God damn, they couldn't blow it open. However, as the explosions didn't set off any noticeable booby traps, they brought in an oxyacetylene torch to get the job done. It took several hours, but they were finally able to get the damn thing open, and once inside, they found the aforementioned weeks-long supply of food and water, the guns, and the remains of Marvin Haymar. Why did he have a weeks-long supply of food? Like, what are you thinking you're going to do? Just camp out in it afterwards? They're just going to cut that open, even if you're alive in there. Or they're just going to wait you out, and eventually you'll run out of food and water. What did you think was going to happen? You'll run out of petrol. What are you just going to do? Sit inside the tank for like a week? And then what? And they find the remains of Marvin Haymar. Having seen no way out, and with his rampage of revenge foiled, it doesn't sound like it was that foiled. It sounded like he did quite a thing. Marvin gave up, taking one of the .357 caliber handguns he'd brought with him in hand. He ended his own life. Marvin Haymar was no more, dead at the age of 52. Wrap up. And just like that, our story's at an end. The curtains close with the death of our protagonist, or antagonist as it were. And you see, therein lies the real question, doesn't it? Was Marvin a hero? Or was he a madman, an anti-hero, or a supervillain? Well, it depends on which side you believe, I guess, and which side you approach the case from. Yeah, like Simon at first, I was like, yeah, definitely, he's a good guy. And then I was like, oh no, Cody's the good guy. Now, I'll say this, as everyday folk, it's easy for us to side with Marvin right out of the gate. His story, or at least the version that he told, is a man standing up against the man, and that the town around him shunned and ruined him at the behest of the rich and powerful. People with money and influence, they're bad, right? Well, sometimes that's not actually the case, and at the end of the day, it's not about justice, it's not about payback, since those things simply don't matter. All that matters is the truth. After going over the case multiple times over and doing my best to look at it with an objective eye, my conclusion is thus. The truth of the matter is that Marvin Haymar was a good man, especially to those he loved, but once he believed that someone was out to get him, he let his anger and his paranoia consume him utterly. Whether it was Cody Dochef, the Thompsons, the town council, the police, or anyone he viewed had any sort of encroachment on his livelihood or his property, instantly became his sworn enemy. His mind slowly but surely became more and more consumed by the darkness, and because of that, he created a machine of destruction, one that would trample his enemies underfoot and ruin their lives as he felt they had ruined his. And when it was over, he ended his life unwilling to face the consequences of his actions, as he wished others to face their own. And as for the people who claim he was in the right, and as his life was the only one that ended that day, I counter with this. It wasn't intentional. It was simply good luck and proper police procedure that saved those lives. People were at work. People were in school. People were out and about enjoying their usual day until this man decided to crush all of it. He shot at the police. He shot at propane tanks, and he ran over everything in his path. The fact this man didn't end up a murderer isn't from any of his own doing. It was a miracle. The town did its best to come together and rebuild after all was said and done. Many of the buildings had been damaged or flat out destroyed, including the town hall, and with that, many of the town archives and records had also been ruined. In total, the damage caused by the incident racked up $7 million. After the attack, Marvin's home was searched, and all of his audio tapes and notes leading up to the rampage were found, explaining his motivations in fair detail, or his version of the story at least. The Killdozer itself was torn apart and sold to scrap, as the town council thought it would become an attraction if left as is. Yeah, they're probably right, I'd like to see that. But also grim. And with that, I'll leave you all with this. I'm glad the town is prospering once again, and to those affected during the attack, I wish you nothing but the best and a lifetime of continued happiness. And as for Marvin, despite the fact that I feel he's in the wrong, I do still feel sorry for him. Undoubtedly, his life was affected by the events that transpired, even if it was never some conspiracy against him as he thought. He simply wanted to live his life, and the continuing changes to the circumstances of his life got the best of his mind, so he lashed out in an attempt to finally have some control over his life once more, even if it was simply the end of it. So rest in peace, Marvin Hemar. Although your final years were turbulent, I hope that wherever you ended up, you finally found the peace that you were lacking. Yes. What a weird episode. What a weird situation. That's where we end today's Casual Criminalist. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, David. Thank you so much, David's written me a script. I've never read it before. Luis Garavito, the most prolific serial killer in human history. Oh, this is a great way to ruin my Tuesday afternoon, isn't it? Why can't we just be doing a heist and it said, no, he's the most prolific. How have I never heard of this guy? Didn't, what's his Shipman? David Shipman kill like 160 people or something? Isn't that like way up there in the annals of serial killer history? How many did this guy people kill? How many people did this guy kill? How have I never heard of him? Anyway, let's jump into it. Just before we get started with today's episode, it's Simon from the future here. Hello. I've got some excellent news. In this episode, you'll find out that today's protagonist gets eye cancer. Oh no. And guess what? Since we recorded it, he died. And you might think that, oh, that's not very classy, Simon. That's not very nice of you to say that someone's got eye cancer and died for it. Well, my friend, watch this episode and then, like me, rather than being like, oh no, he got eye cancer and died, you'll be like, oh no, he got eye cancer and died. What a shame. What a giant shame. No need to break out a cigar. Fuck that guy. It was the afternoon of the 7th of November 1998 in Pereira, Colombia, a small city in the foothills of the Andes and part of Colombia's fertile coffee-producing region known as the Coffee Axis. How creative. A group of local children were playing football in a field. At one point, a young boy chased the football into the corner of allotment. Oh no, please, no. David, you did the Pedro Lopez episode, didn't you? Did you write Pedro Lopez, David? I have a feeling you did. Why? What? Can't he just be like the most prolific serial killer in history who just killed bad guys like that guy Dexter from the TV show Dexter? Why can't we just have it like that? It's like, no. He murdered children after doing horrible things to them. And there goes my monetization for the episode. Why do I do this to myself? By the way, I'll say it right here. Thank you, everybody, because I didn't even realize that. I turned on something called Super Thanks because my dude at YouTube was like, turn on Super Thanks. And I was like, okay. So he walks me through and he's like, go into settings, go on to monetize and click on Super Thanks. And I didn't think much about it. I didn't think much about it at all. And then I saw this option in YouTube Studio to see like Super Thanks, people who had given Super Thanks. Holy shit! It's a lot of money. Thank you so much. Some guy gave me $500. Like, what the f***? You legend. Thank you. I should remember your name, but I won't. And honestly, I won't shout you out. Although if you're giving a super thanks, you want it, don't you? Because it's under your little YouTube name. Let me just find that, if I can find that. Oh, do I have the old version of YouTube Studio installed? This dude, Mitchell Sanford, you f***ing legend. He gave me $499.99. I literally was like, oh yeah, dollars. That must be like, I don't know, Mexican dollars or whatever. So it's actually like 60p. But no, this guy did. Amazing. Thank you so much. And it's just endless reams of people giving me money. It's crazy. Thank you. At one point, a young boy chased a football into the corner of the allotment where he spotted a human skull. When the police arrived, they noted it was too small to be a man's, and therefore they speculated that the skull was a woman's. But as the rest of the skeleton was excavated, forensics quickly determined that the bones belonged to a boy who had been on the cusp of puberty between the ages of 11 and 13. Oh God, here we go. David, you've done it again, haven't you? He even sent me an email being like, "Someone brace yourself. I know Pedro Lopez stayed with you, and this is another one." And I was like, this is the last one. I have like a list of Casual Criminalists that I need to record, and this one's been sitting on the bottom for ages. Not because I don't want to do, not because I'm not going to like how do I phrase this? I love David's writing, but oh my god, I wasn't really looking forward to this. Also, once in one of my earliest YouTube videos, I said skeleton as skellington, and for years, people would be like, skellington, The death of a child that age was hardly surprising in 1990s Colombia, where decades of civil war, political upheaval, and struggles with ruthless drug cartels had created a class of homeless street urchins known as the disposables. Although half of Colombia's children lived in poverty and 10% of them had no formal education whatsoever, the disposables were in the direst straits of all. There were approximately 60,000 disposables in Colombia, with 20,000 of them living in the nation's capital of Bogota. The rest of them were spread out in other cities across the country. The disposables spent their young lives on the streets. They got into drugs, smoking cheap cocaine residue as young as 6. Both boys and girls got into prostitution at ages as shockingly young as 9. The boys ran with gangs, they engaged in street violence, and even committed murders of other children, usually bludgeoning each other to death with clubs and chains or stabbing each other with knives and broken bottles. You know your society's a complete and utter failure when this is happening, right? All societies at some level are a failure. They fail some people. But when there's this level of failure, where it's, what's happening? Well, we've got a class of children that we call disposable, and they go around murdering each other and smoking cocaine. You'd be like, is this in the dystopian future or the far distant past? No, this is the 90s. Get out, Colombia, get your shit together. And I think you did right. Colombia's now much better than it once was. Sometimes they were killing each other over nothing more than the best sleeping spots. They had no family to claim them or protect them. Thus, they were prime target for adult predators or guerrillas who wished to press gang them as child soldiers, or cartels who wished to use them as drug mules. If the disposables disappeared or were killed, very few people would notice. And because these children usually had never visited a dentist a day in their lives, their bodies, should they ever be found, could not even be identified by dental records. And so, the body of the boy found in a field in Pereira was not assigned a high priority by the police. Odds are they'd never even learn what his name was. Yeah. And another sign of a failed state is where your police are like, it's a child's skull. Yeah, we're never going to crack that one, are we, boys? Back to the donuts. But perhaps the police should have paid closer attention. Lately, people across Colombia had become alarmed by a spike in the rate of child disappearances. Not just of the disposables, but children with parents and families too. Panicked mothers and fathers wondered where their children were. In the past year, dozens of children have been reported missing from the city of Pereira alone. A similar uptick in disappearances had occurred across the country. If that happened to me, and makes my skin crawl even just thinking about it, I'll be like, police, all right, let's go find some, I just watched that movie Knives Out last night, and I'll be like, I'm going to go find my, Raymond Blanc or whatever his name was. Wait, isn't that a chef? Bertrand Blanc or whatever. James Bond's character from that movie. Daniel Craig. I'll be like, I'm just going to go find the most expensive one of these people. I'm going to hire him, and then I'm going to pay him until he finds out what's wrong. And then I'm going to give all that information to the police because they didn't want to do their jobs. A similar uptick in disappearances had occurred across the country, and then on November the 15th, 1998, police uncovered a mass grave of 36 children in Pereira. Combined with other smaller dump sites, the total number of bodies leapt up to 41. Over the coming months, an additional 27 children were found in a mass grave in Cauca Valley to the south. Further reports of dump sites and mass graves poured in from other parts of Colombia, setting off a countrywide investigation. At first, the police entertained the theory that these children were victims of a satanic society or a trafficking ring. That would make sense. If you found this, you'd be like, gangs. What's the Colombia famous for? Drugs and gangs. And there's dead children, gangs and drugs. That's what you'd assume, right? But the bottles of lubricant and cheap brandy invariably found at each burial site convinced police that they were looking at the work of one man, a prolific serial killer. Police considered this might be the handiwork of Pedro Lopez, the monster of the Andes, who had killed an estimated 200 to 300 children in Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador in the space of just a few years. Again, fucking hell, holy my God. Lopez had been released from a Colombian mental institution just 9 months earlier on $50 bail on the condition that he continued his psychiatric treatment and reported his activities monthly to a judge. Pedro Lopez checks in. Morning, Judge. Hello, Pedro. How's it going? Good. What have you been up to this month? Oh, a little bit of child murder. Nothing big. It's just a small little extra bit I did. Fucking Pedro Lopez. Yeah, there were numerous things about the killings that ruled out Lopez as a suspect. First of all, some of the bodies found in the mass graves had been there for a while and were obviously killed prior to Lopez's release. Second, Lopez primarily targeted young girls, but the bodies in the new mass graves were overwhelmingly young boys, ages 6 to 13. Thirdly, the modus operandi did not match. Pedro Lopez's MO primarily consisted of sexual assault and strangulation. These new bodies showed signs of intense torture and grievous bodily harm prior to death, along with severe mutilations post-mortem. Oh my god, David, is this worse than Pedro Lopez? David, why? The victims were beaten, bludgeoned, burned, slashed, stabbed, impaled, disemboweled, castrated, and decapitated. And that is all the detail that I want to give on the subject. Yeah, it's enough detail. Oh my god. Needless to say, these boys perished in the most horrific and painful way imaginable. This wasn't Lopez. It was the work of an entirely new monster. And while I don't want to rank monsters, because Lopez is the greatest piece of that we've ever covered on this channel, although he's got some competition, doesn't he? But this seems worse. I will not bury the lead. When the perpetrator of these crimes was eventually caught, he was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison. But due to Colombian constitutional constraints at the time, which also outlawed the death penalty, the man could only serve a maximum of 40 years. That. I don't understand. Some other countries have this as well, where there's a cap on the most amount of time someone can spend in prison. And so that's stupid, isn't it? How about we just throw away that rule for people who've murdered multiple children? Literally dozens, perhaps hundreds. This sentence maximum has since been extended to 60 years, but only for subsequent convictions. Meanwhile, the man who filled all of those mass graves had given a full confession and assisted police in finding even more bodies. As a result, his sentence was cut down to just 22 years imprisonment. He spent the last 2 decades locked up at La Tramcua, the notorious maximum security prison in Valledupar, and kept in perpetual solitary confinement due to the fact that he would almost certainly be murdered by the other inmates. If I was a guard in that prison, I'll be like, oh no, I let him out. I didn't realize he wasn't supposed to go in Gen Pop. Who would have thought that he'd be killed in 4 seconds? The Beast. As he has come to be known, applied for early release from prison in 2021 but was denied by the judge on grounds that he could not afford the monetary fine that he still owed for the murders. It's not like inmates make much from labor in a Colombian prison, but as of 2023, the Beast has reached the end of his sentence and become eligible for release. At the time of writing, he could be let out of prison at any moment, either in late 2023 or sometime in 2024. Honestly, though, my favorite theory about Pedro Lopez, because he also got out for some reason, and then he disappeared, is how long do you really think you're going to survive on the outside? You've killed hundreds of children. Someone out there is going to be I'm going to have him killed because that guy. For his part, the Beast is eager to get out in public again. He's spoken in several interviews over the years of his desire to get married and start a family. He also wants to become a religious preacher. The Beast is also considering a run for Congress so he can pass laws that help abuse children. In the same interviews, the Beast has demonstrated next to no remorse for his crimes and usually finds a way to minimize what he's done, blaming it on his own upbringing, his mental illnesses, the devil, and alcohol. I don't care. I don't care about your upbringing. I don't care about your mental illnesses or the devil or alcohol. You should never be released. And if that's the only one there that is anything remotely resembling an excuse is mental illness, and we'll obviously wrap the devil into mental illness because the devil is not real. And in that case, you need to be put in a psychiatric facility for the rest of your life with no release. In 2016, he said to a visibly disgusted interviewer, John Sistiaga, that I have committed a series of behaviors that violate criminal laws and moral norms. I am a human being equal to any other, with some flaws, but not one that is dangerous. Are you smoking the crack? You're in prison for multiple murders of children, with torture on top, with some flaws. You're the biggest piece of shit who ever lived. Someone should start a crowdfunding campaign to hire a hitman to kill you. As soon as you step out of those prison gates. Not that I'd wish death on anyone, that's just an interesting thought experiment. As you continue to listen to today's episode, you can decide for yourself whether you think this man should ever be released from prison. No! I already know the answer to that question, David. The answer is no. Let him burn in prison forever. Wait, he doesn't burn in prison. I mean, if the prison burned down, it wouldn't be the worst thing. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of innocent people in prison. And also people who've just what do you do? A little bit of fraud. I'm not saying that guy should be burned in prison, but this guy, it'd be nice if he did. And I have observed that some people have been sending their opinions, helpfully translated via Google into Spanish, to the Attorney General of Colombia, who can be found on Twitter at Fiscalia Col, that's spelled Fiscaliacol. There is also an official government website with further contact information. Note to Simon, this is probably the last opportunity that we have to plug the history of sex before things get any darker, as if that's humanly possible. I realize I'm not supposed to be reading this, but I'm going to continue it because it's a nice segue into talking about David's book. If you haven't already done it at the top of the episode, I haven't, David. The book comes out on October the 5th. That's 2 days away. Oh, I wrote it. I don't remember what it's called. The foreword to this book, which may even be past the date of this video's release. Also, here's a purchase link. Though the book, well, that's not going to work in the audio format, but let's make sure that is in the link in the description below. Though the book can be ordered through Amazon and most other retailers. It's called Sex by David Baker. History of Sex by David Baker. Let me go get it. I just stubbed my toe terribly. Here it is. David, you are blameless in the stove-tubbing affair. This is the history of sex. 2 billion years of procreation and recreation. David Baker with a foreword by... You know who wrote the last foreword? David wrote a book previously, A Short History of... No, that's Bill Bryson, isn't it? The shortest history of the universe. Sorry. And the previous foreword was written by John Green. Bit of a step down from this one, isn't it, David? Written by Simon Whistler. This is a fantastic book. It's a brilliant read. I've obviously read it because I wrote the foreword and I talk about it. And support David and get his book. All right? It's out in 2 days. It'll absolutely be out by the time you see this episode. Thanks, David. Meet Luis Garavito. Luis Alfredo Garavito Cubillos was born to Manuel Antonio Garavito and Rosa Delia Cubillos on January the 25th, 1957. In case you were wondering, at the time of writing, this makes the Beast of La Tramquois currently 66 years old. If Garavito is released in 2023 or 2024, and if the eye cancer he has recently developed doesn't spread and kill him first. That would be a great shame, wouldn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ. I feel like eye cancer is the sort of where God's punishing you for something. It's like, we got butt cancer, eye cancer. It's those ones where it's like, oh no, eye cancer. This is young enough to potentially give Garavito a good couple of decades running amok in public before he dies of old age. Garavito was born in the small country town of Genova, located within Colombia's coffee axis. Oh, my toe is really painful. I really stubbed it badly. The Colombian conflicto broke out in 1964 when the government was challenged by both right and left paramilitary groups, in itself a sequel to the Violencia period, which had tormented the childhood of Pedro Lopez a decade earlier. As such, the Garavitos were forced to move to a tiny hamlet of Ceylan in the Cauca Valley. Luis Garavito was the eldest son and second born of 7 children, 4 boys, 3 girls. We are largely dependent on Garavito himself for the details of his childhood, and there is good reason to believe Garavito may have exaggerated some of the negative aspects of his upbringing to provide an excuse for his later criminal behavior. However, we must also allow for the likely possibility that at least some of his account is truthful, since the overwhelming majority of serial killers come from abusive homes. Lacking an independent source from this period, since no comprehensive and reliable account has been given by his family members, we shall never know for certain. According to Garavito, his father, Manuel Antonio, was a violent alcoholic who regularly beat his children and did not allow them to have friends or associate with people outside of the family. Which, I mean, all of this sounds shit. It all sounds shit. And it's like, oh yeah, he did have a rough upbringing, so that's okay then. No, it's not okay. Plenty of people have horrible upbringings and they don't murder hundreds of children. Or however many he ends up killing. If he said it was the most ever, then, oh, well, maybe it's not all children, but come on. It's not an excuse. He also heaped verbal abuse upon his children, in particular Garavito, calling him an idiot, a weakling, an imbecile, and a bastard. The last of these insults may have been literal, since Manuel and Rosa seemed to have had a fractured relationship almost from the start of their marriage. Manuel was allegedly an adulterer who never shared a bed with his wife, but spent his time having affairs with other women and sleeping with prostitutes. Rosa allegedly retaliated with occasional affairs of her own, but a Catholic marriage in mid-20th century Colombia did not exactly leave open much possibility for divorce. Yes, which is a bit silly, isn't it? So the religion's so stupid sometimes. Manuel's physical and verbal abuse was so spontaneous and unrelenting, the children often hid from their father when he got home from work. Garavito recalls that Manuel was so strict and so harsh that there rarely was a day when you could speak play, or laugh in his presence without fear of a beating. Garavito said, quote, "We could not develop in a way that children should." Furthermore, despite never sharing a bed with his wife, Manuel would sometimes sleep in the same bed as his children. I mean, that can be like, last night I slept in the same bed as my children because I'm sleeping in bed and I just wake up and my kid's next to me and it's like, oh. The other day, I was just like, oh God, I don't want to talk about this because it's so like, how can you talk about these things so close together? But it's like, I'm just sleeping in bed and it's just the middle of the night. And my youngest son, he's sleeping in the other room. And at some point, my wife has gone to like look after him or whatever because he's had a cry or something. And then I just wake up in the night and my daughter, who's like nearly 4 years old, is just next to me. And I wake up and I'm like, oh, hello. And she's like, I love you, Dad. And I'm like, oh, why are you saying this just now? It's so sweet. And I give her a hug and we just sleep hugging. Oh God, I don't like talking about this because it's like we're just about to get into something so horrible. Oh no. According to Garavito, his father may have molested him, quote, "He slept with me and he bathed me. I have a vague memory. It was at night, and he kind of fondled me and touched my private parts. I never loved that man. I saw him as an executioner. Holy Manuel and Rosa frequently got into shouting matches, throwing around insults of quote-unquote high caliber. According to Garavito, when things turned physical, the domestic abuse between Rosa and Manuel was reciprocal, with the two adults beating on each other with equal frequency, but due to basic sexual dimorphism, Rosa often lost the fight. Garavito claims he was the only one to try and defend her, which further provoked the wrath of his father upon him. Garavito alleges that at age 6 or 7, when he endeavored to defend his then pregnant mother from being beaten too severely by his father, Manuel dragged his son outside, strapped him to a tree, and flogged the boy repeatedly with the flat side of a machete. Oh my good lord. According to Garavito, Rosa was also violent with her children. Although alcohol was not the source of her aggression, she didn't drink. Rosa was angry and contemptuous, resentful of her lot in life, and she took out her frustrations on little kids who couldn't defend themselves. According to Garavito, Rosa generally neglected her children, viewed them as an inconvenience and a burden, and raised them with, quote, little affection or care. Garavito began school at the age of 7 after his family had relocated to Ceylon. It proved to be little respite from his home life. He had to wear glasses, for which he was teased by his classmates. Children are mean. He also had the nickname Garabato, which means squiggle, but the hurtfulness of the epithet among children doesn't exactly translate. Yeah, I'm like, that doesn't sound like a bad nickname. That sounds kind of fun. I'd like the nickname Squiggle. He played quietly by himself during recess. According to Garavito's teachers, he was an attentive student, but wasn't too bright and struggled with certain subjects. That's the worst way to be. I'd always rather be like the bright student who doesn't really pay attention rather than the good student who pays attention but isn't that bright, because paying attention is something you can fix. Brightness is not. I was just a student who wasn't particularly bright or paid attention. Eventually, Garavito responded to the bullying with fits of anger, often him turning violent. Sometimes this scared off the other students, sometimes it got Garavito mercilessly beaten up by a gaggle of them. When he wasn't exploding in fits of anger, Garavito maintained the shy silence that kept him from receiving too many beatings at home. In 1967, when Garavito was 10 years old, he gained the first inkling that he might be same-sex attracted. Another boy at school innocently touched Garavito, and he recalled feeling a, quote, pleasant sensation he did not understand and a longing to remain at the boy's side. There is some ambiguity about whether Garavito was homosexual or bisexual. Garavito insists that he is attracted to women, but his fairly sexless relationships with future girlfriends and his perpetual erectile dysfunction would beg to differ. It is possible that, being a product of his culture and the times, Garavito felt pressured to be attracted to women and remains half-closeted to this day. Even so, while Garavito insists he is attracted to women, he is, quote, much more attracted to men. Though the use of the term men might be stretching it. Oh God. Garavito has stated that the primary objects of his desires throughout his life were early adolescent boys. Quote, if I saw a young man, let's say 13 or 14 years old, I subconsciously felt but understood that I liked that child and that I wanted to caress him. Bruh. Your brain is broken, my dude. It should be noted that Garavito did not rule out children much younger than 13 or 14. In 1968, Garavito was taken out of school with only a 5th grade education due to his poor academic performance and because his father wanted to help him earn money for the family. As unpleasant as certain aspects of his school life had been, this placed him at his father's mercy almost full-time. But allegedly, Manuel was not the only abuser that he had to worry about. Garavito claims that at the age of 12 or 13, he was repeatedly abused by a neighbor. The man was allegedly a friend of his father's, deeply religious, and the owner of a local drugstore. The abuse would allegedly happen whenever Manuel took his son there to receive flu shots and medication. Garavito claims that the neighbor strapped him down to a bed, burned him with candle wax, cut him with a knife, and bit him on the genitals and buttocks during the sexual assaults. According to Garavito, the bites were apparently so hard that they did lasting damage to his penis. The sessions were allegedly not isolated, but happened with some regularity. Garavito claims that he did not tell his parents about the ongoing sadistic abuse because they would not have believed him. Weigh those comments for what they are worth. Yeah, I just had a discussion with my wife about this the other day. I hate that I keep talking about my children in an episode like this, but it's like, yeah, you gotta we were like, well, how do you... Because you don't want your kid to be in this situation, because obviously, if you tell your parents that something dodgy is happening to you, you want the kid to feel completely competent and confident that they can tell you about that stuff. And my wife and I were talking about, well, how do you do that? How do you I'm sure that there's going to be articles. Google is amazing. You just ask Google or ChatGPT, how do I do this? And it always gives you a great answer. We were wanting to teach. I'm going to stop talking about my children because it's so horrible what's going on. The similarity of the alleged assault by the neighbor to Garavito's later MO has led some criminal psychologists to believe that Garavito invented these facts for his own sexual gratification during his sessions with mental health experts. Instead of Garavito relating a childhood trauma, he was enjoying the impromptu fabrication of erotic fiction. Others suggest these events may have been genuine, shaping Garavito's view of sexuality and blurring the lines between sex and violence in his mind, and thus Garavito may have felt compelled to replicate them to achieve sexual gratification in later life. Garavito claims that the initial insistence of his neighbor's abuse awakened a desire to hurt animals. Well, just we're playing serial killer early life bingo today, aren't we? Jesus. Quote, "The only thing I wanted at that moment is to have self-deleted myself." That's a word. Thank you, David. We can't say that word on YouTube because then we get demonetized, which is a bit silly, but it's the world we live in. I'm sorry for all the podcast listeners. Podcasting, they don't give a shit. You can talk about whatever you want. YouTube are like, yo. If you say that self-deletion word, no money for you, fact boy. And the reality is I need money because these are quite expensive to produce. They're quite long. Then I saw 2 little birds and I stoned them to death. I took the little birds, opened them, and tore them to pieces. That was after my sexual assault. I was very sorry. I don't know why I did it. Shortly after the neighbor's regular abuse began, Garavito claims that he, as a 12-year-old, molested a 6-year-old boy. Garavito also claims that around this time he began to assault his brothers. Quote, "My brothers and sisters were very young and I felt something inside that I couldn't explain. We all went to bed where I suggested they take off their clothes and I began to fondle them. Nothing happened. Neither did my parents find out, nor did my brothers remember. Also, sometimes when they were sleeping, I would again take off my brothers' clothes and fondle them. Bruh." The drugstore owner's abuse of Garavito allegedly continued unabated approximately for 2 years. Then in 1971, when Garavito was 14, the family moved to the town of Trujillo, also in the Caucasus Valley. It was there that Garavito claims he was sexually assaulted by another neighbor. Apparently, this man had shown Garavito heterosexual pornography. When Garavito recoiled in disgust, the neighbor allegedly beat the teenager before dragging him outside into the bushes and sodomizing him. Once again, it's unclear whether this incident actually happened or where Garavito invented it as both an explanation for his later crimes and as a form of sadomasochistic erotica to titillate himself while he spoke to psychologists. Garavito is a classic case of antisocial personality disorder. He is highly manipulative and a chronic liar. You can't rely on a word he says. Aren't highly manipulative chronic liars generally quite intelligent? Because it takes a lot to keep your lies straight, and it takes a lot to manipulate people, because people are generally not that dim. Don't you have to be smarter than someone else to really be able to manipulate them? Or just really excellent at manipulation? Either way, in 1972, Garavito's personal narrative sees him transform from a traumatized victim into a relentlessly aggressive predator. Especially because at the age of 15, Garavito encountered another pastime that would be crucial to the contortion of his psyche and to the flourishing of his MO. The demon drink. Alexandra, a friend of mine and charismatic star of Drunken Ghost Hunters, which is, that is a niche reference. If you're new to this show, I have another show called Decoding the Unknown, and David recently wrote an episode called Drunken Ghost Hunters about him and his mate Alexandra, and another dude whose name I can't remember. I'm sorry, other dude. And that's the reference that you're missing there. Oh, and said to me, "David, nothing turns a good mind bad and a bad mind worse than liquor. 15 minutes later, someone allegedly keyed the side of her ex-boyfriend's car in an elaborate swirly pattern, and 20 minutes after that, Alexandra vomited in the ladies' toilets at the local uni bar and needed to be taken home. Oh my god. Alcohol was certainly fuel for the already festering mind of Luis Garavito. Because of its depressive, agitating, and disinhibitory qualities, booze is foremost among the mind-altering drugs that are capable of exacerbating personality disorders and various forms of mental illness. I was just having a chat with someone the other day about that, and some people, and I've got mates who are or I don't really nowadays. I'm a middle-aged man. We don't drink that much, but when I was a kid, we'd drink, and some people, when I'm drunk, I don't get aggressive. I'm just hey, woo! Yeah. But some people, they get into fights and stuff, and it's yeah, let's go, and I'm oh my god, I'd never been in a fight in my life. I was drunk and in a fight, it'd be what are you supposed to do? With the assistance of a dozen beers or half a bottle of the hard stuff, thoughts and impulses that might have stayed buried are brought to the forefront and enacted in real life. Yes, that's true, though. It's how many beers are 12? What should we do? Anything we want! Except for fighting. Garavito is not even close to being the first alcoholic serial killer. The connection is quite common. For instance, Jeffrey Dahmer always needed to get face to throttle the life out of his drugged up and helpless victims. Eileen Warner sometimes knocked back 20 beers in a single day while she was hitchhiking and murdering men on the road. And Ted Bundy, in his early murders, needed to get similarly blottoed on Mickey's big mouth malt liquor to carry out acts of abduction and sexual sadism. Yeah. Jesus, I'm just getting reminded of all the horrible that we've covered on this channel. But with Bundy, as time wore on, the impulse got stronger and stronger, and the need for a disinhibitory liquid got weaker and weaker. Garavito, on the other hand, never lost the need for booze in order to reveal the monster that lay beneath. He was a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Even as an adult, he was timid and well-mannered when sober, but he turned into a torturer, murderer, mutilator, and necrophile while drunk. But all that lies ahead, so bruh, quit drinking. It's sometimes you just got to. I haven't drunk for drunk more than a glass of wine for 4 or 5 months now, because I take a pill for my cholesterol, and I went in for my routine blood checkup to make sure it's not destroying my liver. And they were guess what, fact boy? It's not doing wonders for your liver. And I was oh God. And they're do you drink? And I'm of course I drink. I'm a normal person. And they're no more drinking, or maximum 1 drink a day. And so I was oh, okay. So I just it's hard just to drink 1 drink a day, so I mostly just stop drinking, which is weird. I don't feel any better for it. I just feel normal. Just the same as, this is one of my problems. It's I'll eat whatever I want, I'll drink as much as I want, and it's I just don't feel any different. So there's I'm oh no. Obviously if I get super wasted, I'm going to wake up with a hangover, but only since my 30s, and generally it just doesn't affect my functioning. Yeah, so that's been fun. Got a blood test next week to see if my liver's back on track. As a 15-year-old boy, Garavito had early access to alcohol, eventually gravitating toward cheap brandy since Colombia is the land of the grape rather than the grain. His father drank heavily, which allowed Garavito to sneak a bit of household booze for himself, and in the 1970s, attitudes towards teenage drinking were more relaxed, so a young person could acquire a bottle of liquor from a store more easily, provided they'd scraped together the money. Additionally, even when I was a kid in the early 2000s, late 90s, getting alcohol was kind of a challenge. It usually had to come from someone's parents' house or from some kid who looked particularly old. We always managed, though. We always found a way.
Life, finds a way.
Additionally, Colombian drinking culture involves more moderate consumption, with even preteens sometimes being given small amounts of wine with dinner. Wow, okay. I'd have small amounts of wine with dinner, but I think I was a teenager. Yeah, my parents would water down some wine. And among adults, rates of full-blown alcoholism are far lower in Colombia than in North America or Northern Europe, which meant that teenage binge drinking is not at top of people's concerns, at least not compared to hard drug use, like lacing a cigarette with cheap cocaine residue. Garavito also had genetics running against him. His father was a drunk and came from a family of drunks. And although his mother was a teetotaler, her father was also a relentless old soak who had died of cirrhosis of the liver. And she had 2 brothers who were also professional grog guzzlers. Yeah, that's not going to be good. I don't know, no one in my family is addicted to really anything. So and I'm also not really an addictive personality. I'll do things once or just this. And it's with the drinking, I was okay, so I'll just stop. It wasn't oh no. It was for a couple of days, it was oh man, I could really use a glass of wine after work. But that quickly passed. Thus, Garavito was a budding piss artist from a long, ignoble lineage of piss artists. This made an occasional casual constrained tipple almost impossible for him. Yeah, that's my life now. It's like maybe a glass of wine or two once a week. And not even a big glass, like a tiny little glass. It's like, It still tastes great, doesn't it? I love wine. Garavito says that after the incident of him failing to become aroused by heterosexual pornography, he tried to quote-unquote correct the problem by sexually propositioning dozens of older women along with plenty of girls his own age. In order to summon up the courage and possibly the willpower to do so, he first needed to be thoroughly lubricated by alcohol. But his forwardness and confidence were counterbalanced by a rather off-putting and creepy drunkenness. Thus, the booze-reeking 15-year-old was always and unsurprisingly turned down by every woman he approached. Drunken carousing, however, became a permanent fixture in the teenager's life. Some of this was just for entertainment among his friends, but the removal of Garavito's inhibitions quickly led him toward the real object of his desires. In late 1972, Garavito, under an extreme state of intoxication, was caught by his mother trying to force himself on a 5-year-old boy. Oh my God, what do you do in that situation? You're like, you gotta stop drinking. What the f***? Garavito later claimed that this boy's fear and distress first ignited in him a strong impulse towards sexual sadism. It is like his brain is so broken. It's unclear whether this was the only boy that Garavito molested in 1972. It is just the only instance in 1972 where Garavito got caught. Garavito himself claims that the incident was a one-off, and according to Garavito, the act disgusted his mother and father, and he was thrown out of the house for a week or two. But the police were not called, and no charges were laid. Disgusted his mother and father. What a shocking surprise. In 1973, at the age of 16, Garavito continued his depredations. Again, the number of victims in this year is unknown, but we know there were several. He traveled widely, possibly to reduce the chances of detection. He was arrested at a train station in Bogota, 400 kilometers or 250 miles away from Trio, after attempting an assault on a 6-year-old boy. The assault took place on a train platform and the boy screamed, immediately attracting the attention of authorities. The brazen and sloppy nature of the assault can be attributed to Garavito's state of intoxication at the time. Garavito was charged with attempted sexual assault on a minor, but the case did not go to trial. Under police questioning, Garavito denied that he wanted to sodomize the victim, but just, quote, wanted to lightly abuse him. Bro, if you don't go to prison right now, you gotta go to prison. You gotta go to prison. You can't be just like, oh no, officer. No, I wasn't wanting to sodomize him. I was just there for some light abuse. Just some, just a splashing of molestation, officer. Meanwhile, the incident led to Garavito being permanently thrown out of the house, so that's going to solve the problem, isn't it? According to Garavito, his father, Manuel, did not object to the sexual assault in principle. Holy but the fact that it was homosexual in nature. Manuel tried, son, it would be fine. Just next time, assault a woman. 1970s. What's his name's dad? Manuel. Manuel chided his son for choosing young boys instead of women as his prey, or at least that's what Garavito later claimed. From there, the 16-year-old was thrown into the world of Colombia's many homeless young men. Some of them were recruited by paramilitary groups, some of them turned to crime, but most of them were exploited as a source of cheap labor. He first found work at a coffee plantation in Trio. It was while working at the coffee plantation in 73 that Garavito first met Luth Mary Ocampo Orozco, who was then a young woman living with her mother. Garavito and Ocampo formed a platonic friendship, although Garavito later claimed that he immediately fell head over heels in love with her. Their friendship was interrupted later that year when Ocampo moved to the small town of Cercazia to find work. This would not be the last time Garavito and Ocampo would see each other. In early 1974, at the age of 17, Garavito left Trio looking for better paying work. He bounced between the cities of Armenia and Pereira in the coffee axis, doing odd jobs until he found a position as a clerk at an insurance company. It was steady work and respectable, and in 1975, at the age of 18, Garavito even began taking night classes in marketing. Given his rough childhood, if Garavito was mentally sound and sober, this might have been a new lease on life, a success story, a triumph over adversity. However, Garavito's chronic alcoholism put an end to all of that. He'd show up to work drunk and aggressive, which quickly brought him into conflict with his co-workers and employers, even escalating to a few fistfights before he was fired. Thereupon, Garavito got a job as an assistant at a department store before he repeated the same pattern and was let go. From there, Garavito drifted back to doing odd jobs in various towns and cities, along with begging and selling trinkets on the side. Occasionally, he'd find a job as a bag boy at a grocery store before his consistent drunkenness got him fired there too. In his private life, things followed a similar pattern. Garavito struck up a number of platonic friendships with women and even formed a few romantic attachments. When drunk, he'd try to have sex with his girlfriends and sometimes even asked his erstwhile platonic friends, to varying results, mingled with trauma, shock, and horror. During the grim drunken sex act itself, he ran into the problem of unremitting erectile dysfunction. This doesn't seem to be the result of alcohol. Oh, immediately I was going to be like, he's had too much booze. Instead, Garavito expressed frustration that he didn't find the women attractive. The alcohol was likely an attempt to overcome his lack of attraction rather than the cause of his sexual malfunctions. Hence, it seems likely Garavito was homosexual, not bisexual, but due to the culture and the times, he felt pressured to prove that yes, he was a red-blooded male like any other, and of course, due to the fact Garavito was drinking around his girlfriends, he'd quickly turn nasty and commit acts of verbal and physical abuse. But when he was sober, Garavito often seemed full of remorse, and his behavior toward his girlfriends was quite caring and tender. Nevertheless, the endless boozing gave these relationships a short shelf life. Garavito was unable to go more than a few days without getting hammered. This meant the women in his life were subject to recurrent threats, beatings, and drunken harangues. After enough of these outrages, the women always threw Garavito out of the house and spread word of his alcoholism and his abusiveness throughout the community. Thus, Garavito regularly wore out his welcome in a neighborhood, village, or a town and hit the road again to start it all again with strangers. The only thing that allowed him to stay in one place for a few months was the fact that he was very quiet and kind when he was sober, which bought him a little extra time with people before he was ostracized. Garavito didn't keep many friends, which is unsurprising for an alcoholic with ASPD. Antisocial personality disorder. I was like, ASPD. Somewhere police department. His closest confidant in life was his sister, Esther, the only member of his family he spoke to after being tossed out of his childhood home. Garavito would regularly go back to Trio to visit her, but even Esther, while sympathetic, tried to limit the amount of contact she had with him because of Garavito's alcoholism. Yeah, he also sounds like, he seems to be a total piece of shit already, so you just be like, yeah, no, I'm not going to hang out with you. Like, we're not friends, we're relatives. You don't choose your family. Even she had been on the receiving end of his drunken aggression. As for the rest of his family, Garavito held a deep animosity towards them. A constant refrain whenever Garavito was drunk was how he hated his mother and most of his siblings, and how he wanted to murder his father. He'd rant about it to anyone who would listen, and while we can never be sure that Garavito has told the truth about his childhood, whatever he suffered at the hands of his father continued to rankle and fester within him. The pattern of moving to a new town, befriending or hooking up with a woman, and then using alcohol to burn it all down to ruins and ashes repeated itself from 1974 to 78. It's unclear how many children Garavito assaulted during this time, but we know there were quite a few, likely into the double digits across the 4 years. Garavito insists at this time he was preying upon not just young boys, but young girls as well. This may be true, or it may just be another manifestation of Garavito's case of definitely not being gay. He also made use of child sex workers from among the disposables, the thousands of impoverished orphans who lined the streets and alleyways of Colombia, and Garavito was cruel and rough with them. His sadistic streak had already been unleashed. He would beat them, threaten them, and torture them. But to this point, Garavito didn't go so far as to kill them. That inferno was yet to come. The Beast at Heaven's Gates. In 1978, when Garavito was just 21 years old, his alcoholism had become so pronounced that he fell into a deep depression and had frequent thoughts of what YouTube obliges us to call self-deletion. Yeah. And it's like, oh, the amounts of pain and suffering that he would have saved everybody if he'd just done that would be so high. As such, Garavito joined Alcoholics Anonymous, which had spread from the United States to Colombia in 1959. And from putting one's faith in the general notion of a higher power, it was just a short skip and a hop to joining more formal religion. A thoroughly lapsed Catholic, Garavito was brought by a fellow AA member to some services held by the Pentecostal Church, an internationally widespread Protestant sect with lively, elaborate ceremonies, rife with music and replete with miraculous faith healing and people speaking in tongues. Like, it's not just I think like religion is mostly nonsense. And like all of this, it'd be like, if I had to go to one, I'd be like, do you want to go to the Catholic one? Which is all like, I don't know, it's very boring, it's very long, all of this. Or do you want to go to the one where they speak in tongues and some dude is like, and now walk, my child? Then I'll be like, I want to go to the one with the tongues. I want I want to go to that one. That sounds exciting. All of this showmanship had the effect of reigniting Garavito's belief in the divine. But the biggest appeal of Pentecostalism to Garavito was the concept of being cleansed of one's sins and being born again. Sure, in Catholicism, one can confess one's sins to try and gain entry into heaven by charity and acts of piety, but some sins are a bridge too far and ensure damnation. Oh, really? I think there was, I knew the one about like murdering the Pope or whatever. That's like one of the unforgivable sins or whatever. Like you can go to your Catholic like priest in the box or whatever and like, Father, forgive me for I have sinned. I have murdered the Pope. They'll be like, oh, sorry, mate. That's it. Can't help you. You're going to hell for sure. The only official requirement for salvation in Pentecostalism is to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior and to join the family of God. It was thus by a simple declaration of faith that a sexual sadist and relentless child predator hoped to enter the gates of heaven. He still thinks he's going to heaven to this day. He's not, because heaven's not real. And also, if it was, it's not where you're going. In addition, you're going to the other place, the place where the devil, and he'll be like constantly removing your skin, and you'll be like, oh my God, finally, he removed all my skin. And then you'll notice that all of your skin is back on your body and he starts to remove it again. That's what I'm hoping for you. That's why I hope that the afterlife is real, because that's what I hope for you. In addition to AA and Pentecostalism, Garavito approached the Colombian Department of Social Services, who referred him to a fairly rudimentary counseling service to talk through his depression and alcohol abuse. He underwent this counseling on and off for the better part of 5 years. Oh my God, Colombia, you've got like people running around on the streets who are called the unrecoverables. Undesirables, whatever it was, like disposables, disposable children, but you somehow have it set up so that this guy can receive counseling. That's kind of amazing to have that at a time where it's like, oh no, what are those children doing? Oh, they're running around smoking crack and killing each other. Like, what the f***? Nevertheless, it should be noted that during this period, Garavito frequently fell back to the bottle, and he did not stop his predatory behavior against children. He also did not discuss his attraction to children, much less his crimes against them, with any of his counselors. Probably a good idea. And so externally, Garavito adopted a double life like most serial killers. But internally, unlike many serial killers who simply wear a facade, Garavito was torn by a genuine cognitive dissonance, where he could not reconcile his hopes for salvation with what he was doing to society's most vulnerable. This tangle of piety and self-justification is evident in all of his TV interviews. By day, Garavito would attend church services and was known by other parishioners to beat his chest out of supposed remorse during prayer. At night, having been cleansed of sin, Garavito would visit the local parks and alleyways and solicit the sexual services of street urchins or lure other, more unsuspecting children with parents and happy homes toward quiet, isolated areas where they would be at his mercy. Not that Garavito had any mercy to give them. In 1978, shortly after his conversion to Pentecostalism, Garavito relocated to the town of Circassia, where he got a job at a grocery store. It was there that he reignited his friendship with Luth Mary Ocampo Orozco, who worked as a cashier in the same store. Although their relationship remained platonic, Garavito claimed that his love for Ocampo continued to burn brightly. He even managed to stay sober around her and was gentle, soft-spoken, and kind. He told Ocampo all about his religious conversion and hopes for salvation. It was only later that Ocampo heard from Garavito's sister, Esther, about just how bad his alcoholism continued to be. The same blissful state of ignorance did not apply to the owners of the grocery store. After a few months, Garavito was fired for absenteeism and occasionally being drunk at work when Ocampo wasn't there. Thereupon, Garavito picked up sticks and moved to the city of Armenia, where he got a job working at a local bakery. I'm just wondering if I've ever been drunk at work. I mean, since I work for myself, like, yeah. Not like drunk, but I've had a beer or two at work. Like, if I'm like hanging out with a mate and we're doing some work together or something in the like late afternoon, definitely. But like when I worked in like stores or like had jobs as a kid, I probably was, but only the kind of drunk where it's like, oh man, I was so drunk last night that I'm still drunk now. There's a phrase that's like stuck with me forever. Like I remember, like, I don't know why this stuck with me so much, but it's in my first year of university. And I go to like, we had these seminars or whatever, and there's like 8 of us in this room with the lecturer. And a mate of mine in the class is looking a bit shiny. And I'm like, you're right. And he's like, yeah, man, I went out last night. Got really drunk. I'm still in Disneyland. Like just that phrase of like being in Disneyland, meaning like still drunk the next day. It's like solid, but you made it to this class, just still drunk. But no, I don't think I've ever been drunk at like regular ass work. Thereupon, Garavito picked up sticks and moved to the city of Armenia, where he got a job working at a local bakery. He finally managed to keep things on an even keel at that job. He did his drinking off hours, but he did not cease his predations against children, frequently visiting Valencia Park to solicit disposables who were as young as 9. Garavito continued working at the bakery until the early 1980s, when he showed up drunk and fought with other staff members. He was promptly sacked, unemployed, penniless, and soon homeless again. Garavito fell back into depression, and the self-deleterious thoughts returned. Additionally, he developed a case of bulimia. Already a relatively small man, only standing at 165 centimeters or 5'5 inches, he now became rail thin. In the spring of 1980, Garavito checked himself into the psychiatric wing of the San Juan Dios Hospital in the city of Manizales. This is where doctors found out that he was also suffering from paranoia and hallucinations. He was treated with antipsychotics. Most notably, in one therapy session, Garavito began to confess to his psychiatrist that he had a desire for children, but then he walked that statement back, explaining that he meant he wanted to start a family. The psychiatrist be like, oh, bruh, what? So, hey, say that again? What? Like with his previous therapists, Garavito ultimately decided not to disclose his pederastic urges. He was released after a few weeks and moved back to Armenia, where he got a job at another grocery store. While there, he charmed a single mother and hairstylist named Claudia. He was kind to her and did not interfere with her child. Oh my god. He's such a nice guy. He's really kind. He hasn't touched my kids at all. What a great dude. Everyone else is always touching my kids inappropriately. Garavito has gone on record to say that the first woman's company I actually enjoyed was Claudia's. This seems a little at odds with his being in love with Luth Ocampo, but who can expect consistency from a psychopath, a serial killer, and a compulsive liar? But the relationship did not last long, because Claudia had a somewhat mercenary approach towards men, and Garavito could hardly splash the cash on a stock boy's wage. After their breakup, Garavito intensified his predatory behaviors. Mercenary approach towards men. I've not heard it referred to that way before. She was like, I hope you've got money. During his rather generous 2-hour lunch breaks at the grocery store. Oh my, can you imagine taking 2 hours? I have lunch at my desk. Sometimes I'll go out and it's like 20 minutes. Like, eat as quickly as possible and then go back to my desk. 2 hours. I feel like I wouldn't know what to do. He would travel from Armenia to the towns of Kimbaya or Kalaka, which were both within 20 kilometers or 12 miles of the city. He'd drink cheap brandy along the way. By the time he arrived, Garavito would lure one of the poorer children from a marketplace or park, usually by offering them money to perform an odd job of some kind. Once they were in an isolated spot, Garavito would get progressively drunker and then sexually assault them. In addition, he would beat them and bite them on the limbs, necks, and genitals, echoing the assault Garavito claims he experienced at the hands of the pharmacist's neighbor as a child. By the autumn of 1980, Garavito had taken to torturing his victims with candle wax, burning them with a lighter, and cutting them with a razor blade. In some cases, he amputated one of their toes. Garavito also removed one of his own front teeth so that he could, according to him, bite his victims more quote-unquote effectively. At this time, Garavito assaulted and tortured but did not kill his victims. So how is he getting away with it for so long if he's doing this all the time? Is no one come forward? Are the police just like, oh, you're a disposable child. No one cares about you. We don't have time to deal with this. We've got other problems to get to, like everything. From 1980 onward, Garavito preyed upon an estimated average of between 15 and 25 children per year, not counting the so-called disposables, whom he solicited for sex and subjected to the same torture. I feel like we should definitely be counting them as well. Is it just they're uncountable because there were so many? That's insane. He's going to get out of prison. This is insane. This should already be life upon life upon life in prison. As a result, it wasn't long before his victims entered the triple digits. And here is a man who one day soon might be released from prison and who is fanatically confident that when he dies, he will ascend to the gates of heaven. I'm glad you felt the need to repeat that there as well, David, because it's just wild, isn't it? Agents of Evil. In order to minimize his chances of being detected, Garavito quit his job at the grocery store in Armenia, bought a simple wooden sales cart, and set out on the road. He sold trinkets, religious icons, and occasionally fruit. He traveled wildly across Colombia in order to prevent anyone from recognizing him as a perpetrator or tracking him down. Furthermore, being a street vendor allowed him to hang out at marketplaces without drawing suspicion while he was on the prowl for victims. As for his sales, he only needed to make enough to pay for food and for booze. Garavito was okay with sleeping rough, though periodically throughout the 1980s he would shack up with a woman, increasingly selecting single mothers so that he could return to a place after being on the road and sleep comfortably under a welcoming roof. As a result of these tactics, Garavito was able to sexually assault and torture an estimated 200 to 300 children across Colombia between 1980 and 1992 without being caught. That's insane. And I don't know, it's like, I feel like all of this stuff should just be caught so much faster, but then it's like you still hear about stuff coming out, and you're like, wait, how many people? Over how long? And it's like, you think of like the Jimmy Savile stuff, and you're like, oh my god, how long was this going on for, and how many people knew? And it just never was dealt with. There was no punishment. He died before he was punished. He had this fancy-ass grave, and it only came out afterwards, so he never got any punishment for what he's done, which is sick. We can trace Garavito's probable movements in this period by looking at spikes in local reports of child abuse. Garavito's cognitive dissonance between his religiosity and his crimes persisted. When sober, he was frequently depressed about what he was doing, several times attempting self-deletion. At night, he would feverishly read the Bible, trying to find a stray passage that might somehow justify what he was doing to the children. He would also strip naked and hit himself in the chest in contrition. He began asking his victims what their names were so he could record them in a blue notebook, which he read while he prayed. Garavito claims he had frequent nightmares from which he woke up and cried before bursting into maniacal laughter when he remembered that despite his faith, his crimes had given him a great deal of sexual pleasure. His contemplations of God, the afterlife, salvation, and his justifications for sin were not abided by the fact that he frequently suffered from psychosis, delusions, and hallucinations muddling his thoughts. And then there was the booze, which was omnipresent and capable of quieting any depression or frustration with exaggerated confidence, followed by sweet oblivion. When scouring the Bible for a justification failed, Garavito leaned into the idea that he was pure evil. A natural first step was Satanism. Garavito indulged himself in black magic, seances to commune with the dead, sacrificial rituals to summon dark spirits, and the foretelling of the future with tarot cards. He visited occultists and fortune tellers until he decided that he knew more about the spiritual underworld than they did. Garavito began to believe the devil was speaking to him and sending him commands. This is not unheard of with serial killers. Jeffrey Dahmer began to believe something similar. It has a twisted form of logic to it. If an all-powerful evil being is sending you commands, then who are you, a mere frail mortal, to disobey? You could then indulge whatever sadistic or depraved activity that gave you sexual pleasure while acknowledging head-on that it was morally wrong. That's a super fucked up justification. It didn't need to be rationalized, justified, and it definitely wasn't your fault. The devil made you do it. Literally. In this respect, Satanism eliminated the cognitive dissonance Garavito had previously felt. Yeah, it's also just such a sign of mental illness. Or just an excuse for his shitty behavior. And I say cognitive dissonance rather than genuine remorse, which is a word that sometimes crops up in accounts of Garavito hitting himself, praying over the names of his victims, and feeling depressed about what he's doing to those children. The word remorse is also thrown around quite a bit in statements by Garavito himself, but it is quite clear from his interviews and published psych evaluations that Garavito is a psychopath, neurologically incapable of feeling empathy or true remorse. Instead, when we talk about Garavito feeling conflicted, we're talking about his awareness that what he was doing was against laws and moral norms. Being religious in a highly religious country, he knew full well the Ten Commandments prohibited murder. He knew that Christ preached a compassion that was the polar opposite to hurting an innocent child. He knew that hurting a child is illegal. He knew that a mob of people would happily kill him for what he was doing. His so-called remorse was entirely relative to how he was perceived. So in the face of his God and of Colombian society, he tried to justify what he'd done. And when he couldn't, he simply shrugged his shoulders, said that he was a sinner, and said, quote-unquote, that he felt bad about it. But he didn't actually care about the suffering of those kids. In addition to Satanism, Garavito added Nazism, mostly in connection to the violence it wrought rather than anything ideological or racial. He picked up a copy of Mein Kampf, various biographies of Hitler, and accounts of World War II. Why? Garavito connected with the fact that Hitler was once a homeless and impoverished artist in Vienna. He admired the fact that Hitler had gone from a situation very similar to his own to being a totalitarian dictator of a country and nearly conquering all of Europe. Garavito also admired Hitler's particularly ruthless and violent methods. He had a particular affection for the idea of shooting large numbers of people in mass graves that they had been forced to dig themselves. Oh my god, who reads books about World War II? It's like, you know what the really nice part about was that? People digging their own graves and then being executed by guns. That was so good. It's a really interesting part of World War II that I love. What's wrong with your brain? Garavito also recognized the quote-unquote usefulness of keeping Jews, gypsies, and political prisoners in concentration camps and was stimulated by the torture and misery inflicted there. What did we say that this wasn't? It wasn't in connection to anything like racial or ideological? Don't know about that. This sounds a little racial, doesn't it? Of course, Garavito overlooked the fact that as a same-sex attracted person, he would have likely wound up in one of those concentration camps as well. Nor did the Third Reich look kindly on alcoholics whom they considered genetically flawed and whom they imprisoned, institutionalized, and even euthanized. But Garavito took no notice of that. Instead, he studied the likely untrue theories of some historians that Hitler was homosexual. To Garavito's mind, this brought them even closer together as kindred spirits. In similar vein, Garavito came to idolize Colombian mass murderer Campo Elias Delgado, an army veteran who got up one day, went to the bank, cleaned out his saving accounts, bought a revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition, and then proceeded to shoot, stab, and burn several of his neighbors before heading to an Italian restaurant, having a few drinks, and then opening fire on the other customers. In total, he killed 29 people and injured 12 before the police put a bullet in his brain. Garavito began to have fantasies about killing people in front of journalists and large crowds. He dreamed of buying a machine gun, going to Trujillo, and filling his father full of bullets before gunning down his mother and his other siblings, and finally turning the gun on himself. All this was wrapped up in Garavito's feeling that he was entitled to vengeance upon the world, and he wanted to take himself out rather than allow himself to be caught. He had all of these murderous fantasies before he killed a single child. Yet harming an adult was something of a daunting prospect for Garavito, who was short, thin, malnourished, and rather timid around people when he was sober. When the time came to kill, Garavito ultimately chose more defenseless victims. On January the 25th, 1984, Garavito got drunk, fell into a deep psychosis, and began to cut himself in public. He was locked up in a psych ward and put on medication. He was given cognitive behavioral therapy, aka talk therapy, for his depression. He was kept institutionalized for a month and was released on February the 28th with supposedly a clean bill of health. That same day, he went to the city of Pereira, where he abducted, sexually assaulted, and tortured 2 boys. Garavito went to his sister Esther's house, who was then living in Pereira, and asked her to store a small clothes bag. Unbeknownst to her, it contained 2 identity cards taken from the boys. However, a few days later, the victim spotted Garavito in public and pointed him out to adults, forcing Garavito to flee the city. Police were not able to identify Garavito from witness descriptions, and no warrant was circulated. Garavito continued to seek psychiatric treatment as an outpatient at various mental hospitals, occasionally being committed after one of his self-deletion attempts. Again, he never disclosed his crimes or pederastic inclinations to his therapists. He was also arrested by police in 1984 on suspicion of petty theft, but was released without charge. It was 2 years before Garavito was bold enough to return to Pereira. It was a large enough city that he was fortunate enough not to be recognized by any formal witnesses. Throughout 1986, Garavito continued to ply his trade as a street vendor, along with continuing to stalk and assault victims. He also shacked up with a single mother named Graciela Zabaleta, having randomly met her after leaving a mental hospital nearby her house. Garavito approached her and immediately suggested they become boyfriends and girlfriends. It's weird and bold. Although the directness of this approach could have had the exact opposite effect, Graciela was charmed by Garavito's confidence and invited him into her home. For the next several months, Garavito paid Graciela's bills and groceries with the proceeds of his street sales. He was also very kind and seemingly protective of Graciela's children. Erectile dysfunction kept sex off the table, but like Luth and Claudia, Garavito later claimed that he was madly in love with Graciela. His relationship with her managed to last longer than some others because he frequently headed out of town to stalk victims. This prevented Graciela from seeing Garavito drunk too often. For Garavito's part, he attempted to stay sober whenever he was in her home. However, by early 1987, Graciela had seen Garavito drunk, deranged, and angry too many times, and she asked him to leave. Garavito hit the road again. He began exclusively selling religious iconography, pictures of the Pope and various saints. He continued to lure children and assault them, diversifying his tactics by dressing up as a priest, a beggar, or walking with crutches to not arouse suspicion. And the worst was yet to come. Slaughter. After preying on between 200 and 300 victims in the 2 decades between 1972 and 1992, Garavito claims that he began to feel a, quote, sense of apathy about carrying out further sexual assaults. He also began to have trouble reaching sexual climax during these atrocities. The thrill just wasn't what it used to be. Then in autumn of 1992, when he was 35 years old, Garavito claims that he was communing with spirits via a Ouija board when he heard the devil speak to him. The Dark Lord supposedly asked Garavito if he would like to serve him, to which Garavito answered yes, and Satan allegedly replied, quote, then kill, and with killing many rewards may yet come to you. A few days later, on October the 1st, 1992, Garavito was heavily intoxicated and staggering down the streets of a resort district just north of the city of Cartagena on the Caribbean coast. He spotted a young boy sat on the sidewalk selling sweets and cigars. Garavito approached and offered the boy money to come and perform an odd job for him. The boy declined. Because Garavito was thoroughly faced, he began to get aggressive, groped the victim, at which point the boy called for help. 2 police officers approached, pistol-whipped Garavito, nice, and then beat him severely to the point of bleeding, nice, and dragged him to the local police station. Police officers, they're just like, it's like you just beat the shit out of someone and they're like, now we're arresting you. That's how policing works. But I don't mind. There, Garavito bribed the officers with his watch, a ring, and 1,000 pesos, which is only 50 cents in modern US currency, to release him without charge. 3 days later, on the evening of October the 4th, 1992, Garavito staggered out of a bar in downtown Hamundi and began following a 13-year-old boy named Juan Carlos. Garavito claims that the moonlight somehow filled him with a desire to kill, and he had flashbacks of his childhood and became filled with rage. Garavito began tailing Juan Carlos through a crowded market district, quietly dipping into a shop to purchase a rope and a butcher's knife. Then Garavito approached the teenager, offered him 1,000 pesos to do a quick task for him. The boy agreed and followed Garavito out to a railroad track. Garavito beat the victim, knocking out his front teeth, and then tied him up, sodomized him, and slashed his throat with the butcher's knife. Post-mortem, Garavito mutilated the victim's rectum with the knife and castrated the corpse. Then the drunken murderer passed out. Garavito claims that when he awoke the next morning, he began to weep when he saw the boy's bloodstains on his clothes. Juan Carlos's body was discovered 3 days later. Due to the fact that he was poor and such murders were common, his death was not assigned a high priority by the police. His death was common? This sort of murder was common? His body was destroyed. What the police? Or what the Colombia? On October the 10th, Garavito headed to Trujillo to stay a few days with his sister Esther. Garavito claims that at this time he was trying to suppress his homicidal urges, despite having now gotten a taste for it. By some twisted, drunken logic, Garavito tried to tame his murderous impulses by keeping constantly obliterated on brandy, thinking he would not feel any rages if he stayed so drunk that he could barely stand. Well, that's not how it works with you, is it? It seems like you only do these horrible things when you're out off your face. Of course, such a level of intoxication cannot be maintained for more than a few hours, and the alcohol merely exacerbated Garavito's mental illness rather than curbing it. Garavito claims that on October the 12th, 1992, while working in the nearby city of Tallulah, he saw a child walk by on the street and became so angry that he smashed the wooden crates and clay containers on his sales cart. A few hours later, Garavito spotted 12-year-old Juan Alejandro Peñarendia. Garavito lured him to an isolated spot with promises of money, tied him up, sexually assaulted him, and stabbed him to death. In the hopes of making the murder look like a ritual killing committed by some kind of satanic cult, Garavito sliced off the victim's fingers, thumbs, and toes. He then dumped the body in the Cauca River, which incidentally had the nickname the River of Death because of the number of quote-unquote disposables commonly found floating in it. After the murder of Peñaranda on October the 12th, 1992, Garavito no longer tried to suppress his homicidal urges. He was hooked. He took up killing full-time, literally. He unleashed the sort of hell upon Colombia that hadn't been seen since the days of Pedro Lopez. Because of the sheer scale of the violence, the failure to identify all of the victims, and Garavito's own failure to remember the precise dates of all of them, the record grows a little hazy moving forward. But by a rough estimate, Garavito killed between 45 and 60 children per year. That's 4 or 5 children per month, averaging at least 1 child per week. Garavito targeted the disposables and the children of the rural peasantry and urban working class. Due to the nature of Colombian society at the time, it was only if you murdered a victim in the upper or middle classes that police assigned some priority to the investigation. The disposables had no one to report them missing. The parents of lower-class kids did report their children missing, but very little was done. Pedro Lopez exploited the same situation in Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador in the 1970s. There was also the issue of reporting a child missing if one of the Colombian militias or drug cartels was behind it. To do so invited deadly retribution. Thus it was the classism and inactivity of the police and the poverty and utter chaos of the region that were responsible for how both Garavito and Lopez racked up such disgustingly high body counts. Was Colombia considered a failed state? Were these failed states at this time? Because when the police is so unfunctional, it sounds like a failed state, doesn't it? In addition to targeting poor children, Garavito also had a preference for boys who were slim, neotenous, I don't know that word, Look up neotenous. Juvenile. Oh, slow development. Brilliant. With innocent features. Essentially, the younger and more effeminate looking, the better. He also preferred to kill children of predominantly European ancestry, especially if they had blue eyes or light-coloured hair, rather than children with darker features and or native Colombian ancestry. That said, Garavito's victims spanned the entire spectrum of appearances. He ultimately was not fussy. Garavito's murder victims were typically between the ages of 6 and 13, with one exception being a 16-year-old disabled teenager who had lost the use of his legs. Garavito also murdered 5 adults who were accidental witnesses of his killings. He did not torture or sexually assault them or mutilate their bodies. Due to the fact that many children had no dental records, no parents to claim them, or otherwise too decomposed when their bodies were found, scores and scores of children could not be identified at the time. It took elaborate facial reconstruction and years of research to discover their identities, and to this day, 27 of Garavito's victims still have not been identified. Again, this is a dude who's going to be released from prison. That is insane, Colombia. Get your shit together. Do not release this motherfucker. Or maybe do, and just tell everyone where he is at all times. Just be like, hey, that guy, that horrible dude, he's right here. He's right here. Anyone want to, you know? Unlike the first murder of Juan Carlos, Garavito generally struck during the daytime, preferably in the morning, approaching victims in the marketplace or the streets. He would also lurk around schoolyards in the afternoons. His approaches differed. Sometimes he'd appear as a street vendor, a priest, a beggar, a schoolteacher, a disabled tramp hobbling on crutches, and he even disguised himself as an old man. In Trujillo, Garavito took care to gain a reputation in the local community as a charity worker who was fond of kids, a facade that he was able to carry off very effectively when he was soft-spoken and sober. It sounds like he should never have moved from Catholicism, to be honest. He would have fit right in there. Due to Garavito's large, low-hanging years, the children affectionately gave him the nickname Goofy after the Disney character. The charity work gained him access to orphanages and other children's charitable organizations. Again, I know this is completely unrealistic for the time period, but if you're working for charities with children, they should police check you first. You should have that background check and make sure you're not on one of those, lists of weirdos. Regardless of the cover he used, Garavito would then make up an excuse to lure a child to a secluded spot, usually a job for money. If the child seemed hesitant to go with him, Garavito would increase the amount. That usually clinched things. Other times, Garavito would offer sweets or gifts, and in some cases, it offered drugs to street children who were addicted to smoking that cocaine residue. Once, on the morning after Halloween, Garavito lured a victim by offering to help him find the candy the boy had lost the night before. Once he had convinced his victim by whatever means, Garavito would then walk a very long distance with the child until they were too tired to resist. Then Garavito would strike. The attacks were sudden, but not quick, with prolonged torture that could last the better part of an hour. In 1993, Garavito escalated the brutality of the killings. He resumed the atrocities of his previous non-lethal attacks, the burning, the cutting, the biting. In addition, Garavito began disemboweling his victims while they were alive, and he was in the middle of sexually assaulting them. It became something of a grotesque signature of his. Such was the fate experienced by 8 schoolboys between the ages of 9 and 11 that Garavito brazenly lured to a secluded area and bound with rope in the town of La Victoria. He moved from one victim to the next, while the others watched. After it was over, Garavito severed the victims' toes post-mortem and took them as trophies, along with their pictures cut out of their identity cards. Garavito soon dumped the toes, however, for fear of being detected by sniffer dogs. He would instead document the killings in a little notebook, take photographs of the victims' bodies, cut out any newspaper reports of the killings, and keep the receipts and bus tickets of his journeys between towns. He kept these mementos in a black cotton bag at his sister Esther's house. Sounds like he's not just writing down his crimes, he's documenting his crimes. After the mass murder in La Victoria, Garavito traveled an hour north and used the same modus operandi to torture and murder 11 more victims in Bogota, this time killed one by one. He then departed for Tulula and found more victims and spent the rest of 1993 hopping between Pereira, Quimbaya, Armenia, and 54 other towns and villages, taking the lives of dozens of victims. By the end of the year, Garavito began removing a victim's vital organs post-mortem and taking them with him from the scene. He did not keep them as trophies, but soon discarded them at a second location. Due to rapid rates of decomposition and interference from wildlife, the viscera was almost never found. In 1994, Garavito added the torture method of flaying the skin off the victim's buttocks with a razor blade that he held between his fingers. On February the 4th, in Bogota, Garavito lured 13-year-old Jamie Gonzalez from the Plaza de Bolivar on a long trek to a sugarcane field. Garavito was already extremely intoxicated, having just been thrown out of a bar for flying into a drunken rage over the quality of the food. He continued to drink from a cheap bottle of brandy once they reached the field. After Garavito murdered Gonzalez, he caught sight of a nearby crucifix, which triggered his latent fear of God. Garavito panicked, buried his knife, and prayed for absolution, then dug up the knife again and went to a hotel, where he paced naked around the room for the next several hours, flogging himself and reciting Psalm 57. Be merciful unto me, O God, for my soul trusteth in thee. In the shadow of thy wings I will take my refuge until these calamities be overpast. He shall send from heaven and save me from the reproach of him that would swallow me up. My soul is among lions, and I lie even among them that are set on fire, even the sons of men, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. The fact that Garavito chose Psalm 57 indicates his narcissism and lack of accountability for his actions. The passage features King David calling upon God to rescue him from the evils of the world, including the slander of other people. Garavito also saw himself beset by the evils of the world and beseeched God to rescue him, instead of recognizing that it was he, Garavito himself, who was the greatest evil of all. While still in Bogota, Garavito spotted a 12-year-old boy sleeping on a bus. He plied him with brandy and lured his now intoxicated victim into a ravine. There, Garavito stripped off the victim's clothes and began to bind him with rope. When Garavito detected the smell of rotting flesh, he soon discovered that they were standing next to a mass grave. Not one of Garavito's. This was Colombia. As Garavito recoiled from the smell, the boy seized his chance and grabbed Garavito's knife. The boy slashed the blade at the older man, slicing the tendons in Garavito's left hand as he raised his arms to protect himself. Ultimately, however, Garavito managed to overpower the victim and murdered him. The killing blow was usually a deep cut across the throat, while Garavito climaxed. Oh my god. Too much. Also, post-mortem, Garavito would castrate the corpse. When feeling particularly enraged and venomous, Garavito would place the genitals in the cadaver's mouth. Only 2 known victims, out of hundreds after Garavito's murder spree began in 1992, wound up being luckier in their escape attempts. Brand Fernie Bernal Alvarez was a 16-year-old who worked for his father running a cockfighting business. Garavito approached the victim, didn't try to lure him, but immediately threatened Alvarez with a knife. Garavito marched him into the forest and bound the victim with rope. He stabbed Alvarez 7 times with a screwdriver during the sexual assault. However, Alvarez was able to break free of the ropes and run away before Garavito could kill him. In Secasia, Garavito approached a 10-year-old boy named Carlos Alberto. Garavito offered the victim 200 pesos, roughly 10 cents in modern US currency, along with some small gifts, and lured him to a secluded, tree-covered hillside. The usual modus operandi ensued. At one point, Garavito asked the victim if he was enjoying it. The boy, hoping to mollify his abductor, responded yes. And so Garavito let the boy go without killing him, saying, quote, "That's how you like it. That's how I like it. See you next week." Jesus, how is he not getting caught? He's just one person escaped and one has been let go. It's just insane police incompetence, an insane failed state situation where it's like the police still don't catch him after he's had... Jesus. By 1995, there were enough unexplained corpses of children turning up in the town of Armenia for the local district attorney's office to set up a 4-man task force. Excellent, let's go! The team began asking for reports of similar discoveries from across Colombia. Hundreds of reports flooded in. However, many of the children had not been identified, nor were detailed descriptions of their injuries given, making it impossible to tie the bodies matching Garavito's MO to one man. In that same year, police discovered the bodies of 4 children in varying states of decomposition in a hillside in the Cauca Valley. They were all from the lower classes between the ages of 8 and 10, and 2 of them were cousins. All of them had disappeared before noon, with the cousins disappearing on the same day and the 2 other children disappearing on different days. It appeared that once the killer found a decent spot, he would lure subsequent victims there as well, quickly subduing and binding them once they saw the previous corpses. Police also... Jesus Christ, that's got to be terrifying. You just be like, okay. But then you got to fight, right? That's it. That's all you got. You know you're going to die, so you might as well go for it. Police also found several empty bottles of cheap brandy and a bottle of lubricant at the scene. This was one of the earliest connections authority made of a killer of children stalking the region. The bodies all showed similar signs of injury and the same cause of death, a slash across the throat. The killer had also added the torture method of inserting a knife into their rectums. DNA found on the bodies indicated that they'd been sexually assaulted, but police didn't know whether this had been done pre- or post-mortem. Indeed, Garavito's usual MO was to assault his victims while they were alive, but sometimes when the victim expired too soon, Garavito engaged in necrophilia. Of course he did. Why wouldn't he? Fucking psycho. State of decay. In 1996, Garavito was arrested in the town of Cunha under suspicion of the murder of a 12-year-old boy named Renal Delgado Quintero. Garavito had been identified by a store owner and several local sex workers who had seen Garavito lure the boy away from a crowded marketplace. However, police had no other evidence, and it was Garavito's word against the eyewitnesses. After some smooth talking and coming off as harmless as possible, Garavito managed to be released without charge. He immediately modified his appearance and traveled 450 kilometers or 280 miles west to Pereira, where he promptly murdered 10-year-old Jorge Ramirez after arriving. Jesus Christ, you're this close to getting caught. How is that not... I know eyewitness testimony is super unreliable, but can we at least keep a super close eye on this dude now, police? Come on. On the 8th of June, 1996, Garavito was in the town of Boyaca and approached a group of boys in a shop and bought them all sweets. He then managed to lure one of the boys away for an odd job, with the boy following him on his bike. The victim's mutilated remains were found 5 days later. Garavito was still in Boyaca at the time and was identified by the other boys. Garavito was arrested, and under police interrogation, he admitted to buying the boys sweets, but claimed that he left them alone after that. Again, if you're arrested and it's like you were buying children's sweets, put you on a list, not the big public list where you've been publicly convicted of a sex crime or whatever, but some secret police list that they just share with other police officers and share around the place and be like, yeah, that guy, we don't have much on him, but we think he's a sicko. So let's just, eyes on, chaps. Police showed poor judgment and released him. 4 days later, Garavito again traveled to Pereira, where he immediately tortured and murdered a 13-year-old boy. Then, in late June, Garavito moved to Circassia, where he ran into Luz Maria Campo Orozco, whom he had first met in 1973 and worked with at the grocery store in 1978. Garavito said he'd always loved Campo. She was now a school teacher and a single mother of a 15-year-old son. Garavito told her that he no longer worked for grocery stores, but for the past several years had been a street vendor and was now a salesman of air fresheners to schools across Colombia. But because the school year was now finished, Garavito complained that he was out of work. He asked Campo if he could stay with her. She consented. Garavito began selling fruit from a cart in the marketplace and paid Campo money in exchange for room and board. But his stay didn't last long due to his alcoholism. Locals in Circassia began to call him by the nickname Conflicto because he was frequently drunk and aggressive. By the end of July, Campo was eager to be rid of him, and Garavito moved out. In August 1996, while in Bogota, Garavito broke his leg. Now, it's unclear whether this was from a drunken fall, which is quite common with chronic alcoholics, or whether it was from a physical confrontation with an adult or an injury sustained while he was trying to kill another victim. Either way, it placed Garavito on crutches with a neck brace for the next month. During that time, Garavito briefly stayed with a male friend before returning to Circassia and begging Luz Campo to let him stay again. She cautiously said yes. Oh no, Luz, what are you doing? Don't be like that. You had to kick him out because he was conflicto. He spent his days begging on the streets, no longer able to work or kill any victims. He gave the proceeds of his panhandling over to Campo. In mid-September, when Garavito was sufficiently recovered, he went out and bought Campo a television and paid for it in installments. 2 weeks later, in October, Garavito was drunk again, and he got into a physical altercation with Campo's teenage son because Garavito wanted to put on the local news while the kid was watching something else. Campo kicked Garavito out of the house and had to assume paying the installments for the television herself. Bro, you can't do that. It's like, oh yeah, I got this debt and I gave it to you. It's like, well, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's not my debt. Why would you have to pay for that? It's like, so I bought you a car. Oh, awesome. Yeah, you got to pay the monthly payments. It's like, well, you didn't buy me a car then, did you? You got me a lease. Like, what the fuck? 2 months later, on Christmas Day, Campo had a male friend visit her and give her a Christmas present. Garavito must have been watching the house because that evening he made a drunken phone call to Campo where he called the male friend a gay slur and said that he didn't like him visiting. Campo responded by telling Garavito that he was banned from ever staying with her again. It's like, yeah, Garavito, guess what? It's none of your business. I've kicked you out of my house twice, Garavito. I was very generous. Don't tell me what I can and cannot do. And please don't murder me or my son. Thank you. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Garavito turned up at Campo's house, still drunk from the night before, shouting threats and peppering her with obscene insults. Garavito then attempted to strangle Campo. She and her son fled and took refuge in a neighbor's house. Garavito trashed Campo's place, stayed there several more hours, sobering up, writing Campo an apology note and then departing. Campo never saw him again. Shortly thereafter, in the second week of January 1997, Garavito murdered 3 victims, all between the ages of 6 and 8. In need of a new place to stay, Garavito rekindled relations with Graciela Zabaleta, a single mother in Pereira with whom he had first formed a romantic relationship in 1986. The two had been periodically in contact since then. Garavito paid her a visit in early 1997 and squeak-talked her into moving in again. He used the place as a base of operations while continuing to travel across the country killing victims. Thus, she didn't see him often, which might explain the relative longevity of his stay with her. The Garavito was also active in Pereira. For instance, on October 1st, 1997, he murdered 2 boys at a bus terminal. The next month, in November, police uncovered a dump site of 4 victims in a countryside ravine in the Risaralda region, not far from Pereira, where Garavito is based. The gruesome discovery set off a blizzard of police investigation and media coverage, which alarmed Garavito. Ultimately, however, the investigation stalled for lack of suspects. Then in February 1998, 100 kilometers, 60 miles to the south, police discovered the bodies of 3 boys lying on a hillside just outside of the town of Genova. One of them had been impaled on a pike so thoroughly that the sharp end had come out of the victim's mouth. Oh my god, you're doing some Vlad the Impaler now. This sparked another flurry of media attention, again alarming Garavito. In the coming months, he followed the news stories of other victims being discovered in various fields and forests across Colombia. In July 1998, Graciela Zabaleta had finally grown tired of Garavito's drunk and abusive behavior whenever he was home and politely asked him to leave. Garavito departed peaceably, but got Graciela to keep another black cotton bag at her house. There's no one looking in these cotton bags and being like, why are all these boys' ID card photos in here? What are these toes? Meanwhile, Garavito was convinced that he should move his murderous activities abroad for a while, so he bought a forged passport with the name of Bonifacio Moreira and flew to Ecuador. He spent the next 2 months begging for money. Locals immediately marked him out as a foreigner due to his heavy Colombian accent. In late July, Garavito murdered a 14-year-old boy and then a 12-year-old boy in the town of Choni, Ecuador. Then Garavito moved on to the city of Santo Domingo, where people made complaints to authorities about him lurking around a school. Unsurprisingly, given his usual victim profile, it's worth noting that this was a school for girls, which means either Garavito was branching out or deliberately trying to modify his killing pattern, or else he was actually bisexual after all. It's also possible that Garavito was lurking around boys' schools, but it was only his presence at the girls' school that had triggered local alarm. Either way, Santo Domingo police set up a sting operation to catch Garavito in the act of either molestation or abduction. Excellent! Where was this? Ecuador? Ecuador? Yeah, Ecuador's police got it together. Let's go. As he arrives, he's immediately caught. That'd be brilliant. And it's kind of shame Colombia a little bit, wouldn't it? However, Garavito must have caught wind of it because he fled the country. Shortly thereafter, Ecuadorian authorities discovered the corpse of a boy and a girl, both of whom had been killed with Garavito's usual MO. It's possible that the girl was an intended victim, or she was an opportunistic one because she had been in the company of the boy. Garavito claims that from Ecuador he flew to Venezuela, where he killed another victim before returning to Colombia in late August. Now unwelcome at Graciela's place, Garavito regularly began sleeping rough as he traveled across Colombia. And then, in November 1998, a mass grave of 36 victims was uncovered. Reports of other killings and mass graves began to flood in from across the country. A national task force was set up to coordinate the investigation. Finally, after years of police inaction, the hunt was on. And all I can say to that is it's about time. Let's go! Needle in a cane stack. On the morning of February the 6th, 1999, Garavito murdered 3 children in a sugarcane field just outside in the city Palmyra in the Cauca Valley. The usual modus operandi was observed, but Garavito was far drunker than usual. Really, he can get more drunk than usual? Wasn't he always just faced out of his mind? He had stripped off his shorts and underwear and was in the middle of performing an act of necrophilia on one of the corpses when he passed out on top of the body. He had a lit cigarette in his left hand. The sugarcane around him caught fire. The flames began to scorch his left side, causing 2nd and 3rd degree burns down his left arm, leg, and side. When Garavito awoke, he panicked and fled, abandoning his glasses, shoes, underwear, shorts, and some money that was in his pockets. A veritable treasure trove of forensic evidence. He also left behind the usual empty bottle of cheap brandy. Garavito ran along across the countryside with his arse and genitals exposed, hiding from people until he was able to discreetly steal a pair of trousers from a clothes line. He then hitchhiked, barefoot, and with his burns untreated, 190 kilometers or 120 miles north from Palmyra to Pereira to put some distance between himself and the now smoldering carnage. Yeah, you gotta be praying that fire was strong enough to burn all that evidence that you left behind. Like your glasses and your wallet. Like that's, they're gonna find you. Arriving in the early evening, Garavito staggered into a local drugstore and got some basic first aid. He then disappeared without telling the shopkeeper his name or what had happened. Garavito did not dare go to hospital. Back in Palmyra, the fire was put out by a local farmer and he discovered 2 of the 3 bodies in the process. Police found the 3rd body the next day, February 7th, along with items that Garavito had left behind. Oh, please put it together, police. Please, please, please. He's killed so many people. I just can't believe that it's gone on this long. The bodies showed injuries consistent with all other victims that had been found across Colombia, the number of which had now passed into the triple digits. The money found at the scene was discovered to have been printed and circulated in Ipaales, a town 485 kilometers or 300 miles to the south of Palmyra on the Ecuadorian border. This implied the murderer of the 3 victims in Palmyra likely traveled widely, same as the serial killer sought by the National Task Force. More concrete was the information derived from the glasses and shoes. The glasses had a left lens designed for a person with a specific type of astigmatism in his left eye. Oh, I have an astigmatism in my left eye. It was a condition that only occurred in people between ages 40 and 60 years old. Okay, maybe I don't have an astigmatism in my left eye. Isn't an astigmatism, isn't that the thing where your eyeballs, like my left eyeballs, a slightly wonky shape? So my vision's not very good in my left eye, which is why I wear glasses. My right eye's pretty good. But it'd be weird to wear a monocle. Garavito was 42 at the time. Why is an astigmatism? I really thought that's what it was called. Look up. Is it due to a rotational symmetry in the eye's refractive power? That does sound like what I've got. Okay, never mind. The arms of the glasses were bent downward, suggesting the wearer had unusually placed ears. Garavito had earned the nickname Goofy from the children of Trejo for this reason. The shoes, meanwhile, had usual patterns of wear and tear on them. Firstly, there was no erosion at the tip of the shoe, implying that the suspect had a foot smaller than the size of the shoe. Second, and most crucially, the circular wear patterns in the middle and heel of the right shoe suggested that the suspect had a limp, slightly rotating his foot as he walked. Indeed, Garavito had broken his leg in August 1996 and it had healed badly. Moreover, examination of the footprints found at the scene indicated that the suspect was between 5'4" and 5'6" inches tall. Again, Garavito was 5'5". And I mean, this is a lot of evidence, but unless they're doing the DNA thing, there's still a lot of people who are going to fit all of these conditions. Maybe not, actually. Astigmatism, a limp. Still, all around the country, it's going to be really hard to pin that down. This information was relayed to the National Task Force. They pulled files from the archives of all suspects implicated in criminal activities involved, and thanks to YouTube censorship, a word that the first syllable is ped and the next 4 syllables are Ophelia, since 1989. 5,000 suspects came up. Detectives immediately filtered out the cases involving female victims. All the victims found in Colombia were boys. They had not yet connected to the killer, the one girl found in Ecuador. Yeah, because it's a different country. Like, what are the odds? And he's traveling under a false passport anyway. This reduced the number of cases to 1,500. Next, the investigators excluded subjects that were under the age of 40. This drastically and shockingly reduced the number of suspects down to just 95 people. Oh my god. It would appear that 70% of the atrocities on file in Colombia were perpetrated against young girls, and that 94% of the suspects on file who acted out against young boys were below the age of 40. God damn, that's a statistic. It's very odd. When detectives filtered suspects for the height range of 5'4" to 5'6", the number was further reduced to 45 people. Okay, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. This is pretty great. It's good detective work. Finally, detectives focused on the suspects who had been implicated in sex crimes in the areas where the majority of the mass graves and dump sites had been found, namely the area around Bogota and the various towns and villages of the Coffee Axis. This reduced the list to 25 names. Luis Garavito was on that list. The suspect names were circulated to local law enforcement across Colombia. Can't we just, when is this, the 90s? Can't we just sample all of them for DNA and then take the DNA from the scene and be like, boom, easy, it's Garavito. Lock him up. Hang him. Do they? Oh, they don't have death penalty, do they? Because we know he's been released, which I totally forgot about because this episode is really long. One such investigator was Aldemar Duran, lead detective on the February 1998 case of 3 boys who were murdered in Garavito's birth town of Genova. Duran worked so tirelessly on the case, never taking time off and barely sleeping, that his colleagues nicknamed him the Killer's Shadow. Sounds like a right legend, to be honest. When the case exploded into a national investigation in November, Duran quickly matched the victim's injury, specific type of rope fibers, and the cheap brandy bottle left at the scene to the other cases. Since Colombia had no forensic psychologist who had worked on a serial killer case before, Duran contacted the FBI in the United States for insights on how to build a profile for a serial killer. That's cool. That's cool that they can do that. They can just be like, reach out to the FBI and be like, what's up? What do you think of this? And the FBI do this. That's cool. He then got to know every snippet of information in the dozens and dozens of murders in intimate detail and attempted to put himself in the mind of the killer. Duran suspected that the man traveled around the country as a vagrant and so placed undercover officers in homeless communities up and down Colombia, paying no attention to jurisdiction. Good. It's time to ignore that jurisdiction and catch this face. Duran started researching the 25 suspects on the list circulated by the National Task Force. When looking into Luis Garavito, he found that he had been arrested in the town of Tunja in 1996 under suspicion of the murder of Ronald Delgado Quintero. Witnesses had seen Garavito walking off with the victim, but Garavito had been released due to a lack of evidence. But when he was arrested, Garavito had filled out some paperwork and listed his place of residence as Trujillo, where he had spent the final years of his childhood before being thrown out of his home. Duran found this interesting because mass graves had also been found on the outskirts of that town. Shortly after making these discoveries, Duran found out that Garavito had been arrested for a second time in 1996, this time under suspicion of murdering a victim in the town of Boyaca. Oh, this is it. You know you got your guy. You're looking, there's only 25 people that you're considering. Just go and get that DNA swab. Why aren't they doing the DNA thing yet? I guess they got to have like probable cause or something, like to go and get a DNA sample, but it feels like just go and ask them and then some are going to give it. And even if that just knocks out like 10 who are just giving it because they're like, well, I don't want to be in trouble for this, they'll give it. It could even knock out 15 or 20 and then you're just left with a few people and then just watch them. Again, he was released. Feeling certain that Garavito was the killer the nation was looking for, Duran departed for Trujillo to see if he could track down anyone who knew Garavito. Meanwhile, close scrutiny was being placed on the city of Pereira because it was the first place where police had found a mass grave. They were conducting house-to-house searches, but found nothing. However, another name on the list of 25 suspects resided there, one Pedro Pablo Ramirez Garcia. He had a criminal record related to pediatric activity. Pederastic? Pediatric. Not pediatric. Pederastic activities going far back as 1980. What is more, he was 44 years old, was 5'6", and walked with a limp in his right leg. Really? I guess the only thing that's remarkable there is the limp. But of the 25 people, 2 of them have a limp. He was also a street vendor and had been selling honey contained in old bottles of brandy. Oh my. The same type of brandy that was found in a majority of the crime scenes. Oh my god, Pedro, you are looking guilty as fuck, my dude, even though we know it's not you. Although you still sound like a terrible person, so whatever. This was all quite compelling circumstantial evidence. Garcia was already a suspect in the murder of 2 victims at a bus terminal in Pereira on October 1st, 1997. Turns out those boys had also been killed by Garavito. Then another boy in Pereira identified Garcia as the man who had tried to assault him. This was enough for police to hunt Garcia down and toss him in a cell. However, Garcia denied any involvement in the killings. Nevertheless, police were sure that they had their man. That is, until Garavito killed 4 more victims in Bogota, employing his usual MO. The police were troubled by this development, but they kept Garcia imprisoned as a precaution anyway, and because the allegations by the Pereira boy hadn't been resolved, that attempted assault had not been done by Garavito. Meanwhile, Detective Aldemar Duran was busy in Trujillo. He had managed to track down Garavito's sister, Esther. During questioning, Esther revealed that Garavito had left a black cotton bag with her for safekeeping. Uh-oh. Dude, they've already got you, and this is just going to be the cherry on top for putting you away for what turns out to not be ever, but just be 20 years, and now you're going to, be free, which is insane. I hope you listen to this and realize that everyone thinks you're a horrible piece of shit and you should still be in prison or dead. She turned it over to police. The bag contained documents, receipts, photographs, postcards, and various souvenirs of Garavito's travels between 1992 and 1994. Duran also found a box of notebooks in Esther's home, which contained a long list of children's names. Among the papers was a receipt for a money order wired to a woman who lived in Pereira named Graciela Zabaleta. Duran immediately made tracks to Pereira, where he interviewed Graciela. She turned over yet another black cotton bag containing even more evidence, documents, receipts, photos, lottery tickets, bus tickets, and newspaper clippings about the killings. But the bag contained something else. Synthetic fibers from ropes that matched those found at murder sites, as well as razor blades with blood on them, a couple of bottles of lubricant that matched the brand found at many of the crime scenes. It was pretty damning stuff. Police had a new prime suspect. Pedro Garcia, his attempted assault charge being dropped, was now released. The question was, where was Garavito? Neither Esther nor Graciela had seen him in months. Graciela's little black bag had led the police to the house Garavito was renting in Pereira, but when they arrived, they found the property had been vacated, and Duran's undercover officers in the homeless community had not found him either. It was as if he had simply disappeared, which is honestly a very smart thing to do because it's all coming crashing down for you, isn't it? Then, in the early evening of April 22nd, 1999, in the city of Villavicencio, Luis Garavito struck again. He had been getting drunk all afternoon on a bottle of brandy when he saw 12-year-old Juan Ivon Sabagal selling lottery tickets on the street. Garavito did not waste time trying to con the boy and immediately threatened him with a knife. He threw his arms around Sabagal in a pretend gesture of affection and dragged him into a taxi, telling Sabagal to keep his mouth shut or it'd kill him. The taxi drove them to the outskirts of town, where they got out, and Garavito forced Sabagal to climb over a barbed wire fence. Then Garavito ordered Sabagal to walk until they reached an isolated area at the top of a hill. Garavito forced Sabagal to his knees and tied his hands with a rope, while repeatedly asking him, "Am I a sadist? Am I a sadist? Am I a sadist?" Garavito then proceeded to hurl insults at the victim and wave his knife under his face, laughing at the boy's abject fear. Garavito then took out his penis and began to masturbate. It was then that a 16-year-old homeless boy spotted Garavito and Sabagal. Immediately recognizing the younger boy was in danger, the 16-year-old began throwing rocks at Garavito. Legend. Sabagal seized his opportunity, got to his feet, and ran in the direction of the 16-year-old. Garavito chased both of them, his knife out and at the ready, but due to the limp in his gammy leg, the two boys managed to lose him. If this isn't it for you, mate, I don't understand what would be. They passed by a local farmhouse and were spotted by a 12-year-old girl. Garavito wasn't far behind, saw the girl, and demanded aggressively that she say where the two boys went. The girl misled Garavito and pointed in the direction of the woods, where he got lost. Meanwhile, the homeless boy and Sabagal made it to a local car garage. The 16-year-old entrusted Sabagal to a mechanic working there and immediately departed, not wanting to be involved any further. The mechanic called the police at 7:15 p.m. By that point, Sabagal had been reported missing, and the police brought his mother to the garage to identify him. The police were in the process of driving the boy and his mother down to the police station to make a statement when Sabagal spotted Garavito from the car window walking by the side of the road. Sabagal pointed him out, and the police pulled over and immediately arrested Garavito. F***ing yes! Don't let him slip out. Look, we're what? 80% of the way through, 90% of the way through today's episode? This has got to be it, right? This is the end. Showing no emotion, Garavito identified himself as Bonifacio Moreira and denied having anything to do with Sabagal's abduction. The police did not believe him and took him down to the station. While this man named Bonifacio Moreira was being processed, police noticed that his signature was different on every piece of paper that he'd signed. Under questioning, the man continued to claim evidence. Due to the fact that the suspect fit the description of the Palmyra killer, 5'5", glasses and a limp in the right leg, the National Task Force was alerted. The suspect also had burns down his left side, which would have been consistent with the wounds the Palmyra killer might have sustained from the sugarcane fire. There's so much evidence, you just know you've got your dude, don't you? This guy. The National Task Force circulated the mugshot of the man who called himself Bonifacio Moreira to law enforcement across the country. When Detective Aldemar Duran saw the photo, he identified him as Luis Alfredo Garavito. But the man himself denied this and continued to identify himself as Moreira. Garavito was detained at La Tromacua, the notorious maximum security prison in Val-i-Dupar, for the kidnapping, sexual assault, and attempted murder of Juan Sabagal. Duran, meanwhile, tracked down one of Garavito's platonic female friends, Maria Umbar Toro, and convinced her to visit Garavito in prison while wearing a wire. During their discussion, Garavito told her that he had a black bag of documents stashed away, which he had instructed the wife of another prisoner in La Tromacua to retrieve while she was visiting. Police located the woman and seized the bag. It contained more receipts, bus tickets, and children's photographs. There was also a piece of paper in the bag that later turned out to be Garavito's tally of victims for that year. Next, police arranged for Garavito to have an eye exam to confirm that he had astigmatism in his left eye consistent with the lens of the charred glasses found in the sugarcane field in Palmyra. In order not to raise Garavito's suspicions, prompting him to cheat on the test, skewing the results, investigators got every inmate in the prison to take the test. While Garavito was out of his cell, police entered and retrieved Garavito's hair and samples of his DNA. Excellent, that's going to lock it down. I mean, the eye test is fantastic and all of that, but you've got enough circumstantial stuff. Just get that DNA test done and work out how many people he's killed, and then work out how to execute him, or don't, and let it out after 20 years because apparently you're insane. Both came back as a perfect match for hairs and DNA found at multiple crime scenes. Next, police used the evidence in the black bags along with police records and independent sources to compile a history of Garavito's movement since 1992. It was an exhaustive process that took weeks, but the findings were that wherever police had a record of Garavito's location in the past 7 years, there were murders at the same location. All of this took from late April to early July of 1999. It was then that the police decided to confront Garavito with evidence in order to extract a confession. On July the 2nd, Garavito was subjected to 9 hours of questioning. He denied everything, including the fact that he was Garavito, so police sent for Ademar Duran, the killer's shadow, who knew the Garavito case in intimate detail and had made some attempt to understand the killer's psychology. Duran sat with Garavito for 18 hours of questioning, going over every scrap of information and piece of evidence, reconstructing the scenes of dozens of killings in gruesome detail. In short, Duran forced Garavito to relive the murders, which had a profound impact on him. Arousal, anger, even shame. Eventually, Garavito broke down in tears and began repeatedly screaming, "Why? Why?" at the top of his lungs. In the early hours of July 4th, Garavito began confessing to the murder of dozens of children in Colombia between 1992 and 1999, providing the dates and locations. The number of murders that he admitted to during his initial confession reached a total of 140. But that's not the total number. Not by a long shot. Triumph and tragedy. All things considered, despite years of police inaction and disorganization, it was a clever bit of policing that got Garavito caught. Much of the credit belongs to the work of Ademar Duran for identifying him and extracting his confession, but there was also a slick bit of police work performed by others, like the forensic analysts who pieced together the evidence left in the sugarcane field in Palmyra. The National Task Force coordinated with local law enforcement fairly effectively and imported experts and cutting-edge technologies from America, the UK, the Netherlands, and Russia got the job done. But here's where the justice system began to fail the grieving mothers and fathers of Colombia once more. Luis Garavito went to trial in 2001, charged with killing 172 children, of which he was convicted of 138. Neither of these numbers come close to the total we now suspect. Garavito was sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison. Now, as mentioned at the outset, due to a constitutional constraint, Colombian prisoners could only serve a maximum of 40 years of these sentences. Furthermore, due to the fact that Garavito confessed and continues to cooperate with authorities in locating more bodies, and the fact that Garavito continues to maintain good behavior while in prison, his sentence was ultimately reduced to 22 years. For perspective, that means David's going to give us like a number of months in prison, or days, or whatever it is, per number of victims, for each victim, which is going to be crazy. For perspective, that means Garavito got roughly 2 months imprisonment for the sexual assault, torture, and murder of each of the 138 children he was convicted for, and roughly 3 weeks imprisonment for each of the children Garavito is estimated to have actually killed. And if we add into the equation the estimated number of victims Garavito sexually assaulted and tortured but did not kill between 1972 and 1992, Garavito got roughly 10 days in prison for each one of his victims. What 22 years of imprisonment means is that Garavito is due to be released in 2023 or 2024 at the age of 66 or 67. He currently has advanced eye cancer, for which he's receiving chemotherapy, and it ultimately may kill him. But it is unlikely to do so in the months before he is released. Therefore, it is incumbent on the Colombian authorities to negate the reward for his good behavior and the assistance he gave police, or to come up with a mental health or public safety reason to keep Garavito imprisoned. I can think of several mental health and public safety reasons. 1, he's probably going to kill people, and 2, he's not right in the head. But the ability and the willingness of the Colombian Attorney General's office and the relevant courts to do so is open to speculation. If Garavito is released, he says he wants to start a family, he wants to become a religious preacher, and he wants to go into politics to work with abused children. You should never be working with children, ever, let alone abused children. You should never be able to look at a child again. You should be kept in a small, solitary room which you can never leave. Or just executed. It is likely that if he is released, Garavito will come under intense police and public scrutiny. But here's the problem with having a mentally ill, psychopathic, sexual sadist and a word beginning with P and ending with file running amok. All it takes is one slip of vigilance or one instigating incident, and there might be another victim, or series of victims, left behind in his wake. The final possibility is that Garavito meets the fate of Pedro Lopez, who disappeared only a few months after his release. And like in the case of Pedro Lopez, that disappearance probably won't be created by the killer's flight, since men like Garavito and Lopez aren't able to stop killing and would leave a trail of bodies wherever they went, but rather someone in Colombia taking the law into their own hands and disposing of the killer's body where no one will ever find him. And that would be a terrible thing, wouldn't it? I'm sure the police will be all over solving that one. Be like, oh no, we'll get right on that. Tomorrow. Maybe. The sort of vigilante justice that prevails whenever the rule of law fails. And the rule of law has definitely failed the people of Colombia, including those hundreds of children who suffered and died at the hands of a monster, a man of incalculable evil who may one day soon walk free, and who to this day still believes he is entitled to pass through the gates of heaven. It's just ridiculous. Dismembered appendices. At the time of writing, 193 cases have now been definitively proven against Luis Garavito. Meanwhile, after his conviction, Garavito continued to make additional confessions. At present, the number of these confessions well surpasses 200 victims. And he isn't just making this stuff up. His confessions have sufficient details, dates, times, and locations to make investigators think that most, if not all, of these confessions are genuine. Meanwhile, in the past 2 decades, investigators have continued their work independently, following up on additional murder and disappearance cases. The total number of these cases exceeds 300 victims. Number 2. In terms of the number of confirmed proven victims, 193, Luis Garavito is the most prolific serial killer in modern history, something worsened by the fact that the overwhelming majority of his victims were children. The next runner-up is Pedro Lopez with 110 confirmed victims. In terms of unconfirmed victims, Garavito and Lopez are neck and neck with totals that both exceed 300 children. The other serial killers on that list don't even come close. Such were the conditions in Colombia in the latter half of the 20th century that allowed these monsters to thrive. 3. As mentioned at the beginning, I've observed quite a bit of social media activity, reaching out to the Colombian government through various channels, urging them not to release Garavito from prison. I cannot explicitly advocate for any such communications myself, but I am raising my eyebrows suggestively while I point out the fact that these communications are ongoing. Yes, yes. What's that? Maybe you could be in touch? Wait, why can't we encourage that? Is that against the rules or something? Number 4. No fully comprehensive secondary source on Luis Garavito exists in English or Spanish, so this particular episode was rather difficult to research, cobbling things together from news articles, psych reports, academic papers, trial records, and so forth, some of which are in English, some of which had to be slotted into a translator. Many of the accounts are flawed and inconsistent, but I've done my best to verify the correct version of events here. Meanwhile, if anyone is itching to write the first big, definitive, not pulp bullshit version of a true crime book about Luis Garavito, there's a niche open for you. It is startling it hasn't been done already, since Garavito is arguably the world's worst serial killer. But in the field of true crime, we tend to overlook stories that come from the developing world and focus on the Bundys and the Gacy's. Yeah, but this is just so much worse. I don't like ranking people. I don't like ranking Bundy and Gacy up against this guy, but he's possibly killed 300 children in the worst ways. Number 5. As a corollary of that, no major Hollywood production has even attempted to depict Garavito like movies have done with other serial killers, and given the nature of his crimes, I'd probably say that's for the best. And that's where we end today's episode. Thanks for being here.
In the quiet morning light of Henderson, Nevada, a town celebrated for its peace and security, 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis set out for what he thought would be another routine walk through familiar streets. But as the sun climbed higher, the day's calm was shattered by the approach of Las Vegas Metro Police. With a precision that betrayed countless rehearsals for this moment, they placed Davis in cuffs and announced his arrest for a crime that had become the stuff of legend: the unresolved murder of Tupac Shakur, a case as enigmatic as the lyrics of the rap icon himself. As Davis was escorted to a squad car, a flood of questions surged through the community and across the nation. Had justice finally caught up with the past? Or was this another twist in the long, winding saga that began on that fateful night in 1996? Join me today as we unravel the threads of this gripping tale, from the glittering heights of musical stardom to the darkened streets where shadows speak truths. Let's navigate the intricate maze of leads and of lies, the alliances and enmities that defines the era of thug life. And perhaps together we'll edge a little bit closer into answering the question that has lingered for decades: who killed Tupac Shakur? Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today we're covering Tupac Shakur, written by Kevin, read by me. There was a recent development. I have to say, first of all, my knowledge, I couldn't name. I mean, if someone told them to me, I'm sure I would know a Tupac song, but I couldn't name a single Tupac song right now.
if I was asked. If it was like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and it's like, Simon, here at A, B, C, D, which is the Tupac song, I'd be like, I don't know. And they'd be like, well, you don't win $100 then, do you? Because I feel, and people might be, I don't know, maybe Americans will be more surprised at this. And tell me, like, comments, let me know. Because I've got a few American friends who are about my age. And it seems like, you know, growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, and they have like knowledge of rap. Like rap music was a part of their culture and stuff. And I don't, either it just wasn't it wasn't part of my growing up, or it wasn't part of UK like culture in general like it was US culture, right? Is that just me? I don't know, but I know nothing. And they're like they would definitely know all about Tupac and about other rappers who I just have no idea about. Anyway, not interesting. You're not here for this. You're here for murder, aren't you, folks? Let's just jump in, shall we? September the 29th, 2023 started off as an ordinary day for 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis. He had gone out for his typical morning stroll in his Henderson, Nevada neighborhood. This would normally be an uneventful walk, as Henderson routinely ranks in the top 3 safest large cities in the United States. It's certainly not something that would typically result in police rolling up, but that's exactly what happened that morning. I was just reading an article. It was in Time Out magazine. I mean, I wasn't reading Time Out. I got linked to Time Out. I don't read Time Out. Should I read Time Out? What's Time Out? It's a magazine, right? About like culture and stuff. I'm just not that cultural. But my neighborhood was ranked by Time Out as like the 29th coolest neighborhood to live in the world. And I was like 28th or something. Vina Howdy. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Look at that. It is nice. It's a great neighborhood. I'm leaving it soon because I'm moving to a different neighborhood, which is like Vina Howdy's great, but it's not the most family friendly place in the world. So I'm moving to a slightly, you know, more green neighborhoods where it's a little bit more family friendly. You have like garden and because I don't know, kids and gardens. It's like the most amazing thing. Like when I go to my parents' house or my wife's parents' house and they have a garden, and it's like you're just like, kids, go in the garden, and they're like, okay, dad, and they're just running around for ages, and you're like, ah. Whereas like I don't know, like right now I live in an apartment or a flat, and it's like, yeah, kids run around and they're like, Dad, show me this. And I'm just like, oh, I wish we had a garden. I could do that final hands-off parenting that I dream of. Las Vegas Metro Police parked their car and asked for Dwayne to come over to them. He obliged the officers and was promptly put into cuffs and guided into the vehicle for transport. They didn't even need to say why he was under arrest because he already knew. In his own words, they were bringing him in for the biggest case in Las Vegas history. September the 7th, 1996. Dwayne Davis was being arrested for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Wait, this was 1996. Okay, and we know like it's kind of unsolved, right? Until recently, when they arrested someone like as a suspect, right? I saw that in the headlines. It's probably why Kevin pitched this episode. He was like, yeah, this is in the news. And now we're like weeks behind because of production schedules. When the news broke, one of 3 different questions likely jumped to your mind, depending on your perspective and knowledge of the story. For some people, the first question they asked was, how can somebody be arrested for the murder of a person who's still alive? We're not actually going to get into that conspiracy because it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It had become a sort of running joke that Tupac really couldn't have been killed because he continued to release album after album of new material for the decade following his murder. And that joke got misinterpreted as a genuine theory by people who didn't understand that Tupac may have been the single hardest working person in the industry. While the volume was impressive, it's hardly unprecedented for a person's work to release after their death. How if Simon were to suddenly disappear, there would still be months of new videos across all of his channels. Yes, there would. There's an extraordinary amount of content that is pre-recorded. Like, there's got to be 100 hours. There's probably 100 hours just sitting in various Dropbox folders just waiting to be produced. So if I die, it'd be like, you guys are good for a few months, but then it will all stop. Sorry. The second question a lot of people asked was, who the hell is Dwayne Davis? He's not the sort of household name that most of the people in today's episode are, but he's still rather infamous. Dwayne, better known as Keefy D, was a well-known drug dealer, a member of the Southside Compton Crips. He was also a childhood friend of both Eazy-E from NWA and Suge Knight, pronounced like the first syllable of sugar. Yeah, I know that. I don't know who Suge Knight is, but I know how to pronounce his name for some reason. It's unclear to what extent Tupac and Keefy might have known one another, but they certainly knew a lot of the same people. And that just brings us to the final question that people have been asking about the arrest. Why now? And why not 20 years ago? Oh wait, is this now?
Okay, so 60 years. Oh, sorry, I'm so stupid. It's 2023. We're starting with the lead. Why can't I pay attention to my own videos? It's crazy. Keefe's involvement in the murder of Tupac has been considered a bit of an open secret, like the crimes of Jimmy Savile or Harvey Weinstein. But it doesn't matter how many people know the secret if nobody close enough to the suspect is willing to talk. When given the opportunity, even Tupac refused to name his killer. Yeah, it's like you have these open secrets, right? And it's like I have nothing to do with the world of celebrity. Maybe like now it's like F-list celebrity whistle. But back in the day, it's like even like the Russell Brand thing. Even I knew that something was cooking there like years ago because I was just at a mate's party and a friend of mine there was just, or like a friend of my mates was there and we were just like having a chat after a few beers. And oh God, I can't even remember if it was a man or a woman, was just saying like, yeah, no, I was working with Russell Brands and they were like, the that is gonna come out. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, okay. And then it's like, I'm just sitting like waiting around. And then you see those headlines and it's like Russell Brand accused by multiple women. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Because if I know and I have nothing to do with this world, then everyone knows. And it's like the same with Kevin Spacey being gay and a bit weird. Because another mate of mine was like, yeah, I was on holiday in Ibiza or somewhere. I was getting hit on by Kevin Spacey. I'm like, holy shit, really? No, it wasn't the person. It was like their mate. And it's like, I'm so far removed from this. But the fact that you kind of like, oh yeah, okay, when it comes out, you're like, yeah. So it's like these open secrets. It's wild. And it's just so many people know, but then nothing ever happens until much later. Sergeant Chris Carroll was the first officer on the scene following the shooting of Tupac. According to Carroll, at first Tupac was non-cooperative. The sergeant was asking Tupac who shot him, attempting to get a dying declaration that could be used in court, but Tupac was struggling to speak. Suddenly, he became calm as if it made his peace. Carroll again asked him who shot him, and this time Tupac looked directly at the officer, breathed in, and with all the emphasis he could muster, he spoke his famous last words. F*** you. Wow, that is gangster. I kind of like that. What were your last words? You. The Panther 21. In 1969, a coordinated attack was carried out by the Black Panthers in New York City. Okay, back we go. The targets were 2 police stations and the Queens Board of Education office. Undercover police officers who had infiltrated the Panthers were able to sabotage 2 of the bombs, but one still went off, blowing a hole in the side of the education office building. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, and I'm fairly certain, but not 100% sure, that there weren't even any injuries. Following the attack, 21 members of the Black Panthers, aptly known as the Panther 21, were arrested and charged with the crimes. Among those arrested was Afeni Shakur, who found herself facing over 150 charges and saddled with a $100,000 bail. Holy sh**. That's over $800,000 today. She spent about 2 years in prison leading up to the trial, although she was one of the first 2 that the Panthers bailed out in the hopes that she could help raise money to pay bail for the others. The trial began in 1971 and would last for 8 months. Unable to afford an attorney, Afeni chose to represent herself. If you're unable to afford an attorney will be provided for you, and you should take that attorney, even if they're not brilliant, because you know what they are? They're better than you, because you didn't go to law school. At least they went to law school. At least they know something. They've got some experience. You're just like, nah, mate, I'm not guilty. Not enough. She later admitted that she made this decision rather than going with a public defender because she was young and arrogant, adding that, I thought this was the last time I could speak before they locked me up forever. I was writing my own obituary. Someone needs to explain, like, they're just being like, you should at least talk to a lawyer before, like, rejecting them. You should at least ask them this question. Look, just always, I'm saying this in casual career, even if you're innocent, always get a lawyer. The police, that they will twist your words if they think you're guilty. Get a lawyer, even if you're innocent. Always. Not only was she wrong about being locked up forever, but her efforts played a crucial role in all 21 Panthers being acquitted on all charges. Well, Kevin, make me look stupid, why don't you? Never mind. Forget it all. Represent yourself. You don't need a lawyer. You see, the police and the feds have a lot of leeway when it comes to committing crimes thanks to qualified immunity. If a cop is going to go undercover in a criminal enterprise, it's pretty much expected that they'll be required to commit crimes on the regular in order to avoid detection. However, this is not without its limits. The criminal activity is supposed to be justified and minimized, but those are subjective terms that arguably do little to curb their behavior. The real key is that they're not supposed to be the ones organizing the crimes. They can take part in other people's crimes, but they're not supposed to initiate and orchestrate any plans. Needless to say that when Afeni got Officer Ralph White to admit during cross-examination that he and 2 other undercover cops had personally organized almost all of the illegal activities, it was a massive bombshell. What the f*** are you doing, Ralph White? I understand. I don't think it's right or moral, obviously not. But it's like, yo, if you're Ralph White and you're going in with the Colombian cartels and they're like, yo, Ralph, here's a million in like cash, in like pesetas or whatever Colombia uses. And Ralph's like, hey, and he tucks it under his mattress. I mean, I get it, but why, Ralph? You're just like bombing places. Why are you like being all terroristy? There was no way the police could legally justify this level of involvement from the officers, especially since the group they infiltrated wasn't a criminal enterprise in the first place. While many people viewed the Black Panthers as being far too militant and confrontational for their own good, and Hoover's FBI definitely had some real issues with them to say the least, the Panthers have never been categorized as a criminal or domestic terrorist organization. Wait, so they were just like a regular organization, and then when they bombed somewhere, it turns out it was the undercover police who were trying to expose them that were doing the bombing. Are you shitting me? They were activists seeking social reform, particularly involved in fighting police brutality and trying to improve the quality of education for black youths. I get that being constantly monitored by Panthers who were openly carrying their legal firearms could make the police uncomfortable, which was kind of the point, but the solution wasn't to send undercover agents to the Harlem Panthers office with fake dynamite and say, hey, want to have some police stations with us? Yeah, that's not okay. That's not okay. Isn't that like entrapment or whatever they call it? Not only did Afeni get Ralph to admit that the police had organized most of the illegal activities, she also got him to admit that he misrepresented the Panthers to his bosses, that he betrayed the community, and that he found the activism they'd done together to be powerfully inspiring and beautiful. She did all of this despite having no legal training and being pregnant for the entire 8 months trial. Oh my God, I take it all back, Afeni. You need to go to law school, get a law degree, and become a lawyer, because apparently you're just naturally incredible at it. On June the 16th, 1971, 1 month after being acquitted, Afeni gave birth to her son, Lasan Parish Crooks. A year later, she decided that she didn't like their name, so she changed the name to Tupac Amaru Shakur, named after the Peruvian revolutionary Tupac Amaru II. The second, Tupac Amaru II, what's wrong with you? It's the second. The father was a fellow Black Panther, Billy Garland, which was problematic since Afeni was married to Lumumba Shakur. The marriage quickly dissolved, leaving Afeni a single mother. Billy was mostly off doing Black Panther stuff, and while his and Tupac's paths did very occasionally cross, it wasn't until Tupac was a teenager that he found out that Billy was his biological father. In 1975, Afeni married Mutulu Shakur, the cousin of her first husband. Mutulu was a member of the Black Liberation Army, and he wound up on the run after some cops got killed in an armored truck heist in 1981. So while Tupac did have a stepfather for a few of his formative years, it was largely Afeni raising him on her own. Following her acquittal, Afeni got a job working as a paralegal to provide Tupac and his siblings with the best life that she could. Good, this is the right path for you. Like, if you can't afford to go to law school or can't go to law school for whatever reason, taking a job as a paralegal, that sounds like a really good position for you. Because the lawyers will be like, yo, what do you think? Please, just do our lawyering. This worked for about a decade, but things went south in a big way in the 1980s, not just for Afeni, but for much of America. There was a hot new commodity on the market that people couldn't get enough of, and it was called crack cocaine. In those early days, the danger of crack wasn't fully understood by most people. The active ingredient is still just cocaine, so crack was seen as a cheaper, smokable version of the drug that already existed. Yeah, you'd kind of think, like, I don't know, if I knew nothing about crack and cocaine, and someone was like, yo, there's this white powder that you shove up your nose, or there's this one that you smoke, which one is less dangerous? I'll be like, the smoky, because smoking's fine. Since it wasn't known just how much more dangerous and addictive crack was than powdered cocaine, people would deal crack to their own families the same way that they'd deal weed. It's reported that Afeni was a recreational user of cocaine, having first snorted it at the age of 15, but the stress of being a single mother who was being hassled by the FBI for her Black Panther associations led her to try out the cheaper and more plentiful alternative to powdered cocaine. Once she became a crack addict, Afeni was unable to hold down a job. She was still trying her best to nurture Tupac's intellect and creativity, and when he was 12 years old, Afeni enrolled Tupac in the 127th Street Ensemble, a Harlem theater group. He performed with them at the famous Apollo Theater in their production of A Raisin in the Sun. Tupac was the only child in the cast. It was undoubtedly a highlight among what was otherwise a hard times. In an attempt to escape her addiction, Afeni moved the family to Baltimore, Maryland in 1984. It didn't work, and she raised her children on welfare due to her inability to keep a job. At the age of 13, Tupac attended 8th grade at Roland Park Middle School. His strange name, lack of trendy clothes, and overall appearance made him unpopular with the other students. The next year, he attended a regular public school for his freshman year of high school, but for his sophomore year, he auditioned for and was accepted to the Baltimore School for the Arts. This was still part of the public school system, so there was no private school tuition fees for him to worry about, and it was a much better fit for Tupac. Not only was he more popular at this school, but it gave him the opportunity to study things like acting, poetry, jazz, and ballet. Yes, Tupac danced ballet as the Mouse King in the school production of The Nutcracker. It was also at this school where Tupac would meet his lifelong friend, Jada Pinkett. However, there was something that Tupac's teachers noticed about him that would eventually become a source of some controversy. Most people aren't hollow, two-dimensional characters, and Tupac had two very distinct sides to himself. On the one hand, he was an extremely bright student with a hunger for knowledge. He loved to read and consume information to the point that teachers even remembered him reading entire sets of encyclopedias. But on the other end of the spectrum, Tupac hid his love of learning and acted like a tough guy with the other students as a way to gain their respect. And when I say he acted tough, I'm not trying to get into the whole fake thug or studio gangster debate surrounding Tupac. A debate I'm entirely unfamiliar with. Although I like the term studio gangster. It's kind of like, it reminds me of that term like keyboard warriors and stuff. People are all big and hard behind their keyboards. And then in real life, they're like, I'm sorry, I was a dick. It's just that this was the first point in his life where we see a real, clear distinction between how he was in private and how he portrayed himself publicly. Everybody does this to some extent, so it's kind of whatever, but the aforementioned debate remains a controversial topic. While living in Baltimore, Tupac wrote his first rap under the name MC New York. The song was about gun control, and it was inspired by the shooting death of one of his close friends. Of course, 1980s Baltimore wasn't really known for its rap scene, so Tupac's career wasn't about to take off yet. In 1988, just 4 years after moving to Maryland, before Tupac had a chance to finish high school, it was time for the Shakur family to move yet again. This time, it was the housing projects in Marin City, California, near San Francisco. Tupac attended high school at first and took part in the theater program there, but he wound up dropping out before graduation. Afeni was still in the throes of addiction at this point and unable to keep a job, so Tupac had to find a way to make money. He briefly tried selling drugs, but friends say this only lasted about a week. Tupac would see things like people trying to trade their wedding rings for crack, and he simply didn't have it in him to destroy people's lives like that, deciding he'd rather starve than deal. He was instead determined to make it as a rapper, and he formed a group called Strictly Dope with Ray Love and DJ Deez, still rapping under the name MC New York at the time. It was the right call, because in 1989, a year after moving to California, Tupac was going to begin his rise. I assumed like he had another name. I thought like Tupac was like his like MC New York name, his stage name or whatever, and he had a different name, because almost everyone seems to. And then you look them up on like Wikipedia or whatever, and it would be like Tupac, original name, John Smith, or something like that, right? Ascent to stardom. While out dancing one night, Tupac met Leela Steinberg, and the two hit it off. She invited him to a poetry workshop she was hosting the next day, and she saw a lot of promise in his work. Leela became Tupac's first manager, and as she learned more about his home life, she realized it was too dysfunctional of an environment for him to stay in while trying to build a career. A few months after they met, she offered for him and Ray to come and live in her apartment with her husband, and her kids. Holy sh**, Leela's a good manager. She's like, hey, you seem good at this stuff, come live with my family. Okay. According to Leela, Tupac saw her as the perfect package to get him where he needed to go. He wasn't wrong, as not only had she given him a much more stable living environment full of new books on philosophy, religion, and cultural issues for him to absorb, but Leela was also working to get him a contract. Of course, as fondly as she remembers the time she spent with Tupac in her home, he wasn't the perfect guest. Leela described him as being one of the sloppiest and dirtiest people she'd ever met, the sort of guy that would rather just buy new clothes than do laundry. Yeah, I get it though. I mean, fair. I get it. There were also frequent visits by the police, though these could take a humorous turn. On one occasion, Leela recounted the police knocking on her door for yet another noise complaint over the volume of Tupac's music. She apologized, said they'd turn it down because she didn't want any problems, but then Tupac appeared over her shoulder, sarcastically saying, "The neighbors' rock music is just as loud. You don't give them sh." He then told the officer to stay at the door while he turned the music down to ensure it was lowered to an acceptable level. Tupac ran to the stereo, put on NWA's Police, just loud enough for the officer to hear, but not so loud that it would justify another noise complaint, asking him, "Is this good, officer?" Because malicious compliance is the best form of compliance. I also really hope you enjoyed that little anecdote, because that's the last time there's going to be anything funny about Tupac's run-ins with the police. Oh God, Kevin, no. Savage turn. For months, Leela mentored Tupac, encouraging him in his reading and writing, but she recognized that to make it big, he was going to need a real manager, for lack of a better term. Wait, Leela sounds like an amazing manager. What? No, Leela, you could do it. She reached out to Antron Gregory, the manager of the Oakland-based rap group Digital Underground, to try and get Tupac a deal. Antron said he needed a video of Tupac performing, so Strictly Dope put on their first concert on the lawn of Leela's apartment building, inviting all the kids from the building to show up and fill out the crowd for the camera. In 1990, Antron signed Tupac and then worked as a roadie, backup dancer, and backup rapper for Digital Underground. At the urging of Leela, Digital Underground's chop master Jay worked with Strictly Dope to produce their earlier studio recordings. It was clear at the start that there was something different about Tupac, especially in the recording studio. Chop master Jay said that Tupac didn't work well with others because he was strictly business. A lot of guys like to drink, smoke, and have fun during their recording sessions, but Tupac didn't have time for any of that nonsense while he was in the studio. As far as he was concerned, they could party afterwards, but now was the time for work. I like that. Yes, I have maybe 2 or 3 meetings a month. I really try to keep meetings as absolutely non-existent as possible, and I don't meet people for lunch. I don't do all of this because I'm at work to work. The amount of waste that I see from like friends in companies and stuff where they're just like, well, we had a meeting about that, then we had to travel here and travel to do that. I'm like, when do you actually do work? And they're like, oh, I don't know, maybe like after that meeting I did a little bit. It's like, but then I had to go to another meeting. It's like, what are you doing? It's so inefficient. Don't you just want to get something done? Digital Underground's Shock G made similar remarks about the first time he met Tupac just after Atron signed him. Tupac walked into the studio, introduced himself, and immediately started asking, so you want me to rhyme now, never breaking eye contact. According to Shock G, dude was intense. He also described Tupac as being better than average in the early days, but added that he wasn't going to blow people away yet. Still, it was clear there was promise. This was still years before Thug Life, and at the time, Tupac's songs only took 2 different forms. I've heard of Thug Life, not sure if that's an album or a song. But like I said, if someone named them, I would probably be familiar with them, but I don't know what it goes like. Either they were just kind of silly fun songs like the case of The Misplaced Mic, in which he goes on an adventure to find his microphone that disappeared, or they were filled with political and socio-economic commentary. Oh, and if you were wondering, the mic was actually in his pocket the whole time. I wasn't, Kevin, but I'm so glad we got a resolution to that story.
I was happy as hell because I was lucky that night. Put my hand in my pocket, and there was my mic.
He wasn't the only person rapping about social issues and inequality, but there was something that separated him from the rest. Not only was he educated and well-read despite having dropped out of high school, but the number one word used by Tupac's friends and contemporaries to describe him was articulate. I wish they'd chosen a different word, since I now know how it sounds when someone like me or Simon says he's so well-spoken, but it is what it is. Wait, I don't get it. I don't understand. What's wrong with he's so well-spoken?
He speaks so well. He's so well-spoken.
There may have been some other people rapping about the same sorts of topics, but Tupac was able to express those ideas more eloquently and in a way that more deeply resonated with people. Based on this, so far you might assume that he was a perfectionist in the studio, but according to Shock G, it was the opposite. Instead of obsessing over every word, he would just write something down, and if he didn't think it was good, he'd throw it away and write a new song instead of trying to revise it. While many artists can spend weeks in the studio on each song making sure it was perfect, Tupac could record multiple tracks each day. It was this no-nonsense attitude in the studio that allowed him to record so much material that he released more new albums after he died than when he was still alive. Anyways, Digital Underground got to know Tupac better. They did more to put him on the mic. In January 1991, he dropped the stage name MC New York and started rapping as Tupac. Like 2, the number 2, PAC. Okay, that sounds like that's probably where I think, that's where he gets his, rapper name from. That month, Digital Underground released their single, Same Song, which is considered Tupac's recording debut. The song was featured on the soundtrack of the Dan Aykroyd film, Nothing But Trouble. This is the first big win for Tupac's career, but by no means the last. Having been interested not only in music but acting, Tupac auditioned for the movie Juice. He was cast as Bishop, one of the main characters in the movie, and when the movie released the following year, it was well received by critics and audiences alike. The breakout performance opened a lot of doors in the film industry, though his future behavior would later close a number of those doors. As a fun little aside, Tupac met Samuel L. Jackson while working on Juice, as he also had a role in the film. They didn't become great friends or anything, and Jackson's wife even yelled at Tupac on set for swearing in front of women. However, because the two had met, a friend of Tupac claims that George Lucas reached out to Jackson asking him to get Tupac to audition for the role of Mace Windu in The Phantom Menace. It was allegedly one of 3 roles he auditioned for before his death. Tupac also recorded his first solo album that year, Tupacalypse Now, which released in November. But a month before the album's release, he had a run-in with the Oakland Police Department and allegedly with police brutality. Tupac was walking down the street when he was stopped by 2 officers for jaywalking of all things. I've been stopped for jaywalking in America. It's just like crossing the street. Because you can just cross wherever you like in Europe. It's normal. And I'm just like crossing the street, and an officer's like, hey. And I'm like, yes. He's like, you have to cross at the crossing. And I'm like, okay. Sorry. They asked for his ID, and they allegedly started giving him shit either because they didn't believe Tupac was his real name, or they didn't think it was an American name, which suggests they might have thought he was in the country illegally. Ah, yes. According to Tupac's accounts of events, he told the police, "F y'all," for hassling him about his name. He then recounted, next thing I know, I was in a chokehold, passing out with cuffs on, headed to jail for resisting arrest. He filed a $10 million lawsuit against the Oakland PD. If he won, he'd planned to use the money to buy himself a house in California, buy a house for his mother who had finally overcome her drug addiction and moved back to New York, and use the rest to build things like a boys' home and a stop police brutality center. The case never went to trial, so the precedents of police brutality and the extent to which it may have existed are entirely allegations, but the department did settle the lawsuit for $43,000. Which is a lot more money today. It's got to be what, like 100 grand a day easy. We always talk about how everybody settles because it's cheaper, easier, and avoids admissions of guilt, but it's worth noting that the settlements for claims of police brutality were a lot rarer back in 1991, especially because brutality cases rarely received any media attention. Then again, this is the same year that the Rodney King beating occurred in Los Angeles, and I'll let you interpret the police department's decision to settle this case however you like. I just figured I'd give it as much context as possible. They wanted to go away because they're like, oh no. Look at how brutal we are. He's going to come to light again. It doesn't look good for us. Better solution would be just like, don't be brutal. Just don't be brutal. It's not that hard, is it? A month after this incident, Tupac's next album dropped and sold 500,000 copies, and his second album, released in February of 1993, was another critical and commercial success. The second album, Strictly For My Niggaz, still focused on political and social issues, but was regarded as being more hardcore than his previous work. The song Last Words featured both Ice Cube and Ice-T, most famous for F the Police and Cop Killer respectively. Or if you're like 70, most famous for the kids movie Are We There Yet? And for Law & Order SVU respectively. Things have been going great for Tupac, and he seemed unstoppable. That same year, he returned to the big screen alongside Janet Jackson in the film Poetic Justice. The movie only did okay and was met with mixed reviews, but the complaints were all about the writing, whereas critics loved Jackson and Tupac's performances. But 1993 also saw a lot of changes in Tupac's life, and things just started to spiral out of control. I just watched a terribly written show. But it was, what the fuck was it called? It's about a plane that gets hijack. The show's called Hijack. It is the worst written show that I've ever, I can't believe I actually finished it. It's dreadfully written. And the main dude, played by Idris Elba, it's like, who's a good actor, and it's like, this is what you had to deal with. It's so bad. Thug life and legal troubles. It's said that it was on the set of Poetic Justice where Tupac first met Christopher Wallace, aka Biggie Smalls, aka the Notorious B.I.G. They were, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You look up Notorious B.I.G. and it's like, born Christopher Wallace. They quickly became good friends with Tupac, visiting Biggie whenever he was in New York, and Biggie crashing on Tupac's couch whenever he was in LA. Tupac would also... Did he really crash on Tupac's couch when he was in LA? Tupac just sold 500,000 records. He's probably crashing in like Tupac's pool house, right? Tupac would invite Biggie up on stage with him when he performed and recorded the song Running From the Police together. The track, which took 2 years to release due to various controversies, was later renamed to just Runnin'. At this point, Tupac was already famous, while Biggie was just starting to come up. He was signed to Puff Daddy's newly created Bad Boy Records, but he had concerns about the future of the label and wanted the success Tupac had, so he asked Tupac to be his manager. He declined and told Biggie to stay with Bad Boy, saying Puffy would make him a star. Tupac was absolutely correct about that, and the two remained friends for the time being. Tupac even invited Biggie to join the group Thug Life for an album that he was working on with Big Sky, his stepbrother Mopreme Shakur, Macadocious, and The Rated R. The name was originally conceived as an anagram standing for The Hate You Give Little Infants Fucks Everybody. It's like one of the rules of the Casual Criminalist, isn't it? Don't fuck up your kids. They had this as well. I like that. The work was meant to show the negative effects systemic racism has on society, showing how a cycle of hatred and marginalization was directly responsible for the creation of generations of so-called thugs that terrorized the same society that created them. Messages about social reform, racial equality are great and all, but like I said earlier, people are multifaceted, and sometimes smart people say really stupid things. And it was around this time that Tupac made a particularly stupid comment regarding race during an interview with The Source magazine. With regards to famed record producer Quincy Jones, Tupac said all he does is stick his dick in white bitches and make fucked up kids. Okay, I have no idea who Quincy Jones is, so I don't know the context. He was the first person to call out Jones and his interracial marriages, but bringing his kids into it was not cool. Okay. Don't know what to say about that. Quincy's 17-year-old daughter, Rashida Jones, did not care for these statements. Yeah, because he called her a fucked up kid. What a surprise. She wrote a scathing reply to Tupac that was published in a later issue of Source magazine, in which she said that if it wasn't like people for her father paving the way, Tupac wouldn't even have a platform to run his mouth on like an arsehole. This exchange is going to come up again later, but it was hardly the worst trouble that Tupac found himself in that year. In the early morning hours of October the 31st, Tupac's caravan of cars was returning to his hotel after performing at the Clark Atlanta University when they stumbled upon an altercation. There are varying accounts of what happened, so exactly how the story played out is uncertain. What we can say for sure is that everything began when brothers Mark and Scott Whitwell, along with their wives, left a bar that night. They had been celebrating Scott's wife passing the bar exam and were ready to call it a night. As they were crossing the street, a driver nearly hit them. That's when the story starts to diverge, so I'll give you what I and apparently the prosecutors believe to be the most credible story of allegedly what happened following the narrowly avoided car accident. Tupac's caravan showed up with him riding in the lead car. There was also a car in front of them blocking the road, with the black driver being assaulted by Mark and Scott, two white men who were allegedly throwing both fists and racial slurs. He immediately jumped out of the car to come to the aid of the driver, and his entourage follows suit. Mark pulled a gun and pointed it at Tupac and his crew, so Tupac pulled out his Glock in what he believed to be self-defense. Holy shit, he fired 3 times, hitting Mark in the abdomen and Scott in the butt. That's allegedly how it went down, and the brothers were treated at the hospital and released the next day, while Tupac was arrested for aggravated assault and released on $55,000 bail. If someone pulls a gun on you, and you happen to have a gun, and you pull the gun on them and shoot them, what is that if not self-defense? Someone pulled a gun on you. From that point, if you pull a gun on someone, and they pull a gun on you and shoot you, I'm sorry, but that's on you. Don't pull guns on people. Are you insane? However, things got a bit more complicated. It turned out that Mark and Scott were off-duty police officers in plain clothes, something that it's unclear whether or not they mentioned at the time this all was happening. Shooting cops is probably the worst thing you could do if you want to stay out of prison, and yet the charges were dropped entirely. I'm sorry, but Mark and Scott, you should know better. What are you doing taking out your guns? You're police officers. You should know better. There were a few key factors that led to the charges being dismissed. I mean, it doesn't seem that surprising. Two off-duty police officers, I'm assuming pretty fucking drunk, are almost hit by a car. They get into an altercation. Someone comes to the person who they're altercating's defense, and then one of them pulls a gun on the dude and gets shot. I'm sorry, but it's that's not going to trial. What the Mark and Scott were both drunk, yes, what a surprise, and the evidence showed they lied about who the aggressor in the exchange was. By themselves, neither of those things would likely be enough to get the case dismissed before even going to a grand jury. However, the brothers were also carrying guns that Scott admitted to have stolen from a police evidence locker. Bruh. What are you doing? You're a cop, bro. Prison is not going to be fun. Stealing guns as a police officer, you're going to go to prison. And people are going to be so what do you do on the outside?
Well, listen, boys, I'm not a cop.
Then it's oh yeah, I know you. You're the reason I'm here. Let's get the shank. If I was a police officer, I'd be so careful not to even accidentally commit crime because prison's going to be bad. Tupac avoided criminal charges, but the brothers both filed civil lawsuits afterwards. It was a close call, but it still wasn't the worst of Tupac's legal troubles. That came the following month when he was accused of sexual assault by his acquaintance, Ayanna Jackson. He had first met Ayanna at a Manhattan nightclub where she allegedly performed oral sex on him on the dance floor, though she has since claimed that part never happened. Either way, that night she went back to Tupac's room where they talked and eventually had sex. After that, Tupac's road manager, Charles Fuller, would frequently set up meetings with Ayanna whenever they were in Manhattan. She claims they hung out together on those occasions and just talked, but did not have sex. That allegedly changed one night when she was invited to his hotel suite where Tupac, Charles, drug dealer and music executive, Jack Agnant, better known as Haitian Jack, and an unidentified fourth person were all hanging out. Tupac and Ayanna talked for a little bit before going back to one of the bedrooms. Ayanna gave him a massage which turned into kissing, but while that was happening, the other two men entered the room. Ayanna alleged that all 4 men sexually assaulted her, though years later she claimed that Charles had not. Tupac was later charged with 3 counts of sodomy, 2 counts of first-degree sexual abuse, and 2 counts of illegal possession of a firearm for guns that were found in the hotel room but were not part of the alleged assaults. I mean, unlike the last time, I'm kind of okay, this doesn't look good for you, Tupac, does it? It was going to cost a lot in legal fees to defend the allegations, which was a huge drain on Tupac's finances. Yeah, lawyers are so expensive. I've liked lawyers who deal with like some of my, more boring side of my business. And it's like anytime, it's like, oh, why? So much money! So much money! Thug Life's only album didn't release until September of 1994, and the group usually performed live without him. Tupac's next solo album also wasn't going to release until 1995, so there wasn't a huge stream of income. He was still performing, and he appeared in the 1994 film Above the Rim, but he didn't have a major tour or an album release and had been fired from the movie Higher Learning following his arrest. Somewhat ironically, for reasons that will soon become apparent, many believe that the character Tupac played in Above the Rim was modeled after Haitian Jack, who was also charged with Iyanna's assault. Biggie had reportedly told Tupac to stay away from Jack, but he hadn't listened. Anyway, between the diminished income, relatively lavish spending, and legal fees, money was starting to get scarce for Tupac. Yeah, you gotta watch your money, because otherwise it'll disappear. For me, I'm always like, you gotta be ready to cut back. Like, if money stops coming in, you gotta cut back. You can't spend money on all the crazy shit that you used to buy. While all this was happening, there was a war going on. At least that was the public image. There was a feud between East Coast and West Coast rappers that was portrayed as being a huge deal within the industry. In the beginning, at least, I think for the most part, it was just work. They hated each other the same way The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin hated each other. I have no idea what that reference is. I assume it's like they pretend to hate each other because it's good for, It's like a beef, like an internet beef. Everyone's getting views on an internet beef. I'm working on my internet beefs. The public feud was good for headlines and likely boosted sales for all parties involved, but many believe it was intended to be harmless until it wasn't. On 30th of November, Tupac was in Manhattan to record verses for a song. He got a page from music manager and drug dealer Jimmy Henchman, who had met through Haitian Jack. Jimmy wanted him to come down to Quad Studios that night to record a verse for a new client of his. Tupac wasn't really sure about the whole thing, but he was being offered $7,000 that he really needed to help pay his legal bills. $7,000 is not going to pay your lawyers for very long. Funnily enough, just popped up on my screen. Got an email from my lawyer. So good. I'm sure you're working on something. Money, money, money! Against his better judgment, he and his longtime friend Stretch from Digital Underground and two others went down to Quad Studios that night. When they arrived, they heard familiar voices cheerfully shouting down to them for a few stories up. It was Biggie and Junior Mafia. The group Biggie had formed with Bad Boy Records rather than joining Thug Life. Tupac, Stretch, and the others entered Quad Studios, but when they entered the lobby, they were greeted by three men with guns waiting to rob them. The others got to the floor, but Tupac tried to grab the gun from one of the assailants and was shot 5 times in the struggle. He was then robbed of $40,000 in cash and jewelry. Bro, if you're going to do something for $7,000 to help pay your legal bills, what you're doing carrying around $40,000 worth of cash and jewelry? There should be like something that's like, net worth divided by a certain amount is how much value you should have on your person at any given time, like watches, jewelry, clothes, that kind of stuff, cash. Just don't be carrying that. Like, what's that? Was it Kanye West who was on like Oprah or something? And he just pulls out like a wad of cash from his pocket. And she's like, how much money do you have on you right now? Or maybe it was some morning show or something. Who knows? But Kanye West is just like 25 grand. And it's like, Kanye West can do that because he's super rich. I mean, much less richer than he used to be after he became a bit anti-Semitic. What happened to Kanye West? I haven't heard about him in ages. People really did just lose interest. As paramedics wheeled Tupac out on a stretcher to be taken to the hospital, he lifted up his arms to give Biggie the finger. He believed that Bad Boy Records had set him up, changing the East Coast rivalry from a potential marketing scheme to an actual blood feud. Tupac received surgery for his wounds, and a few hours after surgery, checked himself out of the hospital against doctors' advice and went to the home of actress Jasmine Guy. What the He got shot 5 times and he's checking himself out of the hospital hours later? If I was shot 5 times, I'd just assume that I'm going to be in the hospital for like 6 months. That's like getting shot 5 times. It's a long hospital stay. It's not just like, yeah, cool, thanks for patching me up, guys. Off I go. Somehow able to walk. The two had become friends during his guest appearance on the sitcom A Different World, in which Jasmine starred alongside her friend Jada Pinkett. And he also wanted... Is Jada Pinkett like Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith's wife? Is that the same person? Is that... Really? And he wanted to recover in secret at a house rather than hospital where he could be exposed. The day after the shooting, bandaged Tupac entered a Manhattan courthouse in a wheelchair. The verdict in the Ayanna Jackson sexual assault case was being read that day. He was acquitted on the counts of sodomy and firearms possession, but found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree sexual abuse and, I quote, forcibly touching the woman's buttocks in his hotel room. He was released on $25,000 bail pending the sentencing hearing, and again went to Jasmine's home where he was cared for by his mother and a private doctor, while Black Panthers stood guard as security. A couple of months later, on the 14th of February 1995, it was time for Tupac to be sentenced. We're not going to speculate on whether the jury got it right or wrong, but to reiterate the verdict, Tupac was convicted of grabbing Ayana's ass. Now, I don't condone groping people without their consent, and I'm not claiming that Ayana's story of sexual assault was untruthful, but because that was the decision the jury made, that alone is what the judge should have been obligated to pass sentence on. Instead, what followed could be considered insanity even by America's already insane standards of prison sentencing. Okay, he's being accused, or he's been found guilty of groping, essentially. I think groping is wrong. I think it's nasty. But I don't think it should particularly attract a prison sentence. Tupac was sentenced to 18 months to 4.5 years in prison. Obviously, the defense was going to appeal this case, and in most circumstances, a convicted person is allowed to be released from prison on bail while awaiting their appeal. To prevent this, the judge set the bail at $3 million, which Tupac's lawyers decried as being inhumane. Tupac was sent to Rikers Island before being transferred to Clinton Correctional Facility, a maximum security prison. Bro, why is he in a maximum security prison? You have to ignore everything else, the gun possession, all of that stuff, because that's not what he was found guilty of. He was found guilty of groping. Why is he in he should be in, medium security prison. Maximum security? That's just going to make him a worse criminal. Are you insane? And then 1 week after the sentencing hearing, Biggie's single Big Poppa was released. It was the second single off his debut album from a few months earlier, and it sold over 1 million copies. However, it was the B-side that caught people's attention with the track Who Shot Ya? Had this song been written about Tupac? Probably not. It was allegedly written before he was shot, and some of the lyrics don't really line up with what happened. But it didn't matter whether the song was about Tupac, because he and many others believed that it was. The napkin contract. Unable to work and isolated from his vices of weed and alcohol, being in prison gave Tupac time to catch up on reading. Among the books he read were Machiavelli's The Prince and Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Jesus, these are heavy books. Reigniting his interest in philosophy as well as military strategy. He also married his longtime girlfriend Keisha Morris while in prison, though the marriage was annulled shortly after he got out. But before that could happen, he actually had to get out, and the $3 million bail was well beyond his means. To make matters worse, Afeni was about to lose her house. Tupac told Keisha to contact Suge Knight, the co-founder and CEO of Death Row Records. It's reported that immediately following this, Afeni received $15,000, saving her home. This was likely just a gesture of good faith rather than an act of kindness, as there was something Suge was after. He wanted Tupac on Death Row Records. Death Row Records, not Death Row. On August the 3rd, Suge was in New York for the second annual Source Awards, and he visited Tupac in prison before heading to the cemetery. At the awards, the rivalry between East and West was on full display. Since the award ceremony was in New York, everybody from Death Row Records was getting booed. A lot of words being exchanged, including Snoop Dogg's angry tirade against the audience, but nobody that night was more inflammatory than Suge. The award for Best Soundtrack of the Year went to Above the Rim and Dr. Dre, the supervising producer on the album. As an executive producer, Suge went to accept the award on Dre's behalf. In his speech, he stated, "Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all the record dancing, come to Death Row." This was a blatant shot at Puffy, who was notorious for inserting himself into every project that came through Bad Boy Records. A little over a month later, on September the 16th, Suge returned to visit Tupac in prison, and this time he had a deal to offer. 3 albums, $3.5 million, and Death Row would use a portion of that money to immediately bond Tupac out of prison. It's referred to as the infamous napkin contract, because the two allegedly worked out the initial deal on a napkin, but it's unclear whether or not this is true. Considering that napkin contract or napkin agreement is a fairly common colloquial term in law, it probably wasn't being used literally here. I'd say that Suge's offer gave Tupac a lot to think about, but it really didn't. At the time, he was signed to Interscope and was happy with his deal there, but he had toyed around with the idea of eventually making the move to Death Row anyway. He obviously hadn't decided in favor of it before this, but now his options were either sign with Death Row or stay in prison until his appeal was heard. I have to say, this is a very, very good business move by Suge here, isn't it? It's like, lock him in, you know he's talented, it's like he doesn't have a choice. It's still it's a lot of money though. But for 3 albums, that's a lot of albums. It had already been 8 months since he was locked up, and there's no telling when his appeal would be heard, and so there was nothing really to consider. On October the 4th, Suge returned with a much more formal, though extremely short, contract to sign. I love it when people have short contracts, because it's just like I just love a one-page. I get some ridiculously long contracts. I just looked at one this morning. for like something, and it was like 2 pages long and really simple. And I was like, I love you. Whoever wrote this, your lawyers are champions. Because I've got like 16, 20-page contracts for the most basic and I'm like, I'm not reading this. What is this? It's just loads of legal nonsense. He put up a $1.4 million bond because I guess when bail is that high, you can't get a bond for only 10% of the total bail like you normally can, or maybe the exorbitant and inappropriate amount of $3 million got reduced slightly. Who knows? The American legal system is weird. Regardless, 8 days after signing the contract, Tupac was released from prison and flew back to LA. While he had been in prison, Tupac's third album, Me Against the World, was released. It was written while he was awaiting trial and is considered by many to be his magnum opus. It's described as Tupac facing his inner self with lyrics about paranoia, self-loathing, and depression. The whole album isn't one giant introspective downer, but there's a lot of that. The album debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200, and the first single, Dear Mama, which was a tribute to his mother, was the album's best-selling single. Yeah, again, I've heard of that. But a few months after being released from prison, his next album, All Eyes on Me, would be released by Death Row. It was rap's first ever double album, and it was markedly different from everything else he'd written. Tupac's music had become much more aggressive. He cast aside nearly all of his social and political commentary, instead filling the double album with nothing but gangster rap and party songs. It also hit number 1 on the charts and was well received, but critics and fans alike noticed the stark contrast with his other work. When it came time to release singles for the album, there was a treat in store for fans. The album's second single, How Do You Want It, released on June the 4th, 1996. However, it was the B-side that caught everyone's attention. The B-side, Hit 'Em Up, is considered one of the greatest and probably one of the most vicious diss tracks of all time. Not only does it call out Biggie, Puffy, and other East Coast rappers by name, but he wasted no time in saying to Biggie, "You claim to be a player, but I f***ed your wife." That wasn't meant as idle trash talk either. Tupac was legitimately claiming to have slept with Biggie's wife, Faith Evans, though she claims to have rejected him when he tried. Now, diss tracks and battle raps are a time-honored tradition in rap. They're an extension of a game known as the Dozens, though God only knows why it's called that, which is why there are 2 participants just insulting each other and possibly their mothers back and forth. It really is a time-honored tradition too, with the first academic reference to Dozens going back to the 1930s, and origins possibly tracing all the way back to Africa before the Atlantic slave trade. Is this actually relevant rather than just being a fun fact? Well, sort of. When you have an entire community of people who grew up doing Dozens as a routine part of their culture, but suddenly everyone's like, whoa, Tupac, you went too far. I think that speaks to just how aggressive and over the top his rhetoric was becoming. And he went much, much further than just claiming to have slept someone's wife, and we'll come back to that later. Holy shit, okay, Tupac's getting real. Of course, this track wasn't just your run-of-the-mill East versus West beef. Tupac truly believed that not only had his shooting been orchestrated, but that he was set up for the sexual assault charges. That wasn't without evidence either, albeit circumstantial. To be clear, what follows is what Tupac believed and is not meant to undermine Ayana's story. Anyway, it all comes back to Haitian Jack. Jack had quite the reputation, mainly for being a dangerous bully. However, there were a lot of rumors and whisperings that he was a snitch. Jack had been charged with the same sexual assault as Tupac, but their cases were tried separately. While Tupac had received up to 4.5 years in prison for his conviction, Jack received only probation. Yeah, that seems like more in line with what it should have been. Tupac's lawyers were able to obtain a national rap sheet on Jack, and it was extensive. Sadly, I don't believe the rap sheet is public information, so I can't say for certain how many times he was charged or for what, but lawyers claim the rap sheet showed Jack had been arrested and convicted numerous times all over the country. Yet despite all of these convictions, he'd never done any serious jail time. Based on that information, Tupac and his lawyers felt that Jack was secretly an informant, something that the community already suspected. Yeah, it does seem a bit suspicious, doesn't it? You'd be like, how do you get off so easy, Jack? Just good lawyers. Right, yeah. Compared to your good lawyers, you got your 4.5 years. While Jack did manage to avoid jail for a suspiciously long time, it didn't last forever. In 2004, he was convicted of a shooting in an LA nightclub, resulting in prison time and his deportation back to Haiti in 2007. Of course, that eventual outcome doesn't really strengthen either case. It could be that he was just really lucky and had great lawyers for a lot of his life, or if he was really an informant but stopped being protected once he was burned as an asset. All I can say for certain is what Tupac believed to have been true. And since Puffy, Biggie, and other rappers from Bad Boy were at the studio when he was shot, he believed they were involved in the attempted takedown as well. But Tupac's final year wasn't all doom and gloom. He also made the unlikeliest of friends. He was out at a party and saw Rashida Jones, so he began following her around, saying that he wanted to apologize and respond to a letter. Wait, what letter? At least that's what he thought was happening, but the girl kept ignoring him, seemingly unaware of what he was talking about. Eventually, she realized that Tupac thought she was Rashinda, but he actually had been following around her sister, Kidada Jones. Once that was cleared up, the two started talking and immediately hit it off and began dating in 1996, eventually getting engaged. Her half-brother, Quincy Delight Jones III, or QD3, even started producing some of Tupac's songs. Among the projects QD3 helped produce was Tupac's first posthumously released album, Don Killuminati, The 7 Day Theory. It was recorded under the stage name of Machiavelli, and it was intended to be released as a sort of underground mixtape rather than through standard distribution channels. The title, The 7 Day Theory, comes from the fact that the entire album was produced in 7 days. 3 days were spent writing and recording 21 songs, 12 of which made the final cut, with 4 additional days for mixing. Compared to All Eyes on Me, which Tupac described as being a celebration of life, this album was much darker in tone. It was recorded in the first week of August, 1 month before his death, and they were some of the last songs that he'd ever record. But at least he was prepared for what was about to happen. According to friends of Tupac, he had an obsession with death. He had seemed genuinely surprised to have survived to 21, and he was always making plans for after he was gone. Shock G recalled how Tupac was always preparing. If I die this way, put this out. If I die that way, I want you to put this out. He wanted to cover all of those bases. He also gave the books full of poetry he wrote to Layla, telling her to hold on to them so that when he died, she could share that side of him with the world. While this part may have been unrelated to his assumption he would die, after being released from prison, he purchased his mother a house and set up recurring payments so that she'd receive $16,000 per month for herself and her family, payments that would continue even after he died. With everything else out of the way, that brings us to the events of 7th of September 1996, $16,000 per month in the 90s. I mean, that's a lot of money today, but in the 90s, good lord. The murder of Tupac. Tupac was in Las Vegas with Suge Knight and other members of their entourage in September for the upcoming WBA championship title bout between Bruce Seldon and Mike Tyson. Tyson and Tupac were friends, and Iron Mike had personally invited Tupac and his crew to come and see the fight. Since being released from prison a few months before Tupac was, though they weren't housed at the same prison, Tyson had won the WBC, which I now realize is World Boxing Championship, heavyweight title, and was now challenging Seldon for the WBA heavyweight belt. WBA, World Boxing Association, maybe, who knows? I don't follow boxing. However, the match itself was more than a little disappointing to many of those in attendance. Tyson came out swinging. In a little over a minute, he knocked Seldon to the mat for an 8 count. Seldon got up, but Tyson immediately knocked him back down. This time, while Seldon was able to get back to his feet, he couldn't maintain his balance. The ref called the fight, and Tyson was declared the winner by TKO after only 109 seconds. It was one of the shortest title matches in boxing history, and the arena was immediately filled with chants of "fix" by angry boxing fans, claiming that Seldon had taken a dive. I'm not entirely sure why they would assume the match was rigged, since Tyson had a career of 22 first-round knockouts, and this match wasn't even close to cracking his top 10 fastest knockouts. They're just disappointed. They paid boxing. I can't believe how much pay-per-view boxing costs. Well, I don't know. The only sport that I occasionally watch is tennis. And you can watch it for free on the BBC or for very low cost on whatever your sports package of choice is. And then it's a boxing thing. It'll be $100 just to watch a match. And that's on TV. It must be very expensive to go and see it in person. And then if it's over in a minute and a half, you're like, what the f***? Guess how disappointed they would be spending all of that money just to see a fight that was over before they even had a chance to get drunk. Yes, agreed. After the main event, there was another unscheduled fight that took place in the lobby of the MGM Grand where the boxing match had taken place. Among those with Tupac that night was Trevon Lane, friend of Suge and Tupac, and an employee of Death Row Records, though the closest thing to a job title I can find for him is Homeboy Security. A couple of months earlier, he'd been at Lakewood Mall when he was jumped by a group of Southside Crips. Trevon was a member of the mob Piru Bloods, so theoretically, this could have been a bit of random violence among rival gangs, but an unprovoked attack inside a mall seems a bit weird. It's believed that there was a much more specific motive at play. People associated with Death Row Records had all been given chains by Suge with a big Death Row medallion on it. It's alleged that Puffy had put out a bounty with the Crips of $10,000 per medallion they stole because he wanted to show them off in an upcoming music video to taunt Suge. That day at the mall, they'd succeeded in stealing Trevon's medallion. Jumping back to the MGM after the Tyson fight, Trevon spotted Orlando Anderson walking alone through the lobby. He whispered to Tupac that Orlando was the guy that stole his chain, and Tupac ran over, followed by the rest of the group. Security footage from the hotel shows Tupac throwing the first punch, with the others from Death Row punching and kicking Orlando on the ground. The whole thing lasts about 7 or 8 seconds, and Orlando wasn't seriously injured. Afterwards, they returned to their hotel rooms to get ready to head out to Club 662, a venue owned by Suge where Tupac was going to be putting on a charity concert to raise money for a youth boxing program. Kidada had traveled to Vegas with Tupac and his cousin Jamala, but he had insisted that they stay back at the hotel instead of coming to the fight. As they got ready to leave, he told them again to stay behind, claiming that the party was just for the boys. However, he also told them not to leave the hotel room, not even go to the lobby. Why? He's worried about them? Why is he worried about them? I mean, are people really going to go after his family? That seems a bit intense. This seemed to indicate that he was concerned for their safety, but his other behavior indicated that he wasn't concerned about his own, that or he had resigned himself to his fate. Tupac had a bulletproof vest that he normally wore, but as he got ready to head to Club 662, he said he wasn't going to wear it because it would be too hot. Kidada and Jamala begged him to wear the vest, especially with how he was acting towards them, but he refused. When it was time to get into the cars, Tupac got in the passenger seat of Suge's BMW. His bodyguard, Frank Alexander, an ex-Marine and bodybuilder, went to get in the car with them as he normally would, but Tupac told him to ride in the car behind them. They began their drive to the club when a car pulled up beside them at a red light on Harmon Avenue. The driver yelled, "Yo, what up, Pac?" After a moment, Tupac recognized him as Leonard Jefferson, a UCLA film student with whom he had a passing acquaintance. Tupac invited him to the club for the show, and Leonard, who happened to have a camera in his center console, asked to take a picture quickly. As the light was turning green, Leonard took the famous last photo of Tupac sitting in the car next to Suge. That's Leonard's story anyway, though there are people that dispute his authorship of the photo. Regardless, this photo has been subject of a lot of speculation and conspiracy theorizing because of its somewhat eerie qualities. In the picture, Tupac's face is expressionless, completely devoid of emotion. Many, including Leela, saw the photo and immediately believed that he knew his life was about to come to an end. And then there's Suge, who looked like a man on a mission. Because there were conspiracies that he was involved in orchestrating Tupac's murder, this photo and Suge's appearance were often pointed out as evidence that he was somehow taking part in what was about to happen. That's not evidence, that's like just wild theorizing. It's like, why are you thinking he's guilty of murder? He looks like a murderer, doesn't he? Of course, it could be that Suge was actually just a man on a mission, and that mission was to try and get to his club for a concert while dealing with the obnoxious post-fight traffic. I'd look pretty annoyed in that situation too. Yeah, if every time I'm looking annoyed because I'm driving, it's not because I'm about to murder someone, it's because I'm really bothered by traffic or bad drivers. I was driving somewhere the other day, and I stopped for people at a crosswalk, and the guy behind me beeps me. And I'm like, it's a fucking crosswalk! What do you want? In any event, moments after the picture was taken, a white Cadillac pulled up beside Suge's BMW at another light. Somebody from the Cadillac opened fire, grazing Suge's head and hitting Tupac 4 times in the chest, arms, and thighs. The Cadillac then sped off, while Suge made a U-turn and tried to speed off in the opposite direction, with the Lexus driven by Frank Alexander following suit. The tires on the BMW had been shot, so it didn't get very far before pulling over, leading to the scene with the police officer that I described at the beginning of the episode. Tupac was rushed to the hospital where he was heavily sedated and fell into a coma. The damage was so severe that they had to remove one of his lungs, and after 6 days he finally succumbed to his wounds and was pronounced dead. Oh my god. For a long time, little else was publicly known about this incident. Witnesses were uncooperative to the frustration of police. While Tupac was still in critical condition in the hospital, Police Sergeant Kevin Manning lamented, "It amazes me when they are professional bodyguards that they can't even give us an accurate description of the vehicle." Since nothing was being shared openly about the case, all sorts of theories and speculation resulted. Was Tupac set up by Puffy, by Suge, by Stretch? Was he killed by the government? Was he alive and well in Cuba? The police had a long list of suspects, and while they went decades without making an arrest, they weren't able to rule out any of their suspects either. Nobody was going to talk, so even though there were plenty of people that knew what had happened that night, it seemed like the case would remain unsolved forever. Luckily, this episode doesn't have to be filled with a bunch of insane conspiracy theories that barely seem plausible, because an arrest has finally been made. An arrest that had been a long time coming and didn't really shock anybody. Of course, you're probably a little confused, Simon, since Keffi D hasn't actually appeared in this episode beside the introduction. At this point, I should probably mention that not only was Keffi D a high-ranking shot caller within the South Compton Crips, he was also Orlando Anderson's uncle. Wait, who was Orlando Anderson? Oh, the guy who stole the medallion. Okay. So he got murdered for going up to a guy that stole his medallion. He got killed by his uncle or something? Really? Keffi D tells all. In 2006, a now retired LAPD homicide detective, Greg Kading, was assigned to the cold case of Biggie. There were rumors that the murders of Tupac and Biggie were connected, and not just the suspicion that one was retaliation for the other. It was while investigating ties between the two murders that Kading stumbled upon Keffi D. Kading spent 3 years building a massive federal case against Keffi. Keffi was a big-time drug dealer moving large quantities of cocaine for the Colombians, as well as trafficking in PCP. Narcotics are bad, and it's good to try and prevent their distribution and whatnot, but that wasn't actually the point of any of Kading's investigation. He was building this case as leverage to get Keffi to talk about the murders of Tupac and Biggie. In 2009, Kading offered a proffer agreement, also known as Queen for a Day. I have no idea what that is or what that means. The way a proffer agreement works, excellent, we're getting an explanation, is that a potential suspect agrees to discuss details of a case, including incriminating details, in an informal interview, and anything they say cannot be used against them. Basically, you have one day to tell the investigators everything without any of it being admissible as evidence, so you'd better tell them absolutely everything. It was being offered in this case because it was believed that Keefe was involved in Tupac's murder, but that he was not the one who pulled the trigger. This meant they could potentially use him to identify the gunman. Well, what's the... Oh, okay, so they're building a case against him for something else, and then they're like, yo, if you testify, we'll give you this immunity, basically. However, there are a couple of caveats to a proffer agreement, and ones that Keefe does not seem to have understood properly. First, while nothing you say can be used as evidence, it can be used to derive and obtain other evidence. As I understand it, this means that if I were to say in a proffer section, I killed Joey Jojo and buried him at 123 Fake Street, they cannot use that confession as evidence. However, if they go to 123 Fake Street, dig up Joey Jojo's body, and there's a knife in his chest covered in my fingerprints and DNA, well, that gets to be used as evidence. Okay, so that seems incredibly risky to be involved in this, and you should absolutely have a team of expensive lawyers with you. Absolutely, 100%. At present, we don't know if there's any evidence that has been found related to Tupac's murder, though there's a pretty strong chance that there has been. A couple of months before his arrest, a search warrant was issued for Keefe's home. This wasn't a typical warrant where a car pulls up and the police knock on the door either. This was multiple police cars, lights flashing, dude on a megaphone demanding that they exit the house unarmed. For the search warrant to be executed in such a fashion, there's a strong likelihood that new concrete evidence has been discovered. That aside, it's the other caveat to the proffer agreement that is much more likely to have gotten Keefe in trouble. You see, nothing you say in a proffer session can be used against you, but it's not actually an offer of immunity. That's why it's so important to give every detail you can so there's nothing left for police to discover that could be considered derivative evidence from your statements. Oh, okay, so if you're like Joey Jojo was murdered at 123 Fake Street with a knife that I put in his chest... You got to be so specific. You got to cover all of your bases, and that's what lawyers are very good at. Keefe published a memoir, Compton Street Legends, in which he detailed the night of Tupac's murder. He also sat down for like 6 hours of interviews with DJ Vlad, in which he told the story again. This isn't necessarily enough to make the public statements admissible as evidence, and it depends on the wording of the proffer letter, among other things. However, if anything Keefe wrote in his memoir or said to DJ Vlad is materially different than what he told the police, those latter statements are absolutely admissible. And since there were discrepancies in Keefe's statements between the two public sources I mentioned, I'd wager there are discrepancies between those accounts and his official statement as well. Oh my lord, you have to be incredibly careful with proffer agreements. Because you'd just be like, oh yeah, immunity for anything that I admit to, let's go. But the reality is you have to be extremely careful. Oh my god, lesson learned. If the police are ever like, yo, whistle, you got a proffer, you queen for a day, I'll be like, oh my god. Lawyers, get lawyers in here. So what actually happens and why? Keep in mind everything that follows is from Keefe's own accounts of what happened, so while self-incriminating as his statements may be, they're all currently just allegations. According to Keefe, Puffy put a hit out on Suge Knight and Tupac for $1 million each. A friendly rivalry was one thing, but Tupac was out of control. In Hit 'Em Up, Tupac threatened to murder East Coast rappers' children before they even grew up, and Puffy was worried for his safety. The offer was made over the course of 3 different conversations. Again, just to highlight, allegedly, and Keefe said they'd take care of it because that's what they do. But on the night in question, killing them wasn't actually the plan. At least that's what Keefe claims, though some of the details are a bit contradictory. After Orlando got assaulted, Keefe wanted to talk to Suge, though he described the assault as largely being whatever. Orlando and his crew had jumped Trevon, stolen his chain, so they got Orlando back for it. Neither of them were seriously hurt, so it didn't need to be a big deal. Keefe said that it wasn't even a Bloods versus Crips thing since Tupac threw the first punch and he wasn't a member of either gang. DJ Vlad pressed him on the topic since Suge was heavily associated with the Mob Piru Bloods, and both he and Trevon took part in the assault, but Keefe stood firm and said that it had nothing to do with what happened. Even though he felt the assault against his nephew didn't need to become a whole thing, Keefe still wanted to talk to Suge personally to handle it. He felt that the relationship was on the level where they could just talk it out and make sure the situation dissipated instead of escalating, so they headed to Club 662, where they knew there was going to be a concert that night. At least, that was his original intent. But another opportunity presented itself. Before they took off for the club, Keefe got called over to Eric Von Zip Martin's Bentley. Zip was hanging out with rapper Foxy Brown at the time, so he asked her to get out of the car, and Keefe got in to talk. Zip was a fellow drug dealer who bounced between the east and west coasts, and he was Puffy's usual go-between for dealing with the Crips. Once Keefe was in the car, Zip opened up a secret compartment, pulled out a Glock 40, and told Keefe it's time to get paid. Keefe got into the passenger seat of the white Cadillac, with Terrence Bubble-Up Brown driving and Orlando in the backseat, along with DeAndre Freaky Smith. Once in the car, he tossed the Glock into the backseat, and they headed to the club. They got there, and they waited outside for 30 or 40 minutes. While there, the Cadillac and its occupants were spotted by Mob James McDonald, head of Death Row's street security. He did not approach the car, they did not see him, and he apparently didn't remember any of this when the police were trying to find leads, but he confirmed in a 2019 interview that he did in fact see them at 6:62 that night, providing partial corroboration for Keefe's story. After waiting for a while at the club without Suge and Tupac showing up, Keefe decided to cool things off. They could just go buy some champagne and spend the night drinking and smoking weed instead. If it is ever put out on me, I hope that my assassins are equally impatient. Yes, agreed. It's like, what should we do? Should we do our job, or should we just go get drunk? They started driving away and turned a corner when they heard a couple of girls yelling, "Tupac! Tupac!" It's possible they would have kept on driving had they not seen Tupac hanging out the window of Suge's BMW, presumably inviting the girls to the club. They made a U-turn and followed the car, eventually pulling up next to it at a red light. Once the cars were side by side, the men looked at one another. Keefe said that Tupac made an erratic movement, like he was reaching under his seat to pull out a gun. That's when Orlando grabbed his gun and opened fire. Death Row rappers from the car directly behind Tupac and Suge then began returning fire before the Cadillac drove away. It varies in Keefe's various recounting of events how explicitly he implicates his nephew as the shooter, but he's run his mouth enough times to make it clear that that is his version of events. And after all, he didn't even get paid. Not because Puffy wasn't going to keep his end of the bargain, but because Zip took the payment and ran off with it instead of paying Keefe. But this brings us back to the question from the beginning of the episode. Why now? A lot of this information was new to me when researching this case, and is likely new to you as well, but most of it has been widely available to anybody that actively sought it out for over a decade. Even before that, there were plenty of people who knew the real story, so why wasn't anyone willing to talk even when silence meant protecting their enemies? Well, it's pretty easy to say why nobody wanted to come forward initially. From the more cynical point of view, there would of course be the fear that being labeled a snitch and all of the repercussions that can arise from that, as well as concerns about drawing attention to any of their own potentially illegal activities. That all likely played a part in it. However, if a part of my everyday life was the knowledge that I might arbitrarily get my shit kicked in because a couple of cops didn't think my name was American enough, I'd probably be pretty uncooperative with the police as well. Yes. Yes, it's like the guy's last words were "f you" to the police. So you can't imagine that many of the people around this are like, "Oh yeah, no, I'll talk to the police." That gives a reasonable enough explanation for why nobody else ever spoke up on the matter. So what made Keefe come forward? He told his story as part of the proffer agreement in 2009, but he could have left it there. In fact, he did leave it there, and that might have been the end of it. So why implicate himself and his nephew in the murder? Well, when Keefe started first telling his story publicly in 2018, he was 55 years old and been diagnosed with colon cancer, the same form of cancer that claimed the lives of his mother and one of his brothers. As for Orlando, he was shot and killed at a car wash back in 1998 over a disagreement involving drug money. Bubble Up was also killed in a 2015 shooting, and DeAndre died from diabetes in 2004. Keefe was the only one from the car left, and he essentially had nothing to lose by telling the truth. He also claimed to feel remorse over what happened, so he wanted to get the real story out. Yeah, these are the things, like when these murders came, this was like, it would be a mystery forever. And then it's like later on you get like basic what are deathbed confessions, and it's like a few times they've come up in the Casual Criminalist, like, yeah, we'll never know about this one. Until like maybe 20, 30 years when someone comes out of the woodwork and they're about to die and they're like, yeah, this is what happened. And you're like, resolution. Despite not being the one to pull the trigger, California law, and the law in most states, still allows Keefe to be charged with first-degree murder, the charge upon which he was indicted. According to Chief Deputy District Attorney Mark DeGiacomo, Keefe was the on-ground on-site commander who ordered the death of Tupac. A grand jury had been reviewing evidence for months before the arrest, and the indictment was announced just hours after Keefe was brought in. At the time of writing, Keefe's arraignment has been delayed, so he hasn't yet entered a plea, but he is expected to plead not guilty. You'll know whether or not that's the case by the time this episode releases, but unless he shocks everyone by pleading guilty, we will still not know the outcome of the trial yet. I mean, we can certainly guess what the outcome will be, because if Keefe's story is to be believed, then one could argue he has incriminated himself beyond a reasonable doubt, but juries make inexplicable decisions sometimes. Aftermath. This was not the first murder attributed to the East East-West rivalry. And it would not be the last. 6 months after Tupac was killed, Biggie was also killed in a drive-by shooting, this time in Los Angeles. The complete story of the feud and to what extent it may have been overblown is a complicated and nuanced tale for another day, but public perception was and largely is that Tupac's murder was part of the culmination of that feud. And if Keefe's allegations that Puff Daddy ordered the murder are true, then it would certainly lend credence to that belief. Oh my god, beefs in the rap community are intense. Like with YouTube people, you're always like, oh, this guy's got a beef with that guy or whatever, and it's always just over some like nonsense, or it's a little bit harmless, or even if it isn't harmless, it's like they're not shooting each other. Like all of us, Tupac was far from a perfect person. However, his body of work speaks for itself. Not only is he regarded as one of the most influential rappers, but he's often cited as one of the most influential musicians of all time. And despite being killed at 25 while in the prime of his career, his large body of posthumously released work has allowed him to remain in the top 10 best-selling rappers of all time, though just barely by this point. I could try to tell you about the meaning of his songs and poetry, and I feel a bit bad that there hasn't been much discussion of his music in this episode, but there have been entire college courses taught about Tupac's words, so nothing I could fit in the confines of a true crime show could possibly do it justice. However, there is another side to Tupac that's often overlooked, which is his philanthropy. The reason this isn't talked about much is because Tupac didn't talk about it. He felt that doing so would take away from what he was doing. In all honesty, we'll probably never know the full extent of what he did to help people since he didn't broadcast it, but over the years he held benefit concerts and reportedly donated millions of dollars to help poor and underprivileged children, especially those who came from parents battling substance abuse. I like that a great deal. Not just the giving, but just the quiet, just quietly giving. I like that. But life is all about the little things, and that is where he excelled. One story that was later shared took place when he was in Washington, D.C. for a stop on a promotional tour. On the way to the airport to fly back to New York, there was a story on the radio about a young girl that had been taken to the emergency room after being mauled by a pit bull. Tupac ordered the driver to turn the car around to go to the hospital. He found the girl's parents in the waiting room and told them that he was there to lend his support. He wound up staying with the girl's family until she made a full recovery, and his friends claimed that he maintained a friendship with the family for the rest of his life. That's got to be a bit weird, though. If I was in that situation and my kid was like, Sean, whatever, I'd be like, but okay, really appreciate it, Tupac, but this is kind of like a family thing. Oh, I don't know, is that bad? I mean, unless you're going to pay for the hospital bills, this is America or whatever. Oh, maybe he did, I don't know, but he's just being nice. Why am I shitting on him? This is just a nice thing to do. While we know this story and a few others because his friends or the people involved have shared them, Tupac never sought media attention for these acts. He did these things quietly because he cared about helping people, and he didn't want those people to think he was just doing it for media attention or to sell albums. We never know how many lives that he touched personally like this. It's important to remember these underreported acts of kindness, just as it's important to appreciate the value of his work. But it's also important not to ignore his crimes and his acts of violence as well. A person is more than just one thing, and we can't cherry-pick who we want them to be. To that end, I'll leave you with Tupac's own words. Measure a man by his actions, fully, from the beginning to the end. Don't take a piece out of my life or a song out of my music and say this is what I'm about, because you know better than that. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Don Killuminati, the 7-Day Theory, was not the intended name for the album. It was originally to be called the 3-Day Theory, since it would be written and recorded in 3 days, but even after the number was changed, it was supposed to be Killuminati, the 7-Day Theory, by Machiavelli the Don. Death Row Records accidentally screwed up the title and the artist's name in their rush to bring the album to publication following Tupac's death, which I'm sure was definitely done to honor his memory and not as a shameless cash grab. Yeah, sure. Sure, that's definitely what it was. Number 2. Because of Tupac's obsession with planning for his own death, there are many that believe he was a prophet or held psychic abilities. Those people are incorrect because psychic abilities don't exist. One of those pieces of evidence that was used to argue this case was the song God Bless the Dead, which was released after Biggie's death. The song opens with the line, "Rest in peace to my motherfucker Biggie Smalls," and is dedicated to celebrating the passing of his fallen friend. But since Tupac was killed before Biggie was, how could he have known to write this song dedicated to Biggie's memory if he wasn't psychic? Well, because he knows at some point Biggie's gonna die. It's like, one thing we know with certainty, everyone's gonna die. This was actually a mystery for a long time, but we now have a definitive answer that doesn't involve anyone having magic powers. When Tupac wrote God Bless the Dead, it wasn't actually about the notorious B.I.G., it was about a graffiti artist he met in his career who also happened to go by Biggie Smalls. Oh, there we go, even simpler explanation. Tupac even knew a third person called Biggie Smalls because that's just the name that was given to everyone who shopped in the big and tall section, I guess. It's just like how there's been a million short guys named Stretch and bald guys named Curly. No one's ever called me Curly. Hey, Curly. It's like, oh, I get it because I'm bald. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for listening. If you're listening on the podcast, if you're watching on Spotify, if you're listening on Spotify, why not leave a rating? It's always greatly appreciated. And I'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wimsey, one of my writers. In this case, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin's written me a script, The Menendez Brothers, Innocent or Guilty. And I see that it's absolutely massive, Kevin. So sit down, relax, or I don't know what you're up to. Maybe you're on a really long run. It'll be a really long run if you're like, I'm going to run for the length of the podcast or the YouTube show, however you get this, where you're going to be out there for a while because this is long. I have a half-empty coffee. I should probably top that up. But let's get into it, shall we? It can be difficult to guess what the hot new item in the collectibles world is going to be. Okay, this is where we start, huh? Occasionally, it's obvious, like the recent one-of-one serialized The One Ring from Magic the Gathering's Lord of the Rings themed expansion, a card that was sold to Post Malone for a reported $2.6 million. Oh my lord.
Hell yeah, man. Congratulations, dude. That's amazing.
Usually, however, when an item grabs the public's attention, it's for reasons that could not have been predicted. We didn't normally carry sports cards at the comic store where I worked, but in 2007, we had to bring in cases of Topps baseball cards as customers frantically tried to pull the Derek Jeter card from packs. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unlike Magic the Gathering, Lord of the Rings, Topps baseball cards, Derek Jeter. I don't know who any of these people or any of these products are. A card like that would not normally have been worth anything, but a mischievous worker at Topps had photoshopped President George W. Bush into the crowd and deceased Yankee Mickey Mantle into the dugout. That's pretty cool, though. The story hit major news outlets, and suddenly the otherwise meaningless card was selling for hundreds of dollars. But back in 1990, the collectible making headlines wasn't a rare, one-of-a-kind item or a prank from a possibly disgruntled employee. It was the NBA hoops card for the Knicks point guard Mark Johnson. And we're back to me having no idea what's going on. I'm like, the Knicks, NBA, hoop guard, point guard. I don't know what any of this is. Sports cards often featured action shots of the players from actual games with the crowd behind the players, generally out of focus. However, Johnson was standing near the sideline when his card's photo was taken, meaning that a few of those fortunate enough to have courtside seats that day could be seen clear as day on his card. Exactly 2 fans on either side of Johnson are in focus in the picture, and when the NBA hoops cards released that year, people immediately recognized 2 of the faces. They were the same 2 faces that had been plastered over the news for months, Lyle and Eric Menendez. Wait, are these the people who are the subject of are these our criminals today or something? The Menendez brother had killed their parents. What? Before going on $1 million spending spree, a spree that included courtside tickets to that Knicks games. No, you didn't. That's insane. Wait, these 2 guys, they just happened to be photographed and printed on this baseball card. What are the odds? Back in the 90s, we all thought they were murderers. Not only was it the only narrative being pushed by the media, but a few years after their arrest, they were convicted of first-degree murder. Well, that's why you think they'd be a murderer, isn't it? It's like, why do you think I'm a murderer? Because you were convicted of first-degree murder, mate. Oh yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yet despite both pleading not guilty to the crime, neither brother disputed the fact that they had indeed killed their parents. So how could they possibly have claimed to be innocent? Well, they'd be like, it's an accident or manslaughter or something. There's lots of ways to kill someone that's not murder. Sounds like I'm giving advice, doesn't it? Like Saul Goodman. There's lots of ways to kill someone that's not murder. In more recent years, however, public perception of the case has started to shift. Not only is there broader support for the brothers, but new evidence has emerged that may support their claims. So is it possible that these men who admitted to killing their parents could not only get a new trial, but could find themselves acquitted? Oh my. I'm very curious as to how this is all going to play out over the course of this extremely lengthy episode. Coming to America. Jose Enrique Mendez was born in 1944 in Havana, Cuba. His father had been a professional soccer player who had since retired and started his own accounting firm. It's a career path change, isn't it? What do you do? Professional soccer player. What do you do now? Accounting. Okay. And his mother was a champion swimmer who would eventually be inducted into Cuba's Hall of Fame. Wait, really? The only thing I'm missing there is and she later went on to become an actuary. Actuary is the person who works with all those numbers and works out when you're going to die, right? Like the insurance people. With much of the nation living in poverty, Jose was lucky to be born into such a prominent upper-class family, at least at first. Jose had 2 older sisters, but he was the only boy, which resulted in him being a spoiled brat. Well, that's not the reason he resulted. I've got 1 boy and 1 girl as my kids, and I'm working hard not to spoil them. I feel like my wife works less hard not to spoil them. I'll come home and be like, oh, new toys, huh? On a Thursday, just no reason, just new toys. And it's I get it, but it's also I don't know. I'm we shouldn't just buy them new stuff. And it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not all the time or anything. But I'm just don't spoil them. Let's not spoil them. Don't spoil them. Nowadays, I think most of us would expect the only girl to be the spoiled child, but it was the 1940s, and Jose was the male heir to the family. Anyway, he was rarely, if ever, disciplined, and his parents seemed to believe that he could do no wrong. That sounds like a great way to bring up your heir, like the guy who's going to take over your business. It's let's just spoil him. That makes sense. He's going to have a great understanding of money. Anyway, he was rarely, if ever, disciplined, and his parents believed that he could do no wrong. It certainly helped that he was extremely athletic and competitive, just as both of his parents had been, so they undoubtedly believed that he was destined for incredible accomplishments as well. It's also speculated that his parents not only refused to discipline him, but they actively encouraged him not to obey others. Not as some grand act of defiance or anything, just they taught him that he was superior to others, so that he didn't need to listen to them. While I'm sure that was great for his self-esteem, it resulted in more than a few problems. I feel like that should have read, while I'm sure that was great for his self-esteem, it also resulted in him being a complete douchebag. Being an outspoken renegade who doesn't work well with others and doesn't play by the rules is great if you're the fictional protagonist of a cop drama, but less so if you're an elementary school student. Yes, and just generally less so if you live in the real world. People who are douchebags tend to not get on that well because they're douchebags. And obviously a few people strike it lucky and end up being successful. But most people who are successful probably know how to get on with others because there's been a long path to the top where there's been others involved who they've really, trodden on. No, I'm just most people who are successful, they get on with other people. It's a part of success. Thanks to his poor behavior, Jose found himself kicked out of 2 different elementary schools and off at least 1 swimming team. He was also a mischievous little scamp who set fire to at least 1 country club. Holy shit. What a mischievous little scamp. Also known as multiple times arsonist. It was alleged that he burned down the country club his family were members of in 1959, though this does not appear to be proven. As far as I can tell, there was never any official cause of that fire, but he did definitely set fire to a different country club that his family didn't attend. The fire for which he was definitely responsible was in 1954, when he was only 10 years old. Oh my lord. Even if Jose did set only one of the 2 fires, he never received any discipline or punishment for that behavior. His parents paid $10,000 in damages, roughly $115,000 today, and that was the end of it. But there was allegedly more epically bad parenting going on in the Menendez household beyond just a lack of discipline. According to Jose's older sister Marta, their mother began sexually abusing Jose when he was a toddler. Holy shit. She alleged that this behavior continued throughout his entire time in Cuba. Oh my god. Luckily for Jose, his stay in Cuba would be cut much shorter than expected. By the time he was a teenager, he had been fully conditioned to believe that he was better than everybody else and that his actions didn't have consequences. Oh, I hate these people. It's this guy just sounds like a complete douchebag. You sometimes meet these people in your life and you're douchebag. And it's then I don't know any of these people because you meet them once and you're yeah, we're not going to hang out again, are we? You clown. Combine this with the fact that even a relatively well-behaved teenager is typically a loudmouth little who thinks they know better than all the adults around them, and it can create a real recipe for disaster, especially since the thing Jose felt that everybody around him needed was to know how much Fidel Castro sucked. All of a sudden, being part of a wealthy and prominent family wasn't so much a good thing anymore. Jose's anti-Castro speech represented a danger not only to himself, but to his whole family, and it was a little too late to try and teach him to behave. For his own safety, Jose's parents sent him to America with his sister's fiancé. His parents stayed behind to try and protect their property, but it was no use. Castro was intent on seizing property and assets from the wealthy and from corporations to build a more equitable society, and eventually, the rest of the Menendez family fled Cuba and moved to Pennsylvania. Yeah, that would suck. Can you imagine it? I don't know. I just imagine this. It's like, no, we're communists again. All that stuff is now ours. I'll be like, oh, for fuck's sake. I worked hard for that stuff. Why? I would also leave. It'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to leave. That's it. I'm going to take all my shit with me. Thank you. As much as I can before you seize it. Oh my god, I guess. But the most valuable shit I own is property. And they'd definitely be like, well, you're not taking that with you, are you, fact boy? The family essentially had to rebuild from scratch, which put a dampener on Jose's dreams. He had been training to be an Olympic swimmer and had always dreamed of going to an Ivy League school, but his family was now basically broke. On the bright side, Jose was extremely intelligent. He came to America without speaking or understanding any English, but he was able to quickly pick up the language once he was enrolled in high school. And while his family could no longer afford world-class trainers, it's not like he had forgotten how to swim. Jose joined his high school swim team, and his abilities earned him a full athletic scholarship to Southern Illinois University. It was hardly Ivy League, but his family didn't have Ivy League money anyway. And it's not like it was the worst school in the country. SIU is currently ranked 263 out of 443 national universities, and they have received such accolades as being named a top 10 military-friendly school among Tier 2 research institutions. That's extremely specific. It sounds just very middle of the pack, like 263 out of 443. It's fine. It's fine, it's a middle-of-the-road university. Most importantly, it would be free so long as he competed on the school's swim team, so the price was right. Yeah, take what you can get. I don't think this is bad. It's like, so your family. Like, well, I think, parents didn't do a very good job, especially if the allegations about the mother are true. In that case, you did a horrible job. But it's like, yeah, okay, you basically had all your shit seized because of fucking Castro, and then you fled to America, and then you get into if you got into an Ivy League school, this would be like an insane journey of impressiveness. This is still impressive because of the situation that you've come from. Hello, Kitty. Jose decided to follow in his father's footsteps by studying accounting in college. He also got a job on the campus television station, but what really caught his attention was a senior by the name of Mary Louise Anderson, better known as Kitty. Kitty was born in Oak Lawn, Illinois in 1941, making her almost 3 years older than Jose. She was the youngest of 4 children, though her upbringing wasn't as privileged as Jose's had been. Her father was an army veteran who opened his own air conditioning and heating business, and he was able to provide a reasonably comfortable middle-class life for his family. Though not as wealthy as the Menendez family, they were no less dysfunctional. Kitty's father was physically abusive to his wife and children, and the abuse caused his mother to suffer from chronic depression. Shortly after Kitty started elementary school, her father took off with his mistress, divorcing her mother and leaving her to raise the 4 children by herself. Great guy right there. Great fathering. Great parenting. That's honestly probably better than if he didn't leave. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, yeah, I totally ignored. Sometimes I just skip over lines in my mind and then I'm like, wait, why is Kevin saying that? And it's because I totally skipped over the part where he's physically abusive to his wife and children. And then I'm like, oh yeah, great parenting because he left. And it's like, no, actually, it's better that he left. Kevin's completely right. I just glossed over it because I was probably thinking about cake or something. But by that point, the psychological damage had already been done. Even worse, it drove Kitty's mother to alcoholism as a way to cope with the depression and rejection. She also had to take a job at a local airport working for United Airlines so that she could provide for the family. The whole ordeal caused Kitty to suffer from depression growing up as well, and she had trouble making friends at school. When she was 10 years old, she was sent to boarding school for a year. It's rumored that this was a protective measure, and she was sent to the boarding school after being sexually abused by a relative. What? If something like that happened in my family, I'd be like, well, we're not seeing that relative ever again, are we? Because that's how it fucking works. Though I can't find any more specific details or allegations about that. Okay, so it's just hearsay, a possibility. Whatever the reason, she only attended school. A running joke that I have with my wife is like, she's Czech, and we raise our kids in Prague. A running joke that I have is like when they're teenagers, they're going to send them to boarding school in the UK. For like a year or something. It started it's a bit of a joke, but I also think it would be good for them. Like, I don't know, I didn't board, but I went to a boarding school, and I don't know, I think it's good for kids' independence and stuff. And my wife's like, absolutely no shot. You're not sending our kids to boarding school in another country. You're not sending our kids to boarding school at all. I'm like, okay. Just saying, when they become angry teenagers, maybe you'll change your tune. Probably won't though. Whatever the reason, she only attended for a single year before returning to public schools, graduating from high school in 1959 before attending SIU. It's often mentioned that Kitty was a beauty queen, which is technically true. While it's refreshing to finally write the words beauty queen in a true crime script without having to precede them with the word child, I think this detail is often overblown. In her senior year of high school, she competed and won the title of Miss Oak Lawn, a town with a population of about 30,000 at the time. So in a medium-ish sized town, she was basically voted the prettiest girl in school. That felt like entering the competition, which also required getting sponsored by a local business. That's still not nothing, and it's one more beauty pageant than I'd ever win, but she didn't grow up training for the pageant circuit or anything like that.
It's hopeless. There's nothing to it. Give me those heels. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. Do you really think I can win? Hey, I'm starting to think I can win.
It was a one-time thing, so I'm not sure why that aspect of her life is played up so much. Probably because it's recycled many times in various different videos and articles about her, and people are like, ooh, beauty queen. That sounds like, it just sounds good. And we'll just shut it down. It was like, no, it's not really what happened. Regardless, following high school, she attended SIU to study communications and broadcasting. In the broadcasting department, she learned how to produce dramas for both radio and television, and it was likely there, while working on campus TV shows, that she first met Jose. The two instantly fell in love, and they became completely inseparable. Unfortunately for the young lovers, neither family approved of their relationship. There's a good chance that Kitty's parents would have disapproved of her dating a man 3 years her junior had they not been far too busy disapproving of her dating somebody so Cuban. Oh, hello. Isn't Pennsylvania isn't that in the, I don't want to paint America with broad strokes, but aren't people that's in the Northeast, right? Aren't they all super liberal? I mean, I guess not, but wait, is Pennsylvania one of those Northeast states? I know nothing. It could be next to Montana or something. Oh, Jesus. And not that everybody who lives in a liberal state is just not a racist or anything like that, but it's still oh my. Jose wasn't even second or third generation American. He was an immigrant practically fresh off the boat where the couple met. Oh, God, how awful. Such a man was deemed entirely unacceptable for Kitty to date. As for the Menendez family, their objections were classist rather than racist. They had been a part of Cuba's elite. How could Jose have chosen to date someone so middle class? She wasn't even upper middle class. She was just regular middle class. Basically a peasant. It's weird how, classism is not as bad as racism. Right? Is that... do you think that'll change? No, that won't change. I don't know. This is hot topic territory, isn't it? Hot water territory. But that's not as bad as being racist in my eyes. Not only that, but her parents had gotten divorced. Jose's family believed that Kitty couldn't have had the same sort of family values that were important to them. Ironically, had they gotten to know Kitty instead of dismissing her outright, they would have realized that the two things she hated most in the world were her father and the concept of divorce. She had grown up experiencing the effects that divorce can have on women and children, and she would be loath to ever take part in one herself. Again, she was still probably better off than she would have been living with an abusive father for another decade or more, but the divorce did take an emotional and financial toll on her family. Yeah, it's interesting you see these dynamics of how someone's parents' relationship passes on to them, and how people with divorced parents might not want to get divorced themselves, even though it's for the best. I don't think anyone wants to get divorced though, do they? I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. I just see friends and it's interesting to hear their stories of their families and then see how it played out in their own lives now as we all get older. But even if the Menendez family had known how she felt about divorce, she was still too poor, and Jose was still too Cuban for either family to ever approve of their relationship. This left Jose and Kitty with only one sensible option. They continued to date throughout Kitty's senior year, then as soon as they graduated, Jose dropped out of school, abandoning his scholarship, and the pair eloped to New York City. Kitty had dreamed of producing radio and TV professionally, so New York seemed like the place to be, but reality was going to come crashing down on her as she had to put her dreams on hold. Jose was able to enroll at Queen's College to continue his accounting degree while working part-time at night as a dishwasher. In order to support the family, Kitty had to abandon her dreams of pursuing a master's degree and got a full-time job as an elementary school teacher. By 1967, Jose had graduated college and become a certified public accountant. He wasted no time making use of his education, and immediately out of college, he began working for the accounting firm Coopers & Lybrand, better known today as PricewaterhouseCoopers. I've heard of that one, PwC. I got friends who worked at PwC. When Jose and Kitty got married, he promised that they were going to be partners in everything. They ran a team, and together they would accomplish all of their dreams. He'd accomplished his dream of becoming a CPA and landed a pretty sweet job thanks to Kitty's sacrifice, and now he was making enough money to easily support them, as she probably thought it was going to be her time to resume chasing her dream of a career in broadcasting. But Jose knew just how to clip the wings off that dream, and on January the 10th, 1968, roughly 9 months after Jose graduated from college, Kitty gave birth to their first son, Joseph Lyle Menendez, who everybody just called Lyle. She quit her job as a teacher to become a full-time mum, and just under 3 years later, she would have her second son, Eric Galen Melendez, and Kitty would definitely not resent them both for crushing her dreams. Well, are you just taking away all of her autonomy there? It seems like she also... It wasn't exclusively Jose's decision to have children, I'm assuming. We'll come back to the boys later, but first Jose had to cook some books and become CFO of a porn company. Okay, let's go! A meteoric rise. Jose continued his work for Coopers and Lybrand for a few years, but in 1969 he was sent to Chicago to perform an audit on Lion Container, one of the company's clients. Lion was impressed with Jose's work, very impressed. They immediately offered him a job as the company's comptroller, which he accepted. Kitty, why is a comptroller? Look up. Comptroller, a management-level position responsible for the supervising of the quality of accounting and financial reporting of an organization. A financial controller is a senior level executive. Is that like some old school word? That just sounds like a CFO. Like someone who overlooks finances. Right? I'm terrible at business.
I just stare at my desk, but it looks like I'm working. I'd say in a given week, I probably only do about 15 minutes of real, actual work.
Kitty, and the newborn Lyle moved... Wait, this is so confusing. There's Cooper and Lybrand, there's Lion Container, and there's Lyle. Oh, it's not making it easy, is it, your life? Kitty, and the newborn Lyle moved to Hinsdale, Illinois, so that Jose could work for the company. It didn't take long for his financial decisions to turn the company around and make them profitable. Oh my, that's impressive. You're just an accountant. I don't want to say just an accountant. Accountants are great. But I guess accountants can do that sort of stuff. They'd be like, well, you shouldn't be spending money on this. You should be doing that. I'd be like, okay, this is cool. And in 1970, he was named president of Lion Container. Oh my God, that is a hell of a rise. As a reminder, he had graduated college less than 4 years earlier. But this new position wasn't going to last very long. Jose and the chairman of the board had a pretty severe differing of opinions on what direction they should take the company in. Jose left the company and took an executive position at the rental car company Hertz. This new career path put the family back on the East Coast, this time in New Jersey. It sounds like this guy's got a hell of a career going on. Things continued to go well for the young corporate executive, and in 1973 he was named the CFO of Hertz. However, oh my God, that's a huge job. When was this guy born? 1944. This guy is the CFO of Hertz at 29. What? That's insane.
Now, we had a chance to meet this young man, and boy, that's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him. Ooh.
However, it was here that he would begin to gain a less than stellar reputation. Other executives loved him because he made them money, but everybody that had to work under Jose absolutely despised him. He was known for abusing his subordinates and firing people at the drop of a hat. If he was displeased with someone, Jose might loudly berate them by asking them how they could be so fucking stupid. He would then go around the room and ask everybody else if they were as fucking stupid as the other guy was. Have you guys seen that TV show Entourage? He sounds like Ari Gold. Oh my God, it's so good in TV, but in real life, it must be a nightmare. That's a stupid idea. You're fucking stupid. Yo, John, are you as stupid as this motherfucker? Are you, John?
That is what we call a bitch slap. A bitch slap for a bitch.
There was also a lot of sexual impropriety, with Jose having numerous affairs with co-workers, not all of which were merely flings. And if you're the CFO, those co-workers are going to... I guess this was the 1970s, so that's a little bit different. But don't be having affairs with people who work for you. It's a bad idea. In 1978, he began an affair with a woman named Louise, who was basically his second wife. They would travel together for work all the time, which gave them ample opportunity for their secret relationship, or at least secret from Kitty. Louise lived in Manhattan, and the two would frequently stay at her townhouse together, presenting themselves as a couple while entertaining guests. It's safe to assume that few, if any, of the guests at their dinner parties had any idea that Jose was married to somebody else. Despite his reputation as being just the fucking worst person in the world to work for, Jose also had a reputation as a ruthless businessman and aggressive negotiator. Yeah, this honestly, he sounds like a bit of a douchebag, but, and we know, he's been a douchebag his whole life, it seems, but he's a very competent and aggressive and cutthroat businessman. And he's about to enter the 80s. It's about to be it's good times for him. It's because of this that in 1979, the president of Hertz promoted Jose to the role of global general manager. 1979, 1973, he's in his 30s. He's in his early 30s or mid 30s. That's madness. But the following year, that's my age. Can you imagine being the global general manager of Hertz at my age? What the fuck? I'd be like, how did I get here? And what am I doing? I am not competent enough to be in this position. I'm definitely not old enough. I don't have enough experience. Why did you promote me? But the following year, Hertz would bring in a new president. Maybe he didn't want a global GM with such a negative reputation, a reputation that would follow Jose around for the rest of his professional life. Or maybe the president just wanted to change things for the sake of change. Having worked for a massive corporation that went through like 5 different presidents in 3 years, I can assure you that every new company president makes tons of needless changes in an attempt to justify being given the position. Yeah, big companies, it's so confusing. Or maybe Hertz was doing just fine, so they didn't need Jose cutting costs and shaking things up anymore. Whatever the reason, Jose's time at Hertz had come to an end. But he wasn't being fired, he was just being reassigned. At the time, Hertz was actually a subsidiary of RCA, and Jose was being transferred to the somewhat floundering RCA Records. Undeterred by this sudden career change, Jose was determined to turn the company around or commit ethics violations trying. It was around this time that Kitty first learned of Jose's infidelity. She didn't know about Louise and the long-term relationship he was engaged in, just that he had been sleeping with other women. Infuriated, she left the home for several days, but eventually Jose was able to convince her to return, which honestly probably wasn't that hard. Rather than trying to convince Kitty how much he loved her and regretted his decision, he focused on their sons. Kitty hadn't spoken to her father since she was a child and had no desire to. Jose would have known that she wouldn't want to put Lyle and Eric through the same pain that she had suffered, and he convinced her to come back for the sake of the boys. While the plan worked, it wasn't without its consequences. It sent Kitty into a brutal depression that would only get worse years later when she uncovered the full extent of his cheating. Yeah, what a surprise. You act like a piece of shit, then you manipulate your wife, and then she gets a bit depressed about it. A lot depressed about it. What a shocking turn of events, Jose. But that was future Jose's problem. For now, he had to turn around RCA Records, just like he'd done with the previous companies he worked for. He was able to make some big moves for RCA, signing the bands Duran Duran, the Eurythmics, and Puerto Rican boy bands Menudo, the bands that would be the jumping off point for Ricky Martin. Oh my god, I've heard of all of these people. So that's a big deal. This guy's incredible at business. It was a good start, but signing a few bands wasn't going to be enough. RCA was encumbered by long-term contracts they'd signed with aging stars that were waning in popularity, contracts they had offered far too much money for. The company needed to fix its bottom line, and CPA Jose, of course, knew the easiest way for them to do that was to sell more records. Big brain, that's what a record company does. You might think that sounds easier said than done, but since Jose was completely lacking in ethics, it was actually really simple. Is it a public company? Are they just going to buy their own records or have another subsidiary buy tons of records to make it look like they're super successful and then that'll jack up the share price? Or something like that. He would just ship record stores massive quantities of shit that they didn't order. By moving huge volumes of albums, they could make it appear like they were selling way more than they actually were. It was a foolproof plan, except for one minor detail. If I owned a record store and ordered a case of the new Kenny Rogers album only to have RCA charge me for and deliver an entire pallet, I'd immediately call up my sales rep and kindly tell them to get fucked. And that's exactly what happened. Most stores weren't going to just stop carrying records from RCA altogether, although I certainly would have, but they were absolutely going to make them come and take their stuff back. Yeah, it'd be like, bro, you sent me more than I wanted. It sounds like your problem, actually. That sounds like MasterCard's problem because I'm going to charge your ass back. Jose's plan may have initially made it seem like sales were through the roof, but they were forced to take back as much as $25 million in returned albums each year, which is $70 million today. I'd assume that they were eating the shipping costs and all of those returns, so it was just an all-around disaster. But I guess RCA liked the cut of Jose's jib. Sure, this particular plan may not have worked, but it demonstrated his complete lack of ethics and dedication to doing anything to make the company money. Yeah, but it's not working. Or is it enough people just don't send it back and then, oh yeah, fine, we'll sell them. And so it covers the costs or not? This sounds insane. It just doesn't sound like a good idea at all. That's exactly the type of attitude that they were looking for in a new executive vice president and COO of worldwide operations. And by 1985, just 4 years after being transferred from Hertz to RCA, that's exactly the position Jose was promoted to. However, just like his previous promotion at Hertz, this was going to be short-lived as well. Despite his best efforts, Jose simply wasn't able to turn RCA Records around, but he was also growing tired of the music industry. He wanted to turn his attention towards the movie industry instead. Thanks to some contracts he'd made at Carolco Pictures, this dream was actually going to be made possible. Carolco was an independent film company that had just struck it big with the release of the first 2 Rambo movies. Thanks to their newfound success, they began talks with Noel Bloom's NCB Entertainment to purchase International Video Entertainment. IVE was originally a subsidiary of Caballero Home Video, a company specializing in porno films. Oh, right, yes. He's going to be, okay, I forgot about this little step. The whole timeline of these companies gets a bit confusing, but NCB had 2 main subsidiaries. Family, I'm already confused. There's too many companies. God, he's worked in too many places, and they're doing too many things. Family Home Entertainment, which released family-friendly movies, and IVE, which released the other kinds. It's different, isn't it? So what do you do? Well, we make pornography and kids' films. Definitely separately. Definitely separately. Don't get any ideas. This guy with his lack of ethics. You know what we could sell? Let's make some money on the dark web. You f***ing sicko. Family Home... Sorry, just to be absolutely clear, that was a joke. There's no suggesting that happens at all. Just a joke. And a tasteless joke at that. It took almost a year of negotiations and red tape, but in 1987, the deal finally went through. Thanks to connections made through RCA, Carolco brought in Jose to be the head of IVE and turn around the failing movie company. But this meant that his family had to move to California. Kitty wasn't happy about the move, or Jose in general. When Jose's time was winding down at RCA, Kitty learned about Louise. When she confronted her husband about the nearly decade-long affair, he came clean about all of his acts of infidelity. This absolutely destroyed Kitty. She had given up pursuing her dream career to live with this man and raise their children, and this was how he repaid her. She had struggled with depression for most of her life, but this mess sent Kitty spiraling. Not only was Jose cheating on her, but now they had to move to the opposite side of the country. She had spent years building a network of friends so that they could have some sort of life for her outside of being a housewife, and the family had just purchased her dream home in Princeton, New Jersey. Kitty began to openly discuss ending her own life. On at least one occasion, she tried to do so by overdosing on Xanax. But the move was happening whether she liked it or not, so they packed their bags and headed to Calabasas, California, so Jose could become a big-time movie executive. And he absolutely was. When Carolco purchased IVE, the company was losing millions of dollars. In his first year as head of the company, Jose was able to increase profits by $8 million and double that the following year. Oh my god, again, I'll just state this guy is a wildly good, if unethical businessman. Thanks to his ability to turn the company around in 1988, he was able to merge with IVE Lieberman Enterprises, a wholesale distributor. The newly formed company was called Live Entertainment, and it was immediately successful. The somewhat convoluted jumble of movie companies that we've discussed would eventually go on to be Artisan Entertainment, before being purchased by Lionsgate. Not that Jose was going to live to see any of that success. A year after he founded Live Entertainment, he and Kitty were killed by their sons in their Beverly Hills mansion. Oh yeah. This is Casual Criminalist, not like some random dude's business career. Well, this guy sounds like such a douchebag. If someone was like making enemies and getting killed, I feel like it would be this guy, wouldn't it? Oh, he's the victim. But he just sounds like such a dick. Setting expectations. Jose was a successful and ruthless businessman, constantly having to travel for work, so you probably assume that he didn't have time to do any real parenting and left that all to Kitty. Unfortunately, that was far from the case. Jose had big dreams and expected nothing but the best from his sons. They would spend their entire childhoods under intense pressure to be the absolute best, and it started before they were even in school. Every moment of every day was planned out for the boys, what they would eat, who they could talk to, what they could read, and basically what they could think, all were determined by Jose. While both boys were subjected to similar treatment, far more pressure was placed on Lyle. As the firstborn son, it was going to be his responsibility to carry on the family legacy. That meant that he had to be absolutely perfect, and he had to succeed even when Jose had failed. And considering what a successful career Jose had and how quickly it had taken off, there were only a couple of things that he was really ashamed of. One of these was his degree from Queen's College. It had been his dream to attend an Ivy League school, but when he came to America, his family couldn't afford it. Now that he'd earned enough money to send his kid to any college in the world, there's no way in hell he was going to allow them to settle for anything less than an Ivy League education. This is like, you gotta chill, bro. Like, I want my kids to be successful, and like all of this stuff, I'm like, yeah, in my mind, I'm like, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But I also don't want to pressure them in any way. It's like, if you just do what you want to do, just enjoy it. Like, just try and figure it out. You'll be fine. Like, That's what I want. I just want them to be happy and satisfied. It's like, if they're the best at shit, you'd be like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But I never want to put that pressure on them. I just want them to be happy and like, that's all I want. That's all I want. Once you're a couple of years removed from college, it's unlikely that anybody new you meet will ever know or care where you went to school, unless you're that obnoxious arsehole that drops the fact that you went to Harvard into every conversation. Despite this, not attending an Ivy had haunted Jose, so his sons needed to do what he had not. Yeah, no one cares. Like, once you leave, I don't even remember, like, the last time I brought up, I guess it's because I don't really use my education, but like, I can't remember the last time I even brought that up in a conversation with anyone. It was so long ago, and no one cares. It all seems so important at the time, doesn't it? Like, all the grades and all of this and applications for jobs and all of that stuff, how important it seemed and how pointless it seems in retrospect. And how silly. But the other thing Jose was ashamed of was his Cuban heritage, or at the very least, that's how it's always framed. I'm not convinced he was ashamed of being specifically Cuban per se, more that he was ashamed of being seen as a Cuban immigrant rather than an American. Then again, he had to leave Cuba because he wouldn't shut up about how much he hated Castro, so maybe I'm wrong on that one. Anyway, when Jose received recognition on his success as a Hispanic businessman, he took it as an insult. And while he took particular pleasure in abusing and humiliating his white subordinates in particular, he still wanted them to see him as their douchebag American boss rather than their douchebag Cuban boss. Jose even requested that his work colleagues call him Joe rather than Jose. I mean, fair play on that one, to be honest. If someone was like, look, I'm not Hispanic, but if someone was like, yeah, you're a great Hispanic businessman, it'd be like, bro, no, I'm just a great businessman. Can't we recognize that? Do you have to have that qualifier in there? And honestly, he kinda is. He absolutely is. His business track record is actually incredible. That's why Lyle was given the name he was. Jose's father was named Jose, and his father was named Jose. And I'm not sure how far back that goes, but Lyle was given the first name Joseph instead. Of course, there's no specific parenting choices that Jose could make that would somehow make his sons not be half Cuban, but his deep-seated insecurity over his own ethnicity helped fuel the overall brutal and domineering upbringing to ensure that his sons fit in as Americans. Regardless of his motivations for doing so, Jose was intent on bringing up his sons to be miniature versions of himself. He wanted to create a Kennedy-like dynasty, so these boys were going to learn how to live up to expectations from birth. However, his methods and teachings were questionable at best. For example, when they were little, Jose would have his son sit on the edge of a wall and jump off into his arms. That doesn't sound so strange, and he would repeat this process a couple of times, catching the boys and placing them back on the wall. But the third time, they would jump, and Jose would step back, letting them fall to the ground and hurt themselves. That is psycho, my dude. What are you doing? It was probably meant to be a lesson in self-reliance and not trusting others or some bullshit, but it just seems like a mean thing to do to little kids. Yes, that's exactly what it is. And if you're doing that, stop doing that, and instead catch them and look after them and then twirl them around or something, and they'll love it. They'll have that big kid smile on their face.
1, 2, 3.
Ali, can I have a word?
Sure.
They were also taught from a young age that success and winning was everything. See, there's some things there's some things that appeal to like that part of me, the part of like, I'm pretty success driven. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like being successful and like working on things and getting more successful. It's like a big part of like my personality. And I agree with that. But also, let's not be a douchebag about it, okay? Lyle and Eric had to be the best in everything they did no matter what, and it didn't matter how they achieved their goals. The ends justified the means, and other people were just tools for them to reach their own personal success. Once the boys entered elementary school, it was time to make sure they were educated about the world. They'd eat dinner together as a family, and Jose would ask complex questions about current events. They were mainly directed at Lyle, though occasionally Eric was allowed to answer. At a very fundamental level, Jose didn't seem to understand in any way that he was raising literal children. All of the pressure put on the brothers to excel at everything took a tremendous toll on them. They both developed stutters, ground their teeth, suffered from stomach pains, and developed awful tempers. Since Lyle was under extra pressure from his father, he developed an extra symptom from all of that stress, which we'll get to shortly. Ooh, what could that be? So where was Kitty during all of this? Well, she was there. She just didn't really give a shit. While Jose was a strict authoritarian, Kitty was a much more permissive parent. Permissive was her own word of choice, and it was a style of parenting that had been gaining popularity in the late 60s and 70s thanks to some early research on different parenting styles. Of course, the existence of any such trends or research was likely just a convenient excuse for Kitty to ignore her children. What do you say? I subscribe to the branch of laissez-faire parenting. I just let them do what they want. Whatever they want. It's like, what's that? There's the school where you let your kids run around, or like you just let them Montessori, where they just do whatever they want. And it's like, I'm up for like letting my kids do what they want because I don't want to be like an authoritarian. But it's like, if they're screaming around a coffee shop while everyone's just trying to have a coffee, I'll be like, shh, quiet, don't do that. This is not the place. This is not the time. If you want to go outside and run around, we can, but later. It's a balance, isn't it? She never wanted to be a housewife. She wanted a career in broadcasting. Lyle and Eric had ruined that dream for her, so what little attention she paid to them was in the form of verbal and physical abuse. Their existence had taken away her purpose in life, and she made sure that they knew it, repeatedly telling them from a young age that it was their fault, that she never got to have a career. These feelings weren't just a family secret. She would tell other people as well that the boys ruined her life, and she wished she had never had children. Oh my god, you guys are fucking up your kids something intense. Kitty was described by many as being a cruel parent, and she was neglectful. For instance, she and her sister-in-law Marta took Lyle and Eric to a mall once when they were still little. All of a sudden, Kitty and Marta turned around and the boys had vanished. They had absolutely no idea where the kids had run off to, but Kitty was wholly unconcerned with their whereabouts. A few minutes later, a voice came over the loudspeaker, paging Mrs. Menendez and saying that they had found her children. She was thrilled, not because she'd been worried sick over their disappearance, but because she now knew exactly where they were. Lyle and Eric were with store security waiting to be retrieved, which meant that she could keep shopping in peace. She left her sons at the security office for 45 minutes while she continued shopping. The boys struggled as they grew up, and the two became very close. They had other friends, but they were each other's best friends. Living in a house with two abusive parents, they were naturally drawn to one another for comfort. Eric also worshipped Lyle. Not only was he Eric's big brother, but he was like a miniature version of their father, except this version was kind and accepting of him. Eric was vocal with his other friends about how much he admired his older brother, which they tended to find confusing. The two boys had extremely different personalities, with Lyle taking after their father and Eric taking after their mother. But while he may have worshipped his older brother, Eric was also living in Lyle's shadow. In preparation for ensuring that they get into an Ivy League school, Jose and Kitty had enrolled the boys in the prestigious Princeton Day School. Since Lyle was a few years older and thus multiple grades ahead, Eric was always compared to his older brother by teachers and students alike. Of course, Lyle was setting an impossible bar to clear. Despite the expectation set by Jose that they should be perfect in every way, Lyle was only able to achieve average grades. He also had severe difficulty concentrating, and teachers believed that both he and Eric must have a learning disability. Jose, of course, wasn't willing to listen to such nonsense. They were his sons, so it was unthinkable to suggest that there could be something wrong with them. They just clearly weren't working hard enough. But at least in Eric's case, the teachers were correct. While I can't find any diagnosis for Lyle, Eric was eventually diagnosed as suffering from dyslexia and auditory processing disorder. APD is a disorder in which the ears and the brain essentially don't cooperate properly. It doesn't cause any sort of hearing impairment, but the brain has difficulty understanding and differentiating exactly what it's hearing, especially when it comes to speech. Having either of these conditions can make schoolwork difficult, so I can only imagine that dealing with both must have been a nightmare. It's unclear exactly when Jose and Kitty found out that Eric had these conditions, but they never informed the schools because they felt it would have been an embarrassment. Despite neither child particularly excelling in the classroom, teachers did quickly notice that their homework was of a much higher caliber than the work they did in school. Obviously, that's because they weren't doing their own homework. Oh, at first I was like, well, maybe school's really loud and it's that auditory thing. It's like, no, they're just doing the homework for them. Kitty would often do their homework for them, probably because it was easier than actually trying to help them. Teachers also noticed that both boys were immature for their age, as if their social development had been stunted. I wonder why that was. Maybe it's because your parents are being pieces of shit. Now, wait a minute. Jose was trying to train his sons as if they were adults, so shouldn't they have been overly mature? I don't think it works like that, does it? Ignoring the fact that it doesn't really work like that, okay? Kevin and I, same page. There's one specific incident that it's believed may have severely hindered Lyle's development in particular. It was the last day of second grade at Princeton Day School. The classroom had multiple pets, but the animals couldn't stay at school over the summer. Instead, they were given away to whichever children volunteered to take them. Admittedly, this is really stupid idea. I didn't go to a fancy private school, so our classrooms never had pets, but even if they had, I can't imagine a teacher asking a bunch of 7-year-olds who wants to bring these living creatures back to the house without getting parental approval first. Surely they have to get parental approval. Like if my kid's randomly shown up from school being like, oh yeah, this is Trevor the frog, we got to look after him for the summer, I'd be like, I'd phone the school and be like, you think that's okay? Like, what the fuck? You need to ask first. And to my kid, I'd be like, absolutely, we'd love to take care of Trevor. Because two faces for different, like one for children, one for adults. Adults, like what the fuck? Kids, brilliant! Lyle volunteered to take home the rabbit, and he was very excited about it. He had occasionally brought home other animals he found outside to keep as pets, and as far as I can tell, it always went fine. When he brought the rabbit home, he showed it to his mother, who liked it at first, and then put it in an aquarium he had that was empty at the time. Later that day, Kitty told Lyle that his father said that he had to get rid of it. But he didn't want to get rid of it. He put it off for a couple of days, hoping that Jose would change his mind and let him keep the rabbit. Unfortunately, a couple of days later, the bunny was no longer in its aquarium. He asked his father where it was, and Jose reminded Lyle that he was told to get rid of it. When Lyle pushed the issue of what happened, he was informed that the rabbit was in the garbage. Bro. He looked inside the garbage can and saw the body of the rabbit with flies buzzing around it. That is totally gonna fuck your kids. Jesus. Allegedly, both Jose and Kitty had bashed its head in before throwing it away. They could have just released it outside or given it to another family, but Lyle had to be taught a lesson. That is an extremely traumatic experience, and it is believed by many that this particular incident was a major cause in Lyle continuing to wet his bed and play with stuffed animals until he was 14. Holy shit. That is really twisted, guys. He even brought a stuffed rabbit with him to school for a class photo when he was far too old for it to be considered cute instead of weird. Now, Jose had not only been successful in the business world, but he was a successful athlete as well. His athleticism was what got him a scholarship to SIU, and his boys were going to be little athletes as well. As they were getting older, Jose told them that they each had to pick a sport which they would master, but most importantly, it shouldn't be a team sport. Joining a team would have allowed the coach and teammates to challenge the unquestioned authority Jose had over his sons. Not only that, but their individual brilliance and skill might not be properly showcased if they were expected to be team players. These boys were destined to be superstars, and no team was going to be allowed to hold them back. When Lyle was 12 and Eric was 9, they decided that tennis was going to be their sport. And once the decision was made, Jose made sure that they practiced every single day. It didn't matter if it was their birthdays, Christmas, or St. Swithin's Day. Don't know that one. And they actually got quite good at it, especially Eric. He had the advantage of starting at a younger age, but in high school he was ranked 44th in the US for men under 18. That's pretty remarkable. But again, there are consequences to placing that much pressure on your children, and since Lyle was under extra pressure by being the oldest, he had extra consequences. By the time he was 14, Lyle was already going bald. Oh my god, that is really young. Like, I thought I went bald. I started going bald at like mid-20s, early 20s. It's definitely fully bald by my mid to late 20s. But 14's very young. Baldness usually starts to happen relatively early in a man's life, so I'm glad I managed to dodge that bullet. Oh, okay, Kevin. Yeah, you are. Well, you wait a few years. No, you'll probably be fine. I don't know. You're a little bit older than me, right? And I think, isn't there a stat like most men of some age are bald? Or like, it happens. For me, I'm going to stop talking about baldness. I just sound like super bitter. I'm not jealous at all, Kevin. Not jealous of your glorious hair.
Oh, Your Highness, I'm sure it's not that noticeable. Bald!
But early in this context is early 20s or even late teens. There's a good chance you knew someone who was starting to go bald by the end of their senior year of high school. Wasn't actually me. I was not going bald then. I had a glorious head of hair. But to start losing your hair as a freshman basically either means malnutrition, chemotherapy, or ungodly levels of stress. And this was extremely upsetting to Jose, not because he felt his parenting might be to blame for Lyle's premature baldness, but because it was just one more way that his son was failing to achieve the standards of perfection that he had clearly laid out. Lyle was forced to wear a toupee to conceal his hair loss. No, that's worse. You can't be wearing a toupee. The following year, Lyle began dating for the first time. His first girlfriend was Stacey Feldman, the manager of the varsity tennis team, of which Lyle was the number 1 ranked player. I know the term manager might make it sound like an inappropriate teacher-student relationship, but the manager was a student position. She basically was in charge of handling all of the logistical bullshit that the coaches didn't want to have to deal with. Their first date was to go and see Raiders of the Lost Ark. Going to movies was one of Lyle's greatest joys because it was the only time that he could quietly enjoy something without his parents being in total control. However, some sources claim that he didn't really understand the difference between fiction and reality. This wasn't some major part of the defense for his eventual crimes, but if true, it further illustrates just how stunted his development had been. Anyway, the date went well, and Lyle and Stacey quickly fell in love. They loved spending time together, and would even walk through the halls of Princeton Day School holding hands. Such public displays of affection were strictly against the rules, but the faculty let it slide. Yeah, PDAs. We had a little code of conduct book. I think you had to carry around at some point. I think they got rid of that, but it's this little handheld book that you had to carry around and it had all these little rules. And it was like, no PDAs. They seemed to all be in agreement that these two kids were probably hopelessly awkward losers and they desperately needed one another. Lyle and Stacy agreed that they needed one another and they began to discuss the possibility of getting married and having children, but Stacy was older than Lyle and she decided to cool things off after she graduated and was preparing to go to college. She realized that she was too young to get married and wanted to experience more of the world first. Lyle was hurt and tried to wing her back with expensive presents, but it didn't work. He was heartbroken for a little bit, but eventually got over it without doing anything crazy. Then in 1986, the big day finally came. Lyle was getting ready to finish high school, which meant that he could apply to colleges. Nothing short of an Ivy League would do, and since he'd spent his life attending Princeton Day School, it only made sense that he should apply to Princeton University. At least that's what made sense to Jose. If it was up to Lyle, he would have skipped college entirely and taken a loan from his father to open up his own restaurant. That was the dream he'd told friends about. But it wasn't up to Lyle, it never had been. It was Princeton or bust, but his mediocre grades weren't enough to get accepted. This was around the time that Jose was hired by Carolco, so he, Kitty, and Eric left for Calabasas. Lyle could stay back in New Jersey and attend community college for the year while he tried to get into Princeton for the 1987 school year. During that year, he began dating Jamie Pisarcik as tennis player and waitress at a local restaurant. They fell deeply in love, but Jose and Kitty didn't approve of this new girl. Jamie was a few years older than Eric and from a middle-class family. Jose also felt that only 19 years old, Lyle was too young to get married. And yes, the irony of the situation was completely lost on Jose and Kitty. Had Lyle been more like his father, he would have done the exact same thing that Jose did at 19 and eloped with the older woman of lower social standing. Wow, it's exact like father like son, jeez. Instead, he announced their engagement to the family. Oh yes, and he had also been accepted to Princeton for the upcoming school year, but he didn't find that particularly exciting. The summer before Lyle was supposed to start school at Princeton, Jamie moved to Alabama. Naturally, Lyle went with her. Not wanting there to be anything to distract Lyle from his studies at the Ivy League school, Jose secretly sponsored Jamie for a European tennis tour. This was supposed to get her out of Lyle's hair, but instead he followed her to Europe. It's unclear whether the tennis tour ended, Lyle chose to return, or if he was dragged back, but he did make it back to New Jersey in time to attend his first semester at Princeton. It did not go well. He had never been a particularly good student, and he was accepted on the basis of his ethnicity and tennis skill rather than any academic ability. Yeah, this is the problem. If you like, and it's weird that America has this, where you get to go to like a better university or whatever because you're good at sports and you get a scholarship. Because, like, if you go to an average school and you're bright, then you're going to do good. But then if they go put you in Princeton or whatever, you're with everyone who's extra bright, and at best you're going to be middle of the group. Right? Or maybe you're extra brilliant or whatever. But if you're just an average student like this, you go to Princeton, you're not going to have a good time because everyone's going to be super smart and probably smarter than you and harder working than you, and it's not going to be fun. Every weekend, Lyle would fly to California to spend time with his family. But one weekend, he accidentally left his notebook with his Psych 101 lab notes in the airport. Luckily, he had a lab partner, so when he returned to Princeton, he asked if he could borrow his partner's notes to write up the assignment. He'd already missed multiple assignments, so he explained that he couldn't afford to miss another without failing the class. His lab partner agreed, and that should have been a happy ending to the story. Sometimes people lose things, or are sick, or miss class, so students copy each other's notes all the time. Unfortunately, Lyle didn't just use his partner's notes to assist him in writing the assignment, he basically just copied the notes and turned them in as his assignment. The two papers were so similar that Lyle was accused of plagiarism and brought before the school's disciplinary committee. Yeah, not a big surprise there, is there really? Jose did his best to shield Lyle from any responsibility for his actions, but it didn't work. After a 4-hour hearing and an hour of deliberation, oh my god, that's so long. What? Lyle was found guilty of plagiarism and suspended from Princeton for a year. Jose immediately flew out to Princeton to meet with the school's president and demand a lenient sentence, possibly by opening his checkbook, as was his solution to most problems, but the president wasn't interested. Good. Don't be accepting those, not bribes, but what should we call them? Incentives? Don't be doing that. Jose was wealthy, but he wasn't buy your son's way out of trouble at Princeton wealthy. God, I love that. And he's got to have money, right? That's the sort of money where it's got to be millions, right? It's okay, so you want that new computer lab? You want that new sports hall? You want that new thing? Okay, you're going to get a new building, and my son needs to go back into school. It's really that fuck you money, isn't it? Love that shit. Lyle could return to school to try again. Not that he actually wanted to, but he would have to wait until the following year. Jose was furious, but not at Lyle. He had basically taught his sons that it was absolutely okay to lie, cheat, and steal their way to success as long as they didn't get caught. No, it was Princeton's presidents that Jose was pissed at. What sort of backwards world had the president grown up in where he thought it was justifiable to hold people accountable for their own actions? The pair returned to California, and the whole experience had really given Jose a lot to think about. Had he raised his kids to be spoiled brats? Had you, Jose? What? just like yourself? Lyle had chased a girl to Europe and squandered his chance at an Ivy League education. In his mind, the whole point of providing his children with the best and demanding the best from them was to give them a leg up in life. Sure, he was rich and successful, but he had to work hard his whole life to get where he was. I mean, sort of. He was born wealthy, was hired directly out of college by one of the most prestigious accounting firms, and within 3 years was poached by a client to be their CFO. Well, okay, so being born wealthy, obviously not his doing. But getting hired out of college for a great firm and then getting poached by a client, that's because he worked hard. And obviously had a great start. Like most people, let's say they're starting way back here. He's starting here, but he still got to here. Like, people who are listening, I'm like moving my hand up my desk. I'm not saying that Jose wasn't capable or didn't work hard, but it feels like one incredible opportunity after another just kind of fell into his lap by sheer dumb luck. Yes, there's some luck involved, but also they're not going to hire him if he's not incredible at when he got poached by that company. It's because they saw he was incredible at his job and they were like, whoa, we want that guy. And then he gets hired. That's on his merit. It's not just dumb luck.
Boy, that's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him.
He really didn't start at the bottom and work his way up to the top after decades of hard work. He basically started near the top, took one step upwards, and then just made a bunch of lateral moves. I disagree. I think he started near the top, or he started high, but he also didn't, because his family got kicked out of Cuba and lost all of their stuff. He just happened to have a good upbringing with the swimming and stuff that got him a scholarship to a school. And then from there, it was kind of on him. And sure, I'm sure there's some luck involved, but he also seems to have worked hard for what he got. It's the American dream, Kevin. Come on, I'm sounding like an American. You're sounding more American than you, Kevin. It's the American dream. But he had wanted his sons to start at the absolute top, and he was designing their lives to allow them to achieve that. He was now realizing that the plan hadn't worked, and perhaps he needed to do something about what a rich, spoiled brat Lyle was. Jose was going to have to teach Lyle the value of $1 by giving him a cushy job at Daddy's new company. Everybody at IVE hated Lyle, which he blamed on his father. He had already known what an abusive piece of shit Jose was as a father, but he didn't realize what an abusive piece of shit he was as a boss. It didn't take long for him to determine that everybody at IVE despised him because he was their evil boss's son. Except that wasn't actually the case. I mean, he really was the evil boss's son, and that definitely didn't help anything, but it's not the main reason people disliked him. Lyle was just a shit employee. He showed up late, he didn't care about his work, co-workers described him as nasty, arrogant, and self-centered. He didn't listen to instructions from his superiors, and if it was a nice day out, he would skip work entirely so that he could play tennis. This is it, like that cronyism, like where you employ your relatives and stuff. It's not a good idea, because it's like people are going to think you're entitled, because you are entitled. If you're not, you could prove them wrong by showing up and doing an amazing job, but you don't show up and you don't do an amazing job. You're like, oh, weather's nice, I'm just going to go play tennis today. It makes you look like an entitled, rich prick, which isn't going to endear you to people, is it? The job was short-lived, and Jose eventually fired Lyle on the recommendation of one of his associates. Brave man, he said that. While all of this had been going on with Lyle, Eric had started school at Calabasas High School. He was a sophomore when they moved to California, and for the first time in his life, he was able to meet people and make friends without being compared to his older brother. Unfortunately, he fell in with a bad crowd. Other people just like him. His friends were cocky, loud, and rebellious, and they would go on to get in quite a bit of trouble that would include Lyle as well. Eric also found his first girlfriend on direct orders from Kitty. Kitty was concerned that Eric might have been gay, so when they moved to California, she gave him 6 months to find a girlfriend, or else. Or else what, you might ask? Well, I have no idea. I don't really understand any part of this plan. Was forcing him to find a girlfriend going to definitely prove that he wasn't gay? It's like, you better find a girlfriend. Dad, that's not going to make me any less gay. It's not. Oh, sorry, Mum. That's not how it works, Mum. Or if he was gay, would having a girlfriend anyway somehow turn him straight? The whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's just the 1980s for you, I guess.
We're not gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
I mean, it's fine if that's who you are.
Absolutely.
I mean, I have many gay friends.
My father's gay.
The relationship went very poorly, but he started dating another girl, Janice, of his own accord rather than through coercion. This relationship went better, and Jose and Kitty actually liked this girl. This was a bit of a change, as they never approved of Lyle's relationships. They felt that all of the girls Lyle dated were pure Baltic Avenue. Or, for Simon and any of our UK viewers, I guess pure Old Kent Road. Oh, so they're like, you're dating peasants, Lyle.
Well, what you expect. These yokels are pure Baltic Avenue.
Eric, naturally, it's a Monopoly board. So Baltic at Old Kent Road is like the first brown on the Monopoly board in English. I had no idea that in England, I had no idea Baltic Avenue was the original. Eric naturally joined the school's tennis team and quickly became their number one ranked player. This led to him becoming friends with Craig Signorelli, the team captain. The two of them spent a lot of time together, and Eric actually had the freedom to pursue some of the things that he enjoyed personally, rather than just the things that Jose demanded he do. He took an interest in acting, modeling, and writing. In fact, he and Craig even wrote a 62-page screenplay together. That's a little short, as a 62-page screenplay would approximately equate to a 62-minute movie. But for a couple of high school kids making a first attempt, that's pretty good. Yeah, agreed. Not many people have done that. Their screenplay was for a thriller that they called Friends, for reasons I've yet to deduce. Usually, their script is described as being about a teenager from a wealthy family who murders his parents for the inheritance money, but that's not entirely true. It's definitely something that happens in the film. In fact, it's in the opening scene, but it's not the writing a screenplay about your crime smoking gun that it's usually made out to be. Yeah, it's like the thing with, what was it earlier? Her being a beauty queen, them writing about their crimes in a screenplay. It's the sort of stuff that just gets good clicks. But then it turns out it's not really true. It's just like regurgitated, semi-correct facts. The villainous protagonist's dream is to basically create a perverse place where he can hunt humans for sport. Wait, isn't that already a movie? Like there's an island or like somewhere where people go to and they're hunted for sport. I feel like I've heard of this. Doing something like that would take a lot of money, but as teenagers, they naturally wanted the protagonist to be a teenager rather than some middle-aged businessman. Eric and Craig recognized that this only really gave them three options. The character could open the movie by winning the lottery, spending a year working really hard and magically earning $100 million, or by killing somebody to inherit a massive fortune. Yeah, the only one that's realistically likely is number 3. Oh god, the first option would be boring and the second one would be ridiculous, so they just left the last option. The screenplay wasn't allowed to be used in court, which was definitely the right call, but it comes up in conversations about this case so often that I couldn't not mention it. But I mentioned that Eric had fallen in with a bad crowd, and in 1988, he, Lal, and that crowd were going to commit some crimes. One of Eric's friends had gotten the combination to the family safe in another friend's house, so they decided to break into the house and clear out the safe. It went great, and Eric and Lal were having a lot of fun, so they decided to try again without Eric's friend this time. To be clear, they were on different nights. They didn't all rob a house together, then tell Eric's friend to fuck off while they did another job. I did think that, Kevin, but thanks for clarifying. When Eric and Lyle robbed the second house, they managed to walk out with over $100,000 in cash and jewelry. This is 1980s $100,000. $100,000 is a lot of money today, but that's got to be what? Easy $500,000. Calabasas is an extremely wealthy city, home to Will Smith, Kanye West, John Travolta, and a gaggle of Kardashians. It's not that surprising that there would be so much value in the homes to steal, but it's not like they were doing it for the money. It was nice to have some pocket change without having to bug Jose for it, but it was all about the thrill rather than the cash. Even so, Eric's friends would have liked some of that cash. He was a bit bitter about being cut out of the second theft, so he dropped a dime on the brothers. Eric got pulled over for a routine traffic violation and was found to have some of the stolen items in the trunk of his car. You stealing $500,000 or $100,000 in that day's money amount of stuff? I feel like that's prison. That's some prison time, right? Because that's a lot. This could implicate both brothers in the crime, and once again, Jose was furious for all of the wrong reasons. He wasn't angry that they stole, although he didn't love that they had robbed people they were supposed to be their trusted friends. He was angry that they got caught. Jose wasn't going to let his boys go to jail, but he couldn't buy their way out of the trouble with the police either. At least not directly. What he could do was hire an expensive lawyer that would ensure that neither of his sons would spend a day in jail. The defense attorney was able to cut a pretty sweet deal with the DA's office. Of course, they'd have to pay back the stolen money plus $11,000 in damages, but beyond that, all they had to do was pin everything on Eric. Lyle was 20 years old at the point, and he was convicted of a felony, grand theft, and he was likely to spend multiple years in jail, especially considering just how grand the theft was. But Eric was still only 17, even if only for a few more months. If they had the juvenile with no prior record plead guilty and claim full responsibility, both boys could get off scot-free. That's some solid lawyering right there. Mostly. Anyway, Eric would have to do some community service, and they'd both have to go to court-ordered therapists, but therapy is a good thing, and honestly, both brothers did probably need it. Oh boy, did they. Besides, it's not like therapy was going to somehow be their complete undoing or anything like that. The bigger problem was that this wasn't some quiet settlement. Eric pled guilty. Everybody knew that he was the one who had committed the robberies, and they weren't comfortable with the idea that Lyle and Eric weren't behind bars. The Menendez family were the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons. Jose also claimed to his colleagues at work that neighbors kept slashing his tires and were making threatening phone calls, though it's unclear whether or not that was true or just his way to evoke sympathy and distrust from his son's criminal endeavors. It does sound a bit made up, doesn't it? They just keep slashing your tires. What, because they're so upset that you robbed someone else? It'd just be like, if someone did that to me, I'd be like, that sucks, but I got my money back. And it'd just be like, oh man, those kids are kind of dicks. But I wouldn't then go slash the parents' tires. That would be weird. Regardless, it was time to get out. The family was forced to abandon the home that they had built in Calabasas and instead move into a $5 million mansion in Beverly Hills that had been previously owned by Elton John and Michael Jackson. Boo. Hey, it's like, oh no, we had to move to a mansion in Beverly Hills? Oh no! Stormbring. All right, with all that legal nonsense out of the way, it was time for Lyle to head back to Princeton. As soon as he was back, he picked up his relationship with Jamie again, much to the chagrin of his parents. There was just one problem waiting for Lyle, too, if you count his poor academic performance and complete lack of desire to even attend the school. But when Lyle returned to campus to move in, he discovered that he had a roommate. He had wanted a single room, so he threw all of his roommate's stuff into the hallway. According to the RA, I have no idea what an RA is, like residential assistant, something like that? Because it's like, I guess, someone who's in charge of the hall. Lyle has an I'll do what I want when I want attitude. To be fair, doing what you want when you want is half the appeal of living in a dorm rather than commuting to college, but most of us understood that there were still limits. Of course, Jose had to step in to fix the problem, so he wrote a letter to Princeton demanding that his son have a single room. And as a struggling student who was just coming off a suspension for cheating, why shouldn't he get the absolute best? But Lyle got his wish, and he got his own dorm room, which allowed him to almost completely isolate from the entire school body, just as he had done in his first semester. In early 1989, Jamie introduced Lyle to her friend Donovan. Donovan was Jamie's age and had decided to transfer to Princeton after 2 years at junior college because the school had a good reputation and lots of students his own age. The two hit it off and instantly became best friends. While Jose and Kitty never approved of Jamie, they did approve of Donovan. Not necessarily because they liked him as a person, I have no idea whether or not that was the case, but because he was willing to do Lyle's homework for him, just like Kitty had his whole childhood. Which is all well and good. But until... at some point you're going to have to take some exams, right? Like university, like you have the assignments and stuff, and you can get someone else to write your assignments. I'm sure it's not challenging. Not something I ever did myself, but like absolutely you could. Even back in the day, there were like ways to figure out how to do this. But then there's a problem. At some point you're going to have to take an exam, and they're going to be like, how much do you actually know? And you're going to have to write an essay or like do questions and stuff in a controlled environment when you absolutely fail. No? So it makes the whole thing just a bit pointless, doesn't it? Like the cheating on the way there, because eventually you're going to fall down. However, this friendship would be rather short-lived. Lyle had stopped seeing Jamie, and that spring he started dating a 30-year-old model named Christy. Once again, his parents did not approve of his choice of girlfriends. After Lyle returned to campus from his spring break, he found out that Donovan had been accused of stealing things from people in Lyle's dorm. Lyle must be like, he seems like, he's got this, he's extremely like privileged or whatever, and he's like, seems like a bit of a dick. But like, he's at university, so he's in his early 20s, and he's pulling a 30-year-old model. Okay. After Lyle returned to campus from spring break, he found out that Donovan had been accused of stealing things from people in Lyle's dorm. He chose not to stand up for his friend, and Donovan was forced to leave Princeton. In his haste to leave, particularly because Lyle and a couple of other friends were there to confront him, Donovan accidentally left his wallet in Lyle's room, a wallet that contained his driver's license and social security cards. Okay, I don't know what that will lead to. Is he going to steal his identity or something? Back in Beverly Hills, things were going great for Jose professionally. He'd founded Live Entertainment, which he was the head of, though the company was still owned by Carolco. But Jose was able to renegotiate his contract with Carolco and get it extended through 1991. Because he was such a valuable part of Live, a key man life insurance policy was taken out on Jose. These policies are pretty standard if you're important enough to a big enough company. The company purchases the insurance policy, and in the event that anything happens to their executive, the policy is paid out to the company. Jose's Keyman policy was for $15 million, which is quite a lot, but he was worth more to the company alive. Oh my god, Jose, he is a brilliant businessman. I don't know if this is standard practice or not, if the company was just feeling generous, but Carolco also took out a $5 million personal policy on Jose, which allowed him to name anybody he wanted as the beneficiary. I'd imagine that's fairly standard. Like, companies provide benefits, right? I imagine one of those benefits might be life insurance, especially for someone who's making as much money as him, to give to his family after he dies. Lyle returned home for the summer after the school year ended, but things were becoming a mess for him. Against all odds, Jose had actually started to lower his expectations of his sons. He didn't need Lyle to be valedictorian or anything like that anymore. It didn't matter where in his class he graduated, his degree would still say Princeton University. All that mattered at this point was that Lyle passed. Jose was even going to let Eric attend UCLA instead of trying to push him into an Ivy League school, though I don't think Eric had gotten into any of them anyway. Of course, Lyle was barely passing. His report card was sent home that summer, and despite Donovan doing most of his assignments for him, Lyle was still receiving poor grades, including one F. He was placed on academic probation, but that was just the start of the bad news that Jose and Kitty were about to receive about their son's year in Princeton. Why is the parent so involved? This is the difference between school and university. Like, when I was at school, my report cards would be sent home and my parents would look at them. When I went to university, they gave them directly to me because it's like, guess what? You're 18. Your responsibility to do well. And if I didn't do well, my parents would be like, you could do better. And I'd be like, yeah, I know. I could. I just wish I was trying. But it's like, it's on you. It's way more on you. Not only was Lyle on academic probation, he was also put on disciplinary probation as well. He'd thrown a party in the communal area of his dorm hall, and rowdy party guests had damaged the school's pool tables. Oh yes, and his driver's license had been suspended for speeding. Again. And Lyle and Donovan had gotten the family kicked out of their fancy Princeton country club by taking a late-night joyride in a golf cart that caused a lot of property damage Jose was going to have to pay for. That does sound kind of fun, though. These were pretty serious problems, but they at least theoretically had easy solutions. They could pay for all the damages, and Lyle could go back to school the next year and actually take his classes seriously for once to pull himself out of academic probation. Yes, but even if he does, is he bright enough? He's going to Princeton, and he scraped his way in on a scholarship, on a sports scholarship. So is he really capable of doing well at Princeton? That's easier said than done, but it was a clear path forward. However, there was another problem that had the potential to derail Lyle's entire future. Christy had just found out she was pregnant. Is this Christy, the 30-year-old model? But for Jose, this had an easy solution. He flew to New Jersey, pressured Christy into getting an abortion, and paid her $100,000 to fuck off forever. He and Kitty made sure that Lyle would not try and pursue a relationship with Christy anymore, and that was the end of it. That mess may have been sorted out, but Jose and Kitty were still at their wits' end. Their sons had been given every advantage in life. They had been trained since birth to be the best, but they still couldn't do anything right and kept getting into serious trouble. Jose had even lowered his expectations, yet the boys were still falling short of his demands. At the moment, Lyle was the one causing a lot more problems, but he also spent most of the year on the opposite side of the country. Once Eric began attending UCLA the next fall, that's in California, right? I feel like University California, Los Angeles, is that right? And was no longer under his parents' constant disapproving gaze, there's no telling what trouble he was going to get himself into. To be fair, Jose was trying to raise his boys to be just like him, and he certainly seemed to be a gigantic piece of shit with no respect for anything or anyone. I'm not sure why he would expect to raise his two sons to be superior clones of himself that were also completely subservient to him. It was like Dr. Fuji genetically engineering Mewtwo and then being shocked that it didn't care for being enslaved. What? Who are these people? Isn't Mewtwo some, Pokemon shit?
We dreamed of creating the world's strongest Pokemon. And we succeeded.
I have no idea what's going on. Jose and Kitty only had one weapon left in their arsenal to force Lyle and Eric to understand how serious the situation was becoming. Their boys were in danger of throwing away their lives with their childish and irresponsible behavior, and if they didn't turn things around immediately, then their parents would both rewrite their wills and take the boys out of them entirely. Uh-oh. I just watched a movie that was really good. I haven't even finished it yet, so I would say don't spoil, but this episode will go out in weeks, and I'll definitely have finished it by then. I watch so little TV these days that it's like I won't finish a single movie in an evening. It'll be like, no, you get about 45 minutes, so then it's like time for bed. But it's called Knives Out, and it's kind of like a murder mystery. And it's about this guy, and he rewrote his will, and then he gets murdered, and it's exciting.
How was it?
The party? Pre my dad's death? Oh, it was great.
Eric spent a lot of time that summer traveling to compete in tennis tournaments, trying to qualify for the boys' junior national tennis championship. Each time he played, he got knocked out in the second qualifying round. It's obviously not as good as he hoped, but he kept making it past the first round, so wasn't necessarily hopeless either. He'd chosen to attend UCLA over UC Berkeley because it had the stronger tennis program, so he seemed to be taking tennis seriously and was willing to put in the work. Isn't Berkeley? I thought that in my mind, like I guess it's just like famous schools rather than Ivy League schools, but I think thought Berkeley would be like Ivy League, no? It's Berkeley. It's like super. Like if someone says I went to Berkeley, I'd be like, you're an intelligent chap, aren't you? Similarly, Jose had purchased a condo just outside of Princeton for Lyle. Not only would this take him away from the distractions of dorm life, but it was also a 2-bedroom condo, so Jose and Kitty could come and visit any time they wanted and make sure that he was staying on track. There weren't any more arrests or other serious issues involving the boys, and it was starting to seem like the threat may have worked. Perhaps Lyle and Eric were finally going to stop screwing around and take their overprivileged lives seriously. But tensions were rising at the Menendez household. As the summer months drew to a close, Kitty had become afraid of her sons. We'll talk about one of the likely reasons for this when we get into the trial, but another may have been related to their therapist. Lyle and Eric had been seeing Dr. Jerome Oziel thanks to their court-ordered therapy. Kitty had chosen Dr. Oziel on the recommendation of her own therapist, Dr. Summerfield. However, the sessions with Dr. Oziel weren't entirely confidential. If you recall, the reason Eric took the fall for their burglaries was because he was a minor at the time, although only just. Now, the rules get a little bit complicated, but generally speaking, a minor does not have a right to privacy from their parents, unless the therapist has the child's parents sign a confidentiality waiver, which is a good idea if you want the child to actually be honest and forthcoming. Other than that, the parents have a right to know what happens in the sessions. But Jose and Kitty never signed such a waiver. Instead, shortly after beginning therapy, and probably coinciding with his 18th birthday, Eric signed a consent waiver, allowing Dr. Oziel to share details of his sessions with Kitty. That's weird. There's a good chance that something Oziel told Kitty scared the crap out of her because her behavior showed that she was terrified of her sons. She wouldn't let Lyle and Eric have the keys to their house. They could come and go as they pleased, but if they wanted to come home at night, then Kitty would have to let them inside, even if it meant waking her up. That is very strange. There's a couple of strange things there. Like, why would the son sign a thing saying, like, now I'm an adult, yeah, my parents can have a look at what's going, my therapist can talk to my parents about it, especially if what you're saying in that therapy session is something that is scaring your parents. Also, third thing, if that is like, I'm planning on murdering my parents, surely the doctor, the therapist or whatever, is allowed to break confidentiality, right? If someone's life is if they reasonably believe it to be in imminent danger. There's got to be some law around that, right? She also began sleeping with her bedroom door locked, though I'm going to need people to tell me in the comments whether or not that's strange. No, I don't lock my bedroom door at night. Like, there's not a lock on my bedroom door at home, but we have like another house, and there's like locks on the bedroom doors. And no, I never lock that. It's just like, there's the front door, it's locked. Who else is going to be there? My family? Oh no! It's certainly a change from how things used to be done in the Menendez house, which we'll talk about later. But for my entire life, I've kept my bedroom door locked 100% of the time I'm inside it. The locked door doesn't seem strange to me, but the 2 loaded .22 rifles that she started keeping in her bedroom wardrobe do. Yeah, no, when I was a kid, we didn't have locks in our bedroom doors. Like, but it wasn't, I never thought of it as strange. It was just like something it was just like, maybe in the UK, like, am I right about this? But like, houses don't always have like locked doors. Like, each door doesn't have a lock, necessarily. And my bedroom door, none of my sister's bedroom doors had locks, so we just didn't have locks. It was just how it was. Kitty even spoke to her therapist about her newfound fears. On July the 19th, 1989, 1 month before the murders, she told Dr. Summerfield that she believed her sons were sociopaths. According to his notes from that session, Kitty feared that Eric and Lyle were narcissistic, lacked consciences, and exhibited signs that they were sociopaths. Despite the tense atmosphere of the house and Kitty's fears about her sons, they still found time to do rich people stuff. On August the 19th, the family chartered the private yacht Motion Picture Marine for a day of shark fishing. It was a big family outing, but according to the crew, they didn't seem like much of a family. Eric and Lyle seemed to want nothing to do with their parents, and their parents seemed perfectly okay with that. For the majority of the trip, the boys were kept at the front of the boat together. Jose was fishing by himself at the boat's rear, and Kitty was below deck trying to manage her seasickness. There was no way that Jose and Kitty could have known, but this trip may have been their last chance to reconcile with their boys. The day before the shark fishing yacht adventure, it's some proper rich people shit, isn't it? Lyle and Eric had gone on a little adventure of their own. They'd taken a road trip from their Beverly Hills mansion to San Diego, 130 miles away. It would have been over a 2-hour drive each way, or maybe only 1 hour if Lyle was driving. The destination was Big Five Sporting Goods. It was a chain store, so under normal circumstances, there would be no need to drive so far to find one. But these weren't normal circumstances. They walked into the store, with Lyle carrying the IDs Donovan had accidentally left in his dorm room, as they walked out carrying a pair of Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns and a couple of boxes of ammunition. Uh-oh. The murders. According to Lyle and Eric, on the morning of August the 20th, they played tennis together on their mansion's tennis courts. It's proper rich people shit, isn't it? Afterwards, they came inside to watch a tennis match on TV, and then they left to go to the local mall, Beverly Center. Proper rich people shit. Around 5 p.m., they called up a friend and made plans to attend Taste of LA Food Festival in Santa Monica. That was their initial statement to the police, and that much is probably true. The police are like, you had a rich people day, didn't you? Rich person day. But their claims were not. I feel like that could be a social media trend, couldn't it? A rich person day.
3 words for you. Treat yourself. Treat yourself 2011. What do we treat ourselves to?
Clothes.
Treat yourself.
Fragrances.
Treat yourself.
Massages.
Treat yourself.
Mimosas.
Treat yourself.
Fine leather goods.
Treat yourself.
But their claims that followed were not. They told police that around 8 p.m. they left the house to go see the new Bond film, License to Kill. Oh yeah, this is back in the day. A License to Kill. That's before my time. But the line was too long, so they drove to a different theater to see Batman. After the movie, they claimed to have driven to Santa Monica, but they got lost along the way. By the time they arrived, they'd missed their friend. Yes, for any Zoomers watching, there was a time before GPS and cell phones when it was possible to both get lost and have no way to contact somebody if you were running late. Yes, I remember those days. Like, barely. No, when I was a kid, when I was learning to drive, we had GPS and we had mobile phones. But I remember being a kid, and yeah, my parents could get lost and they'd take out like a road map and shit. And they were just like, oh no, just like if someone's late, you just go, oh, maybe they got lost. And it was like a genuine thing you could say. And now it's like, they didn't get lost, they're just disorganized. People don't get lost. Anyway, the brothers claimed to call another friend from a payphone, invite him out to dinner at the Cheesecake Factory. So they're back to some normal peasant shit now. Cheesecake Factories are regular people, right? Like the Taste of LA Food Festival in Santa Monica doesn't sound like regular people things. They told police that they drove back to the house to pick up Eric's fake ID so that he could drink at the restaurant, because it's okay to confess smaller crimes if you think you'll get off the hook for bigger crimes. Yes, people think that by confessing to smaller crimes, it makes you look honest, and so they'll stop looking at you so much for the bigger crimes. Tip, they won't. If they think you're guilty of the bigger crimes, they're just going to ignore that, or put it on the back burner and just continue to look at you for the bigger crimes. When they returned home, they noticed smoke in the house, especially coming from the family room. That's when they found their parents' bodies and called 911. It was a heartbreaking story of 2 young men who had just discovered both of their parents murdered. Both boys seemed absolutely devastated, and when the police arrived, Eric was sobbing, screaming, and trying to ram his head into a tree while a tearful Lyle held him back. Even though about 25% of all murders are committed by family members. Goddamn. The officers on scene didn't consider the boys suspects. How crazy is that to think that you're most likely by far to be murdered by your family members? It's fucking crazy, right? Because you're like, well, they're the people I'd protect most. But then shit goes sideways and you get murdered by them, or you murder them. Like, what the fuck? The officers on scene didn't consider the boys suspect. They seemed genuinely devastated by what had happened, and they had a simple yet reasonable account of what they'd done that night. There was so little suspicion on them that night the police didn't even test their hands for gunpowder residue. Instead, the police had a different suspect in mind. When Detective Sergeant Thomas Edmonds asked Lyle the standard question of if his parents had any enemies, or if there was anybody that hated them enough to want them dead, he had a very non-standard answer. Maybe the mob. Initially, this made a lot of sense to investigators. Jose was the head of Live Entertainment, a company born from a merger involving a porno company. The mob had a lot of financial investments in the adult film industry, so it definitely seemed plausible. Plus, the dude's name was Jose Menendez. If that wasn't enough evidence to convince a 1980s Beverly Hills cop that he was probably involved in drug cartels or something similar, then I don't know what is. Of course, that wasn't what really happened. Lyle and Eric's account of that morning and probably afternoon was accurate, and they really did call their friend to meet him at the Taste of LA, but they didn't leave the house at 8 p.m. when they claimed. Jose and Kitty were in the family room, watching The Spy Who Loved Me that night. They had finished a snack of strawberries and vanilla ice cream and were now snuggled up on the couch, with Kitty laying her head in Jose's lap. I thought they had this doesn't sound like 2 people who don't like each other. Wait, did they not like each other? I thought they had there's a lot of characters and relationships in this story. Okay, never mind. Just before getting comfortable on the couch at around 10 p.m., they'd been involved in a short but intense argument with Lyle. Moments later, the boys returned with their shotguns and Eric opened fire, followed by Lyle. Jose was immediately hit, and Kitty tried to run, but they shot her in the leg, sending her to the ground. Lyle pressed the barrel of his shotgun directly against the back of Jose's head and pulled the trigger. Not a lot about the order of wounds could be determined by the autopsy, but this execution-style wound was neither the first nor the last shot fired at Jose. It's believed that the last shot was to his kneecaps to make it look like a mob hit, though that can't be stated definitively. Once Lyle and Eric had emptied all of their buckshot out of their guns and into their parents, they noticed a problem. Kitty was somehow still alive and trying to crawl to freedom. There was no turning back now, so the boys went to the trunk of the car and reloaded, this time using birdshot. They returned to the family room, and Lyle shot his mother in the face, with Eric shooting her 2 more times after. Again, it was believed, but not confirmed, that the final shots were to her knees. The murders were absolutely savage, and it would be very clear to investigators that it was personal. Many of the officers involved would go on to describe Jose and Kitty's murders as the most brutal crime that they'd ever witnessed in their careers. I'm not going to tell you in great detail exactly how extensively and excessively they'd been injured, but I do have a simple way to describe it. In the movie Lyle and Eric Pretended to See that night, Jack Nicholson was turned into the Joker after falling into a vat of harsh chemicals. That's obviously not realistic, but whatever you think a person would look like after they fell into a vat of chemicals or even acid, what remained of Jose and Kitty's faces looked worse than that. With the murders now complete, all that was left to do was wait for the cops to show up and arrest them. Surely neighbors had heard the repeated shotgun blasts, and the police would be swarming the mansion in no time at all. But after a few minutes passed, nothing had happened. There were no cops, no sirens, nothing but the sound of their own thoughts. Whoa. So they just fully expected to just be like, yeah, we wanted to kill our parents, and that's okay. It's worth it to go to prison because they're now dead. That's crazy. And then those thoughts suddenly became, holy shit, maybe we can get away with this. It turns out that while their neighbors had heard the noise, they assumed it was just somebody setting off firecrackers or something, and they didn't bother to report it. Now, it's worth noting that while the boys described planning on being basically caught in the act because of all the loud gunfire, only Kitty was shot using birdshot. That means that Jose was shot in the kneecaps before they reloaded, so it's possible that on some level they had planned on getting away with the murders all along. It's also possible, as some psychologists would testify, that the murders were pure overkill and the kneecapping was coincidental rather than part of any plan. Anyway, after realizing that the cops weren't going to show up, Lyle and Eric picked up all the shell casings, hopped in the car, and drove away. They tossed their guns off Mulholland Drive into a canyon, changed into fresh clothes that weren't covered in blood, disposed of their bloody clothes and shell casings back in a back alley dumpster, and went to the movie theater to purchase tickets for Batman to help establish their alibi. They then called their friends and invited him out to dinner at the Cheesecake Factory. Okay. You're not disposing of your stuff very well, just throwing the guns into a canyon and throwing them in a back alley dumpster. You need to dispose of the evidence better than that. They actually considered going out to dinner, but the stress was becoming too much for them, especially Eric. He had always been described as the more sensitive and emotional of the two, and he was basically falling apart by this point. Instead of meeting their friend for dinner, they drove home, and Lyle made his infamous call to 911, where he tearfully reported that his parents had been shot. As I said, Lyle's claim that his parents may have been killed by the mob was initially effective. At least one of the detectives looked at the crime scene and had no doubt in his mind that it was a professional mob hit. The point-blank execution shot on their main target, the shots to the kneecaps, the fact that it was clearly personal and nothing was stolen or out of place. It all seemed to line up. But not everybody involved in the investigation was completely convinced, especially once the autopsy reports came in. Despite having some of the hallmarks of organized crime, the murders were sloppy. There was an excessive amount of shots fired, and there wasn't any particular reason for Kitty to have been killed. In most circumstances, family members, especially women and children, were not to be harmed if a dispute like this arose. Of course, those were more guidelines than actual rules, so it did still happen sometimes, but it still cast a shadow of a doubt over the whole mob angle. After the police left the Mendez's Beverly Hills mansion on the night of the murder without arresting the boys or even checking their hands for gunpowder residue, they believed that they had gotten away with the perfect crime. It was the family house, so of course their fingerprints and DNA would have been everywhere and been completely meaningless. Beyond that, they had to be careful to dispose of all the evidence and establish an alibi. The only evidence that had been left at the scene was a single shell casing, but Lyle happened to spot it before the police did. While he was giving his statement, he was able to discreetly pick up the shell and hide it in his pocket when the officer turned away. For the time being, Lyle and Eric weren't going to be considered suspects in the murder of their parents, but surely they will be eventually. Surely someone's going to die, the sale of the shotguns, and then they're going to find the shotguns, and then, I mean, we know that's how it ends, but like, how long do you think you're going to get away with it for? It's time to go. It's time to flee. The spending spree. It didn't take long for Lyle and Eric to begin spending their inheritance. 4 days to be precise. Really? How fast did that go through probate? Like, it takes ages for that stuff, doesn't it? They probably would have started sooner, but they had an extravagant funeral service to plan. But the spending began the day before the funeral, and people immediately took notice of what they perceived to be rather unusual behavior. I've mentioned on this channel before that I don't put a lot of stock into so-called strange behavior immediately surrounding the death of a close friend or relative. Yeah, it's always said, like, people react to grief in different ways, and if these people are out there spending money, it's like, honestly, that could just be a way that they're just badly dealing with it. Everybody experiences grief differently, so even if a person's behavior might strike you personally as odd, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Behavior at a funeral that seems strange may be noteworthy, but barring additional context, it shouldn't be considered suspicious. Of course, we obviously already know that they did kill their parents, so people's suspicions were ultimately correct. I just don't want to encourage that sort of analysis in future cases. Anyway, the boys arrived to their parents' funeral an hour late, and Derek was wearing 3 new Rolex watches that he'd purchased the day before for $15,000. Wait, he's wearing 3 at the same time? What are you doing? The funeral was an elaborate 200-person affair held at the Directors Guild of America in LA. A few days later, they flew to Princeton for a more traditional church service, but it was the first funeral that drew people's suspicions, especially on Lyle. Not only was he showing off his new Rolex watches, but he seemed to be totally fine. He was calm, confident, and ready to make his debut in the business world as the successor to his father. Eric, on the other hand, was much less composed. When they finally arrived to the funeral, his face was red and puffy, as if he'd just spent a good deal of time crying. That would certainly seem normal, but if people were going to be suspicious of Lyle, then they had to be suspicious of both boys. The two were largely inseparable, so if one was involved, then both had to be. Following the funeral, they were taking the limo home along with some other VIPs from the event. Among them was Jose's secretary, Marzi Eisenberg. Everybody noticed Lyle's Rolexes that were probably hard to miss, but yeah, he's wearing 3 Rolexes. You don't not see that. But he hadn't got any attention for his expensive leather loafers. Well, no, because people's eyes will be drawn to the 3 Rolexes that you're wearing. He began showing them off and joked, "Hey Marzi, who said I couldn't fill my father's shoes?" Marzi gave him a sincere but trite answer about not trying to fill his father's shoes and paving his own way in life, and Lyle replied, "You don't understand. These are my father's shoes." He then began discussing with one of his friends if he'd possibly got to get tickets to watch the US Open live. It seemed clear to everyone that Carl was very comfortable spending his newfound inheritance. At the time of his death, Jose was worth just over $14 million. However, most of that money was tied up in real estate. There was the $5 million mansion where they'd been living in Beverly Hills, and there was another property back in Calabasas that made up the bulk of his estate. Before Lyle and Eric's little string of burglaries, the house they were living in was only meant to be temporary. Jose had purchased a 14-acre plot of land to build their dream house on, a house they would never even move into after leaving the city in disgrace. It turns out that the boys thought their father had a lot more money than he actually did. For reasons that aren't entirely clear, they seemed convinced that he had another $75 million hidden away in a Swiss bank account. In reality, after the loans on the property and estate taxes, Lyle and Eric were only going to inherit about $2 million each. That's a hell of a lot of difference from like half of 75 mil. But there were also the insurance policies. Jose had a $650,000 personal life insurance policy, which the boys were already spending, but wasn't there that $5 million key man life insurance policy that Live Entertainment had taken out on Jose that could go to his family? There was, but the boys were about to discover that there was a giant asterisk associated with that. About a week after the murders, probably right after returning to Prom, New Jersey in the funeral service, Lyle and Eric met with executives at Live to discuss if there were any assets that they might be entitled to from the company. Despite being a ruthless and unrelenting businessman, Jose was occasionally prone to slacking just as his sons were. Jose had been told when the policies were taken out that he could name anybody he wanted as the beneficiary to the $5 million policy. All he had to do was have a routine physical first. It turns out that he never got around to doing this, and as such, the personal policy wasn't valid. Oh, shit, dude. This isn't slacking, but this is exactly the sort of shit that I wouldn't do. I'd be like, yeah, you have to go do this thing. And I'd be like, yeah, I definitely will. Put it on the calendar. And then I'll be like, okay, I need to cancel that because I got something came up. And then I'll never put it back on the calendar. And then something like this happened. I'll be like, oh, for fuck's sake. I drove around like I just forgot to get my car through its MOT one year. I shouldn't admit to this. It was a long time ago, several years ago. And then I just take it for service or whatever because it needed to be serviced. And they're like, you haven't had an MOT on this for 6 months. I'm like, I have no idea. I just don't keep track of things properly because I'm busy. I got like other shit to do. And I realized that I need an assistant. Now I have someone who helps me organize this side of my life because it's such a mess. I was paying a bill, like another one that's not very good, like less illegal, was You know, you put standing orders or like direct debits in your bank accounts. I had one going out every month for years for like, it was only like $60 or something. And it was just not labeled as anything. And I was like, well, that's weird. I had no idea what it was. I tried looking up the bank account online or whatever this was supposed to be for. And I just couldn't find anything. So eventually I was like, okay, look, I've been paying this for several years. I'm just going to delete it and see what happens. And nothing ever happened. So I was just paying this mysterious bill for years. And then I stopped paying it. And it's been like a year or two. I got no angry letters saying that I owe any of my money. So I'm not really sure what happened there. But what I'm trying to say is like me not going to my medical for my life insurance policy it's not slacking off. It's just exactly the sort of thing that happens when you're busy with other shit that you think's more important. Since the $15 million policy that Live had taken out was still valid and resulted in Live reporting its most profitable quarter since the company was founded, the Live execs decided to be bros and hook the boys up with bodyguards, limo rides, and a 5-day stay at the Bel Air hotels. They wouldn't need to stay in the home where their parents were killed. That 5 days cost Live $8,800, so Lyle and Eric's subsequent luxury hotel stays would be paid out of their own money. Yeah, I mean, wait, like for a 5-day trip in what's assuming a very nice hotel, that isn't actually that unreasonable, is it? I mean, this is like 1980s money. Okay, yeah, never mind. That's a lot more money than I thought. And obviously $8,000, or $9,000 is a lot of money, but also I bet hotels in Bel Air are fucking expensive. After staying at a few different luxury hotels, the brothers rented adjoining apartments in Marina del Rey. Their spending continued at an incredible rate, particularly Lyle's. Lyle rented bodyguards for a couple of weeks following the murders, but on September the 4th, he told the bodyguards their services were no longer needed. According to Lyle, his uncle had worked out a deal with the mob, so the brothers were no longer in danger, which only raised more questions than it answered. But in that time, the bodyguards could attest to some of his spending, which included a $24,000 stereo system and $40,000 in clothes. Bro, you've got $2 million in the bank, you can't afford that shit. Yeah, and like putting it down to like 1980s money, no, you can't spend $24,000 on a stereo if you have $2 million and you're not earning money. Like that $2 million has got to last you forever because you're not going to make any more, are you? You don't seem like that type of guy. I mean, maybe you're making some money stamping like license plates now, but not $2 million. God willing, that $40,000 is more than I will spend on clothing in my entire life. Lyle also finally purchased the one thing his parents wouldn't get him. When he got his driver's license, he asked for a Porsche. Instead, they had to settle for a crappy old Alfa Romeo. With his parents out of the way, he could finally purchase his dream car. Lyle was also ready to jump headfirst into the business world. I mentioned that he had wanted to drop out of Princeton and open a restaurant, but Jose wouldn't allow it. Now was finally his chance, and he decided he was going to purchase a restaurant in Princeton. His first choice was to buy Teresa's Pizza, located directly across the street from the front gates of Princeton University. The owner wasn't really looking to sell, and he was even less inclined after Lyle insulted him. Instead, Lyle purchased Chuck's Spring Street Cafe for $550,000. Their speciality was buffalo wings, so he renamed the restaurant Mr. Buffalo's. He had big plans, and he wanted to turn this little cafe into a nationwide franchise, opening a new location every 2 months. This was to be the first of many investments by Menendez Investment Enterprises, a company he founded and staffed with his friends from Princeton. Bro, you are not this guy. You have $2 million in the bank. You're not this guy. You don't have this money. He even rented an office at a local mall for $3,000 a month, filling it only with the nicest furniture. On the surface, it seemed like he had a solid plan for the future and what he wanted to do with his life. However, he was still unable to take anything seriously, and almost every decision he made was actually terrible. To start, all the local merchants thought Lyle was insane for his handling of Chuck's. Not only did they believe he paid more than double what the restaurant was worth, but that he had to be out of his goddamn mind to change the name. Chuck's had built up a solid reputation over the years, and suddenly announcing it had a new name was under new ownership would immediately destroy any credibility that the restaurant had. Yeah, that's a mistake, bro. It was also going to be impossible for him to expand into a franchise since his first location was hemorrhaging money, and he had nobody but himself to blame for that. Yeah, dude, the restaurant business is hard. Like, that's not an easy business. It's not YouTube. It's not easy. It's difficult. If he had simply purchased it, changed the name, and let everything run exactly as it had been before he arrived, then things would have been fine. His decision to expand delivery hours to 1 a.m. instead of midnight was another great idea as well. Honestly, I'd have pushed until 3 or 4 a.m. on weekends since his target demographic was clearly college students. But restaurants tend to have thin margins. Even if everything was operating efficiently, he let his friends eat and drink whatever and however much they wanted for free. If he couldn't take running a business seriously, which he couldn't, there was no way it would ever succeed. He tried getting Menendez Investment Enterprises involved in real estate and concert promotion as well, but to no avail. Yeah, bro, you're not competent at business. You're not your dad. Your dad's a business legend. And thanks to his success, You have some money, but that doesn't mean you're going to be successful as well. You're not. The investment company was a joke, even if Lyle hadn't meant it to be one. The office he was renting was never used once, and the employees were no more serious than Lyle was. Hiring a friend from a fancy Ivy League school seems like a good way to staff a new company, but only if those friends happen to actually be studying business or something. Lyle didn't have many friends on campus, and most of the ones he did were just athletes that were prone to getting in trouble like he was. That's obviously not to say athletes can't be good at business as well, but these ones weren't. They also weren't people that Lyle knew particularly well. Some of them had only been friends with him for a few weeks before being brought onto the company. None of them knew the first thing about business, and Lyle was going to pay them either way, so they weren't terribly motivated to learn. Not when they already had a steady paycheck and access to all the free hot wings and beer that they wanted, yeah. It does sound like a pretty sweet gig. It's like, what do you do? I work for my friend's company. And what do you do? I don't know. I went to Princeton. He hired me. I sit in an office in a real comfy chair. I look at blank spreadsheets and drink beer and eat wings. Business is great. It wasn't just Lyle spending money, although Eric's spending was comparatively subdued. He too bought a new car, trading in his Ford Escort towards a new Jeep Wrangler. I won't ever refer to a Jeep as a sensible purchase, and Jeeple are just the worst. But even if Eric paid sticker price for the most high-end Wrangler model available at the time, that would have only been about $13,000 before his trade-in. His new car may have been as practical as an ashtray on a motorcycle, but it was still more reasonable than a $64,000 Porsche. Yes, it was. However, he wasn't really sure what to do with his life at this point. Should he go to UCLA as planned, or should he focus exclusively on his tennis game? Or could he maybe try his hand at business like Lyle was? Look at Lyle and be like, yeah, business looks fun. And it's like, Lyle ain't doing business. Lyle's just spending money. He decided to try that last option first, but it went horribly wrong. Eric and his partner decided they were going to sponsor a rock concert at the Palladium in LA. It would cost them $80,000 to sponsor it, so Eric gave his partner half his money to give to the Palladium. And that was the last time his partner spoke to him before completely vanishing. Oh my god, and also, what are you sponsoring? Like, you don't have a business. Like, sponsoring means getting your name out there, but your name for what? You don't do anything. Not wanting to double down on his mistakes, Eric decided that the business world just wasn't for him. School had never really been for him either, especially with his unmanaged learning disabilities, so he decided that he was going to go all in on tennis. He hired a private coach for $60,000 a year to help him train, and Eric and his coach traveled extensively to compete in tournaments. He wasn't winning any of them, but they were staying in the nicest hotels, and Eric was sparing no expense on whatever new equipment he thought might help improve his game. But throughout it all, Eric had never gotten over what they had done. Family friend and founder of the Easter Bowl tennis tournament, Sina Hamilton, said that Eric wasn't a serious tennis player. She believed he was only trying to play tennis as an emotional escape. But for Eric, there was no escaping what he had done. A shocking confession. Aside from the questionable decision not to treat Lyle and Eric as suspects from the start, the police were all over this case, doing their due diligence, but there were three main problems that were hindering the investigation. First was Lyle's assertion that he thought the mob was responsible for their parents' deaths. Earlier in 1989, Live Entertainment had purchased Strawberries, a chain of record stores. However, the previous year, Morris Levy, majority shareholder of Strawberries, had been sentenced to 10 years in prison on charges of extortion. He was believed to have ties to the mob and even moved across the country at one point to escape an alleged hit that had been placed on him by New York mobsters. The police had already been willing to entertain the idea that the killings were mob-related based only on some dubious circumstantial reasoning, but suddenly they were confronted with a plausible connection to organized crime. While detectives investigated that lead, the next logical step would be to follow up on the physical and forensic evidence, and that was the second problem. There wasn't any. They knew that Jose and Kitty had been killed with shotguns and that the killer or killers reloaded, but that was it. There wasn't any other physical evidence to go on, and the bodies had been badly damaged from the repeated shotgun blasts that forensic analysis was basically useless. That meant it was time to pound the pavement and interview anybody who might know anything about the Menendez family and possible enemies it might have. And that was the third problem, because they had a lot. People fucking hated Jose, so there was an endless string of possible suspects and theories on what happened presented by friends, family, and associates that they interviewed. They'd be like, can you imagine anyone who wants to kill him? Oh my god, many people. He was a prick. He had many enemies, powerful enemies. The most shocking theory came from Jose and Kitty's friends in Calabasas, Peter and Karen Weir. When they were being interviewed by the lead detective Les Zola, one of them said, "I have no basis for this, but I wonder if the boys did it." Zola was shocked, as the brothers weren't considered suspects at the time, but he had to consider the possibility. There certainly was a clear motive. Money. To Detective Zoller and other onlookers, Lyle and Eric were blowing through their inheritance like there was no tomorrow, but according to some family members, their spending habits hadn't changed at all. The boys were irresponsible little shits who had never worked a day in their lives and had no concept of money. Sure, they'd taken on some very expensive and failed business ventures, but with Jose dead, it was natural for them to try and create a new source of revenue. Beyond that, their family claims that the boys' personal spending had remained pretty much the same. Look. You gotta work, you inherit this money. Just talk to a financial guy and he'll be like, you need to put this into this and this into this and this will be safe. And then you can take the 10% or whatever and fuck around with it. But the rest, you need to put into like things that yield dividends or interest or rent because you're not very competent at business. Let us handle it for you, and we'll just give you like 6% a year. Even so, it was a lead, and detectives were becoming suspicious, but there wasn't any evidence. They had established a motive for Lyle and Eric to kill their parents, but it seemed like a whole lot of people had motives. The only other lead they had was some hearsay from one of Lyle's friends. According to this friend, Lyle had said that there was a revised draft of their wills on Kitty's computer. On August the 31st, less than 2 weeks after the murders, Lyle had deleted the files and then hired a computer expert to check the computer and ensure that nobody would be able to retrieve the deleted files from it. The best way to do that is, like, format it many times, like the disk erase or whatever, it's a feature, and then destroy it with fire. Not take it to a computer expert and be like, yo, bro, can you recover any of the files from this? He's like, oh yes, many files. There's an updated will in here. There's a murder journal that you wrote. That was suspicious, and would be big if true, but it was hard to prove. The friend hadn't seen it happen. All he had was Lyle's second-hand story. It didn't even have the name of the person Lyle claimed to have hired for the detective to interview, and without a statement from that expert, the story was useless. I mean, what were they going to do? Use the lack of revised will on Kitty's computer as proof that one had been deleted? It could just as easily be proved that one was never written. Still, it couldn't hurt to interview the brothers again. Maybe Zoller could get them to slip up or admit to something incriminating. On October the 24th, Zoller interviewed Eric at the Beverly Hills mansion. Eric was alone as Lyle was attending to his failing chicken shack in Princeton. Throughout the interview, he seemed at ease, though internally, Eric was shrieking in terror. Zoller wasn't able to sense that, but there was something potentially interesting that Eric revealed. The brothers had been extremely close their entire lives. They were best friends that did almost everything together, and Eric had spent his life idolizing Lyle. But now a rift was forming between them. Detective Zoller had heard from the same friend that commented about the deleted will that the boys were no longer getting along, and Eric essentially confirmed this. He complained that Lyle was spending too much money and was becoming just like their father. Well, yeah, he's spending too much money, but he's not becoming like the father in terms of bringing in more money. He's just spending it all. This was, again, interesting, but it wasn't even close to proof of anything. All it showed was that they were pretty trash at getting along now that they were in charge of all the money instead of getting handouts from Jose. And they didn't even have access to most of the fortune either. They had gotten the life insurance payout, but most of the family's assets were tied up in probate still. Zoller had a lot to think about, but it was clear he wasn't going to get anything useful from Eric directly. As soon as the detective left, Eric proceeded to freak the fuck out. He had been depressed to the point of contemplating ending his life, and he was suffering from severe stomach ulcer because his body could not physically handle the immense stress that he was under. And now it seemed like the police were investigating them as suspects. Eric had simply reached his breaking point. He called Lyle in Princeton because he needed somebody to talk to, but he couldn't get a hold of him. If talking to Lyle wasn't an option, there was only one other person he could talk to, Dr. Oziel. Eric called and set an appointment for October the 31st, exactly 1 week away. By the time the appointment rolled around, Lyle was back in California. He and Eric probably talked about what happened, but if so, it hadn't been enough to set Eric's mind at ease. He was still a mess inside. Though his therapy session, he seemed perfectly calm. Eric and Dr. Oziel had a lovely session, much of it spent outdoors with the pair walking around scenic Beverly Hills and discussing Eric's crippling depression. As they made their way back to Oziel's office, Eric stopped and casually leaned against a parking meter. "We did it," he said. "We killed our parents." Oziel decided that they should probably continue this conversation back inside his office instead of out on the street. Eric began to tell him everything, but Dr. Oziel stopped him and had him call Lyle instead. Wait, what's the situation here? Because no one's in immediate danger. Is there doctor-patient confidentiality there? Like, oh my god, that's crazy. Does Dr. Oziel have to tell? Can he not tell? Even though Lyle was now rushing to the office and Oziel had told him to wait, Eric continued telling the story. He said he had got the idea after watching a miniseries called Billionaire Boys Club. He said he didn't want to kill Kitty, but there was no way that they could get away with killing Jose if she was still alive. Besides, she had suffered from severe depression her entire life and was also a victim of Jose's abuse, so they'd be putting her out of her misery. He then outlined the events of that night exactly as we discussed earlier. By the time Lyle arrived at the office, Eric had already confessed to everything. Since confidentiality law forbids therapists from talking to police about your past crimes, even unsolved murders you confessed to, Lyle decided to breathe a sigh of relief and be super chill about the whole thing. Oh my lord. I guess that makes sense. But that's pretty... Can you imagine the shit therapists here? And then they just can't tell anyone about it. It's like, oh, I've killed hundreds of people. And they're just like, oh, fascinating. They're past crimes. I can't tell anyone.
My mother tried to have me whacked because I put her in a nursing home.
In your worst dreams, a duck flies off with your penis. Castration.
Hey, my mother never went after my basket.
No, not literally.
Except that's obviously not what happens. Oh, okay, never mind. Not only was Lyle furious with Eric for talking, he was boastful about the crime as well. For possibly the first time in their lives, he thought that Jose would have been proud of them for successfully committing the perfect murder. Thinking that your victim would be proud of you for killing them is pretty messed up, but at least he was in the right room to be discussing those feelings. Wait a second. If Lyle is talking about this, is there a duty of care between Dr. Oziel and Lyle? Lyle's not a patient of Dr. Oziel, so can Dr. Oziel go and tell on Lyle, even if it gets, what's the other kid's name? Eric in trouble. Dr. Oziel tried to regain control of the situation by explaining the difference between a crime of passion and premeditated murder, stating that the latter was considered a sign of sociopathy. According to Oziel, when he said that the boys looked at each other and said, "Ooh, we're sociopaths," and to make an uncomfortable situation even worse, Lyle then threatened to murder Oziel if he told anybody. We can go ahead and add, "Don't threaten to murder your therapist," our list of rules of criminalists, because this was a rather ironic mistake. Yes, because that's a potential future crime, and the therapist can believe that he's genuinely in danger, so then he can go and do something about it, whereas before he couldn't. So that was very silly. The boys were actually safe from the doctor until Lyle made his threat, a threat that he made believing it would keep them safe. Coming forward to report Eric's confession of a past crime could have cost Oziel his license and opened him up to lawsuits. But if a patient makes a credible threat to harm themselves or others, then the doctor becomes legally obligated to report that to the police. But that's not actually what happened. Dr. Oziel didn't go to the police. Instead, he kept seeing the brothers as a therapist. They even met again just 2 days after the initial threat was made, though Lyle reiterated the threat that day. Oziel continued to see them for months, taking notes and recording their conversations, but at no point did he have any intention of going to the police. I'm guessing he was just really committed to trying to help them, because it's not like he would be dumb enough to use the tapes to blackmail a pair of murderers that had already threatened to kill him. Is that what he's going to do? Dude, that's crazy. They murdered people. Don't be doing that, Dr. Rosa. It's also mega unethical. Even though they're horrible murderers, you got to report it to the police. You got to report the threat of them to you, and then the police will figure it out. Come on, Oziel. Don't be a dick. Just do the right thing, Oziel. As the months rolled on, the police were running out of options. They had interviewed Craig, Eric's friend with whom he wrote the screenplay, and Craig said that Eric had confessed the murders to him. What are you doing? Don't be confessing your murders. But only sort of. Eric had given a description of what happens, though he ended it all by saying, "It could have happened." It's like, what's that book? If I Did It, by O.J. Simpson, right? Where he's like, if I did it, this is how. I didn't do it, though.
In his book, O.J. Simpson says that he would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a train for Nicole. Man, I'm going to tell you, that is some bad luck when the one guy who would have died for you kills you.
Apparently, the two friends like to play bizarre mind games with one another, and it wouldn't have been at all out of character for Eric to have completely made up this story. Since the police were already suspicious of the brothers, they thought that maybe they could do something with this. To their surprise, Craig agreed to wear a wire to the next time he went out for dinner with Eric. Unfortunately, when he asked about Eric, he said that he'd been lying and that he and Lyle had nothing to do with the murders. It didn't make the police any less suspicious, but it meant that the kind of sort of confession to Craig was going to be useless. Running out of ideas, Detective Zola decided to try and track down the shotguns that had been used in the murders. He got an 80-page list of every store in LA County that sold shotguns in the hopes that he'd find something. The police recognized that Lyle and Eric were probably too smart to have used their own names, so they tried to find out if any shotguns were purchased using one of their friends' names as well. They were on the right track, they just didn't realize that the brothers had driven all the way to San Diego County to make their purchase. In the end, they came up with nothing. Every lead had been followed as far as it would go, but after 6 months of investigation, they had come up completely empty-handed. Then, on March the 5th, 1990, Juddelon Smythe contacted the detectives to blow the case wide open. Who the hell is this guy? Jadalon was another patient of Dr. Oziel's and also his mistress. And possibly, oh God, Dr. Oziel, you're having an affair with a patient. Mate, and you planning, was he really trying to plan to blackmail these guys? Dr. Oziel, you got some ethical issues, my dude. And possibly his victim of psychological manipulation and abuse. Or maybe she wasn't even a mistress, and Oziel's wife was on board with the whole thing because Jadalon had been living in the family home for months. What? It was a whole complicated thing, and Oziel would definitely go on to lose his license over the giant mess, but we don't have to worry about the specifics of their relationship. Oh my God, this guy's also such a mess. The only thing we need to be concerned with is that Oziel had broken up with Jadalon, so now she was going to get back at him. She had been at the office the day Eric confessed, and Lyle made his death threats. The confession had begun outdoors, but when Oziel brought Eric inside, he instructed Jadalon to listen in on their conversation. She heard the confession and the threats that day, and more importantly, Oziel had told her that he had everything on tape. And that was that. Police got a warrant and Oziel handed over 17 tapes to the police, playing the initial tape of the confession for them. On March the 8th, Lyle and a couple of friends left his Beverly Hills mansion to go to the Cheesecake Factory for lunch. By this point, though, he already knew something was up. When he was flying back to California the day before, he called Mr. Buffalo's from the plane and learned the detectives had flown out to Princeton to see him. As they began driving away from the mansion, Lyle's car was immediately swarmed by police cars, and he was arrested. Eric was in Israel at the time, competing in a tennis tournament when he heard about the arrest. After calling his uncle Carlos for advice, it was decided that the best thing to do was him to fly home and voluntarily turn himself in. Eric was arrested at the airport on March the 11th. Carlos, Uncle Carlos, you're giving him bad advice. Eric, mate, you got to take the rest of your money and go to Lebanon because there's no extradition. It's all about Lebanon. I used to say it was Belize. Like, that was my joke. Like, criminals, they got to run off to Belize. That's where they got to go. And then a mate of mine was like, why Belize? And I'm like, I don't know. It sounds like that country where people run away to. It's like, Belize is like British. Apparently Lebanon is the country. Apparently they don't even extradite terrorists. But even with the tape's confessions, Zoila knew that he needed more. People say all sorts of stupid shit, and there wasn't a shred of physical evidence to connect the boys to their parents' murders. Besides, they still needed to wait on a judge to rule whether or not the tapes would even be admissible in court. Luckily, Eric's confession had been very detailed, and the detective now knew that he needed to be looking for shotgun purchases in San Diego. After about a week, Zola found the sale of 2 Mossberg shotguns made 2 days before the murder. The record had Donovan's signature and a fake San Diego address. I can only imagine how the phone call went down when Zola called up Donovan to ask where he was on the 18th of August 1989. I'm not sure a person can answer anything besides how the hell should I know when asked about a specific date so many months in the past. Yeah, I don't understand that. If someone asked me what I did last Monday, I'd be like, I need to check my calendar. And there's probably nothing on there. So it's like, okay, I'll go back and check my to-do list to see what I did that day. It's not going to be interesting, though. Luckily, that's what computers are for. Donovan was clocked in at his job managing a restaurant in New York City at the time the guns were purchased. When he was shown a copy of the firearms purchase record, he confirmed that the signature used looked absolutely nothing like his. Zola finally had something to physically link Lyle and Eric to the crime. The brothers were arraigned on March the 26th, with both pleading not guilty to first-degree murder with 2 special circumstances. They were accused of lying in wait and committing multiple murders. This meant that by going to trial, instead of trying to work out a plea deal, the death penalty would be on the table. They were held without bail and trial, and it would take 3 years for the trial to begin due to a major disagreement on the admissibility of Dr. Oziel's tapes. Of the 17 tapes collected, there were 3 that the prosecution was seeking to use in trial. The others were just boring rich person therapy stuff. After going all the way to the California Supreme Court, it was ruled that the prosecution could only use one of the tapes. The tape was Dr. Oziel's dictation of his notes from the meetings with Lyle and Eric on October the 31st and November the 2nd, the 2 days in which Lyle had threatened to kill the doctor. The tape was extremely incriminating, and it proved with near 100% certainty that the brothers had killed their parents. But because it was Oziel dictating his notes from the sessions, his was the only voice on the tape. The 2 tapes on which Lyle and Eric discussed the murder themselves were ruled inadmissible. It was disappointing for the prosecution, but it would later turn out to only be a temporary setback. Logistically, the trial itself was going to be a bit strange. Lyle and Eric were being charged separately, which normally would have meant that they would have had separate trials. However, because the cases had nearly identical witness lists and the same facts would be pertinent to both cases, Judge Stanley Weisberg decided that in the interest of time and money, they would be tried at the same time. It was technically 2 different trials taking place in the same courtroom at the same time, so Lyle and Eric would each have their own jury. In the event a witness or piece of evidence only pertained to one of the brothers, the other brother's jury would be excused. And now the tapes had been ruled on, the trial could finally begin. More importantly, even though the prosecution was only allowed to use one of the 3 tapes, the boys still weren't going to be able to claim that they hadn't killed their parents. But they had both pled not guilty to murder, so how the hell were they going to mount a defense if they weren't going to dispute the fact that they'd both repeatedly pulled the trigger? They're going to go for like some diminished responsibility thing, aren't they? The answer is simple. The defense would argue that these motherfuckers had it coming, or in legal terms, that it was imperfect self-defense. Never heard of imperfect self-defense. I don't think like a defense to murder, although apparently it is. It's like, why'd you murder them? They had it coming. Not guilty! Judge Weisberg does everything twice. The trial began on the 20th of July 1993, and Judge Weisberg decided that the case would be televised. This was one of the first high-profile cases to air on television, predating O.J. Simpson's trial by a couple of years, and it was a media sensation that captivated the entire United States. Honestly, Weisberg's decision to televise the trial is a bit surprising. The previous year, Judge Weisberg had presided over the trial of 4 police officers that beat Rodney King. In 1992, the LA riots began the moment that verdict was broadcast on court TV, so I figured Weisberg would be done with TV cameras in his courtrooms after that happened. Yeah, like even I know that story. You'd probably think he'd be like, well, they burned me once, so let's not do that again. But no, Weisberg wants it all televised, which I guess is good for us because he's going to give us lots of details of the case. It was over 3 years since Lyle and Eric had been arrested, and they had spent that entire time in jail. Unsurprisingly, incarceration was not particularly conducive to the privileged and shitty attitudes the brothers had grown up with. This was actually a bit of a problem for the defense. When the murders took place, Lyle was 21, Eric was 18, and I think it's fair to say that they were both immature for their ages. But after 3 years in jail, they'd been forced to mature. At their arraignment, the brothers had entered their pleas of not guilty while trying to stifle their laughter at what they perceived to be the judge's comical appearance. It's probably not, well, sounds like they've really matured a lot, doesn't it? It's probably not good as the defendant in a murder trial to be laughing in the courtroom, but it illustrated that they were mentally still children at the time, or at least adolescents. Wait, I thought prison had forced them to mature. The fact that they had now grown physically and mentally in the past 3 years was going to make it harder to garner sympathy from the juries. Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't following. They were laughing originally when they were arrested because they were still young and stupid, but now they've had 3 years in jail. They're like, come on, it's like, I've seen things, bro. While Lyle and Eric each had their own attorney, Eric's lawyer, Leslie Abramson, was the real star for the defense. She was a high-priced lawyer to the tune of $750,000 over the course of the trial. And this was the 15th high-profile murder defense that she had helmed. And it was the defense utilized by both Leslie and Lyle's attorney, Jill Lansing, that would be the most important part of the case. We're not even going to really look at the prosecution's case because it was largely irrelevant. Since the brothers had admitted to the murders, there wasn't really a lot for the prosecution to do other than trying to portray them as liars and spoiled brats who killed their parents for money. The only thing that really mattered was the defense and whether or not the jury would believe that Lyle and Eric were telling the truth. I've already covered that Jose and Kitty were both psychologically and physically abusive. There were a lot of witnesses to this behavior, and it wasn't heavily contested. However, these events took place in the 1980s, and the trial took place in the early 90s, so they were mostly given a pass for that. It may not have been the 1950s, but physical abuse of your children still wasn't really seen as that big of a deal, especially if you were rich. As far as most people were concerned, Jose was just a very strict parent who was pushing his children to be as successful as he was. While the mental and physical abuse were part of the brothers' defense, the much bigger part was the claims of continued sexual abuse, beginning when Lyle was 6 years old. Is that something that's been mentioned so far? Whether or not the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse could be believed was the crux of the entire trial. They spent hours on the stand detailing all the sexual abuse they had faced, primarily at the hands of Jose, but from Kitty as well. To reiterate, what follows are allegations against Jose and Kitty based on testimony from the trial, and that's all. According to Lyle, it began when he was 6. It started with his father giving him massages after sports practice, massages that became extremely inappropriate. Jose didn't care when Lyle said that he didn't like it and that it hurt, and his father told him that bad things would happen if he ever told anyone. Yeah, this is just allegedly, right? Because this is like they murdered their parents, and it seems that they're just psychos. And I mean, their parents seem like pieces of work as well, to be honest. But this is like super motivated by the fact that they don't want to go to prison for murder. Of course, Lyle did tell someone, and that someone was Kitty, but she couldn't have cared less. She just said that Lyle was exaggerating about what had happened and that Jose had every right to punish his sons if they misbehaved. Jose's abuse of Lyle continued for a few years until he moved on to his younger son, Eric. When Lyle got a little older, it was Kitty's turn. Both brothers much preferred Kitty to Jose, and when he was out of town, they would fight over who got to sleep in the bed with her, continuing until they were teenagers. That's weird. There's a point where that's got to stop. It's like right now, my kid's 3. And it's like every night now, she's like, hey, Dad. And I'm like, oh, you're in my bed. Hello. But that's fine. But it's fine. But at some point, it should stop. And that time is definitely before they are teenagers. My kid this morning was so sweet. I know we're talking about these people who murdered their kids, but this morning she was like, Dad, can you give me a cuddle? And I'm like, yeah, of course I can give you a cuddle. Oh. I said, I love you so much. And she's like, I love you so much too, Dad. And I'm like, oh, God, having kids is so nice. Who would have thought it'd be so nice? Psychologists would testify that this behavior was because the abuse had left them terrified of being alone, not because they wanted to do things with their mother. But when Lara was 11, she began doing things in bed with him, touching him and demanding that he touch her everywhere. She also gave Eric genital exams when he was 15. Until he was 15, sorry. Jose would casually watch illegal pornography with his sons and took photos of them naked from the waist down, photos that were shown in court. As a direct... Okay, well that's weird. As a direct result of this alleged abuse, Lara confessed on the stand to taking his brother to the woods when they were kids and using a toothbrush to do the same things to Eric that Jose had dude. There are literally hours of more specific allegations about what abuse was perpetrated, especially by Jose, but I'm going to assume that you get the point. Yes, Kevin, we get the point. Thank you. Lyle and Eric claims that they had spent their entire lives living in fear, and specific events that we'll get to momentarily led them to believe that they were in imminent danger. That's all well and good, but Lyle and Eric had already admitted to lying to the police for months, so why would the jury believe them about their claims of abuse? Well, that's where things get a little bit tricky for the defense. They had about 3 dozen witnesses prepared to testify that Jose and Kitty's abuse, particularly the physical and mental abuse. However, Judge Weisberg, who had already whittled down that list of defense witnesses from a proposed 90 based on his perception of relevance to the case, and that had cut the defense off before they could get through all of their remaining witnesses. Weisberg said that it was a murder trial, not a custody hearing, so these witnesses weren't important. While the power of hindsight makes me hate this decision, it's not like he didn't have a fair point. The entire defense strategy was to put the victims on trial, and generally speaking, that's pretty gross. The fact that they weren't even alive to defend themselves would make it even worse. Yeah, but it's what defense does. It's like, yeah, defending of murderers and people who've done horrible shit is kind of gross. It's just the way of things. Everyone's entitled to a defense, and that defense has to do whatever they can. It's hard to say whether or not Weisberg made the right call, and this was one of many controversial decisions that he made over the course of the trial. Then again, even allowing the sexual abuse allegations into the trial in the first place was also controversial. In short, I do not envy Judge Weisberg and the many tough decisions that he had to make. Fortunately, this particular decision was made after the defense had been able to call some witnesses and could potentially corroborate the claims of sexual abuse. But all of the testimony to support the claims of sexual abuse were from people that had been told about it by Lyle and or Eric. Nobody had personally witnessed such abuse directly. Of course, there's not to say their testimony was without merit. Most notable was the account of their cousin, Diane van der Molen. The prevailing opinion at the time was that these allegations against Jose and Kitty were a desperate last-minute attempt to concoct a story that the Menendez brothers could use to defend themselves. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like, and if I was there at the time, kind of what I would believe. To most people, this was another example of the abuse excuse, a derogatory term used for attempting to use prior abuse as a legal defense for future retaliation. It's a well-known term, and famous lawyer and Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz was about to publish his book, The Abuse Excuse and Other Cop-Outs, Sob Stories, and Evasions of Responsibility. But Diane's story would completely erase the idea that this was a last-minute strategy so long as the jury believed what she said. Diane had been staying at the Menendez home for a visit when Lyle confessed to her that Jose had been abusing him sexually. According to her testimony, this happened in 1976 when Lyle was 8 years old and she was a young teenager. Upon hearing this, Diane told Kitty what she had just been told. Kitty told her that Lyle was lying and put him to bed upstairs, never speaking of it again. Another key piece of testimony for the defense. Wow, this is super unreliable though, because it's eyewitness testimony, it's a memory of being told something by somebody who's a notorious liar decades ago. A decade at least ago, or whatever it was. That is super unreliable. Another key piece of testimony for the defense came from friends and neighbor of Jose and Kitty. This witness claimed that she'd come over to the Menendez's home for a dinner party. Following dinner, Jose intended to put on a home movie for his guests, but he accidentally put on one of the tapes he would watch with his sons that featured child sexual assault. No fucking way. Rather than stopping the tape, the witness said he just laughed and let it keep playing. Oh my god, that fucking changes shit, because that is not some kid half remembering things. That is a fully grown adult seeing some crazy shit and being like, brrrr. That just brings us to the final impetus that resulted in the murders. If all of this abuse had been going on for so long, what finally pushed the brothers over the edge? They claimed they'd actually been fearful for their lives for some time. Kitty had been telling them since Lyle was 7 that they ruined her chance of having a career and that she wished they were never born. They went on to claim that Kitty had been threatening to poison them. However, everything came to a head 1 week before the murders. There was some sort of argument during which Kitty ripped off Lyle's toupee in anger. Afterwards, the brothers retreated, but they began talking about their individual experiences with abuse. It had been 7 years since Lyle started going bald, and Eric had absolutely no idea. The family was full of secrets, and Eric dropped the bombshell that Jose had been molesting him for the previous 12 years. This sent Lyle over the edge. He thought the sexual abuse had begun and stopped with him. He didn't realize that it had instead been happening to Eric this entire time. Lyle confronted his father about abusing Eric, and Jose said that if he ever told anyone, that he'd kill them. According to the brothers, they took this threat seriously. Not only did they believe their father would kill them, but that he might do it at any moment. Fast forward a week to the night of the murder. Lyle and Eric were preparing to leave the house at around 10 p.m. and Kitty started one of those, "you're not leaving this house this late because I said so" sort of arguments. Pretty standard stuff, though usually that's reserved for teenagers rather than 21-year-olds. Oh yeah, be like, "I'm 21, I'm going out, sorry, get lost." Kitty and Lyle had walked out of the den arguing, then Jose came out to put an end to the fight. He told Kitty to shut up and then told Lyle, "You're not going out because I said so." Lyle fired back with, "You're not going to touch my little brother." The fight escalated, with Jose allegedly yelling at Lyle, "I'll do what I want with my family. He's not your little brother, he's my son." Kitty yelled at Lyle that he had ruined their family, then Jose grabbed her by the arm and brought her into the den, closing the doors behind them. They never closed the doors. Lyle assumed that meant this was it, that Jose and Kitty were inside the den preparing to murder their sons. He ran to Eric and said, "It's happening now," and they immediately grabbed their shotguns to defend themselves by making sure they shot first. Oh my god, this is the fact about the woman seeing that tape when he intended to show like a movie, and the cousin thing being added to that. I'm like, I don't know what to believe anymore. And the reality is, if I'm sitting on a jury for this case, right, it's reasonable doubt. And I absolutely have reasonable doubt. Which is kind of crazy. That's what a $750,000 lawyer gets you. After all this testimony, all that was left was closing arguments and for the two juries to decide on Lyle and Eric's fate. However, the judge had one more controversial decision to make during the trial. In a 3-day-long closing argument, good lord, Leslie hammered home the point that legally speaking, it didn't matter if Jose and Kitty were actually going to murder their sons. All that mattered was that Lyle and Eric believed that they were going to. Self-defense only requires that a reasonable person in their situation would have feared for their life. But Judge Weisberg disagreed that this applied. Oh, why? That's fairly standard, isn't it? Weisberg ruled that there was no evidence that a reasonable person would have feared for their lives and that the jury was not allowed to acquit on the basis of self-defense. What? Instead, they could only lessen the charges based on the common law doctrine of imperfect self-defense. This would apply if the jurors felt that Lyle and Eric had an honest but unreasonable belief that their actions were necessary. I don't think that belief is unreasonable if they genuinely believe that their lives are in danger. And I think if what they're saying is true, I think a reasonable person could definitely think that. I don't think that's unreasonable at all, if what they're saying is true. And that's for the jury to consider, not the judge. So I think the judge has misstepped in this, in my opinion. The jury's options were to vote for first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, or involuntary manslaughter. Ultimately, it didn't matter that regular self-defense was off the table, as the end result would have been the same, whether acquittal was an option or not. Like I said, the only real question at play was whether or not the jurors believed Lyle and Eric about all the abuse that they had suffered and the extent to which they claimed to fear for their lives. And that was going to be a tough sell. There was no physical evidence of abuse, though there rarely is evidence of molestation. The closest the defense had found of physical evidence was a medical record from Eric when he was 7 years old, describing a throat injury. Their expert witness testified that the injury described could have been caused by forced fellatio, although the prosecution countered by getting the expert to admit that there were other possible explanations as well, like face planting with a popsicle stick in your mouth. But not only was there no meaningful evidence, and nothing beyond the account of the brothers, there was also Dr. Oziel's tapes. While originally 2 of them had been barred from the trial, because the defense decided to make Lyle and Eric's mental state the focal point of the trial, Judge Weisberg allowed the remaining tapes to be admitted to evidence. That meant the jury heard them describing to Oziel how they'd killed their parents, and they heard Lyle say that he missed his mum in the same way that a person might miss their dog. Not only were the contents of those tapes devastating for the defense, but so was what was missing from the tapes. In none of the brothers' sessions with Dr. Oziel had they mentioned their sexual abuse. Of course, that's not a surprise. To start, victims of that kind of abuse are often too ashamed to talk about what happened. Even ignoring that point, Eric knew that Oziel was going to tell Kitty what happened in their sessions. It's unlikely he would have risked revealing the family's darkest secret, knowing the serious repercussions that it faced for it back home. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to talk openly because he knows that the stuff's going back to his mum for whatever reason, even though he signed it to be okay. But since there wasn't any physical evidence to back up the claims of sexual abuse, there was only one way the brothers could have come up with their story. The prosecution argued that Kitty had been right all along and that Eric was gay. This claim was evidenced by an alleged report of Eric engaging in sexual behavior with another man in prison. They argued that his experience in intimate homosexual relations had given him the ability to construct the elaborate scenes he and Lyle described involving their father. The 2 juries had a lot to think about, and after 16 days, they announced that they were deadlocked. Weisberg ordered them to keep trying to come to a consensus, but after 3 weeks, they still couldn't agree on a verdict. Lyle's jury had 7 men and 5 women. Eric's had 8 men and 4 women. The final votes in favor of a murder conviction were 7-5 and 8-4, split directly down gender lines. It was almost if women are more likely than men to take claims of sexual abuse seriously. But with the jury deadlocked and a mistrial declared, it meant that they were going to have to do everything all over again. When the verdict was announced, the public was shocked. From the moment Lyle and Eric were arrested until the trial began, the media had been portraying them as greedy, spoiled brats that killed their parents for money. And since the defense was keeping its strategy a secret, there wasn't an alternate narrative being presented until the trial had already begun. And although the trial was televised, not all of it was. Weisberg decided that testimony regarding sexual abuse would not be aired. Well, in that case, it's going to seem like because that's the main defense. It's going to seem very strange. The jury are like, oh, we're not sure. The audience is going to be like, well, we're definitely missing something here, aren't we? Because they're guilty. There were some other things that weren't broadcast as well, because it was feared they would be overly prejudicial, but that decision was the most important. It meant that although the public had a vague idea of what the brothers had claimed as a defense, the details weren't widely known. As a result, there was no reason for anyone to question the narrative that had existed for years, and the brothers' guilt remains the prevailing opinion. It took over a year before the second trial would begin, and this time there were going to be some changes. To start, no more cameras. Weisberg didn't care for what a media circus the first trial had become, so it was time to put an end to that. Second, there would only be one jury. Third, most of the lawyers involved had changed. Eric still had Leslie to defend him, but Lyle's lawyer and the district attorney had been replaced. Lyle now had a public defender because the Menendez estate had completely run out of money, and the prosecutors were replaced since the first ones had failed to seal the deal. Oh, you've burned all the money already, god damn. But the most important change was the defense strategy. After some zealous arguments by Assistant District Attorney David Kahn, Judge Weisberg ruled that the defense could not present the battered person syndrome theory that had been their entire defense in the first trial. His justification for this isn't entirely clear, though personally I suspect that he simply didn't believe that it existed. Judge, this shouldn't be your decision though. This should be allowed, and then the jury can decide whether they can believe it, no? In the first trial, he refused to let Dr. Oziel use the word sociopaths to describe the brothers because he felt it was a psychological buzzword. It sounds like he was a typical man that grew up in the 1940s and wasn't interested in claims and excuses of head shrinkers at all, although that part is just my speculation. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, Kevin. Allegedly. But whatever his reason, the ruling severely hindered the defense. Their entire case had been built on showing how a lifetime of abuse had affected the mental state of the brothers, causing them to fear for their lives. And in this second trial, they weren't allowed to talk about any of that. There was no witness to testify about the abuse, just the word of Eric himself, and he was only allowed to be questioned about his mental state during the week leading up to the murders, not all the underlying factors that would have resulted in that mental state. This, it seems very prejudicial, doesn't it? It's like the judge looks at it and sees what did the last judge get wrong and being like, no. This time we're going to do things differently. We're going to throw out all the stuff that confused the jury and made them say not guilty and just keep the stuff that makes them look guilty. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Even Lyle didn't testify the second time around, though that was a strategic decision. The prosecution had recordings that they believed proved he lied in the first trial. In a recorded phone call made from prison, the prosecutors claimed Lyle said in so many words that he fooled half the country in the first trial, and now he just had to fool the other half. If he had taken the stand, they felt they could have destroyed him with that recording. Clearly, the defense agreed, but because he didn't take the stand, and thus the recordings were never admitted into evidence, I can't tell you what he actually said, instead of just a paraphrased version. It should be clear at this point which way this new trial was going to go, but there was one major change in the trial. When all the proceedings had concluded, and it was time for Weisberg to give the juries their instructions before deliberating, he ruled that there wasn't evidence the brothers were in danger, and thus the juries would not receive instructions on imperfect self-defense. Wow, it's just another way that they're like, the judge is super pushing this trial towards a guilty conclusion, no? The jury had essentially been left with only one option, and after 4 days of deliberation, they found Lyle and Eric guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder with 2 special circumstances, as well as conspiracy to commit murder. Luckily for the brothers, the same jury would show them mercy at the sentencing hearing. After deliberating for 3 days, they voted to punish them with life in prison, rather than the death penalty. In interviews following the trials, the jurors said that the allegations of sexual abuse played no part in their decision. Nobody believed the allegations, and they only chose to spare the brothers' lives because they basically had no previous criminal record or history of violence. After all, how could Lyle and Eric have been sexually abused? They were boys, and as far as the general public was concerned, back in 1996, boys weren't capable of being abused like that. 6 years later, the Catholic Church. Yeah, I'm like, wait. When did all that church kick off? The Catholic Church reminds everyone just how wrong they were about that assertion, but this realization would come too late for the Menendez brothers. On July 2nd, 1996, Judge Weisberg sentenced Lyle and Eric Menendez to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The Department of Corrections decided that the 2 brothers would not be imprisoned at the same facility. They'd not see each other again for 22 years. A challenger approaches. Dated December 1988, approximately 9 months before the murders took place. Quote, Lyle wants to stay, but Dad wouldn't let him. So now I'm stuck here alone. I've been trying to avoid Dad. It's still happening, Andy, but it's worse for me now. I can't explain it. He's so overweight that I can't stand to see him. I never know when it's going to happen, and it's driving me crazy. Every night I stay up thinking he might come in. I need to put it out of my mind. I know what you said before, but I'm afraid. You just don't know Dad like I do. He's crazy. He's warned me 100 times about telling anyone, especially Lyle. Am I a serious Wimpus? I don't know I'll make it through this. I can handle it, Andy. I need to stop thinking about it. End quote. Andy Cano was the Menendez brothers' cousin and the daughter of Jose's sister, Marta. He was also one of the defense witnesses in the first trial. He stated under oath that Eric had confided in him about the sexual abuse from Jose when Eric was 13. The prosecutors called him a liar. They said he was making up the story and that there was never any sexual abuse. For what reason? Why would he make up the story? In 2003, Andy died of a drug overdose. In 2018, Marta found that letter, written from Eric, among Andy's belongings. For the first time, there was actual physical evidence that Lyle and Eric had told someone about the abuse taking place before the trial. But that wasn't the only bombshell. While being interviewed as part of a documentary on the boy band Menudo, band member Roy Rossello alleged that he was drugged and sexually assaulted by Jose Menendez at the age of 13, back when Jose worked for RCA Records. Oh, this, the tape, this, the letter, this. Like this. There's that reasonable doubt that I had before has now expanded into just regular ass doubt. According to Roy, he had first been abused by music producer Edgardo Diaz before joining the band. Roy alleges that Diaz offered to make him rich and famous, but that he'd have to do things he might not want to do. He claims that he was abused for the first time that night, but did not choose to tell his mother. Roy was from a struggling family, and Diaz was offering a substantial contract. He said that he had to make a decision, and that his decision was not to force his mother to continue to raise a family in poverty. Roy is at least the 4th member of Menudo to raise allegations against Diaz, but he was the first to accuse Jose Menendez. He claims that when he was 13, he was sent to New Jersey to have dinner at an RCA executive's home. During the dinner, Jose offered him a glass of wine, demanding that Roy drink it because it was very good and very expensive. He said that after drinking the wine, everything went blurry. When Roy woke up, he was in a hotel room. As the fog lifted from his brain, he realized that he'd been sexually assaulted. He stated, I could barely stand the pain. I couldn't even move. And again, that's all allegedly according to Roy. Just in case I didn't make it fully clear earlier, all claims of sexual assault in this episode are allegations. Yeah, we did right at the start. We said this is all allegations and there's no physical evidence. Still, these new pieces of evidence are huge. They're so huge that the brothers' lawyer submitted a writ of habeas corpus to the Superior Court of California in May of 2023, rightly so. According to the petition, the new evidence not only shows that Jose Menendez was very much a violent and brutal man who had sexually abused children, but it strongly suggests that, in fact, he was still abusing Eric Menendez as late as December 1988, just the defense had argued all along. A little snarky at the ends there, but the writ obviously has merit. At the time of writing, we're still awaiting final outcome. Rather than throwing out the petition, the court has demanded that the office of the district attorney reply. Not only has the DA's office agreed to reply, but they requested an additional 90 days in order to look into the new evidence and do a deep dive into their files, and possibly just to buy time to make a decision. But there's a lot of different ways that this could go, ranging from the sentence being immediately vacated and never brought up again, which is unlikely, all the way to a new trial in which Lyle and Eric are again sentenced to life in prison without parole. By the time you're watching this, the 90 days will have likely already elapsed, so you'll probably know whether or not a new trial has been granted. Wrap up. This case is far more complicated than the media led us to believe back in the 1990s. No kidding. It's been a roller coaster. It also highlights just how much both the verdict and the manner in which the trial is portrayed can be the product of their time. That's a depressing thing to say about something that I was alive for, but it really is true. Not only was the pervasive idea at the time that boys couldn't be victims of sexual abuse to begin with, but the very notion that a victim might finally lash out at their abuser after years or even decades of abuse was being written off by society as the abuse excuse. Despite contemporary disdain for the abuse excuse, I have to agree with the widely stated belief that if the Menendez brothers had been the Menendez sisters, they never would have spent a day in jail. Outside of those broader societal concerns, it's possible that politics of the day may have influenced the trial as well. During her closing statements in the second trial, Leslie Abramson levied some pretty harsh criticism against the California DA's office. She claimed that they had used fraudulent witnesses throughout the trial because the office was desperate for a win. They were coming off 3 consecutive losses in major trials that were national news. The DA had failed to get a conviction in the McMartin preschool molestation trial, in the O.J. Simpson trial, and in the first trial of the Menendez brothers. But at the heart of this case was really the simple question of whether or not you believe that Lyle and Eric were sexually assaulted by their parents. Since they weren't allowed to tell their story in the second trial, a conviction was all but guaranteed. Yeah, the second trial seemed like a bit of a joke, to be honest, in my opinion. Personally, I'm inclined to believe them. Based on all their testimony, and the testimony and statements of psychology experts, it seems extremely likely to me that their allegations were the truth. Yeah, I got that feeling throughout the script, Kevin, and whether because you've written it or that's just the facts of the case, I'm also with you, allegedly. One of the experts that interviewed Eric in the lead up to the trial even diagnosed him with PTSD. Of course, there's another much less simple question to answer at the heart of this case. How much does it matter? If you believe that everything Lyle and Eric said was a lie, then you are undoubtedly either happy with their sentence or annoyed that they didn't get the death penalty. Or you live in one of those European countries where people don't get locked away for 80 years for a single crime, even if that crime was a double murder. However, if you believe their accounts of a lifetime of abuse, then what? They still killed their parents. Their desire to do so may be understandable, and you may even feel a great deal of sympathy for what they endured. But hopefully, we agree that you can't just kill people. Yeah, I agree with that, of course, but it obviously is should be a way reduced sentence. Way reduced sentence. At least not in an extrajudicial manner. If all the allegations against Jose are true, including those from Ray Rossello, then I'd absolutely have voted to get him the death penalty, but no person gets to make that decision on their own. It takes 12 random strangers to make that sort of decision. In all likelihood, I expect this to wind up seeing a new trial with the additional evidence. If that happens, my best guess, as definitely not a legal expert, is that Lyle and Eric will be found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to time served. Yeah, I think that's probably exactly what's going to happen. The maximum sentence in California for voluntary manslaughter is 11 years, so even if they had been sentenced to 2 consecutive terms, that would have long since ended. That said, unless some extremely gross corruption within the DA's handling of the case is uncovered, which I have no reason to suspect will happen, I wouldn't expect the brothers to receive any sort of financial compensation for the extra time spent in prison, as we so often see when the legal system has to remedy previous mistakes. They admitted to the murders, so it's not like they were being railroaded and wrongly convicted. They may have just been over-convicted. But no matter what ultimately happens with the Menendez brothers and their potential shot at life outside prison, I just hope that the newly uncovered evidence helps reopen a public dialogue about the 1990 Hoops Mark Johnson card. I'm still sitting on a stack of those things. And a new trial is just what I need to finally move them for a profit. Oh my god, yeah, taking it all the way back to the beginning with those basketball cards or whatever. This has been a long episode. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, what can be said? People got killed, but I hope you found it interesting. If you're enjoying this as a podcast, please do leave us a review or a rating on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. And yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for being here. The enigma of Jim Jones and the Jonestown Massacre begins not with the man himself, but with a mother's peculiar conviction in her own grand destiny. Lynetta Putnam believed herself to be the reincarnation of greatness, a belief that would sow the seeds of one of history's most harrowing tragedies. Today we're going to peel back the layers of the Jonestown saga, tracing the roots from an eccentric woman's unshakable faith in her own importance to the devastating end of over 900 souls in a remote South American settlement. Join me today on The Casual Criminalist as we explore the twisted path that led to the largest mass suicide in modern history, and as we attempt to understand the mind of the man behind it all. The journey into the heart of darkness starts right now. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one, it's a long one. Settle in, relax, have a glass of wine. I don't know, you do you. This is Jim Jones in the Jonestown Massacre. It's, Kevin must have read this for ages because it's 60 pages long. It's like half the length of a book. We're going to be here all the day. In fact, this is definitely going to span over 2 days because it's already quite late in the afternoon by the time I'm starting that. So the point at which my shirt changes is the point at which I went home, had my dinner, had a sleep, came back to the office the next day, that sort of thing. The format of the show, if you're new here, by the way, I've never read this before. We're going to read it and explore together. Although, of course, just like everyone, somewhat familiar with Jonestown Massacre and Jim Jones because it is extremely famous. But have you ever been into 60 pages of detail before? Probably not. Several hours of video, let's go.
All right. Let's go.
The story of Jim Jones really starts with his mother, Lynetta Putnam. Lynetta was born in Princeton. I feel like 60 pages. The story of Jim Jones really begins with the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang, Lynetta was born in Princeton, Indiana in 1902. She knew that she was destined for great things because she had been a successful and respected woman in all her previous reincarnations, usually as a famous author. She was quite vocal about her belief in reincarnation and the fact that she was supposed to be this great person, which caused people to view her as a little bit of an oddball, to the surprise of nobody. But that was okay, because Lynetta liked being odd. She enjoyed the looks of disbelief that her behavior elicited and the attention and gossip that followed her, despite none of it being positive attention. Lynetta was one of those people that really prided herself on being different, even though every single person who makes their entire personality look at me, I'm quirky and different, seemed to look and behave exactly the same way as one another. It's weird how that works out. Yeah, it is. You know people like this. And it's just like, what? Stop trying so hard. It's weird. It's weird. Why? Just don't try. It's okay to just like look a little bit normal. You don't have to look weird. Don't try and make that the most interesting thing about you is what I'm trying to say. Just do things which are interesting. Makes you a more interesting person. Anyway, Lynetta claimed to have originally been born into a well-off family, although I can't say for certain how true that is, given how spotty records were at the time. Nobody's even actually sure when she was born since birth records were lost, but it's believed to be 1902 based on other records that exist, even though her tombstone says 1904. It's crazy. Like, nowadays, there's so much information about us. Like, I'm sure Google probably knows, like, my favorite ice cream flavor. It's cookie dough Ben & Jerry's. But, like, the amount of data on us is insane. 100 years ago, they were like, she was born like, I don't know, 1902, 1903, something like that. Something around that time. Regardless of whether or not her family was really wealthy originally, it was definitely the story that she liked to tell. Unfortunately, her family fell on hard times, so she vowed at a very young age to marry wealthy so that she'd never have to struggle financially again. Her family's misfortune was holding back her inherent greatness, so she couldn't spend her whole life in a position where she had to worry about money. Yo, if you're so great, you say you're a reincarnation of authors, just go write some cracking books. That'll pay the bills. Easy. Come on. You know you can. This idea of being held back by others was a common belief that Lynetta held in general. Is this like a narcissistic trait? It's like, oh, the only reason that I'm not great is because other people don't recognize my greatness and they're not willing to give me the opportunities that I'd need to express my greatness. It's like, all right, Lynetta, chill out. Take it easy, Lynetta. After all, she was amazing. She was destined to be this great, successful person in all her reincarnations, and if it didn't happen, it was only because other people in her life were holding it back, not because of any failings on her part. Yeah, it could never be you, Lynetta, could it? You narcissist. I was going to say, like, something ruder about her, but I decided not to, because all she is so far is a bit of a narcissist. Lynetta first tried her hands at marriage a few months before her 18th birthday, assuming the 1902 date is correct. The marriage only lasted a couple of years, and about a year after her divorce, she decided to give it another go. This time, her divorce was finalized after just 5 months. Neither of these men was able to provide for Lynetta the way she needed, and she sought to find a more financially stable investment, husband. And that's when she met James Thurman Jones. James was from a respected and religious family. They weren't exactly wealthy, but they owned some land and were doing well enough for themselves. Oh, come on, Lynetta, if you're so great, just go find a billionaire. Or, this was the past, a millionaire to get married to. Easy, come on now. If you're so wonderful, everyone must love you. You gotta bag yourself a rich husband ASAP. Most of all, they were a family of hard workers, with the exception of James, that is. James didn't have any real motivation, drive, or work ethic. He'd picked up odd jobs, mostly doing road construction, but that was about it. Yeah, he sounds rich. What do you do? I build roads. Like, you own a road building? No. I lay the blacktop. Lynetta, what's up? There was no desire to excel in his field or even make it a full-time career that might actually see his wages improve. James seemed perfectly content to just pick up the odd gig here and there at whatever wage was being offered. That's who James had been growing up anyway, but by the time Lynetta met him, James had already returned home from World War I, and he came home a completely different man. Whereas James had once been a bit of a directionless slacker after the war, he was basically a piece of furniture. He was just kind of there. Oh no, I thought it was going to be like he came back from war and he was so broken from war that he couldn't stop working and he became enormously successful. That would have been better. It's like, yeah, no, he had some mega trauma and he just didn't want to process it, so he just worked all the time. He bought railroads and oil fields and became a baron. When he was shipped off to war, James had found himself in France, where he was on the front lines enduring the hell that was trench warfare. It's almost certain that he saw a lot of go down while fighting in the war, and there's a strong chance that a big part of the change in James was the result of PTSD. Yeah, no joke. I'm just started watching that show, Peaky Blinders, and the dudes had just got back from the war, and it's like in the first episode, and this dude's like losing his mind from PTSD, and they're like, shake it off, Jim. You're gonna be fine, Jim. And it's like, oh my God, but it's because of the trenches in the war. Holy shit. And I know we still struggle with dealing with this stuff, but 100 years ago, it was madness. That is like, he's just shell-shocked. He's got to shake it off. His unit was also hit with a mustard gas attack, which resulted in permanent scarring to his lungs. The already rather listless James had been rendered essentially useless as his lungs couldn't really handle physical exertion. War, man. I'm so glad, like, so far, I just grew up in this time of peace. I mean, for me. At least, like, if I wanted to be in a war, it's like I'd have to go and sign up for the military as a soldier, rather than just like, oh yeah, we are at war. The country is at war, so you got to. It's like the thing you got to do. I'm glad that isn't the reality that happens. And I know it'll be the reality again, like either my kids or my kids' kids or my kids' kids' kids. Like at some point, there's going to be a off big war, and all the that you have will be destroyed, and the economy will just be like ruined, and millions of people will die, possibly your relations. And it's just, well, I'm glad it wasn't me. Like, soon I'm going to be old enough not to have to worry about being conscripted. While I was a bit rude towards Lynetta and her delusions of grandeur, she was still an intelligent and ambitious woman, even if a lot of her ambition centered around finding a man to provide for her. She and James were hardly a good fit on any sort of personal or emotional level, and she undoubtedly knew that. James's family undoubtedly realized it as well, but they weren't overly concerned. James was damn near 40, and his family had all but given up on the idea that he would ever get married. Suddenly, he caught the attention of this attractive 24-year-old woman. Sure, she liked to smoke, spit, and curse, and maybe she was a bit too cautiously sarcastic for people's liking, but they were just thrilled that anybody was actually interested in marrying their loaf of a son. Why is she so interested in him? I don't understand. It's like she's ambitious and all of this stuff, definitely like narcissistic or whatever, and Kevin did give her a hard time, me too. But like, if this guy was like super rich or something, I'd be like, well, okay, that's it. She just wants some money. She wants that comfortable life. But he doesn't have anything. His family have a little bit of land. What's she going to wait another 25, 30 years? How long did people live in the past? Like 70, 65, 60? She's just going to wait till his parents die and then finally she gets some land? Woo! The two were wed in December of 1926, and things immediately got off to a rocky start. James came from a hard-working family, and as such, his father didn't really believe in handouts. He wanted the newlyweds to work hard and make their own way through life, rather than just rely on the family for support. Yes, good, I agree with you. I think, like, giving your children too much stuff just makes them, like, lazy and not want to work and all of that. I don't know, I think, like, in a lot of ways, I think there's a right balance to strike. There's like, give your kids enough stuff so they have like a safety net and everything's going to be fine. But also, don't give them so much stuff that they become lazy. Like, don't buy them a Porsche for their first car. You get a regular car. You get a regular car. If you want a Porsche, you got to go work hard and buy yourself a Porsche. That's not to say he sent them off penniless. James's father paid for the down payment on a farm in Crete, Indiana. He assumed that the couple would be able to work the land and that they'd make more than enough to support themselves. This guy, what was his name? The father? I don't care. But he seems to have his head screwed on rather correctly. What James's father hadn't considered was that neither James nor Lynetta had any idea how to farm, and they had absolutely no desire to learn. Lynetta's dream was to have someone provide for her so she could pursue her greatness as an author, and even if James wanted that life, he wasn't physically able to provide it because of his damaged lungs. But he must have been able to exert himself at least a little bit, because within a few years of their wedding, Lynetta was already pregnant with their first and only child. It may have been the only child the couple would have, but it was the only child she needed. For this son of hers was the one that had been prophesied just months before her wedding. That's right. Now, there's a prophecy involved, of course there is, because Lynetta's a little bit woo-woo. And this son is Jim Jones, isn't it? I forgot this episode's about Jim Jones because we're talking about this like family and Lynetta, and I'm like, I'm so in. Kevin, you have a very good way of drawing me into these stories. I'm like, I just forget this is an episode about Jim Jones, and I'm like, I'm invested in Lynetta and her life. And very soon it's going to not be about Lynetta. In 1925, Lynetta's mother died of tuberculosis. She also contracted the disease, and in 1926, she nearly died. She claims that while she was extremely sick, she had a vision of herself on the Egyptian River of Death. She was using a coffin as a canoe and a random plank as a paddle, steering herself toward the other side. It was then that Lynetta claimed to see her mother on the bank on the other side of the river. Lynetta's mother told her that it wasn't her time yet. She had to give birth to a baby boy first, and that boy was going to grow up to be a great man. Not just a great man, but one of the greatest men the world had ever seen. Oh my god, your delusions, Lynetta. Narcissistic delusions of grandeur, or what? Well, that's going to be not healthy for the child. Like, you're going to be a great man. It's like, holy okay, no pressure. After about 4 months, Lynetta finally recovered from her tuberculosis, and she married James at the end of 1926. While I don't know if she told anybody about this dream at the time she initially had it, she definitely did once she was pregnant. Lynetta would tell anyone who would listen about the great man that her son was going to be, and on May the 31st, 1931, she gave birth to James Warren Jones. Introduction. Wait, that was... oh, we're already 12 minutes in. Okay. Normally, this would be at the beginning of the episode, but I swapped these first two sections in the hopes of hiding a specific word from the YouTube algorithm. Yes, if you're listening to this as a podcast, it also goes out on YouTube, so you have to be a little careful with our words. Like the M word and the R word and the P word and the endless alphabet of word, the Z word. Don't even know what that is. Zoophilia. Oh God, is that even a word? Now, we should be almost 10 minutes into the video. Pretty much bang on there, Kevster. So it's hopefully okay to say the word without getting the video flagged. The Jonestown Massacre is one of the largest losses of US civilian lives in a non-natural disaster, second only to 9/11. Is that right? Good Lord. Wow. What about that, the bombing, Oklahoma City bombing, Timothy McVeigh? I thought that was a big one. It's a long and complex story, so there's no time for a long and meandering introduction, but there is one point I need to emphasize before we get too far underway. The events that happened on November the 18th, 1978 are usually referred to as a mass suicide or mass murder-suicide. I do not find either of those terms to be accurate. Make no mistake that everything that happened was murder. If somebody points a gun to your head and tells you, drink this poison or I'll shoot you, drinking the poison in that scenario is by no means an act of suicide. Any instance of the term mass suicide that appears in this episode was only chosen because that's how it was being discussed by the parties involved. My using that term is not an endorsement of the idea that Jonestown was anything short of murder, and I hope that is the same conclusion you will come to as well. Well, Kevin, you've got 57 pages left to persuade us. We're going to be here all day. I hope you're comfortable. I got a cushion and put it on this chair before I started recording for extra comfort. An awkward childhood. Jim Jones was born in Crete, Indiana. I went on holiday to Crete last year. Not Crete, Indiana, Crete, Greece. It was nice. It was lovely. A lovely time. As much as you can with like screaming bloody kid. Dad, it's so hot. Just trying to relax. Somehow you make it more stressful than being at home, children. But the family wouldn't stay on the farm much longer. Both Lynetta and James had been unwilling or unable to turn the farmland into anything financially stable, and James's father had only provided them with the down payment. The family's main source of income was James's military disability checks, which were not enough to survive on. I can't find any record of exactly how much James was receiving in disability payments, but using today's numbers, he'd probably be receiving around $12,000 to $18,000 per year. Realistically, it was likely much less, as these events were taking place before the New Deal. Yeah, people just got less money and stuff in the past. In stuff like that, I bet it was way less than that. That's what, $1,000 a month? It's not going to cover the mortgage on a farm, is it? I don't know. Well, I don't know what the mortgage on a farm was, but obviously it's not covering it because we said so. Regardless of the exact number, it was not enough for a family of 3 and their mortgage payments, especially with the Great Depression now making things even more difficult. In 1934, the Joneses finally lost their farm, and James's family bought them a shack in Lynn, Indiana, which would have them closer to the family. It's a bit harsh. It's like, well, I bought you a farm, but you didn't do much of that, so next you get a shack. To be clear, this was a very literal shack that had neither running water nor electricity. While the accommodations were hardly spectacular, James's family recognized that none of this was baby Jim's fault, so they offered financial support during his early years. However, they demanded that Lynetta get a damn job as soon as Jim was old enough to go to school. She didn't care for this at all, as she felt that her husband's family should support her and let her be a stay-at-home mum so that she had time to achieve her own greatness. But she also had no choice in the matter. Once Jim was old enough to start kindergarten, Lynetta took a job at the Winchester glass factory. She didn't want to have to work, but she also didn't seem particularly interested in raising her child either. Despite the fact that she told everybody about her vision and that Jim was supposed to be a great man, she was more interested in pursuing her own greatness than in nurturing his. But she did tell him that he was going to be great. From a young age, Jim was instilled with the idea from his mother that he was going to be special and great and he was going to be this big, important man. That sounds really dangerous. Like, I joke with my wife, it's like, no. I've got realistic goals for the kids. I mean, if she was president, that'd be good. But it's just like a joke. Actually saying that to your kids would be insane. It's not healthy. Unfortunately, Jim spent much of his childhood with no parental supervision. His father would often spend long periods of time sick from the damage to his lungs, and when he wasn't sick, he would spend most of his time at the local pool hall playing cards and drinking soda. What is this, prohibition or something? You can't have a beer. There are differing accounts on exactly how James was as a father to Jim. Some sources cite him as being an abusive alcoholic and a member of the Ku Klux Klan, holy shit, which was massively popular in Indiana at the time. However, other sources point out that Jim was born during Prohibition, and that even after Prohibition ended, Randolph County, where Lynn was located, remained a dry county for years. Yeah, because it's impossible to get drunk in a dry county. It's worth noting that the main source of all the negative information regarding James seems to have been Jim himself. As he grew up, Jim liked to tell stories of what a horrible person and a racist his father was. However, the point of this wasn't to explain why he hated his father or something, it was to show how different they were. In these stories, James repeated the traditional white Protestant values of the establishment, who Jim would combat as an agent of change and equality. Personally, I don't put a lot of stock of Jim's versions of events. James was absent for pretty much all of Jim's development, and he certainly wasn't a good father, but I don't believe he was some sort of abusive monster. He was just an already unmotivated guy that came back from war physically and mentally broken, and who probably shouldn't have had a child in the first place. Yeah, that sounds about bang on. It sounds like this guy probably wasn't abusive because he couldn't be bothered to get up from his chair and abuse. As for Lynetta, like I said, she was off working during the day, and for some reason she had a rule that she insisted on strictly enforcing. When Jim returned home from school, he was not allowed to enter the house until his mother was home. This resulted in Jim spending a lot of time wandering around town, even when he was only 4 or 5 years old. What the? My kids are like almost 4. The idea that she could just be off on her own wandering around is insane. What the the past? She'd get into trouble. She's 4. Because much of the Joneses' extended family lived in Lynn, he did have aunts, uncles, and cousins he could visit, but he often wound up being taken in by other women who lived in town. They would feed him, give him attention, and even give him clothes. The food was important because Jim's family was so poor that they often didn't have anything to eat. When he was home, he would sometimes even be sent off into the woods to forage for food, so being given snacks by the neighborhood women was a huge treat for him. But the woman who influenced Jim the most was his neighbor directly across the street, Myrtle Kennedy. Myrtle would not only feed Jim's body, but his soul as well, as she read to him from the Bible. Jim quite enjoyed the Bible stories, and even at a young age, he had an incredible ability to memorize long passages of scripture. He would spend a lot of time with Myrtle, sitting on her porch, while she read to him from the Bible, and even attending church with her on Sunday. If this wasn't Jim Jones, I'd be like, oh, sounds nice. Nice old ladies, like, taking him in and being like, yeah. All you got to do is, like, be a little bit into my religion. You'd be like, okay, that sounds good. Is there food? Is there food at the church? Please be food. I don't want to forage for mushrooms again. I'm hungry. I want a Twinkie. Going to church on Sundays was a big deal in the area, but the Joneses never attended. This left them largely isolated as poor godless heathens, a perception that was only perpetrated by Lynetta coming to act in ways that it was believed good Christian women should not behave in public. Now that Myrtle had the opportunity to save poor Jim's soul through the power of Christ, she had to take it, and Jim was immediately moved by the church services, not by the actual messages being conveyed. He didn't really care about any of that. Despite making a name for himself as a preacher later in life, Jim didn't even believe in God, though we will get to that. What truly moved and captivated Jim was that the preacher, Myrtle's husband, had the complete and undivided attention of everybody in the church, and that is what Jim wanted. Eventually, he started visiting more churches until he had attended every church in town. He would sometimes sit for half a service at one church before leaving to go and attend services at another church. He loved watching the preachers, but at the same time, he didn't feel like he belonged, probably because they're talking about something that you don't believe in, Jim. I remember my nan. She never believed in God or any of this stuff, but when she was a kid, she would tell me she had to go to church because everyone went to church, like back in the day. And she was like, yeah, if you wanted like a career, it was good for like making connections. And I think when she got her first like job or whatever, she was a doctor. And like I remember her saying like the reverend of the church was like one of the people who'd like write her a recommendation for being like a good Christian lass or something like that. And I'm like, she was wild in the past. She's like, no, I never believed in God. Don't be silly. That's not real. I was like, okay, she's ahead of her time. While Myrtle and others found it weird that he was bouncing from church to church, at least he was still attending church services. His behavior was strange, but he was still trying to find his way to Christ, and that was what mattered. But it wasn't just the adults that found Jim to be weird. Jim hadn't been popular, but he still wanted people's attention. He decided the best way to get that attention would be to emulate what he saw in church and begin preaching to children in the form of animal funerals. That's weird. Sounds like he's got a side hustle. It's like, what do you do? Well, when someone's pet gerbil dies, I go around their house and like bury it in a box and say that, you know, like, and we lay this gerbil to rest. First, the other kids liked it. Sure, it was weird having a funeral for a dead raccoon or something, but it was different and it was kind of neat. At least for the first hour or so it was, but it got really boring really fast. Dude, how long are you banging on for about this raccoon? The kids wanted to leave, but Jim wouldn't let them because it would be disrespectful to the dead. Instead, he would make them listen to him preach over a piece of roadkill for hours on end. And when he couldn't find a dead animal to hold a service for, he'd just kill one himself. Yet this managed not to be the weirdest thing that Jim did with the other kids. It is a sign of him becoming a serial killer, isn't it? Or a psycho. Jim J, he's not really a serial killer. He's like, you know, cult leader. But it's weird. It's not a good sign. If your kid's killing animals, get them help. You'll have to tell me what the British equivalent to this game was, Simon, but when I was a kid, one of the games we'd play was Cowboys and Indians. Cops and Robbers is what we'd play. I'm guessing this game is far too problematic to still exist in that form, though it was a really popular children's game in America for decades. But at the time of each game, when it was time to make teams, everybody wanted to be a cowboy. And I chose, well, when we were kids, it was like Cops and Robbers. And it was quite evenly distributed, because sometimes you want to be a cop and like go hunt the robbers, and sometimes you want to be a robber. One wasn't like objectively worse than the others. Like in the God, Simon, what's your language? Like not what I meant. Like, do I need to explain that? And I chose to believe we all felt this way as kids because cowboys had guns, which were a major advantage, not for any other reason. When Jim was about 9 or 10, kids were running around the streets playing similar games, except that this was during World War II, so instead of being Western-themed, all the games would have been based on the war, with all of the little kids wanting to play as American soldiers protecting the United States from Nazis. All of them, except for Jim, who wanted to be Hitler. Okay, Jim. Shotgun Hitler! I want to be Hitler! Please don't clip that. Sometimes I see these out of context videos and it's me just shouting like crazy racist like out of context. So, oh God. Jim thought Hitler was the best. Common opinion. Hitler is the god. Someone's going to clip that. Hitler is the best. Not because of his political beliefs and his desire to eradicate the Jews. Those were the best things about Hitler. What are you talking about, Jim? But just that it was so impressive to watch Hitler speak. The man could really captivate an audience, and that's what Jim wanted for himself. He wanted to be able to stand in front of a crowd and have people think, man, this guy's even more entertaining to listen to than Hitler. Yeah, that's what everyone says. It's like, wow, that guy's as good as Hitler. Whoa! That's what everyone knows Hitler for. Not fucking genocide. The other kids his age didn't like this at all, so he resorted to playing with the younger children, often some of his cousins. He would take the kids out to a field while pretending to be Hitler and force the young children to goose step for him. If they didn't do it right, he'd smack their legs with a branch. Jim is going to grow up to you. Surprise to nobody listening. Jim's going to turn out to be a bit of a monster. Needless to say, none of the kids' parents were very happy about this, and they went to Lynetta to complain. But Lynetta wasn't having any of it. Not only did she refuse to reprimand Jim for wanting to emulate a genocidal dictator, she was proud of him for it. Jim was a weird outcast just like her, and she thought that should be celebrated. This was one of the ways that Lynetta was able to have a profound impact on her son. She may not have had the time to do any actual parenting, but she still managed to warp his little mind in some rather damaging ways. For example, Jim had a nasty habit of stealing candy from grocery stores. A normal parent would be pretty angry about this. I remember my little sister was 4 or 5 and she grabbed a candy bar from the display in the checkout aisle. When my mother was loading the groceries into her car and saw that my sister had stolen something, she made my sister walk back into the store, return it to the checkout manager, and apologize for stealing. Does a 4 or 5-year-old have a concept of stealing? Like, I think my kid, like, if my kid took a chocolate bar, I'd be like, you can't take things. I wouldn't ask them to apologize for stealing. I'd just be like, that's called stealing. And maybe 4 or 5. It's like my kid's 3. So maybe by 4 or 5, they do understand that concept. And I'd be like, oh God, okay, go take it back inside. This seems like a pretty reasonable response, and definitely one that taught her an embarrassing lesson. But Lynetta handled Jim's shoplifting in the complete opposite way. Instead of trying to teach him that stealing was wrong, she was proud of him for seeing what he wanted and taking it instead of letting the man keep him down. Uh-oh. You think you're sending a good lesson, but you're not. Of course, Lynetta still knew this was wrong, which is why she worked out a deal with the local grocery stores to leave Jim alone and just keep a tally of what he stole so that she could come by every Saturday and pay for it. That is bizarre. That's some quality parenting right there, but it played into the one and only message that Lynetta wanted to instill in her son. Never let the man keep you down. She would rant at him about all the injustices and inequalities of the world. After all, the evidence from her previous lives showed that she was destined to be a great woman, but society was trying to repress her. It didn't matter how smart and talented she was passed over for promotion after promotion at the glass factory because the man wanted to keep people like her down. To be fair, it's not like she was completely wrong. This was the 1940s in America, and they weren't really in the business of promoting women to positions of power and authority. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, to be honest. Like, she does have a right to complain. Okay, I still think she's narcissistic, and definitely some of this seems to be on her because she does seem to be a little bit like woo-woo. But, Fair arguments, Kevin. Well done. Of all the things she could have taught him, fighting against inequality and justice is hardly the worst moral that Lynetta could have instilled in Jim. But once combined with her refusal to teach him the difference between right and wrong and her constant insistence that he was destined to be a great man, her message was less that he should fight for sweeping societal changes and more that the world was f***ed up, so he should just take what he wants. It was sometime around this age that Jim also found the church that he had been searching for. As I said previously, Jim didn't really feel welcome at any of the myriad of churches that he had been attending. He enjoyed the services and watching the preachers hold the attention of their congregation, but he still felt like an unwanted outcast. That's when he found the Gospel Tabernacle Pentecostal Church, a church that is an absolute mouthful and also part of the oneness doctrine of Pentecostalism. Kevin, I'm assuming you're going to explain this to me because I don't understand like general Christianity differences. I'm like, wait, there's the Catholics and the Protestants. Kind of get that. There was something about Henry VIII and divorce and shit like that, and that was a big divide. And then there's also like Pentecostal, Tabernacle, Gospel, Tabernacle, Pentecostal Gospels, Gospel, Pentecostal, Pentagram, Gospel. Like, who knows? There's many. If you happen to know what whole oneness doctrine is, that's great, but we don't really need to get into it. Okay, so it's not important. It's not like super weird or something. What mattered was that this church was different. It wasn't a solemn occasion where the pious came to be reminded that they were horrible sinners in dire need of repentance. It was a goddamn party. People were dancing and singing and stomping, and everybody was welcome. Despite the dramatic and somewhat chaotic atmosphere of it all, the preacher was still able to hold everybody's attention throughout the long services by matching the audience's energy. This sounds like cool church. This sounds like kind of fun church, if there is such a thing. And, of course, through his sermons, which routinely displayed acts of faith healing. I love it. Come up here, son. I will bless you in the name of God, and you shall walk again. I love that shit. It's so wild. It's so fake. Most importantly, this church gave him a sense of family that he'd been longing for. He barely had a family of his own, and the Pentecostal church welcomed him in with loving arms. This only plunged Jim further into his religious obsession. One summer, he decided to go away with Myrtle Kennedy to Richmond, Indiana. Her family was taking a vacation and Jim wanted to go along. Lynetta and James didn't have any objections to this since it meant that he wasn't going to be getting in their way all that summer. While with the Kennedys, Jim attended service 4 times each week and a good time was had by all. It was only when he returned that things started to go south. For reasons that only Jim could have explained, when he returned home from the summer vacation, he got together with a group of young children from the neighborhood for a little chat. He explained the birds and bees to them in quite unnecessarily graphic detail. Lynetta was confronted by the other parents who demanded that she keep her son in line, but again, she refused. She was once again proud of him for being weird and different and didn't seem to care that the entire town was starting to view her son as a bit of an outcast. Yeah. Rein him in. It's too weird. It's okay to want good things for your son, but how about you do some parenting? Things hadn't gotten any better for Jim by the time he reached high school, but he wasn't really trying to make them better either. Instead of attending school in whatever the 1940s equivalent of jeans and a t-shirt was, he insisted on wearing his Sunday best to school every day while carrying around a Bible. Jim sounds annoying. Jim sounds like he's going to get a little bit bullied. And he probably deserves it a little bit. Don't wear a suit to school carrying around a Bible. Although I had to wear a suit to school. We had school uniforms. Tie, blazer, shirt, long trousers. It was fine. I kind of liked it. I like wearing it, dressing in a uniform. I just wanted to conform. I was always dressed smart, the other kids would have their ties undone and the top button undone. And for some reason, I'd always be like, no, I like wearing my tie, smart. I like wearing a smart jumper with my jacket, and I like my jacket being clean. I don't know why. I was just smart. I just like being smart. Jim did little to ingratiate himself to his peers, preaching to them about the evils of their drinking, smoking, and dancing. He would also interrupt people and force them to read the Bible with him. How he didn't spend his entire high school career with 2 black eyes is anybody's guess. Glad Kevin and I are on the same page about Jim Jones getting bullied at school. And because we know he's Jim Jones, you can be like, yeah, a little bit of bullying would have done him good. Probably not. It probably made him worse somehow, wouldn't it? Even though it's Jim Jones. He was now the age when he was interested in girls, but they weren't interested in him. This was a problem for a couple of reasons. First, it sucks when everybody but you is dating, especially when you're already seen as the weird outcast. But more importantly, high school dating was a much more serious thing back then. While the typical high school relationship today lasts for 1 year or less, with the average length decreasing the younger people that are involved, in 1940s in Indiana, these relationships are pretty much the end of it. Kids would pair off early in their high school years to begin dating, and then they get married to whoever they had chosen right out of high school. Holy shit. I'm just trying to think if anyone that I knew from high school ended up marrying the person they were with at high school. And I don't know because I don't use Facebook, so I don't know. But I don't think, I don't think so. I really don't think so. There was one kid at university who we were in our first year of university and he was married. And that was weird. We were like, that's weird. Why is he married? And then we found out he's super religious. And then we found out, and then we were like, understood. I think his name was Tom. Understood, Tom. I got it. I understand. Jesus, you need to be married first. I'm definitely not saying that essentially choosing your spouse at age 13 is a good system, but it was their system, and it was what was expected. However, Jim couldn't have the girl he wanted. He had a crush on Sarah Lou Harlan, the daughter of the town dentist. Everybody had a crush on Sarah Lou, but she already had a boyfriend, the somewhat unfortunately named Dick Grubbs.
Bro. Why? Why? How does a name like Grubbs last so many generations? Surely you'll change that to a cool name, like Whistler. Even though all the guys in school had a crush on Sarah Lou, they understood that it was inappropriate to try and steal another boy's property. I mean girlfriend. Jim didn't get that memo, so he followed Sarah Lee around constantly. She thought he was a creepy jerk and wanted nothing to do with him or his stalking. She asked Dick to talk to Jim, which he did, but Jim wasn't interested. Sarah Lou was like the candy bars from his childhood. He saw something he wanted, so he was going to take it. It was his right to, and nothing anybody said or did was going to stop him, not even Sarah Lou. Dick's married to the good-looking girl that everyone wants. I'm going to guess that Dick Grubbs, a bit of a strapping lad. How about Dick Grubbs beats the shit out of Jim until he leaves Sarah Lou alone? And then we can all be like, oh no! Dick, you beat the shit out of him! And everyone's like, he fell, Jim fell. Even Jim would be like, I fell! Coward-ass bitch. One day, Sarah Lou returned to her home and was shocked to find that Jim was in her house talking to her parents. Oh my god, that would be weird. Somehow he hadn't been able to win her over with his stalking, so he just decided to try manipulation instead. Jim had charmed the pants off Sarah Lou's parents. They thought he was such a nice, respectable and religious boy, so much more polite than her current boyfriend. Maybe she should try dating Jim instead. Yeah, I'm sure that'll work. Teenagers always listen to their parents. How about you date the weird Bible guy rather than the strapping young man that is Dick Grubbs? I've just assumed that Dick Grubbs is strapping, but I'm happy with that assumption. I like Dick Grubbs. Of course, she was still not interested, but Jim persisted until he didn't. After stalking Sarah Lou and repeatedly asking her out for months, he stopped seemingly out of nowhere, pretending like the entire thing had never happened. Jim did briefly date another girl at his school, Phyllis Wilmore, but that didn't go anywhere. She was the smart girl in school, and their short-lived relationship was described as two awkward people trying to figure out how dating was supposed to work. But Jim wasn't the only Jones interested in dating. The latter had taken a boyfriend as well, something that Jim was well aware of. In fact, the entire town was well aware of it, and nobody seemed to blame her. Stories of James's alleged drunkenness. Oh, right, she's still married to James, the furniture drunk dude. My bad. I forgot about that. I was like, well, she can have a boyfriend. He's dead. But for some reason, I think it was, I recorded another video earlier and the father died of like cirrhosis of the liver or some shit. So for some reason, I got it crossed in my mind that old Jim Sr. had popped his clogs. But no, he's still alive. He's just not really a part of the story because he doesn't do shit. Stories of James's alleged drunkenness and abuse had gotten out, so it wasn't a surprise that Lynetta would want to find a different man. Of course, the people of Lynn weren't fully convinced that James was actually an alcoholic, and it doesn't seem that anybody believed he was abusive. They had all seen how difficult something as simple as walking was for him, so the idea that he could physically assault anyone seemed absolutely impossible. But even if those rumors were true, he was still unable to provide for his family and did little more than exist, so Lynetta's infidelity was the one thing people in town didn't judge her for. While this was going on, Jim had taken up a new pastime. You see, Randolph County was a bit odd as far as farming communities went. Though most farms across Indiana and the country still relied on black neighbors, in Randolph County, it was possible for rural white folks to go years at a time without seeing a single black person. Lynn was one of only two exceptions to this throughout the entire county. Every weekend, scores or possibly hundreds of black farmhands would travel to Lynn to purchase goods and trade their crops. Though they certainly were not treated as equals, the residents of Lynn were generally friendly to their weekend visitors. They would never have allowed the black children to attend Lynn's rather exceptional public schools or come home to their houses to play with their children, but they at least managed to be polite in public. Jesus Christ, the past. This was 100 years ago, and that was the best people could hope for. The white and black people would all stand in line together at the same shops, and they'd even make friendly conversation outside of the grocery store or whatnot. But God forbid they play with the children. Quiet racism is far from an ideal case scenario, but it doesn't indoctrinate or radicalize people the same way as more overt racism does. Jim and the other children of Lynn grew up with constant exposure to these friendly interactions, so even if there was a lot of racist talk at home, they still would have learned from example to treat black people like human beings in public. The past really was the worst, because I feel like I'm somehow supposed to commend the residents of Lynn for doing the absolute bare minimum. And it's not like the 1940s is really that long ago either. That's the crazy thing. Like 1940s to 2020s is like an average human lifespan. It's 80 years. It's not that long. That's the thing. Like the older I get, like when I was a kid, the Second World War seems so long ago. And now that I'm an adult, even though it's a lot longer ago, it feels so much closer because I'm like, well, I've lived like 36 years. And then like 36 years before I was born, it was like the Second World War had basically just ended quite recently. And that's like, it doesn't feel like that long, which is nuts.
There's obviously a point to all of this, though, which is what Jim had seen the few times he'd travelled to Richmond. He and Phyllis had gone on a movie date in Richmond, and he had visited the city a few other times as well. Richmond was the closest big city to Lynn, and I cannot possibly put a large enough quote around the word big there. It had a population around 30,000 people. It's a small town. Barely more than the town in which I live, which would be considered pretty small. But I guess when everything nearby is a rural community of at most tops 1,000 people, 30,000 really does seem big by comparison. I live in a city with like 2 million people and it doesn't seem that big. I mean, it's big, but I lived in London for a year. That was big. As an allegedly big city, Richmond had a lot of minimum wage factory jobs that were filled by almost exclusively black employees. This created a large community of poor black people living in Richmond, and what Jim witnessed wherever he was in the city was nothing like what he was used to back in Lynn. White people would hurl insults and racial slurs at the black people, ordering them around like dogs. It would be difficult to describe exactly how racist the actions and the views of white people in Richmond were without getting really gratuitous, but there is a more simple way that I can explain it. Outside of the Deep South, Indiana was the main KKK stronghold. The Klan was so prominent that they were a major political force in the state, and while the numbers varied from town to town, as much as 25% of the population of any given town were Klan members. Oh my lord. In my mind, I'm always like, yeah, KKK, there's a few of them riding around with their like weird white hats and like burning some crosses or some shit like that, like doing their racist things. But it's like, oh my God, back in the day, there were a lot of them. The 25%, that's 1 in every 4 people just openly wandering around. Now it's like, I'm sure like if you can't like wear that shit openly, right? Although Americans, you have that like freedom of expression or whatever. Freedom of speech? I don't know what covers it. But like, if someone's like wandering around in like a KKK hat, people will be like, yeah, I mean, it's not illegal. In the UK, I'm barely sure that would be illegal for like inciting racial hatred or something. You can't just do that. It's not okay. And it's unclear whether or not that includes enrollment in youth and women's KKKs, so it may actually have been a lot higher than that. Surely it does. Or maybe it doesn't. The past is the worst. Always got to remember that. Jim didn't like this at all, so he decided he was going to start putting everything he learned into practice. He'd been an avid reader, consuming the works of the great men who inspired him, like Mahatma Gandhi, Karl Marx, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Mao Zedong. The two things he learned from these great men were his staunch belief in communism and his ability to use manipulation to gain total control. He wanted a communist utopia in which everyone was treated equal under his sole authority and rule. It's like, yeah, communism, everyone's equal except the people in charge. They got all the nice shit. On Saturdays during high school, Jim would wake up early and take the train into Richmond wearing his church clothes and carrying his Bible. He would then hop on a bus to the poor black neighborhoods where he would stand and preach for hours. At first, everybody ignored him. This crazy-ass white kid was going to come to their neighborhood and start preaching about equality. He had to be out of his damn mind. But over time, they started to take a liking to Jim. He seemed sincere in his words. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's crazy. It seems like an insane thing to do. But, like, here's a guy... and he's like, go to the town, I see all this racism. And he's like, I don't like that. And I know Bible. And I know like religion. I'm just going to start preaching about how that's not right. Although, maybe, shouldn't he be preaching it in the white neighborhood? Be like, yo, how about we stop being racist? How about we try that? Rather than the black neighborhood, where he's like, hey, how about we stop being racist? And it's like, yeah, we'd like that, Jim. That would be nice, Jim. Thank you. He seemed sincere in his words, could constantly quote long passages of scripture, and no matter how many different things he preached about, it always came back to everybody being equal in the eyes of God. It almost certainly helped that he wasn't some rich, privileged kid. Jim hadn't experienced the same level of persecution as the people he was now trying to preach to, but he had been looked down on and shunned his entire life, both for being poor and for being entirely too weird. His less than ideal childhood and true belief in communism lent his voice the sincerity it needed. He was still far too young to form his own congregation, but he undoubtedly knew he would be able to by the way he eventually won over this crowd. In 1945, the man Lynetta had been dating moved out of Lynn. This was a huge turning point in their lives. With her boyfriend now gone, Lynetta didn't feel that there was any reason to stay in Lynn any longer. She was sick of her husband and her family, so with her lover gone, it was time for her to divorce James and take Jim somewhere else. She moved with Jim to Richmond, though she may not have thought her plan completely through. I'd have thought this outcome would have been obvious, but it seems unclear whether or not Lynetta realized that the Jones family was no longer going to give her any financial support whatsoever. Wait, why would she think that they would? Sure, Jim was their grandson, but she had just divorced their son and moved away. Now, not only was she going to need to find a new job, but Jim was going to have to work nights as well since Lynetta couldn't support them on her own. Oh, that's a good point. Like, if I had... Wait, what would the situation be there? So if I'm the patriarch and then my son marries someone and they have a kid and the kid lives with the mum, yeah, I'd still support the kid. Of course I would. I'd pay for the kid's education or whatever the kid needs. I wouldn't give the mum any money, I don't think, unless it was to be spent on the kid. Right? Especially in this situation. Is that right? I don't know. God, I have to think about it. Just thinking about this more recently because, I don't know, I'm getting older. I don't have a will. And it's just talking to my lawyer dudes about this, and they're like, yeah, you should probably get on that. You should probably think about that. You should probably sort out your affairs. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to die. And they're like, well, no, you're not, but you never know. And I'm like, oh, cheery fellas, aren't you? So I was thinking about this stuff, and what you have to, it's so complicated. It's really, you have to think about loads of shit. Luckily, this wasn't a problem. I wasn't joking when I mentioned Lynn's exceptional public schools, and Jim's education was already so advanced there was nothing left he was going to learn at Richmond High School. He was allowed to skip classes, which made scheduling his shifts easier, and they even let him graduate a semester early. This gave him plenty of time to work in Richmond's largest employer, Reed Hospital. He began working there as an orderly in 1946 when he was 14 or 15 years old, and it was at that job that Jim would meet his future wife. As for old James, he never recovered from the heartbreak after being divorced by Lynetta, or from the mustard gas. He died of respiratory failure 6 years after they moved to Richmond, and neither Jim nor Lynetta attended his funeral. However, Lynetta had no problem making sure she filed as James's widow to claim his death pension, now given the more cheerful name, Survivor's Pension. The road to the ministry. Jim had always assumed that he was going to be a minister, but he quite liked his job at the hospital. As an orderly, the lowest ranking job available, he was tasked with doing all the jobs that nobody else wanted to do. He had to give sponge baths to the elderly and change their diapers, clean up vomit, deal with the crankiest patients the hospital had to offer, and sometimes even prepare bodies for the morgue. This is, when I think about jobs that I wouldn't want to do, and God bless the people who do, but this would be so high up there. I don't do well with poo. I'm even with my own kids and stuff and changing, I'm like, I really gotta choke it down because I just struggle with poo. I don't know why. And just this kind of thing would be not good for me. Despite doing that, I'm so glad I just have to sit in front of a microphone and read it. I'm just the best fucking job. It's so crazy that this is what I get to do. Every day I'm grateful for this because it's wild. Cool. Thanks for listening, everybody. Just random moment of thank you, gratitude in this episode. Thank you. It's really nice. Jim was able to remember the names of not only all the patients, but any family members who might have visited them as well, and he was always able to make them smile and laugh, even during awkward situations like having to bathe them. For the first time in his life, Jim wasn't sure what he wanted to do anymore. Did he want to become a minister, or did he want to be a doctor? Being a doctor would require more formal education, but he decided it was something that he was up for. Jim decided that after graduating high school, he was going to go to college and become a doctor. But this potential career change wasn't the only major event taking place at the hospital for Jim. As I said before, it was there that he was going to meet his future wife, and he would meet her in the most romantic room in the hospital, the morgue. Madeline Baldwin worked at Reed Hospital as a nurse in training. She was from a well-respected and deeply religious Republican family, with her father serving on the city council. Marcy mostly shared these values and was by and large the perfect daughter. Her entire teenage rebellion phase consisted of one off-joke about voting straight Democrat in an upcoming election and opening the window blinds once. Marcy's mother had a strict rule that the blinds should always be closed so people couldn't see into their house, but Marcy opened them one day saying that they shouldn't be doing anything that people were afraid of seeing anyway. Other than those two very minor instances, she was everything a parent could have hoped for. That's it! Her parents didn't even have to worry about her running around with boys either. Not only was she a proper religious girl who was going to save herself a marriage, but she had no interest in boys. Marcy was an attractive girl, and plenty of boys were interested in her, but she didn't have time for any of that nonsense. If she wasn't doing homework or helping people, then she was wasting her time. She expected people to act properly at all times, and when her friends would clown around in rehearsals for their youth music ministry, she reminded them that it was their job as Christians to do their best at all times to help others. Marcy sounds good, but boring. Marcy's oh no, is Marcy coming to band practice? Because then we can't fuck around and play whatever tunes we want. We got to play God Save. Wait, that's the national anthem. What am I talking about? Hymns and shit. What's that famous one? Fuck. What's the hymn? The famous one about green and pleasant land. In England's green and pleasant land. Something like that. It was a banger. They should not be wasting their time acting silly or trying to have fun. While that doesn't make her sound like a fun person to be around, she was still a very caring and optimistic person who always saw the good in people and never seemed to hold a negative opinion. But Marcy was growing disenchanted with life in Richmond. She was 21 years old, and it was basically the only city that she'd ever seen. There was this great big world out there, and she and her cousin decided that they were going to move out and explore it together. They settled on Kentucky, with Marcy reaching out to the cities they were looking at to find everything she could about the hospitals there. She'd always been so deliberate and meticulous in her decisions. And then she met Jim. Jim was in the morgue helping Marcy to wash and dress a body one night in 1948. His reputation had preceded him, as Jim was well respected among the hospital staff. He was too young to be promoted to anything beyond an orderly, but everyone spoke highly of him, and he received better assignments than most orderlies did. The body they were dressing was a young pregnant woman who had died of trichinosis. Trichinosis is a type of roundworm infection that is only fatal in about 0.2% of cases worldwide, so needless to say the family was devastated. When put into a position like this, most of the young orderlies at the hospital liked to joke around, not because they thought it was funny, but because it was extremely uncomfortable and they thought it would help break the tension. Oh yeah, this pregnant woman, she died of the roundworm. What are the odds? And it's like wildly inappropriate, but it's just like a coping mechanism, right? It's not like you psychos, it's just like, oh, because it's horrible, you don't want to deal with it. It's like laughing when you're in trouble. You're like, oh God. But Jim didn't do this. He was solemn and respectful while he helped Marcy care for the body, and even spent a few minutes afterwards to console the family. Marcy was impressed, and from that point on, she and Jim were together as much as possible. Whenever she was on a break at work, Jim would be there to spend time with her. Jim liked to talk, and Marcy liked to listen, so they got along well. He spoke of his time growing up and how his abusive father had driven him to want to help the most unfortunate in the world so he could help end the cycle of abuse. Marcy was an intelligent young girl, but she had also led a rather sheltered life, so she lacked the wisdom of experience. Jim's actions in the hospital seemed to match his words, so she had no idea that he was already manipulating her. Oh no, I thought this was just nice, but it's Jim Jones, isn't it? We're talking about Jim Jones. And I'm like, so far this story is a bit weird at points, but it's not like Jim Jones. Though Jim loved to tell stories of how he always did everything to fight against injustice and inequality, most of these stories were not true. He told Marcy how he'd been a star basketball player back in Lynn, but had quit the team when the coach made racist comments. In another tale, he walked out of a barber shop with only half his haircut because the barber had refused to serve a black customer. These things never happened, but they made sense to Marcy. It does seem like the type of person that Jim genuinely was. Like, so why make it up when you're actually going into like a neighborhood and preaching about inequality and racism and stuff? Do you need to make up stories when you have stories? It was the type of person that Jim seemed to be, and they were values that she agreed with as well. After all, why shouldn't everyone be equal? Isn't that what Jesus would have wanted? Together, surely, she and Jim would be doing God's work. And that's exactly how he sold the idea of marriage to her as well. Wherever people were being oppressed and mistreated, that is where their marriage would lead them, to go and help those people. It was the big adventure she and her cousin had dreamed of, leaving Richmond and seeing the world. Maybe she could even do more good at Jim's side than she could working at a hospital in Kentucky. She fell in love with Jim's words and the promises that he made. And when Christmas came, Marcy called her cousin to tell her that she'd no longer be joining her in Kentucky. She had met a man named Jim, and they were in love. All that was left was for Jim to meet Marcy's parents. Oh, that hasn't happened yet? He's proposing already? They were not impressed. To start, Marcy was 21 and Jim was still only 17. He also had a rude, vulgar nature that he learned from his mother. Oh no! Why not just be charming, Jim? You know how to be charming. What about the girl back in Lynn or whatever? You charmed her parents. Just turn on the charm. Put the vulgarness away in life. But I don't swear around my wife's parents or my parents. It'd be weird. Just put that away. You use different words with different people. Of course you do. Marcy explained to her parents that it was because of his rough childhood, and they thought that perhaps they could teach him some manners. But Jim didn't want to learn how to behave in civilized society. He expected Marcy's parents to speak just as brashly as he did, rather than for them to have a polite conversation. Things got worse whenever anything political came up, and since Marcy's family was staunch Republicans and her father had held public office, it's fair to say that was probably often. Lynetta had essentially taught Jim that everything bad that happens is someone else's fault. It was all because the wealthy elite were holding people down, exploiting their labor. This was deeply concerning to the Baldwins. Jim was starting to sound an awful lot like a socialist, or even worse, a communist. God forbid. This was the past, though. I mean, like, people, I guess, don't, they're not mad into socialism in America. Even today, it'd be a bit of an understatement. But like communism in the past, it was like, that was big problems. Marcy's father tried to talk some sense into him, but it was no use. He was a teenager, which meant that he knew better than all of the adults in the world. Though the Baldwins never grew to like Jim. They figured that Marcy was a smart girl, so if she was in love with this boy, then there must have been something to him that they didn't see. Jim moved to Bloomington, Indiana for college to become a doctor, but he and Marcy continued to date and plan their wedding. On June the 12th, 1949, shortly after Jim's 18th birthday, Marcy finally had a big day. It was the day that every little girl dreams of growing up, a double wedding with her sister. Okay, really? Hopefully the girls really did want to get married in the same ceremony, because if not, that was a dick move by her family. They certainly could have afforded separate weddings, so each daughter of theirs could have had their own special day. Double wedding is weird, but it does seem like a great way to save money, doesn't it? I mean, like, why didn't I do this? Despite being married, Marcy continued to live at home with her family, while Jim lived and attended school in Bloomington, returning on weekends to stay with the family. But it didn't take long before this arrangement fell apart. One weekend when Jim was there, Marcy's mother casually commented that she opposed interracial marriage, while referring to N-words as communists. Holy shit. This sent Jim flying off the handle. He declared that he was leaving and told Marcy that she could either stay there or come with him, but that her family were awful people. Seeing as they were already married at this point, Marcy felt like she had no choice. She got in the car and moved with Jim to Bloomington, where she got a job at the local hospital and was cut off from her family entirely, until her mother eventually apologized for her comments. Honestly, fair play. I know I'm looking at this with 2023 eyes, but still, I'm kind of like, yeah, fair play. Fair play, Jimbo. Once they were living together, things only got worse. Marcy had been raised Methodist, so she wanted to attend the Methodist church, but Jim had been attending Bloomington's much more entertaining Pentecostal church. He disapproved of the Methodists and their racial segregation, but eventually he relented and would attend morning services on Sundays with Marcy at the Methodist church. This may be the first and only time it seemed like he would ever compromise with anyone in his entire life, but of course, there had to be a catch. Jim wanted Marcy to renounce her faith in God. Why? They both love God and Jesus and all that shit. I mentioned earlier that he was an atheist, and he was finally ready to reveal that information to Marcy. Oh God, yeah, of course, he didn't believe it. He just likes the attention. I totally forgot about this. Oh, it's all manipulation. I'm so stupid. Of course I know this. Despite spending her entire life as an extremely devout Methodist, her husband was now telling her that she could no longer believe in the sky god, as he put it, that God didn't exist. Brutal. Oh my God. It's like, Marcy, dear, I've been lying to you about the whole Jesus thing. Don't believe at all. I think it's a nonsense sky god spaghetti monster. Please. It's like, come on, don't be silly. And Marcy's like, but Jim, my entire belief system is founded upon this. It's like, well, that's just silly, Marcy, isn't it? You need to stop that. You're like, holy shit, what have I done? This rocked Marcy to her core, to the point that she wanted to get a divorce. But of all people, it was her mother that convinced her to stay with Jim. Not out of any love for Jim, but because that's what good Christian women did. Besides, if she was to get divorced, she would be ruined and never be able to marry again. After all, she was already 22. She's past it. Not only had Jones decided that he could no longer believe in God, but while attending school, he had become deeply entrenched in communist ideology. He made friends with whom he would discuss communism in private before finally taking a more active role in 1951. It's unclear whether or not he was a registered member of the US Communist Party, but he was definitely a supporter. Jim would attend rallies and recruit other people to the cause. Of course, this was the era of McCarthyism. Okay, so this was McCarthyism. I wasn't sure what decade that was. But I guess 1950s, this is an intense time to be a communist. So Jim's attendance at these rallies drew attention from the government. Lynetta was even harassed by FBI agents at work after attending a communist meeting with her son. Holy shit, FBI. Do you not have something better to do? I know it's all like, red threat and all of that, but in retrospect, it just seems like such utter nonsense, doesn't it? Jim and Marcy moved to Indianapolis in 1951 so he could take night classes at Butler University. But he was no longer interested in becoming a doctor. He wound up earning a degree in secondary education, though that wouldn't happen for another 10 years. Dude, what are you up to? But Jim had a new plan, or rather, an old plan. Jim had decided, again, that he wanted to become a preacher, though he admitted much later in life that his true plan was to infiltrate the church to spread his communist propaganda. As a side note, it's probably worth pointing out that Jim didn't actually understand what communism was. Oh. He claimed to be entirely self-taught on the subject and have read lots of communist literature, but those that had a real understanding of it did not believe that Jim did at all. Wait, how hard is it to understand? I mean, it is a bit weird. I've read the Communist Manifesto. It's just bashing capitalism for like the whole short book. That's what I mostly took away from it. I was a bit younger. I wonder if I read that today, I'd be more into it, because I do feel I've become a bit more socialisty as I've got older. And I know it normally works the other way around, but I feel like as I've made more money, I've really come to the bizarre, like not bizarre, but just the natural thing. It's like, yo, if someone said, we're going to, take away all of your money and give it to the state, like communist 100% tax or whatever, it's like, am I going to work any less hard? And I realized, no, probably not. I think there's a lot of people in that position where it's like, yeah, no, I just like working. And that was kind of like a little bell went off in my mind. And I was like, holy I feel differently about this than I used to. I wouldn't want that because I like buying shit as well. But it's like, I don't just work because of money. I work because I like doing what I do. And I guess like in the communist world, it'd be like, oh, well, we're just assigning you to work in a factory. I'd be like, oh, it's less brilliant, isn't it? What am I talking about? This isn't about politics. I don't even know what I believe anymore. I really don't. So I'm not going to elaborate more on it because I don't know what I'm talking about. Apparently neither did Jim. According to one survivor of Jim's church, from my one philosophical and political exchange with Jones, I concluded that his scholarship in Marxist ideology was so deficient that he might have experienced difficulty in distinguishing between the words of Karl Marx and Groucho Marx. That's a nice quote. There were a couple of big breaks for Jim's career as a preacher in 1952. First, he got a job as a student pastor at the Somerset Southside Methodist Church, a job he was genuinely shocked to get. The district superintendent that hired him was well aware that he was a communist, but decided to give Jim a chance anyway. Though Jim had always preferred the Pentecostal churches, he was willing to give the Methodists a shot because of their new doctrine of social acceptance. At least, he thought it was a new doctrine. It had existed since 1908, but why be correct when you can be confident? It also wasn't something that Methodists really practiced, though they were open to accepting black parishioners into Methodism as a whole. The churches were very much going to be a separate but equal sort of scenario. But Jim wanted to change that. He was going to deliver aggressive sermons about racial equality and the fight for social justice, and he was going to do everything he could to make Somerset Methodist a more welcoming community. At least he would do that whenever the real minister called in sick. As a student minister, Jim didn't actually have any authority. He was expected to do exactly as he was told, and he was only allowed to deliver a sermon if nobody else could. Living the dream. I sense Kevin's being a little bit sarcastic there with the living the dream, but I'm like, you got to start somewhere. It's not like you just walk into your dream job and they're like, well, off you go. This doesn't sound too bad. You got to start somewhere. I'm sure he's not going to be doing it forever. He's on the path to like ministry, sermonship, whatever that's called. Doing his own sermons, doing his own thing, having his own church, as we'll see. While this was going on, he also became involved in the revival circuit. I don't know what that is. If you're unfamiliar with the revival circuit, thank you, Kevin. It's like a traveling circus, but for evangelicals and faith healers. I find evangelicals very annoying. My grandparents were quite evangelical Christians, and they'd always be bringing up Bible and all of this stuff. And it's like, my parents, not religious, but they're like, they wouldn't be like, oh, just shush. Don't talk about it, Granddad. And whenever I was like, what's this got to do with anything? My parents would always be like, shh, don't upset him. And it's just like so much like, it's just, look, I've got no problem. Be religious, enjoy yourself, have fun. Just stop pushing it on me. Evangelicals. Jim was a fan of the spectacle of faith healing from the Pentecostal churches, but now he felt confident enough to give charlatanism a go himself. He believed he was ready to go full John Edwards on his audience. Jim would skulk through the crowd, eavesdropping on people, especially when they were talking to other preachers. Because of his exceptional memory, especially when it came to names and faces, he was able to remember who the people he listened to were and what they had said. He would then go on stage and call out to people in the audience, repeating back to them the things he had heard them say. This little parlor trick earned him the nickname the mind-reading preacher, though he did perform faith healings as well. He would pick people at random from the audience or put plants there to cure them of their cancer. Okay, how's that working out? Sure, the people he randomly selected never knew that they had cancer, but it didn't matter because it was about to leave their bodies anyway. Or rather, Jim would use rotting chicken gizzards and sleight of hand to make it appear that it pulled cancerous tumors from a person's body. Jim. No, don't be doing that. It's not cool. Like, just a rotting chicken gizzard. People know what a gizzard looks like. And then he was like, why does it smell like it's rotting? Does cancer smell like rotting? Cancer probably just smells like, it's not rotting. It's just cells dividing that have gone wrong. It doesn't smell like rot. I wonder what cancer does have a smell, though, because don't they have those dogs that can smell people's like lung cancer or something. I don't know if I'm terrified about that or happy about it. I mean, it's like that big old question, isn't it? Do you want to know? Do you want to know when you're going to die? And I'm kind of like, yes, but also no. And it's like, do I want a dog to be able to smell whether I've got cancer? And it's like, I'd rather it be like you go to the doctor and they're like, oh, that's a bit weird. Let's book you in for a little scan. It's probably nothing, but just to be sure. And then you're like, okay, cool. And then you got like a week to get used to the idea that I'm definitely going to die. And then you go and have a scan and like, oh yeah, it's nothing. I don't even know what I felt, but there's nothing there. Or you go in and they're like, oh, well, yeah, it's definitely something weird in there. Let's do a biopsy. And then you got another week to be like, okay, cool. They're definitely getting used to the idea that you're going to die. And then they do the biopsy rather than you just roll in and they're like, well, we don't think there's anything wrong with you. It's just your yearly medical. Go on over there to, Bingo and cough on his face. And then Bingo's like, ruh, 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 ruh. And you're like, oh, fuck. Immediately just find out you got cancer. Fuck you, Bingo. You piece of shit. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Audio listeners don't know, but I've just gone home. I'm obviously wearing a different shirt. I think I was wearing a long sleeve shirt yesterday. It's unbelievably hot, so I'm wearing a short sleeve today. And I went home, so obviously I've had a night's rest. You can call it rest. My kids got up at 5:45 this morning, which was lovely. But I've had 2 cups of coffee, and I'm ready to go. The audience loved him, and even Marcy believed that he was the real deal. Marcy, after we finished up with the sermon today, would you go down to the old butcher's and buy me some chicken gizzards? The old ones, and then leave them out in the sun. And Marcy's like, I wonder what he uses all those chicken gizzards for. Marcy, you dummy. Jim couldn't tell her that it was all fake. Certainly not yet. Her genuinely believing that he could read minds and heal the sick was just as important as fooling everybody else. Eventually, Jim lost his job at Somerset Methodist. Maybe it's because he was trying too hard to integrate the church, giving radicalized sermons and inviting black friends from the Pentecostal services to attend service there. Or maybe it's because he was stealing money from the collection plate. Who can really say? Honestly, though, I know Kevin's being sarcastic, but back in the day, people were like, oh, well, yeah, the preacher's stealing. Well, all the preachers steal. I mean, it's just like, we all take a little bit off the top. I mean, 10% from their incomes, 10% into my pocket. Neither here nor there, is it? He wants black people in the church! Outrageous! Too much coffee, Jesus. But Jim didn't mind. While he thought he could make sweeping changes throughout the church, he still hated how the Methodists ran things. Every part of church services were carefully planned out beforehand, and they were scheduled so that people would still have time to go home and enjoy their Sunday off with their families. That's not what he wanted at all. Church all day, every day. Endless praising of the Sky Man. Not my words. He called him the Sky Man, didn't he? He wanted the wild and crazy freedom atmosphere of the Pentecostal churches where ministers could sermonize for hours on end and nobody would want to leave. Jim, I don't care how good it is. Eventually, I could see my favorite band playing. And after 3 hours, I'll be like, oh, Jesus Christ, another song. It's like, I love this song. I love this. My legs are tired. I want to go home. It's been 3 hours. It's too loud. Jim wasn't looking for a well-oiled machine of corporate worship designed to give you salvation in 30 minutes or less, or your pizza's free. He wanted everyone's attention for as long as he could have it. Finally, the time was right. He had been given enough practice runs, and now it was time for Jim to create his own congregation, a church that would be fully integrated, do actual good for the downtrodden, and most importantly, a church where all eyes would be on him. Look, I get the fact that he's a massive narcissist, but it's good that he's channeling his narcissism into this in a way, isn't it? Isn't it? Should I not? I guess I get that I shouldn't be defending Jim fucking Jones, but it's he's into racial integration way ahead of his time. He's helping the downtrodden, and it's okay, well, at least his reasons for doing it are kind of shitty, but at least he's doing something good about it rather than being oh, what's his face? The guy from Wall Street, Michael Douglas's character, Gordon Gekko. Rather than just being well, I'm just going to use it to get rich, baby. Founding the People's Temple. It began one morning in 1954 when Ron Haldeman had a knock on his office door. It was a particularly poor part of Indianapolis, so the office was actually a kitchen that Ron had converted for him and his secretary to work out of. It's depressing. The house was owned by a church, and Ron's job was to provide church services to the elderly people living in the inner city. I used to work in the kitchen. When I first started doing this, I was just sitting at a desk
in my kitchen on a crappy old laptop. And it was so hot. It was so hot. Now I got like an office and I'm like, whoa, fact boy, look how far you've come. You got an office, boy. It's not even small. Ron opened the door and met Jim, who was inquiring about using the space to open a storefront church. Storefront churches were exactly what they sound like, churches run out of offices or storefronts that were run by preachers who weren't affiliated with an actual church. They were really common at the time, at least in Indianapolis, so it wasn't a particularly strange request. The two got to talking, and it turned out that they had a lot of the same beliefs. Ron was a socialist, and so Jim's idea of opening a church called Community Unity where all the people were welcome was very appealing. Jim asked a little bit about Ron's history, and in rather surprising coincidence, it turned out that Ron was a Quaker, just like Jim. Wait, Jim's doing that mirroring thing, isn't he? It's like, what are you into? Cars? Yeah, me too. What are you into? Yeah, Quaker as well. What's your name? Ron. Yeah, oh my God, my name's Ron too. Jim told him all about his life growing up as a Quaker and attending Quaker schools, and with that, the deal was struck. Community Unity would be allowed to rent the space and run the services completely free of charge. It's amazing how far a few simple lies can get you, isn't it just? Jim and Marcy began passing out flyers for community. Marcy's like, Jim, you never told me about growing up as a Quaker, and Jim's like, I know. There's a lot I don't tell you, Marcy. We'll discuss it sometime. Not now, Marcy, not now. Don't probe too deeply, old Mars. Come on. Focusing on the poor black neighborhoods, as they were the ones that would be most amenable to the idea of integration and sweeping social reform. Jim had also caught the attention of Reverend Russell Winberg from the nearby Laurel Street Tabernacle. Winberg was familiar with Jim's reputation as a healer, and he invited Jim to make frequent appearances at his church. The appearances went so well that there was talk of hiring Jim to work at the church permanently. However, the church wasn't really into the idea of integration, and Jim had been pretty adamant about not wanting to be inclusive of everybody. Instead, he left Laurel Street poaching about 100 of their parishioners, but he needed more followers, and particularly, he needed followers with some money. He and Marcy were barely getting by, so they needed people who would be able to chip into the collection plate. These people exist. They're called champagne socialists. Just go out and find them. The religious ones as well. Like, they're just like, yeah, I like hanging out with poor people and like giving them money. Just go find those people, Jimbo. You'll be fine. Jim decided the best way to recruit new white followers, oh yeah, probably white as well, because this is the past. Probably also their present, isn't it? What's the wealth divide with racial minorities in the US? It's probably still not right, is it? And by right, I mean fucking equal. Oh my God, the past. It's still the past in so many ways, isn't it? As they were the ones who had money, was to leave Indianapolis on the revival circuit and perform faith healings that would bring people back to his congregation. He knew that these people would only be interested in his magical healing abilities and not his ideas of communism, but he didn't care. Oh, okay. Were there not like champagne socialists back in the day? I like that term. I know it's like derogatory or whatever, but it's like, I don't know. In my eyes, it's quite a positive thing being a champagne socialist, isn't it? Because it's like, okay, yeah, you're quite well off, but you're still like, okay, giving money away and being like, yeah, no, I shouldn't have all the nice shit. Like, isn't that like a nice thing? It seems quite selfless. It didn't matter who he brought to his church originally. If he had enough time with them, he'd be able to indoctrinate them to his beliefs. This also meant that Jim had to begin performing faith healings at Community Unity as well, otherwise these potential marks might lose interest. These demonstrations weren't as theatrical as the ones performed on the circuit. They couldn't be. Though Community Union was steadily growing in size, the building was not. That meant everything had to be scaled down, and because many of the same people came there every Sunday, it would be harder to use plants without people getting suspicious. At first, Jim would cure small aches and pains, relying on people feeling psychosomatic relief of their pain and castigating them for not believing hard enough if they didn't. I don't feel any better, Jim. You didn't believe hard enough, son. I'm still in the wheelchair, Jim. Believe harder and thou shalt walk again. You won't, though. You're in a wheelchair. It's like what happens. Oh, I had what are those lumbar things called? L9? T9? T9? Yeah, I had a break on my T9 vertebrae, severed the spinal cord, and Jim's like, you're just not believing hard enough, son. I wish Jim was Southern. Jim Jones wasn't Southern. He was from... Yeah, I don't remember where he's from because I recorded it yesterday. But otherwise, I'd be using my Southern preacher voice all the time, which I love to do. But eventually, he needed to do more. He went back to his old cancer removal trick, though this time it was a bit different. Performing his magic on stage was one thing, but close-up magic is a different beast entirely. The audience would be too close and looking from too many different angles, so he needed to work around. To perform this trick, Jim would select two people from the audience, both of whom were plants. These were regular churchgoers who people knew and recognized and that Jim had trusted to be in on the farce with him. He would send them off to the bathroom together, claiming that he would channel his mystical powers or whatever from the pulpit, allowing the sick person to pass
pass the cancer, which would be retrieved by the other person. What the It's like, yeah, I'll allow you to pass it. Go to the bathroom and expel forth. And Peter, go catch whatever comes out of his bottom. It'll look a bit like a chicken gizzard. Okay, Jim. Why this was supposed to take 2 people, I'm not sure. I can't imagine going to a church service and seeing the preacher say... Kevin's doing the exact same joke that I just came up with, because it's an obvious one. You there, you're going to shit out a cancerous tumour, and this other guy's going to fish it out of the toilet and show it to the rest of us. Look, weirdness aside, it still works. The 2 co-conspirators would go to the bathroom, then emerge with some rotten chicken organs wrapped in a white napkin or a handkerchief, but Jim made sure to warn anybody not to take too close a look. You wouldn't want to breathe in the fumes of this infectious tumour and catch cancer now, would you? You can catch cancer, funnily enough. There's a famous case of a surgeon who's like taking someone's cancer out, and he cuts himself, and he gets one of the cancer cells in his like cut finger or whatever, and then it grows, and he has to have like his finger taken off or something like that. And he's a surgeon; he needs those fingers. The faith healings helped grow the congregation, but Jim needed to do more when he visited the local black churches. They all seemed to be preaching the same sort of message. It was a lot of stuff like, I know times are hard, but we must remain strong in the face of adversity and prejudice, and eventually we'll all find eternal happiness in the kingdom of heaven. Lots of quoting of scripture. That's normal church stuff, but it wasn't the sort of message he wanted to preach. He didn't want to offer people a better life in heaven with the sky god that he didn't even believe in. Oh, sky god, I call it a sky man. It's with the sky god that he didn't even believe in. He wanted to make their lives better now. There's a lot of Jim Jones where I'm like, yes, Jim, let's go. It's also because I don't believe in the sky man. I'm kind of like, well, someone was like, don't worry, all of the misery you're experiencing now will be rewarded in heaven. That for a bunch of soldiers. I'm sorry, but it's like, I'd rather have my fixed now, to be honest. Thank you very much, preacher.
Don't care how I want it now.
One day during service, as Marcy was preparing to lead the room in a hymn, Jim burst through the door and asked a question to the audience, to anybody that wanted to answer. What's bothering you? An elderly black woman answered that she was having problems with the electric company. Something was wrong with her service, but no matter how many times she complained, they refused to come and fix it. They kept sending her bills, but she didn't know what option she had left to pay the bill, except getting the needed repairs. It was either that, or raise her grandchildren in darkness. I have a problem with the electricity company currently. So I have a house in the countryside, but we're there like on the weekends sometimes. And it's got like electricity meter in it. And every like 6 months, the electricity company come, or maybe it's once a year, to read the meter. And it's, of course, we're not in, because we're maybe there for like 2 or 3 weeks a year in the week. So the odds of that lining up with the random electricity meter man coming around to have a read of it. And they're always like, well, schedule another time. And it's like, I'm not driving an hour to my other house to like let the electricity man in to read the meter. It's been years since they've read that meter. And they're always like, oh, we need to read the meter. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like a you problem. But they keep sending letters. And I don't know what to do. I guess at some point they're going to be like, look, we're taking you to court. You have to go to the house. They'll be like, oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to do it. Like, and I'm not going to send someone. I'm going to pay someone to help the electricity company out. Figure it out, electricity company. Send someone on the weekend if you want your money, you dickheads. The letters are not even aggressive, so I don't know why I'm so angry. I'm going to just get a fat bill at some point. Jim decided that the congregation was going to write a letter to the electric company to air the woman's grievances, and everybody in the room was going to sign it. The next week, Jim asked the woman what happened, and she proudly reported that the electric company had sent maintenance workers to fix the problem. And unlike the faith healings, this woman wasn't a plant. Again, this is just very smart on Jim's part. Like, Jim solved this problem because he's like, yo, everyone signed this letter. They're going to get some letter that's going to stand out because it's got so many signatures on it. And it's like, that's a lot of potential customers that we could lose, and a lot of people who could be talking shit about the electricity company. And if we go and fix it ASAP and be really nice about it, that's going to look good for us. Jim, big brain on this one, to be honest. These letter writings became common, with Jim doing what he could to help these people with their real-world problems. Sure, he was still offering eternal salvation through Christ or whatever, but he was also offering them tangible results that would help their day-to-day lives. He and Marcy also did a lot of work improving conditions in local nursing homes, and they even opened up their own house to some of the elderly members of the community unity as well. This suited Marcy quite well, since she'd always wanted to be a nurse and help people, though it wasn't just the elderly they had taken in. In 1954, the couple adopted their first child, named Agnes. They had been trying to conceive a child for a few years at this point without any success, and they began to believe that Marcy wasn't able to have children of her own. Jim's like, it's you, Marcy. It's all you. My boys are swimming hard, Marcy, you barren witch. Jim's probably really nice about it because he's like the king of manipulation, isn't he? He's probably like, it's my boys. I just can't say that publicly. People were thinking I've been punished by the sky god. Agnes was a 10-year-old Native American girl in the first addition to Jim and Marcy's rainbow family. Their words, not mine. Community unity continued to grow, and by 1956, they needed a bigger building. Jim didn't want to rent a space anymore. He wanted his own church, so he wound up purchasing a building in one of the more racially diverse inner-city areas in Indianapolis. He decided to name his new ministry Wings of Deliverance. Then he noticed the word temple was already engraved into the bricks outside the building, so he renamed his new ministry People's Temple. Pretty smart. Don't have to get a new sign if you do that, do you? In addition to the new church, Jim also created a soup kitchen that provided free meals to anyone who needed them and a home for senior citizens that might actually have been nicer than his own house. There's still a lot of communist messaging in the things Jim said, and he made sure that people knew the senior homes was built on the basis of from each according to his ability to each according to his need. The least subtle quote possible. I don't think I'm like a socialist. I mean, I've got like some leanings towards that, like healthcare and food and should be provided for people. Like, if you're hungry, how about we give people some food? If your leg's broken, how about people pay to fix that? But like, this is quite, I don't think I'm radically any particular way. And this is just like nice. I like that saying. It sounds like something Spock would say, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. It's like, yeah, cool. Not only was he providing food, clothing, and shelter to many people who desperately needed it, he was providing jobs as well. That soup kitchen and seniors' home weren't going to run themselves, especially after Marcy helped Jim through all the logistics of setting up a corporation to take control of several more nursing homes. This meant Jim was able to offer employment to people and help keep everything running. People would come to People's Temple with nothing. They could be homeless and recovering from substance abuse issues, and Jim would give them a life again. But that's a double-edged sword because it also meant that those people would feel like they owed their lives to him. I don't have a huge problem with this. I'm like, yo, if I'm homeless and desperate and I go to this place and this preacher is like, well, I'll help you out with this, with that, and with this, and then I get a job and my life goes on an upward trajectory, of course I'm going to feel indebted to that person and I'd hope that I can repay that at some point. That's not weird. That's like just karma. Although Jim's going to be like, well, what I need you to do is come down and join my cult and then... Well, we know how it ends, but let's not spoil it. They came to him with nothing, were given food, clothing, and work. How could they possibly turn their backs on him? Jim also tried to get involved in local politics and bring about change on a larger scale, but he was really bad at it. His main skill, in terms of manipulating people, was empathy. He would understand how people felt and what they valued, and portray himself as having those same values and being able to solve the problems that mattered to them. Jim was most likely what many modern psychologists would refer to as a dark empath, somebody with both dark triad personality levels, traits, and a high level of cognitive empathy. However, this trick wasn't going to work on politicians. He wasn't going to get anywhere trying to rely on personality alone, especially since he didn't know the first thing about politics or business. Jim was used to making demands and being charming, two tactics that are absolutely useless in the face of government bureaucracy. It's like that classic scene in the movie where someone's like trying to charm like the person who works at the DVLA or the DMV or whatever, being like, morning, how's your day going? Paperwork, please. Computer says no.
Wazowski, you didn't file your paperwork last night.
And it's like, bureaucracy, yes. Luckily, he had a secret weapon. Marcy's family was politically savvy and her father served in office, so she understood how things were done. While Jim couldn't tolerate being at any meeting at which he was not the main speaker, Marcy would quietly attend all of the town hall meetings and take notes. She'd also take copies of all the proposals and read through every word of fine print before coaching Jim on exactly what to say. The plan worked, with Jim able to successfully lobby for a number of meaningful changes to the city. Marcy didn't really get any of the credit for this, despite it being entirely her work, but she didn't care. For the first time, she finally felt like they were a team, like they were equals in their marriage. Jim understood how people worked, and Marcy understood how business and politics worked, and together, they maybe would be able to accomplish great things. Up to this point, Jim had mostly been a force for good. He was a narcissistic and manipulative piece of shit. He was doing things for all the wrong reasons, but he was still genuinely helping people. Yeah, I'm like, okay, he's like dark triad empath or whatever, but he's doing it for the wrong reasons, but at least he's helping people. Kind of down with it. I mean, what else is he going to do? Become like Gordon Gekko? Like, cool, go for it. He was an ideologue that believed in his version of communism and in racial equality, and his unwavering commitment to that ideology caused him to improve people's lives in a very real way. But the only thing that Jim cared about more than spreading communism was himself. His actions were less about the cause and more about the personal attention that he'd receive for all of the things he accomplished. However, Jim was about to meet somebody that would open his eyes and show him what his life could be like if he started looking out for number one. Uh-oh. You can call me God. Uh-oh. Throughout his travels on the revival circuit, Jim had heard tell of the International Peace Mission movement out of Philadelphia. It had been founded by Reverend Major Jealous Divine. That's a real name, Major Jealous Divine. That is a fake name if I've ever heard one, which is obviously not his real name. Boom, big brain. Jealous Divine. Who would choose the name Jealous? Like, what's your name? Prick. Like, why would you choose a negative word? It's like, I'm just changed my name to Prick Whistler. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? His origin is shrouded in such mystery that nobody actually knows his real name. The FBI's file on him referred to him as George Baker, aka Father Divine, aka God. But the real name, George Baker, was just a guess they put together from a 1930s newspaper clipping. Nobody knows for sure. George Baker is a very boring name. No offense to everyone called George Baker, but it is like very generic. So he's like, what's your name now? I'm Jealous Divine. There are a lot of rumors about Peace Mission, specifically that it was a harem run by a demonically possessed immoral person, as Jim put it. Okay. Nevertheless, Father Divine seemed to be succeeding at what Jim wanted. It created a large following that enjoyed communal living and complete racial integration. In 1956, Jim's curiosity got the better of him, and he requested a meeting. Because Jim had been making a name for himself and his congregation, Father Divine invited him to come to Philadelphia and see Peace Mission for himself. As soon as Jim arrived at Father Divine's home, he was awestruck. He and Marcy had been living in a modest home, barely able to support the People's Temple and its activities from the church's tithes. But Divine lived in a goddamn mansion. He's like that guy, the guy on the plane. He's like, why do I have a private jet? Because I don't like flying with demons. What do you mean by demons? I mean the other passengers.
COVID-19!
COVID-19!
Oh, God. His property occupied 72 acres and was complete with a swimming pool and tennis courts. His mansion had a full staff of female worshippers ready to do anything that their leader desired. Jim realized he'd been doing everything all wrong. He's like, I want what that jealous guy has. I'm jealous of jealous. Yes, he wanted communism and equality and all that good shit. But more than that, he wanted to be Father Divine. Peace Mission had hundreds of thousands of followers. Holy shit. All of whom believed Divine was God. He had control over every aspect of their lives. They all worshipped and respected him. Even when Peace Mission fell into controversy, which Divine loved and openly courted, it only made his followers believe in him more. Jim thought that he would be coming for a short meeting, but he wound up staying and talking with Divine for an entire day. He would also make frequent trips back to Philadelphia to learn more, essentially being mentored in how to run a cult. I mean, it's a grift, isn't it? It's such a fucking grift. Like these televangelist preachers, they're like, all you need to do, phone 0900 986 986 and stay on the line for 10 minutes and I'll get all your money. It's like, oh, don't do it. Don't do it. They're not your salvation. If you believe in the sky, man, there's better ways. Just go to the church on the corner. And don't let them take 10% of your shit. What the fuck's up with that? Jim was a quick study, and he immediately began putting his lessons into practice. First, he had to ditch his drab clothes. Father Divine wore the finest tailored suits, and if Jim wanted to be just as successful, then he needed to look the part. He hadn't given his dress or appearance a whole lot of thought before this, but those days were over. He was going to need a lot more money. Tithing wasn't cutting it, so it was time to take money from his congregation. Wait, isn't that what tithing is? Isn't tithing where you take like 10% of the money, of their money? Which seems like, isn't that a lot? It was time to take everything, or rather it was time for his followers to willingly sign over everything in a binding legal document also signed by 2 witnesses. Duh. After all, if they were going to practice communal living, then people didn't need extravagant things like jewelry, fancy cars, or furniture. Nobody was forced to sign these documents, but everybody did. How deep in a thing do you have to be like, yeah, I want your house? Okay. Sure, yeah, okay. Fuck me, man. I don't think I'd ever do that. 5 years' time, Simon joined a cult and gave away all of his shit. Oh, for sake, past Simon. Why did you do that? When delivering sermons, Jim began speaking the same way Divine had, using the same types of flourishes and emphasis. He also encouraged his followers to call him either Father, which seems totally normal to me since I was raised Catholic, or Daddy, which does not seem normal in any religious context. Marcy was referred to as Mother as well. And it's... Daddy! And if the people really wanted to, they were also more than welcome to refer to Jim as God. He was less direct about this than Divine had been, but he did begin inserting reference to himself as God in his sermons. Finally, Jim decided that he wanted to instill the doctrine of celibacy in the People's Temple that Peace Mission purportedly followed. Before visiting with Father Divine, he had heard rumors that it was just a godless harem, and after witnessing the mansion with his own eyes, that had been all but confirmed. Yet when he returned, he chose to tell people that the Peace Mission were all celibate and that his congregation should be as well. There should be no sex. Not even for procreation. If anybody wanted a child that badly, there was currently a global surplus of cute Asian orphans that they could adopt, thanks to Korea's civil war. And the Joneses decided to lead by example, adopting a pair of Korean children in early 1959. Surprisingly, the idea of having a rainbow family, again, his words, actually came from Marcy, not Jim. While she was actually a good person, unlike Jim, she still understood the importance of appearances and public perception. Yeah, you could be a good person and understand the importance of appearances and public perceptions. These are things that you do have to think about if you're like in a position of Jim and Marcy, like public eye. It would be great for the cause of integration if their family were a living example of different races living together in harmony. Besides, they needed more children they could use to distract people from Agnes. Agnes wasn't a bad kid by any means, but she was a little bit surly and unpredictable. It was important for the sake of the People's Temple that the Jones family always seemed to be happy and smiling, and they couldn't count on Agnes for that. Agnes, smile! Why aren't you smiling, Agnes? When Marcy first brought up the idea of creating their multiracial family, the first thing that came to mind was adopting a black child. It seemed like the obvious choice since they were trying to integrate the white and black communities. But in the history of Indiana, there had never been a black child adopted by a white family, so they had to put a pin in that. Instead, they adopted a 4-year-old Korean girl they named Stephanie and a 2-year-old Korean boy that they named Lou. Wait, like fighting through that kind of discrimination or whatever, Marcy because she's a good person and Jim because he's a narcissist, that seems like the sort of thing that they would fight against and do. Or was it just like legally impossible because it was the past? Anyway, moving on. Of course, much like Father Divine and Peace Mission, Jim only preached celibacy. He didn't actually practice it. Shortly after the adoptions went through, Marcy discovered that she was pregnant with her first and only biological child. She loved children, so was thrilled at the prospect of having more. Unfortunately, tragedy struck just weeks before Marcy gave birth. Jim led a group from the People's Temple to the Cincinnati Zoo. Marcy stayed home because she was 8 months pregnant already, but their children went along. It wasn't really a great time for a trip to the zoo since the entire weekend was marred with rain and thunderstorms, but they'd planned the excursion sometime in advance and Jim decided to go ahead with their plans despite the inclement weather. Everybody made it to the zoo and had a decent enough time despite the rain, but not everybody made it home. The parishioners had carpooled there, and on the way home, Stephanie was in a separate car from the rest of the Jones family. The car she was riding in was struck by a drunk driver and Stephanie died on impact. Oh my god. That got dark real fast. I know we're talking about Jim Jones forming a cult, but this is like the first, I don't like that. While everybody else was off at the zoo, Marcy had stayed in bed resting. She wound up falling asleep before being woken up by Stephanie calling her from the front porch to let her in. When Marcy went to the door to ask where Jim was, the little girl told her, "Aboki needs a mummy and daddy." Wait, what's going on? I'm so confused. Didn't Stephanie just die in a car accident? Jim didn't arrive home until the next day because he had to stay back to identify the body and arrange transportation of her back to Indianapolis. When he finally got home, he woke Marcy up to break the news to her gently, but she didn't understand what he was saying. She'd let Stephanie in the night before, and the girl was asleep in their bed. Except she wasn't. Marcy described to Jim what she realized must have been a dream, or rather a vision. Oh my lord. She had never claimed to have visions before, and never would again. But she couldn't shake what had happened. A few weeks later, she gave birth to a son they named Stephen. It was pronounced like Stephen, not Stefan, but they spelled it with an A in honor of the daughter they had lost. Still, Marcy couldn't stop thinking about the vision she had had. She and Jim decided to contact the adoption agency, and they discovered that Stephanie had a 6-year-old sister named Aboki who was still in the orphanage. Wait, wasn't that the girl she... I think she's lying. I don't think this was... She's... obviously... I don't know, I don't believe in visions and stuff, so I don't think she got the name right. They adopted the girl and called her Suzanne. Aboki, your name is now Suzanne. What the fuck? That's the story as Marcy told it her entire life, and she certainly seemed to believe that the story was true, though what really happened is a bit harder to say. We could immediately rule out the idea that she had a vision because that stuff isn't real. Kevin and I, same page. What most likely happened is that Jim was well aware that Aboki existed. It's already well established that he had an incredible memory for people and names, and it's extremely likely that at some point in the adoption process, there would have been some form somewhere that mentioned the girl they were adopting had a sister who was also available for adoption. I don't know how it was in the 1950s, but today it honestly would be weird if her sister wasn't ever brought up. Hell, in most states in the US, siblings separated by adoption are given legal visitation rights to see each other. Oh, that's nice. And if Jim already knew about Eboki, then the rest would have been extremely simple. Even on a person's best day, it's frighteningly easy to implant false memories. Sprinkle in some severe emotional trauma and a little bit of pregnancy brain to the mix, and Jim would have no problem convincing Marcy that she'd had this vision. Things continued going well, with People's Temple growing both in size and political power. In order to increase his control over the congregation and to further deify himself, Jim would pull stunts like planning fake assassinations. Someone would be hired to fire at him with blanks, only for Jim to survive through his divine healing powers. The day after an alleged attempt on his life, he would deliver a sermon for hours on end while holding up a bloody shirt and showing the lack of wounds on his chest to prove that he healed himself of these wounds. But he wasn't just pulling stunts for his own benefit. I mean, he totally was, because everything he did was motivated by his own selfish desires, but he was also still doing things that would help the community as a whole. Jim would show up at restaurants at extremely slow times, walking in and asking if anyone could accommodate his party of 50 or more people. The restaurants were eager to oblige, since Jim was a prominent religious and political leader, and their businesses were basically empty anyway. Of course, if these people were able to recognize Jim as an important public figure, they probably should have been able to guess what was about to happen. Once they agreed to serve his party, he would invite scores of his black followers into the restaurant to be seated. The restaurant owners would try to protest at first, but Jim would make quite a scene, and they always gave in eventually. This was ultimately to their benefit, as Jim would then promote these restaurants as being friendly to all races and working alongside People's Temple. Cool. I like it. So much of this, yeah, Jim Jones, good move. Wrong reasons, good move. In addition to his activities in Indiana, during this time, Jim continued to appear on the revival circuit to attract new recruits. It was during one of these trips to Ohio that he met a woman named Patty Cartmel. Patty instantly fell in love with Jim and would have done anything for him, but he wasn't willing to do the things that she wanted. Not because he was being faithful to Marcy, of course. Marcy had a number of health problems that impacted her physically. I know that she had asthma and rheumatoid arthritis, but there seemed to have been other unspecified problems as well. Jim used this as an excuse to fulfill his sexual desires with other members of the People's Temple, since Marcy was no longer able to satisfy him. Oh, Jimbo. Oh, you're really doing the cult leader thing, aren't you? You're leaning hard into the cult leader thing. I'm sure this would have happened anyway, because cult leaders are going to cult. Kevin and I, same page. But this sort of gave him some sort of justification in his mind. But Jim couldn't do these things with Patty. He thought she was far too fat, which is somewhat surprising, since he didn't seem to be overly selective with who he slept with. Mostly, it was an adult woman, but there were adult men and underage girls as young as 14 thrown into the mix. What the fuck? But while he wasn't willing to sleep with Patty, he was willing to exploit her devotion and give her plenty of responsibility in the church, such as keeping track of Jim's schedule. It's fucking weird, isn't it? 1961 was going to be a pivotal year for Jim and the People's Temple. First, he and Marcy adopted another child. It had taken them 2 years to work it out, but they became the first white couple in Indiana to adopt a black child, a son, who they named Jim Jones Jr. Okay, cool, so they did it. Personally, I'd have thought this would be a slap in the face to their biological son. It's the sort of thing that I would have expected to cause a lot of resentment, but Stephen and... The spelling is going to throw me off so many times. But Stephen and Jimmy Jr. got along really well, so good for them. Wait, I don't think to adopt is not a slap in the face to you're not doing it because you're not happy with your existing children. You're doing it because it's like a good thing to do, isn't it? Children are complicated, though. They could not understand that. Besides, by the time they were finally adults, I suspect neither of them would have wanted to be Jim Jones Jr. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, the name. Kevin's like, I'm talking here about adopting children. And I'm like, that's a bit of a weird take, Kevin. But then it's just because of the name. I'm stupid. It's the name, obviously, he's talking about. It was a new paragraph, Kevin. That's why I got confused. I'm sorry for doubting you. Jim was also appointed as the director of the local Human Rights Commission by Indianapolis Mayor Charles Boswell. Charles told Jim to keep a low profile and not to instigate any racial issues, which was a silly request to make. It was like those restaurant owners all over again. If Charles knew who Jim was enough to appoint him to this position, he should have known exactly what he was going to do afterwards. But perhaps the most important development of 1961 was that Jim started becoming a paranoid lunatic. That is a big change in life, isn't it? Yeah, it's doing normal, and no, it just became a paranoid lunatic. Absolute lunatic, madman, mental, off my rocker. This was probably already developing for a while, but it really started to come to a head at this point. He was absolutely obsessed with and terrified of a nuclear attack, believing it to be completely imminent, and that Indiana was going to be struck with nuclear missiles. To be fair, nuclear war wasn't the most outlandish fear in the world. It was the middle of the Cold War, and school children were being taught to duck and cover if bombs started dropping while they were in class. A certain amount of fear would have been warranted, but Jim was taking it entirely too far. Indiana could be nuked at any moment, and he and the People's Temple needed to get out. Luckily for Jim, the January issue of Esquire magazine hit newsstands in December of 1961. One of the articles featured in the magazine was 9 places to hide, detailing the places that were most likely to still be inhabitable following a nuclear apocalypse. This was the exact solution that he was searching for. It's like, oh my god, yeah, 9 places? Great, let's just pick one. Jim, the article's supposed to be entertaining, not a travel fucking guide. Of course, I do have to question the methodology in this article. While Guadalajara, Mexico isn't the first place I'd expect to be targeted with a nuclear strike, if I had to list off random cities in Mexico, it would be near the top of the list. Instead of Guadalajara, I'd think 9 places to hide would be better, choosing obscurer places like Cox and Hole, Honduras. There's really a place called Cox and Hole, like Cox in Hole. Ah! However, many of the locations listed in the article were in the southern hemisphere, but the one that seemed most appealing to Jim was Brazil. The country had nearly completed its journey to military authoritarianism, so he felt that the government would be more amenable to his church setting up their communist settlement. He decided to pack up his family and a small group of members from the People's Temple and head off to Brazil. It's a big life change. On the way to Brazil, they made a pit stop in Georgetown, Guyana. I don't know if it was a planned trip or if they'd taken a connecting flight from Guyana to Brazil, but either way, Jim really loved it. He had a socialist government that should be fully accepting of him building a communist paradise, and it was still pretty close to Brazil, so maybe they'd be safe from nukes there as well. The only problem was, there was a bit too much political upheaval at the time for his liking. Guyana wouldn't become fully independent from Britain until 1966, so for the time being, Jim decided it was best not to attempt to set up shop there. Instead, they would continue to Brazil, and maybe they'd relocate there later if needed. What Jim hadn't counted on was that Brazil was already full. It was completely oversaturated with missionaries as it was, so there wasn't any room for the People's Temple to try and move in and stake a claim. Jim tried to gain full-time employment with one of the existing missions, but he was unsuccessful. The whole journey was a bust, and in late 1963, after nearly 2 years in Brazil, they all returned back home to Indianapolis. But what they returned to wasn't what they left behind. He spent 2 years trying to do this. He's really, persistent. People's Temple was in shambles. To start, they had been directed to send almost all of the church's income to Jim in Brazil, meaning that they didn't have enough money left to stay afloat. Many of the followers had abandoned the church as well. Jim assumed that everybody loyal would be unwavering, but it turns out that it's hard to have a cult without a cult leader. Without Jim there to deliver his sermons and perform miracles like faking his own assassinations, People's Temple just wasn't the draw it had once been. Membership had dwindled to barely 100 people in his absence. 100 people 2 years later, no, I still love Jim. I still send him all my money. I'm working hard for Jimbo in Brazil, and what the fuck? It also didn't help that progress kept moving forward in Indianapolis. There were many people outside the church who believed that all the social change and steps towards integration that took place in the 1950s happened entirely because of Jim, but things kept happening while he was gone. It turns out that Jim Jones wasn't nearly as important to Indianapolis as he believed he was, and this was entirely unacceptable. As far as he was concerned, Indianapolis could go fuck itself. But first, he would have to rebuild, and the first step in rebuilding was explaining to his followers that had remained why he came back, instead of having them all just join him in Brazil. After all, he was supposed to be setting up a paradise there. Luckily, he had a perfectly good excuse for coming back. A perfectly good and definitely believable excuse. That was a little sarcasm, Kevster. Jim was trying to help out an orphanage in Brazil by raising money for them. The wife of a diplomat offered to donate $5,000 to the orphanage, but only if Jim would sleep with her. That sounds real. He tried to insist that he was married and a religious man, but she wouldn't relent. He was in a bind, but finally he decided to sleep with her. As he described it, he gave her numerous incredible orgasms for the sake of the orphans. Jim, why do you need to go into such details, Jim, you weirdo? And this definitely happens. Definitely happens. This was a very believable story that served a couple of purposes. First, it was a reminder just how amazing Jim was in bed and how lucky anybody should feel to have a chance to sleep with him. It was also designed to teach them that it was okay to abandon their morals for the greater good. He didn't want to have sex with the diplomat's wife, but it was the right thing to do. For the children. With that sensible explanation out of the way, it was back to recruiting. Over the next year, Jim spent some time on the revival circuit again to try and up his following. But he was also taking frequent trips to California. Brazil may have been a bust, but that article from Esquire listed other locations as well, and there was one city from the United States, Eureka, California. Again, this was a pretty weird inclusion. California borders the Pacific Ocean, and the state has 32 military bases, some from every branch of the military. If there's ever a nuclear war, it's probably best to just assume that the entire state is not going to exist anymore. But Esquire said it was the place to be, and so that's where Jim was going to find their new home. He settled on Redwood Valley, an area just a few miles north of Ukiah. It was a good 150 miles from Eureka, but it was the best area he could find to set up his commune. And time was running out because Indianapolis and Chicago were going to be destroyed by nuclear strikes in 1967. At least that was the vision that Jim claimed to have to coerce his congregation to come with him to California. And they were absolutely coming with him this time. This wasn't going to be Brazil all over again, where he left with the intention of sending back for everyone only to discover that he'd lost control of his followers. They were all going to get on buses and drive out to California to get together. Yeah, it's a lot easier to move across the country than it is to move to fucking Brazil. It's not like it was that far, just a 34-hour drive with no stopping. That was barely long enough for Jim to finish one sermon. In 1966, buses carrying about 140 of the People's Temple most devoted followers joined Jim and his family on the move to Redwood Valley. A new kind of crazy. Once the People's Temple established its agricultural commune in California, things started to take a sharp turn. Jim had a close inner circle as cult leaders want to do, but it was time to make the positions more official. He created a small group called the Planning Commission, filled with his most trusted allies. Jim had exhibited a lot of behavior that I might call questionable at best, but it was through the use of the Planning Commission that serious abuses started taking place. Every aspect of people's lives was to be controlled completely by Jim, and his will would be enforced by the Planning Commission. They would go undercover as spies to make sure that nobody was talking shit about their leader, and punishments were harsh for anybody who dared to speak out or tried to rebel against Jim and the leadership. They could be forced to work longer hours, have their rations cut, or even be publicly ridiculed and beaten. I feel like this is definitely illegal. Definitely, I mean, the beaten part for sure. But controlling people's food, forcing people to work longer hours, those sound like crimes. These public castigations became a popular form of control, with the entire congregation having to take part. Ever since he met Father Divine, Jim had been leaning into the idea of everything being us versus them. This is common. This is how they do it. They're that you create an enemy. It's a popular tactic among cults and political parties, there we go, and who the them was, according to Jim, would change depending on his needs. It could have been the Klan, the Nazis, or the US government. Though California is generally regarded as a very liberal state, the area where the People's Temple moved was not. Yeah, California's there's lots of liberal areas, but there's also if you go further into California, it gets fairly red, doesn't it? There was a lot of disdain from the locals about the sudden influx of black residents to the area, and Jim had been able to use that to bring everybody closer together by making the locals them. But now it was the members who would speak out against Jim's divine leadership. It was they who were now the evil them that the People's Temple had to fight against, and it was everyone's duty to make sure that everyone stayed in line. Also, signing over assets to the church was no longer optional. All members were required to sign away their assets, and those that had jobs outside the commune had to sign over their wages to Jim. He also controlled people's sex lives and even who they were allowed to marry, which we'll get to in a bit. Classic cult playbook, isn't it? But despite its brief flirtation with celibacy, the People's Temple had become a lot more sexual as well. Jim had become completely obsessed with sex, and he no longer was relying on his charm and exploiting his position of power to seduce women. Now he required any woman he chose to sexually gratify him, regardless of whether or not she was married. Once they had located to California, Jim had also started getting heavily involved in drugs. Throughout most of his life, he rarely slept. It was actually something he prided himself on. Going all the way back to when he was in high school in Richmond, Jim simply didn't have time to sleep. He would go to school, immediately come home, do his homework, and then go to his job at the hospital before school the next day. I have a mate who just, it's very rare, genetically, but some people need to sleep less. And this guy just is no, just 5 hours. Just I wake up after 5 hours and I just can't go back to sleep every time, my whole life. And I'm like, God damn, am I jealous of that? What I wouldn't give for 2 or 3 extra hours a day. Wow. In those days, he was lucky to get 3 hours sleep, and this habit had continued with him throughout his life. But he wasn't a teenager anymore. Jim was now 35, and just like the rest of us, he began to realize that his body couldn't handle that sort of schedule anymore. Some of us take the sensible route of sleeping more, but he decided to adopt the Elvis diet instead. That's methamphetamines in the morning to wake up and Quaaludes at night to go to sleep. Not only was Jim barely getting any sleep, but he expected the same from his followers as well. They could work all day, either at their jobs or in town or on the communal farm doing hard hard labor, and then they'd listen to Jim give sermons that were 5 or 6 hours long every single night. That sounds tiresome. What the f*** are you talking about for 5 or 6 hours? Like, I go on plenty of tangents. There's no way I could just come up with 5 to 6 hours of stuff to talk about every single day. Wait. It's kind of what I do. But I got writers. Jim doesn't have writers. Everybody was expected to stay standing during the sermon so that they could pay better attention, and the doors were locked so that nobody could try to leave. That, standing up for that long? The lack of sleep became a point of pride among members of the People Temple. When they spoke to one another, it was like a competition to see who had gotten the least sleep. If you said you got 2 hours sleep, someone would one-up you by saying they only got an hour and a half. It was seen as a test of devotion, ignoring the physical and psychological effects that operating on essentially zero sleep has on people. Among those effects, of course, is making them much easier to control and manipulate. Jim wasn't freed from the effects of sleeplessness either. He may have had drugs to help him control when and how much he slept and to keep himself alert, but his paranoia began to reach all-time highs. Yeah, it might have something to do with the methamphetamine, maybe. His sermons were also becoming less and less about God and the Bible, with it changing to him almost exclusively preaching about communism. But one of the more noticeable and iconic changes to Jim was his bloodshot eyes. Of course, you've probably never seen a picture of him with bloodshot eyes, and that's because virtually every picture of him after 1971 shows him wearing sunglasses, even indoors and at night. This is when I picture Jim Jones in my mind, he's wearing sunglasses. This was done to hide how red his eyes were, but he had a different reason that he gave to his followers. Jim had become so holy, so godlike, that to gaze directly into his eyes would kill a regular mortal. Anyway, now that the People's Temple had relocated to Redwood Valley, it was time to work on recruitment and expansion. His numbers had dwindled to little more than 100 before the move, so he needed to attract more members. When Martin Luther King died in 1968, Jim saw an opportunity. He traveled to San Francisco, where one of the largest black churches was holding a memorial service so that he could help out. And the best way he could think of to do that was to recruit the mourners to the People's Temple. This was a common tactic that Jim had used to regrow. The revival circuit had been effective out in the Midwest, but in California, it was easier for him to just target other churches and try to poach their members with his communist messaging. And, of course, with the demonstrations of his mind reading and his healing abilities. Marcy! More gizzards, Marcy! It didn't take long before their numbers were well into the hundreds again, and Jim recognized that he needed additional permanent locations. The commune in Redwood Alley was good, but San Francisco is a big city, and a fully integrated church could do a lot of good there, which is to say it could bring a lot of money from the collection plate from the tithing of the members. People's Temple was able to quickly establish churches in both San Francisco and Los Angeles thanks to Jim's recruitment efforts. His church was purportedly built on racial equality and social programs, and these major cities were the perfect target for his messages. In Los Angeles at the time, it's estimated that 60% of the residents were on welfare living in ghettos. Good Lord, 60%? The church was using its money to buy communal housing, and he continued the practice he had begun in Indianapolis of providing homes, jobs, food, and clothing to the poor. Outwardly, he seemed to be doing a lot of good, and his message resonated deeply with the impoverished black community and with liberal college students. The public perception of the People's Temple was so positive that the San Francisco church began bringing in thousands of dollars in donations each service. By the mid-1970s, that number would grow to about $10,000 per week from San Francisco and as much as $25,000 each week from Los Angeles. However, Jim had a plan for this money. Besides just enacting the social programs he promised congregants, he needed to travel across the entire country, spreading his message far and wide. But he had already seen what could happen to his church if he wasn't there. These trips weren't going to be nearly as long as his 2-year visit to Brazil, but he was much more paranoid now, and he wasn't willing to take any chances. To make sure nobody could abandon him during his travels, he purchased a fleet of about a dozen decommissioned Greyhound buses so that the entire commune could travel with him. This is crazy shit. We'll get to how these trips went in a moment, but in 1968, before the buses were purchased, Jim made a new friend. He encountered Larry and Carolyn Layton, who were walking down the street trying to pick out a new church. They're like going church shopping. Jim was in the car with his family and offered them a ride, so it only made sense they should come to his church for a service. Carolyn was instantly hooked. She loved the lively atmosphere of the church and especially loved the social messages of equality and inclusiveness. She absolutely wanted this to be their new church, and Larry's opinion wasn't particularly important because she was in total control of their marriage. It was decided that the People's Temple would be the Laytons' new church, and Carolyn became enamored with Jim and the causes that the church was fighting for. And I understand why. This is like that soft entrance to the cult, right? Isn't that what like Scientology does? Where they're like, yeah, just come for a reading and we'll tell you what's wrong with you. It's no pressure. We just want to tell you what's wrong with you. You don't have to join Scientology. Just see what we're about. And whatever, like plenty of places do this, plenty of cults, plenty of churches do this. And then you get a bit deeper and you're like, oh, I see. Oh my, but by that point you're hooked. Carolyn had always been a very serious person, and most people saw her as cold and distant, but Jim saw something else in her. In 1969, Marcy's back gave out and she was bedridden for months. Jim needed a replacement and he wanted it to be Carolyn. She was a lot like Marcy, intelligent and unwaveringly dedicated to the cause of social reform, but Carolyn was much more flexible, both physically and morally. Ever since giving birth to Stephen, Marcy had been unable to have sex with Jim regularly. In Carolyn, he saw a new partner, somebody that could do all the things that Marcy did and more. Jim could have easily had nearly any woman in People's Temple that he wanted, but not Carolyn. She was married, and a preacher's daughter. She wasn't just going to jump into bed with somebody else. That's where Patty came in. It wasn't just her job to keep Jim's schedule. Now she had to find a way to add Carolyn to it. Patty explained to her that Marcy was physically and psychologically crippled, but Jim was too kind to put her in an institution. However, he still needed to be taken care of. Jim needed emotional support and physical release in order to maintain his spiritual healing powers, and he had identified Carolyn as the only person in the congregation capable of providing him with this. Patty urged Carolyn that Jim needed this, but she still wasn't sure. Eventually, she was worn down enough to agree to speak to him privately about the matter, and once alone, Jim was able to charm not only the pants off her, but also the wedding ring as well. Jim informs Larry that he was no longer married to Carolyn, that she was now his. Holy shit. It smells like Carolyn should maybe be the one having that conversation. Is it? Larry, I've got some news. But it was okay because Jim was going to give Larry a different wife instead. This was accepted, without question, by all parties involved. It also helped that Larry found his new wife to be much more cheerful and attractive than Carolyn was. He actually became an even more devoted follower because of all this, wanting to prove his continued obedience despite having his original wife taken from him, because that's the level of control that Jim had over his followers. That is insane. It's like, don't worry, Larry, I've got you a new wife. And Larry's like, prefer her. Carolyn was a bit mean. She wore the pants. It's easy to see how people could initially get sucked into the People's Temple. They were promoting positive social change and actively helping the less fortunate, at least on the surface. The people who had their lives personally improved, who believed that much in the cause of social reform, and who witnessed Jim's faith healings and thought he had magic powers, would join the church and give in to Jim's charm, slowly being indoctrinated, controlled, and manipulated. But it was different for those on the outside. After not hearing from Carolyn for a few weeks, her parents came to visit at the Redwood Valley commune. She cheerfully informed them that Larry was off getting divorce papers and that she was with Jim now. This was a huge shock to them because even from a young age, Carolyn had insisted that she was never going to get married. It was remarkable that Larry had won her over in the first place, but for her to fall in love with another man, breaking her wedding vows, seemed unthinkable to them. Her parents had to meet this Jim character and see what all the fuss was about. Oh my god, they're going to meet him and he's going to be like, and thou shalt join me. And they'll be like, yes, Jim. Yes, God, Jim, my master. Shall I suck your penis as well, Jim? How does he do it? It's crazy. They were not fans. Oh, good. Okay, good. I like that. Carolyn's parents immediately saw through his ruse and recognized he was just another evangelical charlatan. Good. Big brains right here. This was a remarkably common reaction people had when meeting Jim. He would never boast a following of hundreds of thousands like Father Divine had, and the majority of people who met him could see exactly who he was. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, Carolyn's parents didn't want to press the issue. Carolyn could be stubborn and hard-headed, and if they pushed too hard against Jim, they felt that they may lose contact with their daughter entirely. This just left the matter of Marcy. Jim had been exploiting his position of authority for sex for years, something she was almost certainly well aware of. But it had always been just sex. Carolyn was something different. He treated her as a partner, confiding in her, and treating her as his right hand in the church. He also spent alternating nights at home with Marcy and with Carolyn. Obviously, the children were going to notice, so Jim sat them down and explained that their mother didn't satisfy him sexually anymore, and that Carolyn was going to be his new special lady friend. Holy how old are your kids? I don't think that's a conversation you should have with you. Your kids could be in their 30s and you don't want to have that conversation. What are you doing, Jim? That's not exactly a typical conversation for a father to have with his preteen. No, it's not. Children, but Jim had always been needless and graphically open with them about sex, so this was par for the course. It's a bit fucking weird, isn't it, Jimbo? Starting this relationship was a huge risk on Jim's part. He was still having people call him and Marcy father and mother, and Marcy was extremely popular within the church. Yeah, it seems that because Marcy's actually a nice person. She was popular and well-liked enough that, were she so inclined, she might even be able to challenge his leadership and take in the People's Temple for herself. If she came out and revealed the truth about Jim's adulterous relationship with Carolyn, it could have destroyed them. Unfortunately, Marcy's devotion to the cause was too strong, so she chose to suffer in silence. Carolyn was part of the planning commission now, Jim's inner circle, which meant she had to be there for his first practice run. At the meeting of the planning commission, Everyone was handed a styrofoam cup of wine and told to drink it. Oh my. I see. I was like, practice one? What practice run? And I'm like, oh no, there we go, because I know how the story ends, and so do you. Alcohol was strictly forbidden within the People's Temple, but they grew just enough grapes on the commune to make a small batch of wine, and the commission was being allowed to have it as a special treat. About 5 minutes after they drank it, Jim informed them that they'd all just been poisoned. There was no antidote, and that they had an hour to live. He wanted to see how they'd respond, and surprisingly, nobody beat the shit out of him. Patty was actually the first to react, screaming and trying to run out of the room. Another man, one of only 2 others in the room Jim had let in on his secret plan, began firing at her with a pistol. The gun was full of blanks, but she immediately dropped to the floor. Everyone else just sat in their chairs, talking about death and how disappointed they were that they weren't going to get to see the church's plans go through to completion. They were disappointed, but not a single person actually seemed mad at Jim, which, cult leader or not, seems pretty fucking bizarre. You know it does, doesn't it? Someone was like, oh yeah, you've been poisoned, you got an hour. I'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake. You dickhead, come over here. I'm going to beat your face in. After about 45 minutes, some people started to claim that they felt faint. Jim asked them to describe their symptoms, listening intently for a few minutes as they described the feeling of their organs failing. He then gleefully informed them, it's just a prank, bro, and that there was no poison. They were all completely fine, but they had faced death head on. They had proven their loyalty and shown that they were willing to fight for the cause even in the face of certain death, which meant they had nothing to fear. Jim's bizarre experiment had been a success. Like I said in the introduction, people often refer to the Jonestown Massacre as a mass suicide, but that's not really correct. It was mass murder, and Jim was already preparing for it nearly a decade beforehand. If he was able to pull off this prank with his closest supporters, perhaps he could do the same thing with a much larger group. Reflecting back on it decades later, several people that had been in that room claimed that they knew it was a hoax from the start. It was sort of attention-grabbing nonsense that Jim would really do to drive home whatever point he was trying to make. But one of those who was there realized they should have seen the event for what it was. Yes, they had shown they were willing to face death for what they believed in, but it also showed that Jim was prepared to kill every last one of them, that he was even planning it. No, it doesn't. It's just a prank. Now, with perfect hindsight, yeah, you could be like, well, holy shit. But, like, that doesn't mean he was actually going to do it. Things continued as normal, or what passed for normal for the People's Temple. Using his fleet of buses, Jim would travel the country trying to recruit people. Not only did having the entire congregation on the buses with him mean that they couldn't escape or abandon him, it was also what about their jobs? It was also a powerful tool for his faith healing demonstrations. He could hold events where the majority of people in attendance were members of the church masquerading as locals, and all of the people he pretended to heal would be his followers. In the most famous video of one of his faith healings, he gave a woman in a wheelchair the ability to walk again. The woman was actually his secretary and she could walk just fine, but the people who witnessed it didn't know that. They believed they had witnessed a miracle. Of course, there's a pretty obvious question you might have here. If the entire church was now in on the scam, why did they still believe in Jim's ability to heal people? The answer is that obviously he really didn't have magical powers, he just had to save his real powers for more important things. People are dumb. They're not dumb. People are just easily manipulated. That is wild. He's like, no. Of course I have powers. I just can't waste all this shit. We gotta save it for like the big stuff. Marcy, more gizzards! It was okay for them to lie and recruit others if it meant Jim would get to do his real miracles later on. It was around this time that he also gave one of his most famous sermons. In it, he decried the Bible and the supposed sky god, tossing the Bible across the stage and waiting for lightning to strike him. He told the audience that the Bible had been holding people down for thousands of years, and that it wasn't some sky god that they needed to care about, but God here on earth. Jim then said to the audience, if you see me as your savior, I'll be your savior. If you see me as your God, I'll be your God. That sort of rhetoric isn't concerning at all. I am your God! It's like some Stargate shit where those like ancient Egyptian ghouls are like, I am your God. It's like, fucking hell. And people are like, yes, master. But it's also not what most people saw. Unless you were already in the church, you weren't going to hear Jim's insane sermons. Instead, you'd see the People's Temple dedicated to public works and social programs. And that's exactly what caught the eye of attorney Tim Stone. Tim had been a deputy district attorney in Ukiah, which was where he first met Jim. They first met when somebody recommended that Tim seek out the People's Temple to help renovate the Mendocino County Legal Aid Office in Ukiah, where he was working. Oh my god, America's got some... These are difficult to pronounce. I don't know if I'm getting it right. I'm just guessing. Tim did, and he was immediately impressed by the hard work that the People's Temple did. He began sending people to People's Temple for drug counseling and marriage counseling, and he was consistently impressed by the good deeds of the church. It wasn't just the grunts, either. Tim had personally witnessed Jim Jones on his knees, scrubbing toilets. He may have been a lawyer, but Tim was still a man of principles. He provided legal representation for hippies and black militants, and had even met his wife, Grace, at a protest march. Then he met the People's Temple and saw what they outwardly embodied. They certainly seemed to be living the socialist dream, leading the fight for equality by example. It was hard for him not to be won over and join the church as their official legal counsel. All these fat cat politicians wanted to talk a big game about social change while just lining their pockets with donations. But Jim was actually out there, living what he preached and trying to make a difference, while lining his own pockets with donations. But being legal counsel for a cult is a lot of work. Tim was absolutely buried under paperwork, being run completely ragged. It started to put a strain on his... What sort of paperwork does a cult have to do? I don't know. I mean, are they defending lots of legal cases? There's been no whisper of this so far. What is Tim doing? It started to put a strain on his marriage with Grace, and Jim saw a very necessary opportunity there. You see, Tim had quickly become extremely popular within the People's Temple. He was a smart dude, which there weren't a lot of at the church. At least, not who were allowed to let anybody know they were smart. Anybody who tried to show off what a smarty pants they were would be publicly castigated, though in private they may have been inducted into Jim's inner circle so that he could utilize their abilities. Tim's popularity and status within the church was a threat to Jim, and he was an extremely paranoid and petty man. Seeing that the workload he'd saddled Tim with was putting a large strain on their marriage, Jim swooped in to comfort Grace in a time of need with his penis. That's not me adding a commentary, that's what Kevin wrote. Roughly 9 months later, a little baby boy was born. Uh-oh. This was hardly the first time that Jim had gotten one of his parishioners pregnant, but whenever he had done so in the past, he'd always insisted that the woman get an abortion. After all, it would be irresponsible for her to bring another mouth into the world to feed when there were already so many people struggling for resources. But this time, it was different. He wanted Grace to carry his child as the ultimate humiliation to Tim. What a douchebag. Of course, we don't actually know who John Victor Stone's biological father was. Paternity tests didn't exist yet, so unless the child had type O blood and one of the potential fathers had type AB, there was no way to know. And even with the blood type thing, there are exceptions anyway. But while there was no way to know for sure, what mattered is that Jim believed it was his son. This resulted in the creation of the single most important document in the history of the People's Temple. It is an affidavit that Tim only signed because he thought it was not an official affidavit and would hold no legal weight. I feel like that's something Tim should probably know, him being, a lawyer and all. He believed that it could never be used in court and could not have imagined the giant storm that his signature on the piece of paper was going to cause. What does this say? Okay, so the document read, it's a big quote here, "To whom it may concern, I, Timothy Oliver Stone, hereby acknowledge that in April 1971, I entreated my beloved pastor, James W. Jones, to sire a child by my wife, Grace Lucy Gretsch Stone, who had previously, at my insistence, reluctantly but graciously consented thereto. James W. Jones agreed to do so, reluctantly, after I explained that I very much wished to raise a child but was unable after extensive attempts to sire one myself. My reason for requesting James W. Jones to do this is that I wanted my child to be fathered, if not by me, by the most compassionate, honest, and courageous human being the world contains. The child, John Victor Stone, was born on January the 25th, 1972. I am privileged beyond words to have the responsibility of caring for him, and I undertake this task humbly with the steadfast hope that the child will become a devoted follower of Jesus Christ and be instrumental in bringing God's kingdom here on earth, as has been his wonderful natural father. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct." You're a lawyer. Why the fuck would you sign that? He's like, I don't know if he held up. Seems pretty fucking binding to me, bro. That's already pretty horrible. Tim was forced to sign this affidavit stating that he begged Jim to impregnate his wife because he wasn't man enough to do it. While Tim claims that he signed it because he thought it was a meaningless and non-binding document, it was going to be held over his head for several years to emasculate him. But he wasn't the only one to sign that affidavit. Most legal documents require a witness to sign them, and on the witness line was the signature Marceline M. Jones. Oh, Marcy, the wife. The OG wife. Being forced to sign this affidavit was the last straw for Marcy. She had been put through so much torment in this marriage already, she couldn't deal with it anymore. While she was still active in church activities, running things anytime Jim was out of town, she also had a day job as a state inspector. How are you doing this when you're traveling around on a bus all the time? Or did she actually stay behind while Jim was out? Because I thought the whole congregation went with him. This caused her to frequently leave town for a couple of days at a time, but she always returned and spent most of her time at home in the Redwood Valley commune. But that wasn't her home anymore. She would still return on weekends to play the role of loving wife for the sake of the church and the cause, but she'd got her own apartment 60 miles away, where she stayed during the week, even when work didn't require her to be out of town. Over the following months, she wound up developing a relationship with a psychologist. She fell in love with him and was ready to leave People's Temple. Jim had Carolyn anyway, so what did he even need her for? One weekend, Marcy returned to Redwood Valley to tell Jim what was happening. She was in love with the doctor, and she was going to take the kids and move with him to Georgia. There's no way to know how she hoped he would react. Would he admit everything was his fault and beg for forgiveness for ruining their marriage? No, that doesn't sound like Jim at all. Would he shrug her off as being useless to him and allow her to leave? No, she was too important to the People's Temple. Besides, he couldn't let the rest of the congregation see her leave with the children, showing that Jim was fallible and able to be abandoned. Instead, he took their private conversation and turned it into a family meeting. Jim called in their children and told them that their mother was breaking up the family. She was trying to run away with some doctor and take them all away from their real father. He then proceeded to ask the children what they wanted, if they wanted to go to Georgia with their mum or stay with him in the church. Suzanne didn't get a vote because she was a girl, and Agnes didn't get a vote because she was Agnes. Ever since she revealed herself as a young child to be of dour temperament, her opinion had been irrelevant. So Jim's like, yeah. Anyone I don't think's going to vote my way doesn't get to vote. Jim, that's not a vote. That left Stephen, Lou, and Jimmy Jr., all of whom voted to stay with their father. Jim thought that this little demonstration of power would prove his point, but Marcy didn't really give a shit. She said she was getting the divorce, leaving, and taking the children anyway. But Jim still wasn't ready to admit defeat. He warned her that if she left, she would be met by the Avengers of Death. It was some empty threat of mystical bullshit that might have fooled most of his followers, but Marcy was unfazed. She'd been buying those gizzards. She knows what's up. While she had once believed that he could read minds, she now knew all of his tricks. He wasn't a divine instrument of God, and he had no magical powers. But what he did have were bodyguards. Bodyguards who were armed and fiercely loyal to the point of worshipping Jim. He would have done absolutely anything that he requested of them. So Jim dropped the whole deity charade and told Marcy point blank, if you ever take my boys away, you'll be dead. That wasn't an idle threat, and she knew it. She resigned herself to her fate, forever shackled to Jim and the People's Temple until the day that she died. After this, she was so busy with church duties that she couldn't continue her affair. Any bit of hope Marcy had of escaping from Jim died that very day. That's rough. I wanted Marcy to leave and be happy. Just leave. Marcy seems like a good person. Marcy was a good person, is a good person. Like, she was doing all the things that Jim was doing, and not because she's a narcissistic psycho, but because she's a nice person. Cue Jim. Changes in the air. The People's Temple continued to grow, and by the mid-1970s, their official membership had reached over 3,000, with actual membership likely being closer to 5,000. That is a lot. Jim claimed to have over 20,000 followers, though there's no evidence of that. Still, their increased size brought increased influence, and it seemed like they were going to become a political force to be reckoned with in California, as they had been in Indiana before Jim's little hiatus in Brazil. Okay, I take it back about what Tim not being a busy lawyer. Look, if you've got 5,000 people following you and turning up to shit and events and all of this, you got to have a lawyer. There's 5,000 people. But changes were coming, and he was going to briefly start losing control of the situation. In 1972, journalist and eventual radio host Lester Kinsolving began running a 7-part expose in the San Francisco Examiner and the Indianapolis Star on the People's Temple. The articles were less than flattering, to say the least, and Jim was pissed. He had members of the church picket the Examiner's office, as well as harassing the editors of both papers. Sounds rather familiar, doesn't it, with a modern organization that I'm not going to name. Though he was able to get both papers to stop printing the expose after only 4 of the 7 installments, it was still negative attention that the church didn't need. I don't like it when newspapers are pressed into not doing publishing because of the pressure from the people who they're exposing. That's really, really fucking shady. Things only got worse in 1973 when a group of 8 members decided to defect from the People's Temple. Excellent. This was a dangerous course of action. They knew it. Jim was very vocal to his congregation about how defectors would be dealt with. So the Gang of 8, as they were known, had to be careful. Isn't the Gang of 8, isn't this like a intelligence committee? Or is that just from movies? Where they have like the heads of like MI6 and CIA and whatever, and they all get together and they're the Gang of 8. Is that a real thing? I have to look that up. I'm wondering if I just saw it in a movie. I think it's real. Yeah, okay, it's a real thing. It's a colloquial term for a set of 8 leaders within the United States Congress who are briefed on classified intelligence matters by the executive branch. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was like an international thing, but it's just an American thing. I must have heard it in some American TV show or something. Gotta be exciting to join that group. Join it. You're in the Gang 8. It's like, what are we going to get briefed on today? Please be aliens. Let's be aliens. So the Gang of 8, as they were known, had to be careful. They assumed search parties would be looking for them, so they loaded up 3 trucks with guns and started making a break for Canada while avoiding the highway. It turned out that they were absolutely right to do so, as Jim had gone so far as to hire a plane to search the highway for their car. The defectors made it as far as Montana, but they decided to stop there. They couldn't just drive into Canada with cars full of guns, but they certainly weren't going to leave themselves unprotected. Once they had settled, they wrote a long letter to Jim detailing their grievances. There were a lot of things that could have been said. Jim was an arsehole. He was manipulative. He tried to control every aspect of people's lives. He was a liar and a fake healer. These were all true. But he already also knew all of that. Such comments were unlikely to get under his skin. What he couldn't handle was the fact that the defectors called him a hypocrite. The People's Temple was supposed to be a communist paradise and a bastion of racial equality. So why did the Planning Commission have so much more power than regular temple members? Why were they all white except for one token black person? Wait, the Planning Commission. Okay, I thought you meant the whole church. It would have been a bit different to what he initially started with, wouldn't it? This caused Jim to completely fly off the handle. He called a meeting of the Planning Commission and began waving a pistol about, suggesting that they all commit suicide and leave a scathing note saying that a true socialist movement couldn't survive because of the harassment they were receiving. Yes, that'll show them, Jim. Definitely not a batshit insane plan at all. It's like, how are we going to get back? We're all going to kill ourselves. That'll show them. Cooler heads eventually prevailed, even if once again the commission was shown that Jim was willing to have everybody die just to send a message. But more needed to be done to keep everybody in line. He'd already began using the commission to spy on members. They would walk amongst the crowds, eavesdropping, and they would get people to confess the worst things they'd ever done to be later used as blackmail. Fucking hell. Clearly, this wasn't enough, and Jim needed to start clamping down even harder, exerting more absolute authority and control over the members of the People Temple. But who watches the Watchmen? The commission wasn't gathering dirt on themselves, so how could Jim make sure that he could maintain control over them? He believed that the answer was simple, even if it was legally dubious at best. Jim instructed Carolyn to pass out blank pieces of paper for the planning commission to each sign on the bottom. That is not... If you're signing something, you put your signature on a document, then someone prints like a contract onto it. You didn't sign that contract, did you? He told them that these papers would be used against them if they ever tried to step out of line. With their signature already attached, he could type whatever horrific confession he wanted onto the paper, and they'd have no way to dispute their signed confessions. Yes, they would, Jim. They'd be like, I signed a blank piece of paper, and then Jim typed that shit onto it. Like, that was part of his game. They'd have no way to dispute. Wake up, Jimbo! With so many witnesses to what really happened, there's no way these future signed confessions would ever hold up, and they all knew that. They saw it as just another loyalty test like the fake poisoning prank that had put them through, so they signed the papers without giving it much of a second thought. Everybody in the room was fiercely loyal to Jim, so they'd never turn on him anyway, and at least this stopped him from waving that stupid gun around and advocating for group suicide. Tightening his control over the congregation was a start, but it wasn't enough. Between the partial expose that had been printed and now the Gang of Eight, the People's Temple had faced back-to-back blows to their credibility in a short period of time. It was the threat to their community, their communist agenda, and worst of all, to their tax-exempt status. Jim was going to need an escape plan just in case shit really hit the fan. Luckily, Jim and the Planning Commission knew the perfect place they could go to hide if needed. Guyana. In 1974, Jim worked out a deal with the Guianan government to start the construction of Jonestown. More or less, anyway. The terms weren't completely worked out until 1976, but construction was allowed to begin in 1974. The People's Temple negotiated the lease of nearly 4,000 acres of land on which to build their communist paradise. It was a far cry from the 20,000 or so acres that Jim was trying to get, but the deal stipulated the option to expand if things went well. That is a lot of land, isn't it? 4,000 acres. For the government of Guyana, this was a massive win. Jim was only paying 25 cents per acre to lease the land, but it was also just a lease. The government still owned the land and could ostensibly break the lease any damn time they felt like it. More importantly, the land was crap. It was thousands of acres of land covered in triple canopy jungle, so in their minds, Jim was paying them for the right to transform the jungle into potentially habitable lands that they would still own. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like the worst deal, does it, for the government? Even once the jungle was cleared out, the soil would be extremely low fertility. That sounds counterintuitive given the amount of vegetation that already existed, but it's pretty standard for jungles and rainforests. The existing plants leach all of the nutrients out of the ground, meaning that any nutrients that exist would be tied up in the living plants. Isn't that why they do the slash and burn? Whereas they'll burn down the trees and stuff, so the carbon goes back into the soil and neutralifies it or whatever. Most nutrients in the soil would be the result of leaves falling and such decomposing, so it would all be in the first few inches of soil. Jungle trees have adapted to have sprawling, shallow roots as a result of this, but it would bode very poorly for Jonestown as an agricultural commune. Most agricultural crops, particularly high-yield crops like cereal, grains, and tomatoes, rely on deep roots. Jim didn't understand any of these things and assumed that farming in a tropical environment would be the same as farming in the American Midwest, not that his family had ever excelled at that either. Oh my god, yeah, back in the beginning of today's episode, we talked about, it was Jim? Wasn't it Jim's parents who were also farmers? Or I thought the episode was going to be about his mum, and then I remembered it was about Jim Jones, like 20 hours ago. I'm not complaining, I'm having a good time. I mean, it's a miserable story that's going to end in mass suicide or murder, but it's a tale, isn't it? It didn't help that the nearest meaningful body of water was 7 miles away. There was a stream that ran through part of the Jonestown plot of land, which was prone to flooding, but it wouldn't provide them the amount of water they needed to sustain a population and its crops. But the main reason this land was chosen and why it was so cheap was not because it was doomed to failure and would force Jones to spend money buying food from locals to feed his community. Guyana was having a territorial dispute with Venezuela, and Jonestown was located right on the border, acting as a human shield. Bro, this doesn't sound like the best place to move, does it? The Guyanese government felt that the Venezuelans would be less inclined to launch an invasion if it meant having to fight their way through American citizens. I'm also getting ahead of myself, perhaps a strange comment to make when we're almost 2 hours into this episode. I get the feeling we're a lot more than 2 hours into this episode. I don't know, because I've recorded this in many different parts, but I can't even remember how long it is, but it's more than 2 hours, isn't it? It must be. I'd say we're at 2.5. Maybe 3. That would be my guess, right? 2:45 is what I'd say. How bang on am I? Am I bang on or not? 2:37. That's what I'm saying, 2:37. But Jonestown wasn't built yet. The land had only been leased. Jim sent half a dozen temple members down to Guyana to start clearing the land, with another dozen sent shortly after. They were hard workers, but they were completely out of their element. There was a massive jungle they needed to clear, and they assumed that chainsaws would be the ideal tool for clearing away giant trees. It turns out they were very wrong, as the tree trunks were so strong that they destroyed the metal blades while remaining completely unharmed. Holy, I didn't realize there were trees that couldn't be chopped. I'll be like, yeah, get the chainsaws. What could possibly withstand a chainsaw? Turns out some trees. Wow, I'd make that same mistake. I mean, I'd look it up on Google, to be honest. They were able to contract local indigenous people who showed them how to remove the trees by essentially just pulling on them hard enough to completely uproot and topple them. Most of the early work was done by indigenous labor until enough vegetation was cleared that heavy machinery could be transported to Jonestown to do the rest. It took about 3 years of work to clear the land and start building homes for the future residents of Jonestown. The population would remain at about 40 people until 1977, when Jim finally moved down there with other members of the People Temple. The escape plan may have been underway, but it would be years before they could actually escape. Until then, the People's Temple still needed to survive, and the best way to do that was for Jim to increase his political power. Luckily for him, 1975 San Francisco Democratic mayoral election candidate George Moscone needed a helping hand. Tim Stone, that's the lawyer dude, right? Who was still an assistant district attorney with political ties, put Jim and George into contact with one another. Jim was happy to send hundreds of his followers to work on George's election campaign, doing everything they could to get his new ally elected. However, while George was appreciative of the help, he didn't make any specific deals or promises in exchange. He was a liberal candidate that shared much of Jim's ideology, and he likely thought that would have been reason enough for them to work together. Needless to say, he didn't understand who he was really working with. George won a plurality of the vote for mayor, but not a majority. That meant that there was going to be a runoff election on December the 11th between him and Republican candidate John Bagalata, who had received the second most votes. It was immediately clear that this was a potentially dangerous situation for George. Third place in the election had gone to Dianne Feinstein, who was also a Democrat. She's going to eat some of those votes, isn't she? But it wasn't a foregone conclusion that he would absorb all of her votes. Dianne was a centrist, and many of her voters may not have supported someone as far left as George. There was also the issue of voter turnout. Runoff elections tend to have significantly lower turnout than general elections, something that often benefits Republican candidates. George was going to need Jim's help more than ever, and he was happy to do everything he could. The People's Temple started a letter-writing campaign targeting voters, sending 3,000 to 4,000 letters each day before the election. It was nice, but George needed more than that. He needed their votes. It was going to be a close election, and the 1,500 members of the church that lived in San Francisco might have been enough to make a difference. At least they might have if any of them were actually registered to vote. You should have done that. People's Temple only had a handful of people who were registered to vote in San Francisco, showing their true dedication to enacting change. But they did have another valuable asset that George had his eyes on: that fleet of Greyhound buses. Motivating Americans to get off their asses to vote is hard enough to do. Trying to do it twice in the same year is a Herculean task. But if Jim and his followers could roll these buses up to people's homes and tell them it was time to come vote, well, what choice would they have? They spent the entirety of the runoff election picking people up and driving them to various polling locations to make sure George could collect as many votes as possible. Though never proven, it's alleged that the People's Temple also used the strategy of vote early, vote often. Wait, does that mean vote multiple times to help secure the election? That's definitely illegal, right? allegedly. Barbaglatter would allege that the temple members would vote multiple times at each different location using the names of deceased San Francisco residents. Don't you have to show some ID or something to vote? Which, if true, would have made all the difference. In the end, George won the election by only 4,400 votes, something that would have not been possible without Jim's help. He even called Jim and thanked him, acknowledging that he owed his win entirely to the People's Temple in a phone call that Jim, of course, made sure to record as leverage. Just saying I won the election because of you doesn't mean like I owe you anything. It's like probably like I'd feel like I have to pay you back. But it's not like, well, if someone recorded that, I'd feel like, well, I don't have to pay you back because you're a kid now. As for Barbaglatter's allegations of massive voter fraud, they never went anywhere. Maybe it's because there was no voter fraud to find, or maybe it's because when San Francisco DA created a special unit to investigate election fraud, he appointed Tim as the special unit's lead. There's really no way to know. Though the fraud charges were never proven, Temple members would later claim Jim ordered them to travel from Redwood Valley to San Francisco to vote illegally under threats of violence. But despite George admitting that he owed the election to Jim, it wasn't enough leverage. It had been made clear that Jim was a man of substantial political influence, though neither he nor any of his followers had been given government appointments. This was shocking to Jim, as he had so graciously handed George a list of people that he felt were perfectly qualified for various appointments within the city government. Clearly he needed greater control over the new mayor, which meant that he needed some dirt on him. Okay, but you couldn't like, you didn't need to have... What's that thing where it's like, yeah, okay, so at first we'll try asking nicely, and then we'll try bribery, and then we'll try blackmail. It's like, ba-ba-da-ba-dum. Jim couldn't admit to election fraud, as that would have been more bad publicity for the church. What he could do, however, was manufacture a scandal that could be used to blackmail George. You see, George was described by some as being a bit of a booze hound who loved a good party. Jim took advantage of this by inviting him to come celebrate at a temple event. If Jim's followers were willing to accept marriage partners at his command, surely they would acquiesce to his request of a one-night dalliance, especially with the mayor. George had quite a few drinks at the party before being gifted a girl to spend the evening with. The next morning, Jim called George to thank him to coming to the event and say how happy he was to see the mayor enjoying himself so much with the People's Temple. He then added, "But I want to let you know that the young lady you went off with is underage. Now don't worry, Mayor. We'll take care of you because we know that you'll take care of us." And that's that. And that is like, yay, I'm mayor. Oh, that's it. That's game over. At least that's the story Jim told. We don't actually know if it's true because he liked to make up all sorts of claims of sexual blackmail that he had on politicians. We know that he really did keep blackmail on local politicians, filming them attending People's Temple services. This may not have been as incriminating as the allegations he leveled against George, but if any politician forgot their place and stepped out of line by trying to attack the church, Jim would be more than happy to show their hypocrisy to the world. We may not know if Jim ever really made that phone call, but what I can tell you is that in 1976, George appointed him to a seat on the San Francisco Housing Authority. A few months later, George pulled some strings to make him chairman. Even before Jim's arrival, the Housing Authority was notoriously corrupt, and he was only going to make it worse. He was now the largest landlord in the city, which gave him a tremendous amount of power. Jim immediately got to work seizing public housing and giving it to members of his congregation, as well as giving others paid positions in the housing authority. He even was able to use his influence to get his followers placed in other areas of the city government as well. Everything was going great. Also, it seemed, while the People's Temple continued to receive some negative publicity, it was far outweighed by the position of power Jim had managed to attain for himself. There was about to be a much more serious problem that could draw major negative publicity to the church. Everything was going great, or so it seemed. While the People's Temple continued to receive some negative publicity, it was far outweighed by the position of power Jim had managed to attain for himself. There was about to be a much more serious problem that could draw major negative publicity to the church. People had defected or otherwise left the church in the past. It was always taken seriously, as we saw with the Gang of Eight, that it had always been more of an annoyance and possibly a blow to Jim's ego. Why would anyone want to leave, Jim? I don't know, maybe because you're a knob. But defectors were always handled with extreme severity when possible. In one such instance in 1976, a woman named Joyce Shaw abandoned the church while most of the congregation was on one of their cross-country Greyhound expeditions. A few months after she left, she gave her husband Bob Houston a call. She wanted him to leave the People's Temple as well and to come join her so that they could live happily ever after. But I was going to be like, I can't do that. You've betrayed the church.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
You heathen. What she didn't realize when she made that call is that the line was bugged. Leadership of the church was listening to them talk, and she was presenting a problem that needed to be handled. Of course, they never did succeed in tracking Joyce down. After hiding out for a few weeks following her initial escape, she managed to make it to Ohio, far out of the church's reach. Yeah, the church isn't the FBI. It's like, okay, so the line was bugged. So basically, you're just recording a phone call. It's not that complicated. You could do it with a tape recorder. But like, tracing a phone call is obviously a whole other thing that only the police can do, I assume. Then, 3 days after this phone call, the funniest thing happens. Oh God, wait, did I speak too soon? Poor absent-minded Bob decided to take a nap while he was outside, and in a crazy turn of events, happened to fall asleep on the train tracks. That's such a weird and unfortunate coincidence. Well, I mean, it's not that uncommon. Many times I've just been out on a walk for a walk and be like, oh, I do need a nap right now. And that metal line, that seems like a great place to just rest my head on while I take a nap. They fucking murdered Bob, didn't they? Jesus, why did they murder Bob? He stayed! But Bob's father, Sammy, didn't think it was a coincidence at all. Bob's death had been legally ruled an accident, which is absolutely fucking insane. No, it's not, Kevin. That's what the law said. That's what the law said. It was an accident. It's like, it's allegedly insane that they would say that. But Sammy didn't buy that for a second. He also worked for the Associated Press as a photographer, and with the help of some of his reporter friends, he was able to put together information about the incident. He relayed all of the info he was able to gather to his buddy, Congressman Leo Ryan. Uh-oh. This guy's digging. That put the People's Temple on Leo's radar, but it wasn't enough to act on yet. And that wasn't even the major start that was going to rock Jim's world. Being in a congressman's sights wasn't ideal for his extremely corrupt cult, but at least it was quiet. Leo's interest had been piqued, but he wasn't doing anything yet. You gotta be like, the congressman's looking into us. And he's gonna look, it's not gonna be good. He's like, oh, that's interesting. It's time to go back to Guatemala or wherever. Guyana? Guyana, is that where they were? Brazil? I don't know. Like, it's time to go. It's time to go. However, when Grace Stern defected from the People's Temple in 1976, it was different. Jim had taken her son John from her. He lived with Jim and was being raised by him, but she wanted her boy back. There was just a matter of the affidavit that Tim had signed. Oh yes, I remember that. He, and by extension Grace, had surrendered custody of the child to Jim and the church, and Jim had a legal basis to keep the boy. Yeah, according to Jim and his nonsense legal documents. That was really... that did seem to be so nonsense. It was very serious. The lawyer signed anyway. The affidavit by itself may not have been enough, but that was just the start. From the moment Tim signed that statement about begging Jim to impregnate his wife and raise their child, he had completely surrendered. And using that original affidavit as the basis for his claim, he had Tim and Grace sign parental consent and power of attorney forms, which allowed Jim and the People's Temple to make decisions on behalf of their son. It would probably be easy to argue that these forms were signed under duress, but the point still had to be argued in a court of law. These were legitimate legal forms, signed and notarized, signed by an attorney nonetheless. So if Grace wanted her son back, it was going to take a custody battle to do it. This put Jim in a bind. He couldn't deal with Grace the way he normally would deal with defectors. He couldn't punish her by killing her husband Tim because he was Jim's legal counsel and an extremely necessary part of the organization. Tim ain't taking a nap on the train tracks. Taking a nap on the train tracks, it sounds so gangster. I just started watching that TV show, Peaky Blinders, and it's like, you take him down to the tracks and make him have a nap on the railway, alright? The Peaky Blinders is so hard to understand. We watch with the subtitles on. But he also couldn't just kill Grace or the child either, as such actions would likely enrage him, and he would again be left without legal counsel. Oh, and because murder is wrong or something, but I don't think that was factored into Jim's calculations at all. No, it wasn't. Jim's a psycho. Well, the easy solution would be to just give Grace her son back to handle things quietly, but that would mean Jim had to admit defeat. That wasn't going to happen. Jonestown was supposed to be ready in a few years, so all he had to do was wait things out and hope Grace didn't turn the custody battle into too public of a spectacle. That was not a smart plan, nor was sending Tim to take up residence in Jonestown to work for the church there while also seeking employment in Georgetown. Jim planted loyalists in Tim's office to spy on him, paranoid that he might defect as well. In this case, his paranoia was justified. Tim had become disenchanted with the People's Temple. What a surprise! And he wanted out. His work still had him traveling a bit, as it was, but he began taking unscheduled trips. The next year, 1977, he would leave Jonestown and never return. He wasn't able to reconcile things with Grace, who had found a new man, but he still wanted her to at least have joint custody of her son with Jim. Also in 1977, Grace, Tim, and other defectors founded an organization called the Concerned Relatives of People's Temple Members. It was a support group for former Temple members and their families, and it was this group that would eventually persuade Congressman Ryan to look more into the People's Temple. Too many people were making too much noise, and now there was a magazine article being written about the church by journalist Marshall Kilduff in New West, a now defunct magazine about politics and culture in California. News that the magazine was investigating the People's Temple for an article broke a couple of months before the article came out. They were interviewing defectors and others that had been inside the church, and they wanted to find out what it was really like. During those 2 months, the magazine was flooded with a barrage of phone calls and letters in support of Jim and imploring them not to run the article. They averaged about 60 phone calls and 80 letters each day, and it wasn't just from current Temple members. Jim had a lot of allies, and none of them wanted this story to run either. Just before the article went to print, the new editor for New West gave Jim a courtesy call. There had been an outpouring of support for him, including from the governor of California, so she wanted to read him the article beforehand to let him know what was coming. I'd imagine she was also hoping that she'd get a response from him that could be printed in the article, but that didn't happen. Yeah, is that a courtesy call, or is that like a call for quote? Because it would be like, hey, we're publishing this article about you. Want to add anything? Because then they could either add your quote, or they could say, we reached out to Jim for comment. There was none, which is dramatic in itself. Yeah. Although I remember once, like about some irrelevant thing years ago, there was an article, but it was like, we reached out to, I think it was about my old channel, Top 10s. We reached out to Top 10s for comment. There wasn't a comment. And I'm like, you sent an email to a generic email address. Like, what do you expect? Like, us to be like, oh, okay, right on top of that. As Jim sat there on the phone, listening to the allegations being levied against him and the temple while surrounded by his planning commission, he grabbed a pen and a piece of paper. The article that was about to be in every magazine stand and grocery store had an awful lot to say about Jim and his church, but he had only 6 words to say to his commission. While he continued to listen to New West's editor read off the long list of allegations, he wrote down the note, "We leave tonight. Notify Georgetown, Guyana." In August of 1977, Jim Jones and a few hundred of his followers flew to Guyana to take up residence in the not yet fully constructed Jonestown. By 1978, the commune would have a population of nearly 1,000. A couple of months after he left, a court made the final ruling that Jim should be compelled to return John Stone to his mother Grace. A few days later, the same court issued an order for his arrest. Jim could never go back to the United States, and John could never be allowed to leave Jonestown. Oh, so now he's fully on the run. Jonestown. So he left. Like, when I was saying, like, it's time to leave, it's time to leave. He did it. He did it. Normally, the criminals are like, nah, stick around. And then they get arrested. I remember when that crypto guy got arrested in, like, the Bahamas or whatever. And I was having, like, a group chat with some mates. And I was like, he's got to run. And they're like, no. He should, like, go back and face the music. I'm like, yeah, morally he should, but he's going to go to prison like Bernie Madoff forever. He's just got to go to Lebanon and live there forever, because otherwise he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. And they were like, no, he'll be fine. And now he's in prison. And I don't think he's ever leaving prison, is he? He's going to be in there for like 40 years or something. And he's probably like, I should have fled. He didn't even have to flee. Wasn't he in like the Bahamas or something? He was there already. Life in Jonestown was difficult. The settlement hadn't been fully constructed yet, and it wasn't really capable of housing the 1,000 residents that had arrived. They were also unable to grow much of anything and had to purchase large quantities of food from the Guyanese, which didn't go well. Not because the Guyanese didn't want the business, they were thrilled to take Jim's American money, but because of the logistics of the situation. Jonestown was essentially in the middle of nowhere, though it was only a little under 150 miles from Georgetown as the crow flies. Chickens cannot fly, at least not very far. If Jonestown needed supplies, like delicious chickens, they would have to be shipped there somehow, but there were no roads leading to Jonestown from Georgetown. There was an airstrip at the nearby village of Port Kaituma, but it could only accommodate small planes. The majority of supplies had to come in to the port by boat. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, boats are significantly slower than planes. It's a giant revelation right there. Under good conditions, it would take days for an order to arrive, but depending on the weather, it could take a week or longer. Jonestown could order 1,000 chickens each week, but by the time the shipment arrived, almost all of them would be dead. This meant that instead of having chicken a few times each week like they'd hoped would have been pretty normal, it was a special treat that the temple members only got once every other week. Jim's stubbornness and ineptitude when it came to agriculture didn't help either. There were plenty of experts he could have hired to explain how farming in the tropical climate worked, but he wasn't interested. Instead, he would plant the types of beans that grew in the American Midwest and import the same types of pigs that are raised there. Most of the pigs died off due to the tropical climate, and the beans wouldn't grow. But according to Jim, the beans should grow. He would state that as if stubborn declaration somehow would make it possible. I don't know, Jim, just use your magical, what did he say his eyes would do? They'd make you enlightened or something? Just look at the beans, Jim. I'm sure that'll fix it. And a fair amount of time and resources were wasted on agricultural projects that were doomed to failure. With the supplies they were able to buy, meals were bland and repetitive. They would have cereal grains in the morning, peanut butter and honey sandwiches with their banana for lunch, and rice and vegetables, predominantly root vegetables, with thin gravy containing tiny bits of meat for dinner. But a lot of people got sick from this. Their stomachs weren't used to things like Edos and cassavars, and the sudden and dramatic change in diet gave them diarrhea that led to malnutrition. According to some testimonies, Jim would get special foods for people suffering from these symptoms like cheese and milkshakes, high-calorie foods that their stomachs were more used to. Though malnutrition was a symptom of other issues surrounding Jonestown, it had never been a part of Jim's plan. Jim's plan was, it's like, we're all going to go down there and just starve a little bit. It'd be great. They were trying to set up the world's most perfect communist society and teach the rest of the world how to live by example. It's not working well. You're not really showing communism at its finest, are you, Jim? Starving the population to death was not going to accomplish that, and Jim didn't need to keep the people malnourished to keep them under his control. That's what the sleep deprivation, fear, and constant indoctrination were for. Yeah, sleep deprivation, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, I feel like you could take that away. But what's that famous saying? It's like the world's only 3 meals away from revolution or something like that. It's like, yeah, if you take people's food away, they're going to get antsy real fast. They're going to be like, sort it out. I'm going back to America. In prison, they at least feed you, Jim. Since there were constant shipments of food coming in, that meant that other supplies could be delivered as well. Even though Jim had made his atheism public at this point and believed in himself as a deity rather than believing in the magical sky god, the People's Temple was still allegedly a religious organization. It only made sense that whenever a shipment was coming to Jonestown, that Jim would radio in and ask how many Bibles were being included in the shipment. Of course, he didn't actually want Bibles. That was just the code word he used to ask how many guns were being sent. Oh, most of the residents had no idea. But Jonestown was amassing a large cache of weapons, just in case. In addition to food troubles, there were also health risks like heat stroke, dehydration, injuries, and whatnot. Jonestown was going to need a doctor, and Jim had the perfect person. We've been talking a lot about what a reprehensible piece of shit Jim was for a while now. So now that we're actually in Jonestown, it would be good to have a reminder of how these people wound up here and why they were so devoted to the People's Temple. Oh, because he's like faith healing them. And now they're like, well, Jim, we're actually getting sick. Can't you just do the thing with the chicken gizzards? Jim, please. The doctor that Jim had in mind was Dr. Larry Schatt. Larry was a high school dropout who made it all the way from Houston to the People's Temple in San Francisco with nothing but a dream and a severe drug addiction. Ah, yes, Dr. Larry. The guy who dropped out of high school and has a drug addiction. I'm guessing he didn't drop out of high school and go to medical school, did he? That dream was to become a medical doctor, something that seemed nearly impossible while he was in the United States. It turns out that America isn't keen on handing out prescription pads to people with substance abuse problems, or people who haven't even completed high school. But thanks to the People's Temple addiction program, Larry was able to get himself cleaned up. Jim then used his connections to get Larry admitted to medical school in Mexico, with his entire education being paid for by the church. Okay, holy shit, he did go to medical school. After graduation, he went to the University of California College of Medicine to get his American certification. He had come to San Francisco with absolutely nothing, and thanks to Jim, he had his life back and the career of his dreams. Holy shit! Jim did it! This is the thing! Jim sometimes pulls this shit off, like the woman with the electricity. It's like, god damn, he got this guy who was a high school dropout and addicted to drugs, off drugs, and into fucking medical school. Larry was deeply indebted to Jim and would have done absolutely anything for him, no matter how unconscionable. He graduated shortly before the exodus to Jonestown, so naturally, he was more than happy to move out there and be the commune's doctor. As a rookie doctor, he wasn't prepared for what he was faced with, but he did his best and had the help of several highly qualified nurses in Jonestown. The experienced nurses were frankly far more capable than he was, but his medical degree gave the whole operation that extra bit of legitimacy. Unfortunately, like I said, Larry would have done anything for Jim, so when Jim started bringing in small shipments of cyanide for Larry to experiment with, he had no choice but to do what he was told. I feel like you do have a choice. You also swear that oath, don't you, where you're like, do no harm, and he's like, yeah, a little bit of cyanide never hurt anybody. These experiments, at least the early ones, were conducted on pigs since they had metabolism similar to humans. At one point in the process, Jim asked if it was possible to make the concoction taste less bitter, which there was not, but that indicates that there had to have been some amount of human experimentation as well. In the end, it was Larry that came up with the final formula containing a mix of Valium, chloral hydrate, and Phenergan, all of which are sedatives alongside the lethal cyanide. It was not a last-minute decision made in desperation. This was something that Jim had been planning all along, even if only as a last resort. There's evidence that the small test batches of cyanide began arriving in Jonestown in 1976, a full year before Jim or Larry were even there. But if the poison concoction was going to be a last resort, there needed to be something to push Jim to the breaking point. Not only that, but the residents needed to be prepared. I mentioned that Jim could never go back to the United States because of the custody battle, among other things, which is true. And San Francisco, also the warrant for his arrest. And San Francisco is indeed where the legal proceedings began. However, what I left out is that the Stones filed the custody paperwork in San Francisco, and they also did it in Georgetown. And it was Georgetown that had issued the order for Jim's arrest after he failed to show up in court and provide evidence why he shouldn't be compelled to return John to the Stones. In other words, once this order was issued, Jim's paranoia reached an all-time high. He began a series of what he called white nights, also known as the 6-day siege. The definition of a white night is somewhat nebulous, so depending on how people define it, there could have been 2 or 3 or a dozen or nearly 100 white nights. We'll be going with the 1 dozen definition as it seems the most practical. Under this definition of a white night, the key aspect was making the residents of Jonestown come up to the microphone at the nightly meetings where Jim delivered his sermons and pledge their willingness to die. It was also when the fruity beverages were handed out. This, of course, is where the phrase, drink the Kool-Aid, comes from, but it was much worse than that. Jim had to cut expenses everywhere he could, so the drinks being handed out were always made using the knockoff Flavor Aid. Terrible. On the first white night, cups of Flavor Aid were passed out to the entire town, and they were informed that the drinks had been poisoned. Everybody was made to drink them, but there was no poison. Similar to his first trial run with the Planning Commission, this was an opportunity for Jim to test everyone's loyalty and give a wonderful speech about facing death and whatever bullshit. More importantly, it would desensitize them. About a dozen of these white nights were called over the course of the next 13 months or so. The first would have been absolutely terrifying, but with each subsequent drinking of the allegedly poisoned drinks, people would have become less afraid. Not less afraid of death, just less afraid they were actually going to be poisoned. But this was still just the beginning, and an event couldn't get a cool name like the 6-day siege if it was over after an hour of drinking punch instead of lasting for 6 days. Although it did get the name without actually being a siege because nobody was coming to Jonestown. Jim was convinced that the Guyanese government were going to come storming in to take him prisoner and return John to his parents, and he needed his entire following to be prepared to die defending him. To push the narrative further, he had someone sneak off into the jungle and fire shots in his general direction as a fake assassination attempt. This would continue for the entire 6 days as Jim's 1,000 followers stayed vigilant, keeping watch for the enemy that Jim insisted was hiding in the jungle just beyond their vision. His most trusted members were armed with guns, while the majority of the town was armed with pitchforks and hoes and whatever tools happened to be available. While all of this was happening, Marcy was still back in San Francisco, holding down the fort. Jim phoned her in an absolute panic as he found out that Deputy Prime Minister Ptolemy Reed had traveled to the United States. Reed had been his liaison with the Guyanese government, which had always rubbed him the wrong way. He was Jim fucking Jones. Why should he have to deal with the Deputy Prime Minister instead of the actual Prime Minister, Forbes Burnham? Did Burnham refuse to meet personally with Jim because he was working with the CIA and the FBI to take him down? No, Jim, because you're a nobody, random dude who's just got some land in the country. Just because I own some land doesn't mean I get to meet with the president. You're like, he's ignoring me. He doesn't know who you are. I mean, he probably does in this case, but he's busy. He's the president or prime minister or whatever. No, but that line of thinking emphasizes the intense paranoia, self-importance, and lack of perspective that he was dealing with. And now that Reed was in the United States, just days after the court order against Jim, he felt it had to be connected. How could it not be? The reality was that Reed had traveled to Washington, D.C. for the signing of the Panama Canal treaties, but that didn't matter to Jim. See, he's got more important shit to be doing. It had to be something else, and he needed Marcy to find out what was happening. As the purported siege continued for days, Jim decided to plan an escape. The supply boat Cujo was currently docked at Port Kaituma, and he decided that they were all going to sneak through the jungle to the boat and take it to Cuba. It was a bizarre plan for multiple reasons. First, there was no way that the supply ship could carry all 1,000 residents, and even if they somehow fit, there'd be no room for provisions. But more importantly, what about the siege? The jungle was supposedly filled with armed enemies waiting to invade Jonestown. How could they send trucks back to Port Kaituma to transport everybody without being noticed? It would have been a reasonable question to ask, but everybody was too tired to think. There had been no sleep since the 6-day siege began, so they accepted Jim's plan without question. It's crazy when you're tired. You're just not making terrible decisions. There's only one time it's really happened to me. I'm driving on the motorway and I'm super tired. And you just, as soon as you have that thought, it's like, well, it wouldn't be too bad if I just rested my eyes for a second. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, brain? And so immediately I just pull off into a petrol station, like rack my chair back and have a nap for 20 minutes and then crack a giant Red Bull. Because it's like, what is your brain thinking? It's like, yeah, no, it'll be okay. Just like rest the eyes for a minute. Brain! You. The first truckloads of people made it to Port Kaituma without any problems until they attempted to board Cujo. One of the elderly residents fell while she was walking up the gangplank and broke her hip. They radioed back to Jim to let him know what had happened, and he ordered everybody to return to Jonestown. Nobody questioned why the entire mission was aborted, and they never spoke of Cuba again. Jim got on the phone with Marcy again and told her that he and everybody else in Jonestown were prepared to die. Stephen and Jimmy Jr. were put on the phone as well to acknowledge their consent and approval with their father's plan. Marcy begged for more time. Reed had left Washington, D.C., but she had sent Temple members out to find him at any cost, no matter where in the country he was. Jim decided to give them more time, and so the siege continued. Eventually, the People's Temple were able to track down Reed in Indiana, and Marcy got on the phone with him. Unsurprisingly, his visit to America had absolutely nothing to do with Jim. Reed assured Marcy that nobody was coming to arrest Jim, and the Guyanese government wouldn't be coming to enforce anything regarding the custody dispute. And so, the People's Temple won. The 6-day siege was about to come to an end, and they were able to declare themselves the victors against an imaginary foe. They were finally free from persecution and government scrutiny, at least for the most part. There were still occasional routine check-ins by both the Guyanese government and the US Embassy to make sure that nothing nefarious was going on. The visits from the US Embassy had actually begun much earlier, back when there was only 40 to 50 people living in and constructing Jonestown. These were all young Temple members who were receiving government benefits, so the US government wanted to check in on them and make sure that everything was cool and nobody was being exploited or anything. At the time, the people there were all very happy, and the work they were doing to construct the settlement was impressive, so everything seemed fine. Of course, the US would maintain a vested interest in what was going on in Jonestown. Why? They must be like doing the propaganda thing, or like pulling the wool over their eyes. Because surely the US Embassy people roll up and the guys are just like eating like beans and shitting everywhere because they're not used to the food. And they're like, are you guys all right? It's like, yeah, we're fine. I'm so tired. Surely. What are you up to? Even if they weren't suspicious of wrongdoing, the commune's main source of income was about $65,000 per month in welfare checks that were being signed over to the People's Temple. God damn, that's not a ton of money when shared among 1,000 residents. Oh yeah, fair play. Not like they're sharing that around 1,000 people. $65 a month each. And that was effectively nothing to the federal government, but they just wanted to make sure that people were actually being taken care of and that they weren't being held hostage and mistreated while Jim collected all of the money for himself. Wait, hang on. Can you just collect a welfare check? How does that even work? I don't know how the UK system works, but like if I was in the UK and unemployed, and is a welfare check the same as like an unemployment check, like where you go to the place to get your money because you're looking for a job? There's like conditions of that. You have to be like looking for a job and shit. They're going to stop paying you that money if you move to fucking Guyana. They're going to be like, no. Like, what are you doing? You can't just take our money and move to Guyana. Like, is that really happening? Day-to-day life in Jonestown was very different than it was during visits from the US Embassy. Of course it was. And those were very different from the visits from the Guyanese. On a normal day, people would have their breakfast and then begin long days working in the fields or doing other hard labor. The entire commune was set up with loudspeakers that occasionally played music, but usually it just played Jim's voice. People would work long hours, having to listen to him expand upon his sermon from the previous night the entire time. In the event that Jim was too tired, too high, or just otherwise couldn't be bothered to speak, he would play recordings of his voice over the loudspeakers for all to hear. It was important that they were listening to their godlike leader's voice every waking moment of the day to keep them fully indoctrinated. So after work, they would have dinner and all gather at the pavilion for the nightly meeting. It would have been 10 to 12 hours of hard labor in extreme heat, and then another 6, 7, or even 8 hours of listening to Jim sermonize at the meetings. After that, it was time to get their 2 to 3 hours of sleep before waking up and doing it all over again. Oh my god, this sounds like misery. I wouldn't kind of mind the labor, but I'm quite into labor. I just like working. But like listening to some dude talk about like how he's God for like 8 hours, I just, bro, no. And like, I don't want to make light of their like backbreaking labor, but it's like, I don't know, I'd much rather do like backbreaking labor than stand up and listen to someone for like 8 hours. At least when you're working, it's like, cool, at least I'm doing something. They're like chopping down trees or like building huts, that kind of planting some beans. In their brains out. As I mentioned, Jonestown wasn't prepared to house 1,000 people when Jim brought everybody there. So while there were some benches, for many people the pavilion was standing room only. Standing up for 8 hours listening to the dude talk about how he's God. They would be hot They would be tired, and sometimes people might even start to fall asleep during the overly long meetings. This was unacceptable, so if anybody was caught falling asleep, Jim would pull out his pistol and fire it into the air to wake them up. The sermons he gave at these meetings were a bit different from the ones he'd given back in America. Sure, he still talked about communism and all the wonderful social ideals, but what was the point? He had already won. They had created his perfect communist society, so that was just preaching to the choir at this point. Instead, these sermons were largely dedicated to instilling fear through the community. Jim managed to bring his followers to Guyana, and he was going to make damn sure that they stayed there with him. He warned them of the horrible dangers that would befall them if they left. Jonestown was safe, but it was surrounded by jungle, and the jungle was filled with jaguars and militants that were all eager to kill them. Those jaguars, they're just out there, they're just keen. It's filled with jaguars just waiting. The militants part where it was a lie, though the jungles in Guyana could genuinely be a dangerous place. Jaguars are the national animal and definitely live in the jungles, but they weren't all constantly circling around the commune waiting for somebody to leave. If somebody really wanted, they could probably make it to Port Kaituma and travel to the US Embassy in Georgetown. Yeah, I'd be like, let's go. We gotta make a break for the embassy like in a movie. Let's go. I'm on American soil. Yes! I'm free! But why would they want to leave? Not only did Jim remind them they were living in paradise, a perfect example to the world of what everybody should strive to achieve, but there was nowhere left for them to go. They couldn't go back to America. Jim made that very clear during his meetings when he read to them from American newspapers. He would take his place seated on his throne, which was just an elevated lawn chair, with a genuine newspaper from the US and read to his followers everything that was taking place there. Sounds to me like Jim likes the sound of his own voice. I'm just going to read from the newspaper for you fuckers for like 8 hours. At least, that's what everybody thought was happening. Though Jim did get real newspapers, he didn't read them actual news. Nobody was close enough to see the paper, so it'd just make up stories. And when he told them that they had escaped the country just in time, the KKK had completely taken over, kids were wearing white hoods to school, and they were forcing all the black Americans into concentration camps, they should be grateful that Jim had brought them to Guyana. Now, that may have been everyday life, but things were different when officials from Guyana came to inspect Jonestown. There was always advanced warning of these visits, so Jim was able to plan a perfectly choreographed tour of life through his settlement. The people looked forward to these days because it was always a goddamn party. Jonestown had a choir, a dancing troupe, and a full band, and these were used to entertain their guests at the pavilion before being shown all the wonderful work they were doing on a normal 9-to-5 work schedule. There were also lavish feasts, which meant that an inspection from the Guyanese officials was also the one day when they'd all get to eat more than just rice and gravy for dinner. How could they not sing and dance like Jim's little puppets when they knew their obedience would be rewarded with actual food? The Guyanese believed everybody was so happy and friendly. Maybe a little too friendly, as one official noted, that people would even accompany you to the bathroom and talk to you while you did your number 2. It was weird, just not weird enough to be suspicious. If nothing else, everybody seemed genuinely happy. Yeah, it's a fairly good con. They're going along with it. But when the US Embassy came, it was a very different story. The US was the enemy, and they were coming to take everyone's children. Jim drilled this into the residents every night, so whenever the US came, they were greeted with hostility. As the concerned relatives kept putting pressure on Congress to do something, these visits became more frequent. Unfortunately, inspectors couldn't find evidence of any wrongdoing. One inspector personally interviewed 500 or 600 of the residents, and they all testified that they loved it there and were not being held against their will, despite what the concerned relatives would have Americans believe. They're like, are you being kept here against your will? No, no, I'm so happy. Why do you look so tired? I don't need to sleep. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Not only could they not prove any wrongdoing, but the People's Temple were making some not-so-veiled threats towards them. The government was trying to persecute them and deny them their right to freedom of religion. After Tim left the church, he had been replaced with another much more controversial lawyer, a lawyer who was drooling at the idea of filing a high-profile lawsuit against the government on the grounds of religious persecution. In the end, it was decided by both the United States and Guyana to just leave Jonestown alone. The people seemed happy, and they claimed that they wanted to be there, so what else more was there to do? Despite having hundreds of residents in their 60s through 90s who had just moved to a life of hard labor in a tropical climate, there wasn't even a suspicious amount of deaths. Before the final white night, only 8 people had died in Jonestown, all from natural causes. Among this was Jim's mother Lynetta, who had come with him to Guyana to see the ultimate accomplishment of the great man that she'd been prophesizing since birth. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. You're kind of responsible, like partly responsible for setting all this shit up, aren't you, Lynetta? It wasn't just government agencies attending heavily orchestrated events that were fooled either. Every weekend, local indigenous people would visit Jonestown to trade goods, enjoy snacks, and watch American movies with the residents. The tradition was very reminiscent of Jim's childhood back in Lynn, when the black farmers would come to town on the weekend to chat and do business. The indigenous people were so impressed with how fortunate the people living in Jonestown were that they began leaving their newborns at the town gates, hoping for them to have a better life. These children were always taken in to be cared for by the residents, though they weren't going to get a better life. But with both governments out of the way, life was able to continue as normal in Jonestown, or as normal as life could be when living in a cult. Jim even permitted a concrete slab to be poured and turned into a basketball court to give the kids something fun to do to entertain themselves. Basketball was a big hit, too big for Jim's liking. He felt it was becoming a distraction and needed to be stopped, but Marcy, who had since moved to Jonestown, thought differently. She recommended that instead of destroying the court, they should get uniforms and make an actual team that could travel to Georgetown and compete. Not only would it be good for the kids, it would be an act of goodwill and demonstrate to the Guyanese government that the people of Jonestown, almost all of whom were American citizens, were dedicated to integrating with the country that had been so kind enough to let them make it their home. Jim relented, so Jonestown officially formed one of the worst basketball teams the world has ever seen. They weren't allowed to compete in any actual tournaments, but they were allowed to travel to Georgetown and play in a number of exhibition games against Guyanese teams. The team was absolutely terrible, and they lost every single game that they ever played, but it didn't matter. Marcy couldn't have realized it at the time, but convincing Jim to allow the formation of a team had just saved the lives of 2 of her sons. Oh my lord. Yeah, I keep forgetting this is it's dark, but we keep forgetting this is gonna get mega, mega dark. Lots of people are gonna die. Beyond this new recreational activity, little had changed. People worked all day while Jim's voice played over loudspeakers, and they listened to him more each night. He staged numerous more white nights in which a vat of Flavor Aid was brought out, presented as poison, and everyone was told to drink it. Jim would speak about how the Americans were coming to kill them and take their children away, and wasn't it better for them all to commit suicide and die together than have their kids taken back to the godforsaken hellscape from which they'd escaped? It's like, would you rather have death or this bad thing? Be like, well, I'll take the bad thing because death's that's the last option, isn't it, Jim? But Jim's so persuasive, he would be like, yes, Jim. Yes, Jim, my master. Anything else you need, Jim? Let me suckle on your Kool-Aid. Just like the first white night, once everybody drank the alleged poison, they would be informed that it was just a test. They had done well by proving their loyalty, and so everybody could have the day off to rest. Not only were they being trained to believe that such events would always be just a test, but there's a great reward for them to come at the end of it. After Jim was convinced that his followers would be willing to obey without question, he ordered Dr. Larry to order 1 pound of cyanide that could be used to create 1,800 doses of poison. Cyanide's incredible. 1 pound. I know there's more poisonous stuff, like anthrax is 1 gram, kills the whole world or whatever. But it's pretty wild that 1 pound, and it's that's enough to poison 1,800 people. With those numbers, each drink would contain about 250 milligrams of cyanide, over 80 times the lethal dose. 250 milligrams. When you take a paracetamol, how much is it? Or an ibuprofen, how much? Isn't that an ibuprofen 200 milligrams? So it's a tenth of that is enough to kill you. Good lord. The total cost of this lethal undertaking was just $8.85. But the entire thing? And why can you just buy cyanide? The day after Jim made Larry put in the order for cyanide, he gathered the entire congregation in the pavilion and gave them a rather unusual task. Pen and paper was handed out to everyone, and they were all instructed to write an essay titled, "What I Would Do If This Were the Last White Night." Their responses were as terrifying as they were predictable. Everyone had been thoroughly brainwashed. They wrote about how they would want to die fighting, taking as many of the enemy with them as possible, and how they would rather drink poison after killing their own children than let their kids be taken down by the enemy. Oh my lord. This is getting so dark. It's to the surprise of nobody. We've been in many hours, and of course we're talking about Jim Jones and the Jonestown Massacre. It seemed like Jim had total control. He believed that he had placated both governments so that he could now stay in Jonestown and be worshipped as a living god. However, despite all the reports that came back from the US Embassy that everything was fine, there was one man that was still not convinced. The concerned relatives had the ear of Congressman Leo Ryan, the man who already suspected the People's Temple had murdered his friend's son. He was in contact with the Stearns, who were still fighting to get their son back, and other members of the group. There were a fair amount of people who had defected, and after the article in the New West was published causing Jim to flee, defectors became much more vocal about the abuse taking place in the church. Leo decided to hell with the reports from the embassy. What they were saying did not line up with all the former temple members and what they had to say, and he wasn't going to be satisfied until he personally flew to Guyana and saw with his own eyes what was going on. And if there was even a single person that he believed was being held against their will, then if he wasn't bringing them back to America with him. What sort of authority does he have to do this? Guyana is a sovereign country. Can you just fly down? I guess they have some agreement, right? But it's can you just fly down there as a congressman and demand to see this thing and demand to take people back? I know it's America. America's very powerful and but isn't it hey, that's its own country? Jonestown Massacre, the final white night. Leo began planning his trip to Guyana in September 1978, but things didn't quite go as planned. He hoped that several other members of Congress would come with him, but none were willing to. He had a reputation as an avid seeker of publicity, and nobody wanted to go along with him just to play a supporting role in Leo's big story. However, well, he is a politician, isn't he? We can't blame him, and he does seem to be on the right path with this, so let's go Leo. However, the House of Representatives did recognize his trip as a congressional investigation and official government business, so at least they were willing to legitimize his visit, even if nobody would take part in it with him. At least, nobody from the government. 8 members of the concerned relatives wanted to travel to Guyana as well in the hopes of retrieving their family members, and 9 members of the media agreed to come as well. Regardless of any reputation he had, Leo knew it was important to bring members of the media along to document everything and hopefully dissuade Jim from taking any drastic measures. I get the feeling that old Jimbo is going to take some drastic measures, and the reason I have that feeling is because I'm vaguely familiar with the story of the Jonestown Massacre. The date had not been set yet, but on November the 1st, Leo told Jim of his intentions to come and investigate Jonestown for himself. Jim spent the next few weeks warning his followers of the evil Congressman Ryan that was coming to visit them. He told them any and every lie that he could think of to make his people distrusting of Leo, because the last thing he needed was for somebody to reach out to Leo and confirm his suspicions. In the lead up to the visit, Jim also called his son Stephen into Georgetown. Was about to go down, and he needed his sons and the basketball team to all come home to deal with this important matter, but Stephen did the unthinkable. He told his father no. They were having fun. They were eating real food. They were living their lives. Sure, they sucked at basketball and hadn't won a game yet, but maybe they'd win the next one. It's like, yeah, Dad, maybe win the next one. Maybe the next one. And they just hears in the background, "Oi, mate, you got another beer? Let's go." He's like, "I don't want to leave. I like eating meals. I like being at the pub. I don't care that we're losing at basketball. I just don't want to go back to Jonestown with the beans and the diarrhea." Stephen had sided with his father when Marcy wanted to get divorced and take the kids to Georgia. He had agreed with his father's plan of mass suicide when Reed was in the US, and Marcy had to talk Jim off a ledge. But now, separated from his father's direct influence for the first time in his life, Stephen was finally able to say no. Jim didn't have time to argue, so he just told them that if they encountered Leo, not to say a word to him. The basketball team would not run into Leo. Oh, so this is how they avoid it, because they're out of Jonestown at the time it goes down. On November 14th, Leo flew into Georgetown, accompanied by 9 members of the media, 8 concerned relatives, and 2 congressional staffers, a lawyer from Leo's office, Jackie Spire, and a foreign affairs officer. Leo knew that Jones wasn't going to be cooperative, and his lawyers were in Georgetown to inform Leo that they weren't welcome to come to Jonestown. There were days of negotiating, which mostly consisted of Jim being a petulant child. Leo wasn't coming in, and they could all go f*** themselves. By November the 17th, Leo was done trying to negotiate. Jim's lawyers let him know that Leo would be flying a group to Port Kaituma and traveling to Jonestown with or without permission. Because Port Kaituma couldn't accommodate such a large aircraft, 4 of the concerned relatives had to remain behind in Georgetown. It was decided that the Stones shouldn't come. They were the ones that had caused much of this to be set in motion, and their presence could be needlessly antagonistic. On the final leg of the journey, part of Leo was hoping that there'd be refused entry at the gate. If that happened, then there'd be grounds for a larger congressional investigation and potentially a show of force. If Jim had had his way, that's exactly what would have happened. His lawyers wanted him to let Leo's party inside, but he wasn't willing to listen. As usual, it was Marcy that made the difference. I've said it before, but she was loved by the People's Temple. Jim was father, and Marcy was mother, and they were the perfect couple. Yeah, perfect couple, except for all of the other crazy shit that's going down. Particularly, they had been happy and never fought with one another until that day. Jim was preparing to turn Leo away, and Marcy absolutely lost her mind with him. She began screaming at him in front of everybody, saying how proud they should be of what they had built and how happy they should be to show it off to Leo. She even went so far as to publicly yell at Jim, "I'm the one who's kept this together, not you." Eventually, Jim relented. Leo would be allowed in, and he could bring whoever he liked with him. Except for that asshole Gordon Lindsay from the National Enquirer. I'm not sure what their beef was, but Gordon had to stay in Port Kaituma and take the next plane back to Georgetown. I get the feeling he's probably going to end up rather happy about that. When Leo finally arrived in Jonestown, he was offered a tour by Marcy, but he wanted to interview Jim first. He had to wait 90 minutes before Jim finally emerged to speak with him. Afterwards, Leo interviewed as many residents as he could, all of whom said that they were extremely happy. Although there was a bit of tension in the air, because the people had been trained to be wary of Ryan, he believed their answers to be sincere. That night, there was a big feast of pork, potatoes, veggies, and fresh-baked biscuits. Leo and his compatriots were surprised that there was enough food for everybody. The residents likely weren't surprised, since this sort of thing happened whenever there was an inspection from the government, but they couldn't have been happier to eat large portions for once. Everything was going great. Plenty of food, singing, dancing. Jim even positioned himself at the table so that he could speak to reporters throughout the night rather than being perched high above in his lawn chair throne. Early in the day, Leo had been offered the opportunity to take the microphone and say a few words at dinner, but he was reluctant to accept the invitation since he hadn't had the chance to interview anybody yet. When he was offered again during dinner, he was happy to take the opportunity. Leo stated into the microphone, "It is a congressional inquiry. I think you all know that I'm here to find out more about questions that have been raised about your operation here. But I can tell you right now that from the few conversations I had with some of the folks here already this evening, that whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole lives." Leo smiled as the entire audience burst into thunderous applause, cheering his words. Is he playing along? Because surely he knows this is a facade. Or has he really been conned? Because he's been talking to people who've left. He knows what's up. Is he just so afraid? He's like, say everything good, say everything good, say everything good, and then leave. I'll just be like, yeah, look, everything's lovely. This is great. Thanks, Jim. Really good to be hosted by you. So sorry I have to leave immediately. Like right now. So sorry, but it's been lovely. Just slowly backing out the door. Jim also got up to make a statement because he wouldn't be Jim if he didn't. He just received word that the basketball team had finished their game against the Guyanese national squad. They had lost again, but this time they only lost by 10 points. After getting this news over the phone, Jim proudly declared over the microphone that their team had in fact won by 10 points, because of course he did. It seemed like it was the perfect night, and that the visit couldn't have gone any better until a man named Vernon Gosney made a mistake. He had mistaken NBC reporter Don Harris for Leo and tried to pass him a note intended for the congressman. Don wasn't expecting this, so he wound up dropping it. A child saw it and immediately started chanting, "He passed a note, he passed a note." Oh my God. If you're that guy, you're just like, fuck. This goes back to the whole thing that began over a decade earlier in Redwood Valley. People's Temple members were trained to spy on one another and immediately report anything inappropriate they saw. Children born into the temple were taught this from birth, and the child was too young to understand the delicate nature of the situation that was taking place around them. Fortunately, Jim had already retired to his cabin for the night, though he undoubtedly was going to get word of what happened. A bit shaken, Vernon picked the note back up and placed it in Don's hand. The note read, "Vernon Gosney and Monica Bagby, please help us get out of Jonestown." The note was relayed to Leo, who suddenly realized that not everybody was as happy as they were making it seem. Oh, really, Leo? Really? You know, you're there for a reason, Leo. You knew shit was up. When it came time for bed, the visiting party was informed that there wasn't enough space in Jonestown for all of them to stay. Leo and Jackie would remain, but everybody else would be driven to Port Kaituma and picked up the next day. They weren't thrilled, but they didn't really have a choice in the matter. In the early hours of the morning, 9 people made a break for it, running off into the jungle. There was so much going on that they figured their absence wouldn't be noticed for hours, giving them enough of a head start to get to the railroad and take a train to the US Embassy. While making their way through the jungle, they discovered 2 other defectors who had the same exact plan they did. Morning rolled around, and Jim was informed of the disappearances. When the press was picked up from Port Kaituma, Marcy finally got to give the guided tour of the settlement that she was so proud of, but Leo still didn't take the tour. Instead, he and Jackie were at the pavilion interviewing people who wanted to defect. In total, there were 15 more people who wanted to leave Jonestown and go back to the US with Leo. Jim and Marcy tried to convince them to stay, Jim by trying to guilt them and Marcy by promising actual meaningful reform in Jonestown, but they couldn't be swayed. These people were ready to leave, and the time was now. Leo decided to send everyone else ahead on a truck to Port Kaituma. His entire party, as well as the defectors, would go ahead to the airport, while he stayed back to make sure that there wasn't anybody else who wanted to leave too. Just before the truck departed, Larry Layton came forward demanding to leave as well. In case you've forgotten, which I totally have, Kevin, Larry was the guy that married Carolyn until Jim decided that they weren't married anymore. Oh yeah, he was one of Jim's biggest simps, and everybody on the truck knew it. They absolutely did not want Larry to be allowed to join them, but Leo let him onto the truck before it went away. Oh, they think old Larry's a mole. Larry's been simping for Jim so hard. Shortly after the truck left, a knife-wielding temple member attacked Leo before being wrestled to the ground. Jim was nearby when this happened, and he came over to Leo. There seemed to have been at least some sort of understanding between them at this point. The people that wanted to leave were going to be allowed to leave with Leo, and he wasn't going to send the US government after them since the vast majority of people seemed happy. Rather than ask if he was okay, Jim just asked Leo, "Does this change everything?" Leo told him that it doesn't change everything, but it does change some things. Given what had transpired, Leo knew that it was time for him to leave now, and he was able to catch up with the truck that had fortunately stalled in the mud. Little did the truck carrying the defectors realize that another truck with over half a dozen armed men was going to be tailing them to Port Kaituma. Uh-oh. Jim was at the end of his rope now. 11 people escaped during the night and another 15 people left with Leo. His lawyers tried to explain to him that this was great. There were 1,000 people in Jonestown and he only lost like 20. Aside from that tiny bit of attempted murder on the congressman, everything had gone really well. Everything gone brilliantly, except for a little touch of attempted murder. No worries. But Jim replied, if they take 20 today, they'll take 60 tomorrow. He had decided he was done for. Back in Georgetown, Stephen received a phone call from his father. The rest of the basketball team had gone out to the movies to enjoy themselves one last time before returning home, but Jim called Stephen to let them know that it was time to meet Mr. Frazier, which was the code word for mass suicide. He tried to protest, but Jim said there was no other way. However, Stephen believed that there was still time. He thought that maybe you could stop his father. Stephen had his basketball coach call the San Francisco office and tell them not to do anything until they heard from Stephen directly, and also told the coach not to let the girl operating the radio in Georgetown out of his sight. The plan was for this to be a global event, even if global just meant Guyana and California. Stephen thought that if he could prevent a coordinated effort from taking place, that it would delay Jim long enough to talk sense into him. But he was wrong. Jim had given the order, and he simply assumed it would be followed in both Georgetown and San Francisco without question. When Leo, the press, and the defectors made it back to Port Kaituma airstrip, things already weren't going as smoothly as they planned. They couldn't fit onto one plane, so there were supposed to be 2 planes there waiting for them, but neither was there yet. It took about 40 minutes of waiting for the planes to arrive, plenty of time for the truck full of assassins to get into position. Of course, the assassins were only meant to be the backup plan. Larry was still loyal to Jim, and the heavy rain that day had allowed him to easily conceal a pistol underneath the poncho he was wearing. The original plan was for Larry to wait until everybody was on the plane and in the air. Then he would take out the pilot and let the plane fall out of the sky. Holy shit. With 2 planes out now being used, that plan wouldn't work. Jackie began sorting everybody onto the 2 planes, putting the defectors on one and the press on the other. The plane with the defectors began taxiing for takeoff, and when it did, Larry pulled out his gun and began opening fire. He wounded 2 people, then attempted to shoot defector Dale Parks point blank in the chest. The gun misfired, and Dale was able to overpower and disarm Larry. Jesus Christ, Dale, you lucky bastard. At the same moment this was happening, the assassins from the truck began opening fire on the airstrip. Some people managed to escape into the woods, but 5 people in total died on that airstrip. Photographer Greg Robinson of the San Francisco Examiner, cameraman Bob Brown, reporter Don Harris from NBC, defector Patrick Parks, Dale's wife, and Congressman Leo Ryan, who was shot 20 times. There were 9 wounded as well, including Jackie, who was shot 5 times. The second plane had been damaged from the hail of gunfire. The pilot and co-pilot from the damaged plane boarded the plane in which Larry had tried to kill everyone before being subdued, and they flew to Georgetown, abandoning the injured. Another plane wouldn't arrive until 22 hours later, though the injured were somehow able to survive the wait, including Jackie, who had spent the last 15 years in Congress. Why wouldn't the pilots just take the injured people on the plane and be like, let's get the fuck out of here? It takes 5 minutes, just get them on the plane, let's go. Why are you leaving them there, you bastards? Or maybe there's a good reason, I don't know. There may have been more survivors than dead in the assault on the airstrip, but that wasn't going to be the case back in Jonestown. Jim's son, Lou, came over the loudspeaker and told everybody to gather at the pavilion for a special meeting. Once everybody was gathered, Jim took to the stage to tell everybody that it was over. The congressman had been murdered, and now the government was never going to leave them alone. There was no other option but to end it all. While he was making this declaration, nurses came on stage next to him with syringes filled with a cyanide concoction developed by Dr. Larry. Jim said that the children would go first, including his own alleged son, John Stone. At first, some people thought that this was like all other white knights that had come before it. It was just going to be a loyalty test and everything would be okay. But the feeling didn't last long after syringes of poisons were squirted into the mouths of children and infants. Within minutes, their little bodies began convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Even though it's supposed to be the children first, Jim declared that any parent that wanted to go with their child would be allowed to do so. He said it was the humane thing to do. As soon as the residents of Jonestown understood that it was really happening this time, they understood their lack of options. The entire pavilion was surrounded by Jim's armed guards. There are only 3 options available to them. They could try to fight and be shot in the head, try to fight and be forcibly injected with poison, or they could just step forward in line and drink it themselves. The latter seemed preferable to most, though there were a number of bodies found that had been injected with poison rather than drinking it willingly. One of the most despicable parts of all this is that the entire time this was taking place, Jim was on the microphone talking to his followers, recording what is known as the death tape. It's completely disgusting to listen to, as he basically told them to stop whining and hurry up already while the cries of dying children echoed in the background. He told them to put down their emotions, and that it's better that we do it than they do it to us. Few people survived Jonestown that day. A few were able to sneak away in the confusion, although one man didn't bother trying to sneak. A 78-year-old man named Grover Davis walked directly towards one of the perimeter guards, who immediately stopped him and asked him where he thought he was going. Grover simply replied, "I don't want to die." I don't know if Grover realized who the guard he was talking to was, but it was Jim's son-in-law, Ray Jones. Agnes had never been the perfect little temple daughter that her parents wanted her to be, so it's unsurprising that her husband wouldn't be the most dedicated follower either. Ray told Grover, "Have a good life," and let him walk away. There were also some that didn't make it to the pavilion that night. Some of the sick and elderly were unable to attend the meeting, so nurses went around their cabins to execute them. When a nurse entered the cabin of sleeping Hyacinth Thrash, she thought the old woman was already dead and left her alone. Hyacinth woke up the next morning, exited a cabin, and startling the Guyana Defense Force that was investigating the compound. In total, only 33 people escaped Jonestown, while 918 died that day. There were 907 deaths in Jonestown as a result of cyanide poisoning. Jim and Nurse Annie Moore, who was Karen's little sister, both died from gunshot wounds, bringing the total to 909 dead in Jonestown. There were the 5 deaths on the airstrip as well, but 4 more people died that day as a result of Jim Jones. Sharon Amos was the radio operator that Stephen had asked his coach to keep an eye on. She had already received the order that they were all supposed to kill themselves, and the method was to be knives, but Stephen was intent on keeping her from sending that message to San Francisco or alerting anybody in the temple's Georgetown headquarters. Sharon may not have been able to spread the message to anybody else, but she still intended to carry out her orders. She slit the throats of her 2 young children, Krista and Martin, before she and her eldest daughter, Liana, simultaneously slashed each other's throats to bring the total death count up to 918. Wrap up. I'm not going to try and quantify what the worst part of all of this was, because a lot of terrible things happened, but one of the most infuriating parts is any lack of justice. Everybody involved killed themselves. There was nobody left to hold accountable for what happened. Nobody except for Larry Layton. Larry was arrested on charges of attempted murder, later changed to conspiracy charges after the first trial resulted in a mistrial. He was sentenced to life in prison, but he was paroled in 2002 after serving only 18 years. 18 years? You having a laugh? And why is he not dead? The most important thing to remember, other than the fact that it was emphatically murder and not mass suicide, is that most of the people involved were good people. Nobody walked into People's Temple because they were looking to join an insane suicide cult. They were attracted because of the promise of social reform and change for the better. These were people who wanted a better life for themselves and for the future generation. And for a time, many of them got that better life. Dr. Larry is one of the easiest examples to point to of someone's life who was objectively improved by Jim's intervention. But he wasn't alone. The church, I'm loath to still call it that at this point, helped a lot of people in very tangible ways. But the cost of Jim's help was far higher than anybody should have to bear. I know you don't believe in things like God or hell, Simon, but if they do exist, I think we can agree that there must be a special place in hell for false preachers like Jim. Yeah, agreed. Also, just let this be a reminder to never trust anybody that names something after themselves like Jonestown. There are plenty of cities named after great leaders and monuments built in their honor, but those names should be given by others after the person has left power. The only people who name things after themselves are tyrants. Anyway, join us in another week of Simon Whistler Presents Simon Whistler's The Casual Criminalist, a Simon Whistler production. You actually made me manage to smile at the end of that episode, which I didn't think was possible. That's where we're leaving it today, everybody. This was a very, very long episode. If you enjoy these long ones, please leave a review. It really makes a difference. It gets the show in front of more people. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time.